Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 113, Chapter. Dreams of Albedo in his arms taunted and teased Ainz throughout the night. They did so with such thoroughness that when he finally woke up, soaked and sated, he expected to find her lying next to him. With the fog of sleepy confusion on his mind still and he didn't see her there, he reflexively reached over to his other side, patting his hand around and not finding her. A well of supreme disappointment filled him. Memory began to return with wakefulness. Memories of everything. Including his overwhelming sense of guilt. Guilt for what he did to her. Guilt for what he dreamed of her. Guilt for what he felt when he woke up and found her absent. Ainz rolled onto his back and let his arms and legs flop out. There was no urge to leave immediately. Everything would happen at the pace he himself chose to set. He stared up at the ceiling and briefly wallowed in self-reproaching thoughts. She's the daughter of one of your best friends, and she is a demon while you, even if you add immortal classes, are in a human body. What did she call humans? Lower life forms, yes. And her karma rating is as low as that of Demiurge. His response will tell me a great deal of what to expect out of her. He took a very long breath before rising from his bed. He checked the time in the clock on the wall. Early, very early. He thought, as the king, it was his right to call for a maid to serve him, but at an hour such as this? No, it felt too much like a parent waking up his child to do some trivial task for him. An abusive parent is not one I wish to be. And so he threw on his own robe and made his way out of the room. This was something of a magic hour in Nazarick. The game world had a special mechanic for updates. The sheer size and scale of it was such that updates were massive when they happened, and in order to ensure no slowdown in player activities, player-made NPCs all had a period of time in which they slept, even if by design their race had no need of it. This minimized the processing power needed to perform updates on server-wide characters within the many guild bases. What that meant for Ainz at this moment was that with their normal routines going on, it was like being alone. The halls were empty and so he walked uninterrupted down their great length, his feet echoing off of the stone until he reached the men's baths. The sound of running water reaching his ears was as comforting as the feel of the heat all over his naked flesh and hot water washing away the sweat. A cleaning spell would have served the same function, but it wouldn't have been anywhere near as comfortable and relaxing. Do the dwarves bathe much? It was a pointless question. He abandoned it almost as soon as he asked it of himself and cast a spell of observation to go back to watching the Draconic Queen. She was awake and reading over scrolls. The written language of her kingdom was unfamiliar, but her facial expression was not. Fear. Yet a knock at her door and she wiped it away. This was perhaps her most important skill. Her back straightened, her arms relaxed, her face became imperious almost to the point of haughtiness. All traces of fear were gone. She turned the paper over and when a servant entered she gave quick commands to help prepare her for the day and the servant obeyed without a word. It wasn't lost on Ainz that they didn't speak more than needed. The queen kept her own counsel and remained quiet, barely acknowledging the woman when everything was done. Reserved was the word he chose for what he saw of her manner. I can't be that with my guardians, or even with my maids. They're not just servants, they're too precious. But I also cannot be a true equal to them either. There were lessons to be drawn there that would take time to incorporate, and if he was being frank, my feelings towards the NPCs do not apply to anyone else. Even as a human, even pitying the weak creatures and seeing them at their best. They are not the children of my friends. So perhaps that model of behavior would work best on outside subordinates. The distant royal is what they expect after all. He continued to watch her for the better part of an hour while washing himself. Curiously, she did seem to drop her guard among a handful of her closest advisors, and in that respect, she reminded him of how he treated his subordinates. But seeing her get drunk as a child and write in crayon for her soldiers, that is certainly bizarre. It puzzled him, but it was hard not to admire her tolerance for alcohol or her work ethic. He began to empathize with her, the apparent care she took with her people, the hard work, the struggle to present the image they needed from her in the face of calamity. If it came down to it, I don't think she would run away. And therein rose up Ainz' greatest sense of shame. It hit him like a mountain dropped on his head. I'm running away. I'm running away again, and again, and again. Each time I go out to personally handle something, I'm running away from my duties as a king and my duty to my children. I'm like an absent father who is always taking business trips to avoid the needs of my home and family. The thought had lingered around on the fringes of his mind for the longest time, but was always delaying, always putting things off, sending Albedo and Demiurge away to handle integration, while he himself disappeared on these tasks, first as Mammon and then as a journeying king. Well, Ainz, you're committed now. Demiurge and Albedo are the last two true threats, and from those you loved best. When you're finished with that, no matter what, you will become the king your kingdom needs. He resolved himself as heartily as he could, rose from the bath before the quietest hour passed by, dressed, and made his way back to his room. Very soon after his return, Lupus Regina knocked at his door and assisted him in his choice of clothing. Does my lord wish to dominate and intimidate, or to present a more peaceful state? This is a diplomatic visit. I wish them to see us favorably rather than fearfully. Ainz answered, and Lupus Regina reached into his wardrobe to withdraw a great white robe befitting a master wizard of supreme wealth. It had a trim of golden thread that ran up the center, a cord of gold to bind it at the waist, and a spiral weave at the cuffs as golden as the rest. I suggest this, my lord. Lupus Regina said, the playful air that was a fundamental part of her nature was gone. Now she was the perfect maid. The white was almost holy, almost aglow with its brightness. In short, perfect. Accepted. He said, and he did his best to relax while she removed the robe he wore while keeping his back to her. Draudelin was dressed by several servants around her, but the notion of Lupus Regina in front of me while I'm naked is a bit much. Plus it would be less than kingly to let her see my blush. But this is something I have to get used to. He forced himself to think of it like a medical exam, he forced himself to think nothing of it, and though it was not easy, he could not keep his son asleep at the light touch behind him, while she didn't seem to notice. Only when he was sure his blush faded did he turn around to face her. Gloves of white came next. He held up his hands of flesh to allow Lupus Regina to tug them into place. However, as she tugged the last glove into place over his own, she bowed her head and let her slender 10 fingers linger. You plan to tell Lord Demiurge, don't you, Lord Ainz? Yes. He answered and folded his fingers over hers. He is an archdevil. She replied, it was the closest any denizen of Nazarick had ever come to being critical of one of the others in a way other than a sibling might behave. He is the son of Overlord. Ainz answered, unable to rebuke her formally, it was still close enough to draw a tiny nod from the beautiful red-haired maid. He is an unpredictable genius, not on your level of course but, if. Lupus Regina was unable to complete her question, she closed her eyes and shook her head. I'm out of line, forgive my foolish words, my lord. She said and his fingers tightened in comfort over her own unbroken hold on the white glove. The children of Nazarick deserve the truth, the complete truth and nothing less. Even I couldn't keep this secret forever. Ainz pointed out, and another tiny nod answered him. If you go, I will chase after you. Lupus Regina promised, and then slipped her hands from his grip, folding them in front of her waist, she stepped back to look at her handiwork, then reached for the mask of jealousy. Then with a smile on her face that reminded Ainz of the playful adventurer Lupu in all her winsomeness, she rose on her tiptoes to put the mask over Ainz' face. My lord is prepared for his journey, come back safely to us, I beg you. Lupus Regina said with a final clap of her hands that could only be described as childishly endearing. His heart warmed and beat faster in his breast, then informed Demiurge that it is time, we will collect Zenburu and then go immediately. At once, my king. Lupus Regina said with a deep curtsy before departing the room and leaving Ainz to wait for his guardian. Chapter 114, Chapter. Demiurge arrived alone at Ainz' room, he put his hand over his heart and gave a half bow with his crystalline eyes downcast. Lord Ainz, it is my greatest joy and privilege to accompany a supreme being, most of all your esteemed self who chose to stay with us till the end, on this important mission. Ainz extended his arm and curved his hand up away from the floor in a stop gesture. Please, Demiurge, you are the son of Overlord, one of my dearest friends. While alone in my company you can relax and speak your mind without so much formality. His pose, gesture of the generous monarch, seemed to work as Demiurge's tail lashed behind his back, reminding Ainz of a joyful puppy. My lord is generous. I will strive to be more informal from now on. Demiurge said without straightening up from his half-bow. Another notch in my heart's ledger for the Draconic Queen's inadvertent lessons. Ainz reflected, even if Demiurge hadn't yet quite grasped the concept, the intent was there and it was well received. There is nothing left to be done, are you prepared for the journey? Ainz asked, and Demiurge straightened up, and folding his hands behind his back he answered immediately. Nothing, my lord. Albedo is briefed on all of my projects and has visited the dark elf settlements, as well as those of the humans, and the criminal elements have been culled accordingly, while your reign is being viewed favorably for the drop in crime and the lower taxes. She is aware of your plan for the adventurers and will see to their ordering as soon as possible. She did ask me to relay how much she misses you, however. He cleared his throat, coughing briefly into his hand as he uncomfortably relayed his comrade's sentiment. Ah, yes, then let's go. Ainz said with haste and cast gate. They then stepped through it immediately and were gone. Zenburu was waiting at the gate of the common village when Ainz arrived with Demiurge. He carried a pack on his back and he had with him a large walking stick. As soon as Ainz appeared, the lizardman lowered his face to the dirt. God of life and victory, your servant is ready. Demiurge, standing behind Ainz, nodded with approval. You can't serve me well from down there, Zenburu, rise. Rise and lead us, you have made your farewells, yes? Ainz asked, and the large lizardman nodded. I have, and I am well rested. I am afraid I am still too weak to fight properly, but I can walk at least. The way is a little foggy, but as we head over familiar ground I'm sure that will change. Zenburu replied with confidence. Then we go. Ainz said, and Zenburu asked. Will my lord permit the rest of the village to rise? Zenburu asked, forgive my question but, the fish, you understand. Ainz looked over his shoulder, the rest of the village was down on their faces in the dirt, and he had not noticed. He recovered as quickly as he could, rise, and serve your king as well. He said as nobly as he could and gave a dramatic wave over their heads. They rose to their feet, and when Zenburu began to lead them away from the village sent cheers toward their retreating backs. The adulation of the villagers gave Ainz a warm feeling in his heart. The great trees and the long trail between them, the morning sun on the horizon, the dew visible on leaves and grasses. The fresh air, so clean that even the idea of needing a mask for it would have been absurd to the people of this world. His body was strong, powerful, easily keeping pace with the lizardman guide, total ease was his. This was the part that Ainz had come to love. Mile led to mile, way led on to way, every path they passed by sparked his curiosity. What lies that way? What about that way? And yet even while he wondered, he knew there was no chance of answering it in the manner he wanted to. Ainz recalled something Bellriver had once said about all his decisions, and both that morning equally lay. In leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day. Yet knowing how the way leads onto the way, I doubted if I should ever come back. Each path not taken was a missed chance to explore, and each chance lost, a pang he struggled to ignore. His obligation drove him forward after Zenburu, relieved at least that the way ahead was an unknown that could still excite him beyond measure, and did. For tranquil hour after tranquil hour they trod, with Ainz wearing beneath his glove a ring of sustenance to eliminate his need for sleep, rest, food, or drink to better mimic the undead being which Demiurge seemed to still believe him to be. But this was not the case for Zenburu, and though he delayed them as little as possible with his needs, by eating and drinking as they walked, and taking the minimum time to relieve himself, sleep still was a requirement. My lord, we should consider making camp soon. He stopped when Ainz shook his head. There is no need for that. Ainz replied, he nearly said, I will use magic, and summon a fortress, but as he considered the present company of Demiurge, he thought better of it. We will be staying in Nazarick tonight, my home. You will be my guest. Ainz offered, and Zenburu looked at him, open-mouthed. If that is my lord's will. He said, and when Ainz summoned the gate, he followed through after his king and the guardian, yet not without a hesitant look around him at the more familiar world. The realm of a god, will I ever see this world again? Even if I do, will it ever look the same? He asked himself for only a moment before vanishing through the whirling void of impossible magic before his eyes. Chapter 115, Chapter. Ainz emerged in the throne room which, in his absence, was empty except for Sixus. No sooner than he appeared, the maid gave a deep curtsy, holding her black and white maid outfit to the sides, crossing her feet at the ankles, and bending her knees with her head bowed. Welcome back, my lord. She said to him with a smile on her face. Thank you, but why are you alone here? Ainz asked, and the maid spoke without raising her head. Lord Seabass ordered that the places my lord visits most should always have a maid stationed ready for your service at any time. As this is the seat of power for my lord, here I am at your service. Does that mean you are given no days off for rest or recreation at all? Ainz asked, his lips pursed behind the mask. The maid all but recoiled, my lord. She covered her mouth with one hand and almost lost her posture, dropping one half of her dress curtsy pose. She hastily picked it back up to resume her position. Nobody would dare to think of time away from serving you. Still, that amount of work is unhealthy. I will speak with Seabass about this when I return, but in the meantime, I have a guest, you can see to him as you would myself. Ainz stepped aside to reveal the gawking Zenburu. A realm of gods, a realm of gods, a realm of gods, this is a realm of gods, it has to be, there's nothing else, no mere mortals, no beings of this world could create something like this. Zenburu's warrior heart never quailed in all his brave life, and yet in the company of one who mastered life and death, and seeing the realm which that being inhabited, his spirit had never felt smaller. The towering high ceiling, the walls with intricate smoothness, and statues that could not have been made by mortal hands. Their perfect smoothness made the river stones he'd seen on his journey appear to be rougher than a craggy gorge by comparison. His eyes beheld the throne, at the peak of steps that fairly dared any fool to climb them. The throne radiated power and its promise, he could not even bear to look for long. Zenburu, this is Sixus, one of our maids, she will tend to you tonight while you rest. Return here after you have eaten, bathed, and slept until morning. Ainz gave the command and it was all Zenburu could do to bob his head up and down like a puppet on shaking strings. Zenburu's entire body was a-tremble with reverence, awe, and fear, his heart throbbed and ached at the majesty about him, and the god who fed his people seemed all the more godlike. Demiurge, Zenburu, I will see you in the morning. I have things to do. Ainz made the cryptic statement, and the archdevil bowed his head. Of course, my lord, of course, he said, and when Ainz was gone Demiurge looked down at the little lizardman. Lizardman, your attitude toward your master is proper, but remember this, you are in his home, and we are all the creations of those he loved best. Disrespect towards any one of them, even one generously assigned to care for you, will be dealt with harshly. I trust we understand each other. Demiurge stared through empty crystalline eyes, and at that the lizardman bobbed his head. I wouldn't even consider it, not in such a sacred place. Zenburu said in a hushed whisper so full of awe that Demiurge wasn't even entirely sure the lizardman understood he was being threatened. But it was a good answer either because of, or in spite of that. Good. Sixus, represent your master well. Demiurge said with far more kindness. She politely inclined her head to the guardian. Naturally, Lord Demiurge, she said and reached out a hand to gently touch the still awestruck lizardman. If you'll come with me, she asked, and like a lost child finding an adult and instinctively going where they led, he followed after her, his eyes looking at every piece of art as if it were a divine treasure, which to the denizens there, they were. The maid said nothing to the lizardman as she led him onto the baths. When they arrived he said, "You make lakes of stone." It was an understandable mistake, given the sheer size of the baths, but it made Sixus laugh. You're a funny one, my lord. No, these are not lakes. Just a place where the supreme beings and their creations bathe. Created, that word, strange way to say chosen. Zenburu remarked as he stepped toward the babbling flowing fountain. We were not chosen, we were created. The supreme beings designed us and brought us to life to serve their needs. I was created by Lord Whitebrim. The honey blonde-haired maid straightened up and brushed her long blonde hair back. He also designed our clothing, she ran a hand over the smooth fabric, and our personalities. We were designed as you see us. There are others. Zenburu asked as the heat of the water engulfed his scales and the filth of his travels began to pull away from his body. There were. Sixus said, and at this her head hung. They disappeared, the great ones, one by one, they went off to some other world where only gods can tread and we could not. The world we knew was going to end, and the one you know, he was the one who stayed with us, resolving that we shouldn't be left alone. Many of us believe he carried us to this world so that we wouldn't die with the world of Shirti Devs. Those vile beings that chose to destroy all things, and our master saved us. Her eyes welled up with tears. Forgive my prattling, but you should know the glory of the one you call your king. There is none more suitable to be our lord, or the lord of this world. We know many stories of many kings, even though we never left our home, and know that most kings and queens were very cruel. But our own is merciful and kind. Devote yourself to his cause, and the world will be safe for all your children for as long as this world endures. Zenburu internalized her every word. You are not the first our master has saved. He rescued 8 humans and granted them great power. Even as we speak they go to work his will. Loyal service is rewarded with prosperity, power, and happiness. Remember that, guest from the lizardman tribes. She said. The admonition to remember was unneeded. It was impossible to forget, so impossible that even the sumptuous meal he had afterward could not compare, and he only slept at all because it seemed his bed was enchanted to assist him in doing so. There is no future apart from service to the king. It was his first thought when he awoke, and when Zenburu prostrated himself before Ainz' old gown in the throne room again a mere quarter of an hour later, he did so with a deep reverence in his heart. Chapter 116, Chapter. Ainz' dreams of albedo were no less erotic than before, and the guilt of having them was like a mountain on his heart. So much so, that all he wanted to do was leave the room. His subordinates were ready to go as he expected, little needed to be said, and so nothing was. Surrounded by the finery of the making of the 41, he opened the gate and left Nazarick behind again. They appeared in the same place from which they previously departed and began to make their way toward the mountains of the dwarves. Being away from the place of guilt did wonders for his spirit, not to mention being surrounded by nature in a way that was impossible in his native world. Memories of home, however, were weaker than before. Little was reflected on, except for those bright memories of his 40 friends. After hours of hiking over high hills and through thick woods, they emerged onto an open plain from which the view of the mountains became crystal clear. The luminous light of the early day glinted off the dew of the grass, making the field appear to be a carpet of diamonds glinting in the day. The gentle breeze caressed his body, though concealed as he was, he barely felt anything on his skin. Ainz glanced behind him at Demiurge, he searched the archdevil's face, and asked himself, what am I looking for in him? It wasn't long before Ainz realized it. He was searching for wonder, awe. Does he marvel at the beauty of this world as I do? Lupus Regina greatly enjoyed the outdoors, and even made friends, inasmuch as she is able to, could he? Demiurge was designed to be the pinnacle of evil, after the cruel CEOs who wrecked our world, but also loyal to his own, cunning and ruthless, a devil through and through. Can someone like that take pleasure in this existence? Ainz, however, had looked too long and Demiurge was not the sort to miss the eyes of his master, even masked, falling on him. "My lord, can I serve you in some way?" Demiurge's tail lashed at his back, but his crystalline eyes revealed nothing, nor could they. His voice was smooth as a knife's edge, of a slightly higher pitch, and without any hint of hesitation in anything he said or asked. "No. No, Demiurge. I was just thinking, how do you think your creator would see all this?" Ainz asked and resumed his walk on the long dirt trail as Emperor waved back at them, indicating it was safe. "My lord, I don't understand, forgive my feeble mind, could you please explain?" Demiurge's mouth closed tightly to await his lord's answer. No, of course he wouldn't understand that question. Ainz thought and asked instead, do you think he would enjoy seeing a world which looked like this? Would he appreciate it, regard it as art, or just a thing to be built on and used? As they resumed their walk, Demiurge looked down at the dust and dirt, folding his hands behind his back as he took up position at Ainz' left side. "My lord. I would not dream to speak for the mind of a supreme being, but if I may offer my own opinion. Lord Ulbert helped with the baths and the lake, and when he helped with the baths, integrated nature into the workmanship. I believe my creator would have seen this, found it good, and chosen to use his incalculable genius in such a way as to use it without destroying it." Ainz brought his white-gloved hand up to his chin and stroked it while the stroll went on. "That does sound like Ulbert, but is it also?" Ainz hesitated, gauging more about the dangerous archdevil meant for roundabout questioning, and some things could only be sought head-on, your view. "I do as the supreme being's command of me," Demiurge replied. "And if you were allowed to follow your own designs for this world, if I had not remained and you had instead, along with Nazarick, have been sent here alone?" Ainz asked. "The kingdoms of this world are many and destructive, without the supreme will of our lords. Of course I would bring down the kingdoms of the many races and put them under one rule, then the world would be better off, break down their numbers a great deal." Demiurge went on and on, detailing the ways in which he would have punished the leadership of the nations and kingdoms for their existence. As he watched the archdevil and listened to him, it was like hearing one of Ulbert's rants about the corrupt being in charge. They get all they do, and what do they do? Bring destruction with it. They ruin everything, all the time, everything. They'd call it a modest proposal to use our blood to lubricate their machines. He was all but seeing the top hat wearing, goat-headed avatar of his friend smacking the table and the zero damage indicator appearing. Nostalgia swept over him as he listened to the horrors Demiurge would inflict if he were given leave to do so, and yet for all that nostalgia, the unbridled torments the archdevil intended were gruesome and gory enough to prickle every one of Ainz' instincts. The horrifying realization hit him. Demiurge intends to do this to humans. I am human, again, for now. I could defeat and escape from him with relative ease. But if he does not accept me, he will never stop trying to destroy me. Other than Albedo, if there is one whom I must remove. It is the one in front of me now. Could I do it? Could I really kill Albert's son to save myself? Ainz asked and his fingers twitched inside his gloves. He folded his hands behind his back and clenched the outer fist tight in the palm of the other. He was so lost in thought while Demiurge went on that he almost didn't notice when Zenbrew stopped walking. The lizardman was looking toward the mountain right enough, but though it loomed as only a mountain could, he stopped walking toward it. The reason why became evident a moment later when Ainz stopped. The path branched in two directions. "You are lost?" Ainz asked him, and the lizardman hung his head and said, "Forgive me, my lord. It's been years since I've come this way and I just don't recall exactly which way I went. Give me a few minutes, if you please, I will recall, I'm sure." Demiurge was clearly agitated by the request, expecting a supreme being to wait. The archdevil trembled with outrage until Ainz held up a hand. "He was not created as you were. Had he known he would one day come this way again, I'm sure he would have made a point of remembering." Ainz consoled the lizardman, who nodded rapidly under the wave of malice that seeped off of Demiurge. "I can help you remember," Ainz offered and made a point of keeping himself as the focus of Zenbrew's eyes. "I can look through your memory. It is a painless process, though I haven't got the most experience with it. You should be fine." "As you command, my lord. If my body is yours, so is the rest of me," Zenbrew replied, and the malice of Demiurge vanished like a fog blown away in the wind. "Then be seated, relax yourself, and I will begin," Ainz instructed, and Zenbrew did as he was commanded, sat himself awkwardly on the dust, closed his eyes and took a deep, slow breath. "I am ready, my lord," Zenbrew said at last, keeping his eyes shut to receive his lord's magic. Chapter 117, Chapter. Memory turned out to be a tricky thing. How long ago was this? It will be easier if I know when it was. 4 or 5 years ago, my lord. Zenbrew replied without opening his eyes. "I see, simply stay relaxed," Ainz instructed as reassuringly as he could, and the lizardman then shifted a little uncomfortably, clearing his throat. He waited. With the spell in full effect, Ainz began to sort through the mental fog. Everything was a blur, everything was confusion, a grey mist surrounded Ainz. If only I'd had practice with this. Ainz thought with embittered frustration. The more recent memories began to come into view. Is that what I really look like? He asked himself when he got to memories of seeing himself. In Zenburu's memories, Ainz saw himself much taller than he appeared to be. If I were more experienced, could I shift the view to something closer to the truth? Am I seeing only his perceptions? Or is that all memory is, imperfect perceptions? I have no way to test it, and this may be important one day. Ainz sifted further. As he did, the deeper he went, the thicker the grey fog around them became. Even drawing closer in his walk through Zenburu's mind, the memories themselves became somewhat fuzzy. Curiously, his meeting with Zaryusa stood out a great deal, the fight which killed him. Zaryusa seemed much taller and broader than Ainz knew him actually to be. So perception influences memory. I should have expected that. Ainz made a mental note and moved deeper into time. He felt himself all but sprinting past images. Village life among the lizardmen was fundamentally dull, but it was oddly tranquil. A brief morning common meal, time on the lake in their little boats, some combat practice, but otherwise just enjoying life. Almost like a vacation. Ainz mused, live, fish, eat, mate, raise children, die. Though the lizardman tribal war proved a brutal thing. His tribe lost a third of their numbers. What must that be like, those you grew up with, and then so many missing faces all at one go in just a few weeks. What he did next left a feeling of wrongness roiling in his gut. He watched Zenburu go out onto the lake in the middle of the night, dive into the water, and wail beneath the placid surface where none could hear his pain. Was he going out to end his life? The question hung in his mind, but guilt over invading his privacy farther than he should have gave Ainz pause. He couldn't bring himself to look further. But if Zenburu was typical of the lizardmen, and in this sense it seemed likely, no wonder they embraced me so quickly. Even if they defeated the frogmen, they would have lost another 30% or better of their numbers. Perhaps they would have lost so many that they would have been doomed. One more such Pyrrhic victory and they would have been lost. Pity swelled for the lizardmen. To lose so many of their comrades, a terrible thing. Focus, Ainz, focus. He told himself and pushed deeper into memory. Finally he found sight of Zenburu leaving a mountain entrance where two dwarves stood guard. Found it. He moved somewhat deeper into time. Drinking. Lots of drinking. Dwarves, all of whom seem to look alike, are they actually like that? Or is this also perception? The dwarves at least seemed to like their beer a great deal. They were also notably big on beards, with every one of them seemingly having a thick one that went down half their bodies. Do they have no women, or do their women also have beards? Idle curiosity and unimportant, but it was a strange thought to have. Finally he found the moment Zenburu entered the mountain, and the fog of time thickened, the vision weakened, until at last Ainz found himself looking at the fuzzy, fog-shrouded outline of Zenburu at the fork on which they now stood, and the direction he took, to the right. Ainz cancelled the spell, and found himself back in his own mind again. I am finished, you may rise, Zenburu. I have what I need. Yes, it's this way. Ainz pointed down the path, and Zenburu gave a nod. Yes, that feels right somehow. My lord must be correct. The lizardman stood up, stretched, and resumed the long steady walk back the way he'd come years before. Now settled in, and briefly distracted, and perhaps enamored with some of Zenburu's more pleasant memories of daily life in the village, Ainz began to hum a traveling song of the sort once used by Albert. It was an almost bouncy little song torn from the pages of a favorite fiction Ainz no longer recalled the name of. The mountain drew closer and loomed larger with every passing hour, the long walk gradually bringing them to the point where they were at last in its shadow. The terrain became craggy, more grey and less green. For 3 days they went that way, pausing at night, returning to Nazarick. And every morning, Ainz awoke from dreams of Albedo's body entwined with his own, with guilt just piling onto guilt. Finally they ceased to walk straight ahead, a long steady path curved upward along the mountain ridge. The great stone that jutted up from the depths of time, obscured the sun as they ascended, jutting crags on the long winding path that must have stood for countless ages, and yet somehow looked as if they would topple over to crush the lot of them at any moment. The wind began to pick up, to howl and become cold as ice. Zenburu began to shiver. And it was then that Ainz stopped, and felt profoundly foolish. I neglected to think of what taking him out of his natural environment unprotected would be like. I could cast a spell to warm him, or draw an item from my inventory, but perhaps this is far enough for him. At this point we're on a path directly to an entrance. We can do without him now. Since I'm a human they shouldn't have the same bigotry that I might experience if I were coming to them as one of the undead. That settled it. Zenburu. Ainz said, stopping in his tracks. The lizardman turned around and seeing the way his lord had straightened up, sensing eyes focused on him from beyond the mask, he knelt. My lord. Zenburu asked, his entire body shivering with cold in an altitude high enough that snow was clearly visible on the peaks. Ainz, in his moment of panic, could within mere minutes of flight, to escape the pressures of his duties and do something as simple and absurd as taking fresh snow for a homemade snow cone. Ainz improvised as fast as he could, grasping the quickest excuse he could come up with to get rid of the lizardman without seeming like a bad boss for making him needlessly suffer this long before noticing the discomfort. You bled for your people and froze for me. You have done enough. I permit you to rest within Nazarick as a reward for good service. I will send you back to your people when I return. Zenburu shivered again, but this time with more excitement than discomfort. My lord. I will grind myself to the dust for you if he began, but Ainz raised the white-gloved hand. For now, you will rest, relax and enjoy yourself. Happiness is the reward of loyalty. Ainz promised, and summoned a gate for the lizardman to pass through. Inform whatever maid you see on the other side of what I have said here today. Ainz added, hopefully they will take that to heart and let me give them more time off. He didn't consider that very likely, but maybe. At once, my lord. Zenburu stood up, bowed, and passed through the gate. Demiurge, let's make the rest of this journey alone. It looks like we're nearly there. Ainz said and looked at the winding path that curved upward along the mountain slope. Yes, my lord. It appears so. Demiurge replied, and they resumed their walk to the peak with only the howling winds for company. Chapter 118, Chapter. The howling winds might have covered words, but they did nothing to cover thoughts which billowed about through Demiurge's mind with the same whirlwind force that they struck and carried aloft the tails of his lord's white wizard's robes. My lord has been behaving so, oddly, lately. Ever since his return from Karn, or before that, perhaps before the last day. Demiurge asked himself that question, and then his prodigious mind began to rush back to the beginning. To the very day of his making, and when first setting eyes on the Creator, Lord Ulbert. Lord Ainz was, in his mind, the bridge between the good of Lord Touchme and the serene evil of Lord Ulbert Alan Odal, the apex of both, the master of the tomb. And yet somehow it seemed who and what he was since coming to this new world, seemed different. It's like he feels something for the animals here, the various sheep, granted some few have the right attitude, and yet still that can't be why he graces them with such mercy. Can it? His demonic heart was lost in the chaos of his inner life. Not least because, Lord Ulbert, where did you go? Did I fail you somehow? Did I let you down? Was I not good enough? Was I thrown away like the others? Did I not perform as you wished me to? That string of thoughts tightened itself around the black heart within his breast, and it was only that one among the 41 remained behind to see them to their end. How his indomitable majesty managed to save their creations is something my feeble mind will never understand. Reverence for the one who stayed was one of the horses on a chariot team, beside that one ran his doubts about his worthiness to serve, born the day Lord Ulbert said farewell and disappeared. Beside that one lay his ambition, I will prove that I should not have been abandoned. I will devote myself to the last service of the supreme beings, if I give to him the world. Perhaps my father watches me. Perhaps he still cherishes his son and waits for me to make him proud. It was a possibility, a dubious one, a doubtful one, but the mere possibility kept Demiurge, the mighty archdevil, up late on more nights than he would have willingly spoken of to anyone. Yet in front of him was the last of the team of 4 horses, Lord Ainz, who remained, trusting in all his servants seemingly without question. Never will you doubt me. I won't let you down. His zeal to prove himself to the vanished Ulbert, his grand creator, was matched by his zeal to serve the last creator to remain. The one to lead all the supreme beings. And yet Lord Ainz was being strange. It wasn't one thing. It was many little things. As the undead lord who unleashed his aura of despair, he seemed to stand above all. Even now, he still had something of the divine about him, and yet the little things, the shake of fingers, the total concealment even of his face behind the mask, why? The struggle to comprehend this led to blasphemous thoughts, things that he dared not even imagine in his wildest of dreams or most confounding of concepts. In the end Demiurge found comfort in one thing. It is simply all according to his 10,000-year plan. That knowledge of the Supreme Being's great masterpiece woven over the tapestry of time filled the archdevil with excitement that transcended and consumed all anxiety every time questions raised themselves in ways he dared not entertain for long. Demiurge? Ainz asked without looking backward at him. My lord. He asked with a voice of trepidation at the muffled voice of the king. What am I to you? Ainz asked. I don't understand, my lord. Demiurge said, raising an eyebrow and holding his shaking hands behind his back. Though not affected by the cold, such an intimate question shook him to the core. Am I merely your king? Or am I more? To a child, a father is a provider, a protector, a steady guide, a disciplinarian, a confidant, a teacher, many things. Aura is a sister to Mare, but also his confidant, his friend, his comrade, and a guide he listens to. So, what am I to you? Ainz clarified his question to the archdevil. My lord, to answer that question in full I must ask a moment's thought for my feeble mind to answer you best. Ainz gave a quiet nod, and that left Demiurge in quiet reflection as they rounded the bend and ascended the mountain further. As they went around the bend they both briefly paused upon seeing something unexpected. Ainz raised his hand to stop the archdevil in his tracks. That, he said, looks to be an entrance, but an abandoned entrance. No guards, fallen snow not moved aside, be on your guard, Demiurge. Ainz ordered. My lord, allow me to go forward first and check for danger. Demiurge hastened to say, and when Ainz' warding hand came down, Demiurge approached. The double doors were broad and carved in a very simple way with simple block patterns etched into a solid stone. These blocks were patterned to look like stacked columns that widened into wider squares at the top and bottom. The stone itself was gray and likely granite, clearly carved into the mountainside itself. Around the wide gate were great crags that jutted out like teeth from a terrible maw, and from above the once distant snow fell freely. Demiurge stood in front of the door and put his hand on the surface. The smooth carvings were cold as the icy mountain, but other than their artistry there appeared to be nothing special about them. Nothing, except a very mild seal enchantment. Sealed with no guards, nobody was planning to come this way again, not for some time. Demiurge found that reasoning to be simple enough. There was no evidence that anyone passed in or out of the gate at all recently, and come to that, no evidence that the trail was being maintained either. Scattered stones would have been swept aside by carts or travelers. Even a race who prefer to stick to their mountains won't cut themselves off completely from the outside world. Trade was always a factor, so if not through this gate, then where? And why abandon a gate like this? Demiurge? Ainz asked. The archdevil looked over his shoulder. It is sealed with magic, my lord. Yet the magic in question is unique. It isn't the standard enchantment. This is an example of runecraft. You can break it, I assume? Ainz asked rhetorically. Easily, the runes comprise a puzzle which require knowledge, but I can break the seal with my own power easily, or simply shatter the gate. It is only granite after all. Demiurge responded with a derisive snort. Then do so. Ainz commanded. Drawing back his hand, Demiurge punched the gate. The sound of shattering granite was like thunder over the mountainside and echoed all the way down to the valley below. Chunks of broken stone hurled within and smashed into yet more, smaller pieces as they cracked against the stone. Good work, Ainz said with a sharp nod. Now let's go visit the dwarves. They then stepped inside, allowing the mountain and the darkness to swallow them both whole. Chapter 119, Chapter. Being engulfed in the darkness was no issue for Demiurge. If anything, it was quite cozy being so surrounded by stone that one was nearly encased in it. But behind him he could feel his master's slowed steps. Does the mountain not please you, my lord? Should I destroy it for you? Demiurge asked, but Ainz answered that with a shaking of his head. Being a high-level human meant his eyes adjusted very quickly to the darkness, but it wasn't perfect or instant. Ainz quickly covered for the hesitation. It isn't that. I'm merely noticing something odd. My lord. Demiurge asked. His heart did backflips in his chest. A chance at hearing one of his lord's insights was invaluable. Ainz put his hand along the stone wall and began to trace it, searching for something to cover his words. He bought time by asking, dwarves do not see in the dark perfectly, do they? Demiurge shook his head at that. No, not to my knowledge. Then he gasped, brilliant, Lord Ainz. How could I have failed to grasp that this whole area has been completely abandoned? Ainz coughed into his hand. What? He caught himself before he asked the question and instead said, show me what you have learned. Speaking as if he were a teacher to a student. Since the dwarves have little wood and we see no evidence of coal burning, they must use some form of magic to light the tunnels, but there is none here. If there is none here and the gate was completely sealed, it means they took whatever magic items they had here with them. They then abandoned the area completely, though why? I do not yet know. Demiurge said and touched the wall in the same way as his lord did. Please be pleased. Don't let me disappoint the last of them. Whether it was a plea inside his own mind or a prayer to the godly father that had abandoned him, even Demiurge himself was unsure of what the thought really was. He kept his face serene as he spoke and waited for his lord to answer. Yes, very good, that's it exactly, Demiurge. Well done. Ainz praised the archdevil. Continue then, if we follow the path, as this is a mountain we must eventually find the dwarves themselves, assuming they are still alive. It was only a few years, my lord. Is it really likely that they were wiped out since Zenburu's last visit? Demiurge asked, but his master only shrugged. Who can say? Ainz finally added, and they went deeper into the long cavern. The walls were not at all smooth, but they had clearly been cut back a great deal and widened to allow groups to pass through. This is not the tunnel that Zenburu saw. There's no way. For that matter, his winding path didn't seem the same either. The entrance was much smaller, but I can't go back. Ainz was now absolutely sure that whatever way they'd come, it wasn't the way Zenburu went when he was here. My own lack of skill with memory reading did this. I need a subject to practice on. Who knows when this might matter again. Ainz resolved, and allowed Demiurge to remain in front. The path carried on for what felt like hours. The stale air of the cave blew gently, but with the gate smashed at their backs, the temperature dropped by at least a few degrees. No one came to inspect the sound of the crash, however. Either they have no guards or they're really bad at their jobs. Nobody would have missed that racket. Ainz felt his pulse start to race, a mix of natural fear and excitement blended together in his heart while he drew deeper and deeper into the heart of the mountain until he heard the vague noise of shouting and saw a light source reaching the wall around a distant corner. Immediately and without even thinking, both cast the same spell. Signless. Thus disguising their presence, scent, and sound from detection. Worthless layabout. It's fine to be lazy if you're strong, but you're simply too weak to get away with it. How are you supposed to represent frost dragons in battle if you have to waddle to get there? Ainz flinched, and immediately disliked the speaker. Whatever the race, he recognized the denigration from parent to child. You can't spend all day in there reading books. Get out, grow strong, bully some Quagoa or even go frighten some dwarves. Work those worthless wings and flap up to the sky. How will you protect any treasure you get if you can barely move? How will you even get treasure? It was a rough, roaring sort of voice, far louder than the one in response. It was enough, however, to draw Demiurge and Ainz to a standstill and listen. Father, knowledge is its own strength. A thunderous echo reached the pair in the tunnel, the sound of a backhand striking a face, a great thud as the one struck fell down. How is that for strength? What good did your books do you then? Did they shield you from pain? Did they teach you how to stop me? Did they do anything but provoke me to strike your face and knock you down? They certainly didn't cushion your landing. The sound of scraping claws over stone and heavy breathing carried to where they stood, secreted well out of the way and unable to see around the corner, they could still tell what happened. The one hit was dragging themselves up to their feet again. They taught me that you're wrong. The dwarves built this great library of knowledge, they made this city you're so proud of. We just occupied what they built, we made nothing ourselves. Who is really strong there, father? We need them, they don't need us. The voice was smaller, but still defiant. Another blow landed, and the cracking sound was worse, as was the sound of the thud which followed. There was no sound from the smaller voice after that. Silence. The bigger, rougher voice sounded again, it was almost like it was spitting for a moment. Foolish young boy, you're not only no dragon at all, and you're no son of mine. A disappointment, knocked out by a single blow, lie there and think about this in your dreams. Neither Demiurge nor Ainz moved a muscle during that time, the sound of the retreating heavy steps shook the stone ahead of them, and finally Ainz used a message spell to communicate with the Guardian. We're going to see the unconscious one, he seems more likely to listen. Gladly, my lord. Absolutely gladly. Demiurge answered before the spell died and they emerged out into the open. Chapter 120, Chapter. Minutes later, Ainz and Demiurge found themselves staring at a rather fat-looking young dragon. Frost dragon, judging by the pale blue coloration, and I suppose they have that extra fat to cope with the weather. Ainz reached out and touched the unconscious creature at the shoulder, though obviously very young it was still several times more massive than Ainz himself. With a large head that reminded him vaguely of a Doberman, with a bony crest, broad thick shoulders and though its body seemed squat at a glance, it did have a fairly lengthy tail. The creature was also injured. A cracked jaw at the very least. Around them lay a city that seemed entirely empty of life, and was definitely not intended for dragons. The buildings were uniformly carved out of solid stone, lighter granite and darker stone that might have been obsidian. Most noteworthy was that the buildings themselves, including the roads, were all carved out of the mountain itself and into a tiered structure that rose up like a pyramid. What do you make of this city, Demiurge? Ainz asked of the genius. Demiurge looked it over with his tail lashing at his back. It isn't Nazarick, but, my lord, the dwarves must be excellent craftsmen. They clearly put abundant thought into the organization and management of this place. The construction maximizes living space for the population without needing to take up a great deal of open ground, and they use the open spaces above ground level very effectively. For a lesser race, they use what they have quite well. It was high praise from the Archdevil, and yet Ainz had to correct one thing. Demiurge, I remind you that we are here with peaceful intentions, so behave with respect to our hosts, even if you must act the part. Conceal your contempt and don't say such things in front of them. Willing obedience is always better than forced obedience. Demiurge stiffened, his tail froze as if caught in ice. Of course, my lord, I understand. The Archdevil kept his face serene, and yet as his master's plan unfolded in his own mind. Of course. How foolish of me. How could I not see that this was his plan all along? I can't fail him. I must show I understand. He gave a half bow with a hand over his heart. Of course, my lord, I comprehend a fragment of your master plan now. How foolish of me to not realize that was your grand design. My grand design? What is he talking about? Ainz asked himself in a panic that forced him to put his back to Demiurge and pretended to look over the unconscious dragon youth. He recovered quickly. You understand it then, the plan? Ainz asked vaguely as he could. Yes, a fragment only, but still, that inch in your endless ocean of knowledge, I now understand. Demiurge replied with a proud smile spread over his slender face. Good, then. Ainz scanned the area and pointed to an open door. In there, I presume the young one came out of that room. Drag him back inside, we'll converse with him then. At once, my lord. Demiurge replied, and as Ainz headed toward the double door, Demiurge grabbed the unconscious dragon's tail and dragged him inside. The sound of claws scraping along the floor was the only noise other than their footsteps for several seconds as they entered the room. Demiurge yanked the dragon forward, sending the bloated body of the monster sliding steadily forward until he came to a stop at a wooden wall full of books where he hit with a relatively soft thud. Meanwhile Ainz shut the door behind them both. The unconscious body remained a crumpled heap while Ainz walked over to it. With the thick stone doors closed behind them there was little risk of being overheard. But still, desiring some certainty of privacy, he removed a scroll of silence from his inventory and used it. The third-tier scroll was barely worth anything, but still he felt the pang of parting with the magic item as the blue flames consumed it to activate the spell. How soon before your farm goes into production, Demiurge? Ainz asked, and Demiurge had a toothy smile to flash his way. As soon as I return. There wasn't much of a criminal element left in Irantal, but there were some in prisons in the kingdom which we can easily acquire for labor and production purposes. The archdevil said with pride. Good, I don't want our scroll supply to be threatened. Ainz replied while he removed a healing scroll from his pocket dimension. Of course, my lord. I will redouble my efforts when we return. Demiurge promised. His tail lashing swiftly like an angry cat's at his back. Is he unhappy with our pace? Was that a warning that he might leave us? It was so difficult to get a handle on the mind of the last supreme being, but at least there was no cold sweat for now to give away his fears. See that you do. I have faith in your abilities, Demiurge. Ainz said, and at his back, Demiurge's heart soared. Ainz, however, could not see that. He stood over the injured dragon, extending one hand over the head. He activated the scroll. It opened, caught fire, and blue flames licked at his gloved hand. It roared without a sound and burned without heat until the scroll was no more. Instead, a gentle whitish blue light engulfed the creature and pulsed like a bioluminescent bug for several seconds. Under Ainz's own eyes, the jaw began to knit back together where it was damaged and the crimson blood that stained the surface of its ice-blue scales began to disappear. While the jaw hung somewhat open, it was clear a tooth had broken, shattered into a jagged ruin far different than the curved, knife-like teeth in the rest of his jaw. That injury too, despite being somewhat older, healed as well. I wonder how often the big one hits the little one, probably a fair bit. Now that the spell fades. Ainz watched the less than obvious take place. Other darker scales began to lighten as the spell's effects started to fade away. Thus, he suspected something unpleasant. Those were bruises that ran rather deep. Didn't they indicate that they were parent and child before? Ainz asked himself, recalling the conversation. That did definitely seem to be the case. A distinct dislike for the elder dragon settled into his guts. He tried to imagine himself acting that way, to imagine raising a hand to hurt his Shaltir, or his Albedo, or his Aura, or Mare, or Demiurge, or the other children of his friends. The very thought of inflicting injuries on them, it was rotten in his gut. Rot, bile, and sick disgust at the very idea. Thus imagined, a swelling of pity for the youngling at his feet rose up. Should I wake him, my lord? Demiurge asked when the spell faded to nothing. Ainz thought it over. No, let him rest for now. When he wakes up we will have many questions and many things for him to do. But for now he may rest peacefully. As my merciful lord commands. Demiurge said placidly. And, in silence, they waited. Chapter 121, Chapter. Hijinmal woke up to find something unexpected, and it was so very unexpected that for just a moment he was convinced, I have not woken up at all, this must be just another part of a dream. He blinked several times, first slowly, then rapidly. However, each time he opened his eyes, the unexpected things were there, staring back down at him in turn. Perhaps I'm dead. What was the last thing to happen? What do I recall? Yes, father was angry, again. He hit me, I fell, then nothing. The memory returned with its unpleasant quivering within his heart. Yes, I must be dead and these two are, who knows? I should ask. The young dragon thought. It made sense, there was no pain left in his body, no bruises, no broken jaw, if anything, I feel quite refreshed. He realized, and had to admit, being dead isn't so bad so far, and my father isn't here, so that's even better, but then why does the land of the dead look like my room? The two staring down over him said nothing, seemingly waiting for him to give some sign of intelligence or aggression. Excuse me, good sirs, am I dead? Hijinmal asked while his heart skipping a beat suggested that he wasn't, but two smaller beings leaning over a dragon made no sense in the normal world. No. You are definitely not dead. You were injured, quite a bit actually, but I took care of that. Ainz explained in a nobly sonorous voice, a male imitation of what he recalled the Draconic Queen used when addressing someone counted as a subordinate. I see, and I am a dragon. I didn't end up as something else in another world. Hijinmal asked and looked down at his limbs, then shook his head, neck and all. Never mind, that was a stupid question, who would ever think of anything other than a god doing that? He huffed and cold air spouted from his nostrils. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Ainz mused with a dry roll of his eyes while trying to ignore the proud way in which he felt Demiurge was looking over at him, with his back exceptionally straight and tail fairly bouncing with happiness. So, you healed me. I am myself, in my own home, so, are you not frightened of me? Isn't that the norm for small, two-legged beings? The dragon asked. Demiurge's reaction was such that it caught Ainz off guard. Mote of dust. He hissed and seethed while steam rose from his body between the fibers of his fine suit. A wave of killing intent sprang from his body to engulf the young dragon, bringing about the expected response. Hijinmal froze, his body felt stabbed by 1,000 waves of fiery lances. The small, slender two-legged man in a southern-style pinstripe suit with crystalline eyes seemed to grow to many times the size of the dragon's father. The sharp demonic face and features loomed inches away and promised death at the end of long suffering for another displeasing word. There was no other bodily response that Hijinmal could offer but the instinctive, reflexive one. His bladder loosened and he pissed on the floor beneath himself. The young dragon cowed like a whipped dog with his head to the floor. You will speak with respect to the supreme being in your presence, or the only noise to ever pass your lips again will be screams. Forgive me. Hijinmal said in a tiny, mouse-like squeak of a voice. Demiurge. The lesson is sufficient. Ainz said with a glance over at the archdevil. The killing intent vanished as quickly as it appeared. My lord. Demiurge replied, solicitous again. Forgive my servant, he is zealous about how I am addressed. Ainz said to the now trembling dragon. As expected of a mighty one. Hijinmal rasped out as he gave a fresh look over the pair. As all dragons did, he had a keen eye for value, and the clothing the white-clad figure wore seemed to put new meaning to the word priceless. A king, perhaps. Hijinmal wondered. I am the ruling monarch of the kingdom of Nazarick. You may call me Ainz Olgown. Ainz pulled kingly self-reference pose number 2, placing his spread-open fingers over the center of his chest and giving a very small quarter bow forward with the upper half of his body. I have come to speak with the dwarven kingdom but I seem to find no dwarves. Ainz pantomimed looking around as if there were nobody to be found, and it did the trick. This one is Hijinmal, mighty one, and thank you for healing me, which I also assume means you have no intention of killing me, so thank you also for that. As for the dwarves, they were driven away from here several years ago by the Quagoa and my father, mothers, and siblings, not so much myself, but still, I saw it happen. Hijinmal did not raise his head, but he did look up at the pair. The one in the white robes with golden trim seemed to be filled with an almost divine light, the most charismatic figure Hijinmal had ever come across. Every word and gesture was profound. Had he not been utterly terrified, he would have stood up and begged for orders. Could he be more charismatic? If so, the dragon could not imagine how. With overwhelming wealth at least, not to mention power, a deadly escort, and his simple presence, Hijinmal was on pins and needles waiting for instruction or to be called into the mighty one's service, his body shaking more with anticipation now than with his prior fear. I see, so they live, but they aren't here. Ainz breathed a sigh of relief as it covered his clearly wrong navigation. Yes, it is as you say, mighty one, but I know the way to them, and will guide you. If Hijinmal hesitated, they were looking at him intently. It was unnerving to feel watched from behind a mask, and through crystalline eyes. If Demiurge asked of the dragon, he watched the creature, fairly daring it to say a displeasing word. If you will accept me into your service. Hijinmal hastily replied. I can be of great use. I know everything about the Quagoa, and most of what you'd want to know about the dwarves. I've read all about their history and culture. I can lead you to their vault where my father and mothers and siblings are. You would betray your family? Ainz asked, pretending not to have heard the prior incident. Family. My lord, dragons are held together by bonds of strength, if we can be held together at all. My father has no love for me, his mates, or his children, we're just tools. What could be more natural than a child abandoning a family that mistreats them? If I had confidence in my strength I would have left a long time ago. But I'm weak as far as dragons go so. He hung his head, you saw what marks were left on me. I read with glasses, I love books, not fighting, my father is clever, but has no love of wisdom or knowledge unless it makes him stronger. He feels only paternally enough to have not killed me, but beyond that. I am nothing to him. Not to be spoken to unless I am being given orders. Hijinmal felt frankly self-pitying in saying what he did, but having never had the opportunity to say it, holding that all back was a bursting dam. Demiurge listened and felt the world open up beneath his feet as the dragon's life mirrored his own. To be a tool of the supreme beings was one thing, that was as it should be. But he thought back and tried to recall some indication of regard from the one he thought of as father, God, and creator all at once, and the last time he saw the mighty Lord Albert. The black heart of the demon all but broke in his breast. Only one stayed. How am I different in this state? Yes, I am different in body, but in this state. Where is my father? Where is he? Had I uttered Hijinmal's words as my own, what could I say to refute them? There was one clear and true answer. Nothing. And the abyss of the mountain's depths were as shallow as a puddle compared to the chasm that opened in the archdevil's breast. Chapter 122, Chapter. Ainz felt his collector's instinct rise up, tingling in his spine that led to chills and a hungry kind of avarice. Treasury. Who knows what might be in there? Of course I will have to deal with the other dragons, and those were powerful beings in Yggdrasil. But this world seems very underpowered. Caution must be exercised, but still, this is worth it. He thought, however, the temptation to summon the other guardians. No, I don't want to appear weak, especially not now, not before Demiurge. Demiurge's mind ran faster than it ever had before, the black abyss of his own singular fear, that he might fail the one who still remained, the one left to give their lives purpose, it seemed to speed his mind up. Like a rock in free fall. He began to make endless calculations about his master's designs and desires. Obviously he intends to rule the dwarves, they are valuable, but what of these Quagoa? His master, predictably, was several steps ahead of him. Tell me everything I need to know. Ainz said, and the young dragon quickly proved himself by obliging. My father wants to overthrow the frost giants and rule the mountains. For that, he gathered wives to produce children, and I, unfortunately, am considered a disappointment. But he believes in time that he can create enough of us to drive out the frost giants and secure a home for ourselves. Hijinmal explained that, and one thought sprang quickly to Ainz's mind. An army of dragons might be a problem. One rat is bad but easy enough to deal with, but a whole nest is something else again. My father dominated the Quagoa people that united under Pe Ryuro, and they act as his will, dealing with the business of gathering treasure and driving out the dwarves. They are their most hated enemies. Hijinmal spoke without hesitation. He might have even been called indifferent, but for all that calm, he never once removed his eyes from either his new master or the powerful servant who seethed with malice just buried beneath the surface. What is a Quagoa? Ainz asked. The race not existing in Yggdrasil was utterly unfamiliar. A short race about the size of a dwarf, a little taller maybe, slightly hunched with white fur, sharp claws and jaws. They're intelligent, but before Pe Ryuro, they didn't produce much. Their bodies get harder when they consume precious ores, so they used to fight each other. From what I learned from them though, their leader got rid of that old system and put ore distribution into his own hands when he forced their clans to unite. Hijinmal stopped when the white-robed figure was holding out a hand palm up. How many are there? Ainz asked. Perhaps 80,000 spread across the mountains, but they've been gathering here for a long while to attack the remaining dwarven cities. There are perhaps 100,000 dwarves remaining. Most of the Quagoa are already here. In a few months they'll make the last push and the dwarves will die in their last stronghold. Hijinmal said, and that brought Ainz up short. His hand slowly lowered, and he asked gently. When you say here, just what do you mean? They live just outside of this area, my lord. They're not allowed into this inner place, only my father and family come this way, but they're not even a half-hour's walk on 2 legs. Hijinmal said it offhandedly, and Ainz turned an eye toward Demiurge. Yes, of course, that's his plan. I have to show him I anticipated at least this much or he might be displeased. Demiurge's mind raced for a solution. Quagoa are less valuable than dwarves, but that ability, what if they ate prismatic ore, what if they were made to be loyal? Demiurge asked himself and turned a thought toward the dragons. Frost giants and dragons might both have their uses, but they must be humbled, both are too arrogant, thrown into dire straits. His master's plan became obvious, so obvious that Demiurge's heart ached with loathing that it took his tiny mind so long to apprehend his master's profound and deep thinking. Of course. Yes. Master, I understand your will. If you will go with Hijinmal, I will begin to settle matters here. Demiurge promised, and turning toward Ainz he gave a half-bow with a joyful smile on his face to disguise the pain that went with his pride. Ainz felt panic seize his mind. Plan. Will. What is he talking about? But Demiurge was plowing full steam ahead. You, worm. The archdevil pointed to the submissive dragon. I will put a delayed seal on your mind. When you leave this place, you will be forgetting I was with our master. You will not resist its placement. Demiurge gave the order and the dragon did not move at all as the palm of the archdevil went down to rest on the scales between the dragon's eyes. Aspect of the devil, forgotten sin, memory alteration. There was only the tiniest glow of magic, and it was done. That will hold just the knowledge he needs to have. If only I could work with memory as well as my lord did, to guide us to such a perfect place for his master plan. The frustration ate at the inadequacy the archdevil felt, but he held his peace. I don't feel any different. Hijinmal thought, but that was not nearly as concerning as the fact that the demon in front of him seemed utterly nonplussed by that fact. The touch had been almost gentle, barely more than the weight of an eagle's feather on his scales, yet from just a touch he could feel the overwhelming power that lay within the being. A caress might become the precursor to a new meaning of pain. Hijinmal knew it, and from the demon's crystalline expressionless eyes, somehow Hijinmal could sense that the demon knew that he knew it too. There are so many scary things in this world. That was the uniform lesson that Hijinmal gleaned from the books he read. The Greed Kings, the 6 great gods, and the others, all of them were vastly powerful and smacked around dragons the way adults slapped around children. You're going to see my father, aren't you, Lord Demiurge? Hijinmal asked in a tiny, squeaky voice. Yes. Demiurge remarked. Then can I ask one very small thing, for which I will be eternally grateful? Hijinmal held the plea on his tongue until the archdevil, more curious than anything, nodded his head without a promise. Hijinmal brought one talon up to his own jaw, recalling the last of the many blows he'd taken there, the cracks and breaks, repeatedly having it healed, and asked, whether you kill him or not, can I ask you to break his jaw before you're finished with him? The request felt supremely right to the archdevil, and in answer to the dragon's question he said a very polite, that can be arranged. Thank you, my lord. Hijinmal said with a semblance of serenity slowly coming over him at some small promise of revenge. Then turning to Ainz, Demiurge said, I suppose you will be taking your leave then, master. I will be with you in a few weeks. The panic in Ainz' mind hadn't diminished in the slightest, but it had shifted. How can I? No, I can't disappoint him, he doesn't know yet and this may make things easier. For a moment, a supreme sense of self-loathing overtook the man who once called himself Suzuki Satoru. If only I weren't such a coward where it counted most. He cursed himself, and stammered out, ah yes, of course you understand, Demiurge. I will see you soon. Then with that, Ainz looked down at the still prostrated dragon and said, show me the way. Hijinmal then rose up from the stone floor and led Ainz out of the room, leaving Demiurge to whatever his work would be. Chapter 123, Chapter. Hijinmal and Ainz walked out and remained quiet in their stroll for some time. Ainz couldn't help but feel a little bit claustrophobic within the hollowed-out segment of the mountain. The hairs on his skin stood on end as they walked through the empty city. It was quite beautiful, but notably the glowstones scattered about it seemed queerly placed. The illumination was haphazard at best, casting ample light in some places while being wholly inadequate in others. At least my vision is not seriously impacted. Ainz thought before finally asking as they came to an intersection with no illuminating stones at all, why is the light the way it is? I assumed these were for the dwarves' usage, but it seems so oddly placed in so many areas. When the dwarves fled the area they took many glowstones with them, but there wasn't time for them to take all, so some were left behind, my lord. Hijinmal replied, and they fell quiet again. Do you know what lies in the dwarven treasury? Ainz asked, trying to conceal the avarice in his voice. Hijinmal almost shrank to the stone beneath his feet again, his head at least, hung in apology. Nobody knows. One of the first things my father did was have me search for a list or inventory of materials within. I scoured the books. It was the only time he valued them as I do. But other than a few legendary rune-crafted items, some with 4 or even 5 runes, or stories told of more, but other than some specific gear. Nothing, no intact record survives in the capital city. Unless of course. Unless. Ainz asked. Unless it exists inside the treasury itself. Hijinmal answered the question and continued to lumber along. My lord. Hijinmal asked when they entered a more brightly lit area that revealed a long dark column that lay in the distance, a kind of dwarven highway, really just a narrow road wide enough for 2 carts to travel. Yes. Ainz inquired. It really is impressive what they've done, but I don't like the cold. Still, they've done an amazing job using every inch of space. The garden terraces, the well-laid-out cities, a biodome engineer couldn't have done better. What will you do with me, when you're done with what you came to do here? Will I go back with you, or will you send me elsewhere? Hijinmal asked. What would you like to do, if I gave you a choice? Ainz asked the big waddling dragon. I want to read more books. If I have a choice, I want to go somewhere to do that. If you have a place where I can do that, then I would be overjoyed to enter your service in that capacity. Hijinmal replied, his tail actually wagged, almost as a dog's might. I think that can be arranged. I will put you under my dark elf twins. Aura tames magical beasts and would be delighted to have your service. Mare is an avid reader. Serve me well, and there will be more books to read than you could read in 1,000 elven lifetimes. Ainz could make that promise easily enough, knowing that the library of Ashurbanipal was in fact a text file dump from every non-copyright book known to human history. Hijinmal began to trot, even skip, not ahead, but around Ainz. Would you like a ride, my lord? he asked with happiness overwhelming his heart. A brief flashback came to mind of sitting on Shaltir, but given that this was a dragon, his innate gamer and adventurous spirit took over, and when the dragon flopped down onto the stone, he climbed on. Books, books, unlimited books. Happy book time. Hijinmal's head bobbed back and forth as he went on in a sing-song way and began to trot ahead again with Ainz on his back. Willing obedience versus forced obedience. Ainz thought, and recalled the words of Punito Mo about a Western ruler. What was his name? King Richard the something. So Richard went off to campaign in Ireland, and as soon as he, the one everyone was afraid of, was gone, everybody rose up in rebellion and brought him down. He ended up dying of thirst, locked up alone in a room. Loyalty, love and loyalty. Fear has its place, but making myself a ruler revered by my subjects is the best way to ensure I rule no matter how strong I or others are. Ainz reiterated the lesson in his heart, and that turned his mind to Demiurge. He didn't get to answer me before, perhaps he avoided it. Does he suspect anything? Ainz asked, but he ruled that out. The looks he caught of the archdevil were closer to worshipfulness, though it felt like more lay there than was evident on the surface. This is the problem with the clever ones, you can never tell what's really true about their inner thoughts. Ainz sighed. His heart was aburst with affection for Albert's son, but it was impossible to be unaware of the inner darkness that lay within the Guardian. Ainz tried to remain neutral, but the horrific and brutal conflict between the lizardman and the frogman left its mark, the blood and brutality, the entrails, the screams of horror, the pain, the way the lizardmen rushed through the frogman home slaying everyone they could get a hold of. The retching feeling of vomit coming up was still fresh in Ainz's mind. To secure control I have to play these games. I can't be just a conqueror, but it's a sickening thing to do. I'll have to keep Demiurge under some degree of control however. If I leave it to him, who knows what he will do. It was easy to drift off into wayward thoughts. They passed through the long dark shadows beneath endless miles of stone sky. Occasional lights of glowstones cast their endless brightness over an area only to fade away to nothing minutes later when Ainz left them far behind. Shadow and stone with bits of light became repetitive, interesting as the architecture was from an aesthetic perspective, and what it told him about dwarven society. It didn't get him what he needed. Nor was it enough to occupy his mind. What plan? What plan does Demiurge imagine I've got? Since when has there been a plan? I just thought runecraft was interesting and useful as a product and wanted to gain control over it. Why must they always make me more than I am? His fingers shook so hard that he removed them from Hijinmal's back and balled them up into fists to rest them on his own thighs instead. Okay, think, Ainz. Think. First, we have to find some way to break it to Demiurge about what has happened. I have to minimize any harm he might do, without ruining whatever plan he thinks I have. I've got to form a friendly agreement with the dwarves. And I've got to do something about the Quagoa so they don't pose a future problem for me, or maybe even turn them into an asset. Okay. Great, now how do I do all that? You've got time to think about it at least. Ainz felt his fretting diminish as he laid out his objectives in simpler terms, and thought about the blessing of having time to do it. Distant problems were always easier on the mind than present and close ones. Then Hijinmal curled his neck around to look back at his rider. My lord, we'll be at the dwarven capital in a few hours. I hope my jogging for a little did not disrupt your comfort, but when you tensed up a few hours ago I assumed you were impatient. Ainz snapped out of his reverie. No. No, it's fine. He said with haste, giving approving nod number 2, a half nod toward the dragon's face. But within, despite forcing himself to relax, all he could think was, oh, great. Chapter 124, Chapter. Demiurge put himself beyond the sight of his master as swiftly as he could, but when he was out of range of sight, or sound, or scent, when he was sure that Lord Ainz could not be aware even if he had knowledge of it, Demiurge watched them go. A lesser being would not have known why the dragon's words had touched a nerve. But Lord Albert, my maker, desired a being of boundless ability, serene in evil to better serve their needs. Demiurge had never once cursed his nature, never once taken anything but pleasure in his own supreme intellect. But watching Lord Ainz disappear into the distance, it was an aching existential horror as if he watched his own maker vanish again, and knowing that wasn't what he was seeing made it no better. How one's own nature and knowledge created an inventive creature of torture, and now that nature was turned upon himself. He forced his body to turn around, to show his back to the vanished out of his lord and the new servant, and yet he looked over his shoulder, even held a hand out, shaking in the dark like one of the prey he'd acquired for scroll production. I can imagine 10,000 ways to succeed, why can't I stop imagining 100,000 ways each plan could fail? Demiurge gritted his teeth and lowered his hand, then turned away in full, ceasing to look backward into the dark that did not bar his crystalline demonic eyes. Ahead of him lay his destination, his certainty was absolute. Pompous beings place themselves at the center of their world, so he will be in the center where the capital lies. It takes a supreme being for the world to form around them on its own. He thought with smug pleasure. The walk was made more pleasant by the thought, and for the time being his grim thoughts and fears could be left behind. Nothing about the depths of the shadowy mountain troubled the archdevil. The silent buildings did not have the charm of terror-filled screams of pain. But what lesser beings would have called eerie silence was grave-like, and brought some comfort to the heart of the archdevil in its own peculiar way. Between the functional square stone buildings carved into the rock itself lay the widest road, and it was that road which Demiurge followed. There were fewer glowstones in this area than in most, which diminished the admiration Demiurge had for the innovative species' work. Their leaders were quick to flee. They had enough time to take the glowstones from this area. They may be useful craftsmen, but perhaps the Quagoa will make better troops once tamed. The plan was already shaping in the archdevil's mind. Each little facet of the stone world which surrounded him filled him with more ideas. The cool, stale air had a faint whistle to it as he passed by the more narrow alleyways. Left alone, it would howl endlessly, the only scream in a dead city devoid of life. That in and of itself was a curiosity. No rats, no bats, none of the creatures I would expect in a place like this. I think it very likely that the dragons have the Quagoa act as pest control, that or the Quagoa eat such creatures. He turned up his nose at the thought of eating such filthy creatures. I'll feed them better while I'm breaking them. He promised himself that as he spied the distant great double doors which towered over many buildings. Aspect of the devil, invisible tempter, thief of souls, Demiurge used his skills and hopped atop the walls. It was almost a skipping motion, hopping from building to building until he reached his destination. The sound of snoring, rough and not that far away, hit his ears. Good, they're here. Demiurge thought and stopped to appreciate the place he was about to break into. A massive building with a curious-looking mechanical lock on the front. There was a great double door which he had to crane back to see the top of. Overcompensating for something, are we, dwarves? He wondered and laughed a little, adding the noise of his amusement to the whispering stale breeze. He took a scroll from out of his pocket dimension, and used it. Perfect thief, he said to activate it. Blue fire consumed the hovering paper, and for a few minutes the archdevil had high-level thief skills stacked on top of the middling ones added by his imp class. The lock, already more interesting than problematic, was suddenly more like a cube meant to teach a child about shapes by matching objects to holes to fill it. His fingers worked it for a moment, it clicked, and the great treasures of the dwarves, guarded like a jealous lord's harem, were laid bare to him. He penetrated the untouched space, parting the door and walking within to see what treasures he could find. The archdevil expected to be disappointed, and he was. There were piles of gold, and copious sacred objects which faintly glowed with power. But not a single thing fitting for more than a middling Yggdrasil player. On the whole, he looked at this treasury as little better than a water closet. Absurd. To guard so strongly, things of such little value, and so little of it, other than their runecraft's unique properties, there is not much of anything worth bothering my master about. A bold statement to make if he had not seen Nazarick, for around the room there were stands full of armor of orichalcum and adamantite, there were enchanted swords, spears, and axes. There were chests overflowing with coins of gold and silver, wealth enough for any 10 common kings. But nothing of great worth in his eyes. At least they will make nice presents for Pandora's actor. He's not particular about what magical objects he touches as long as they're magical and he can touch them. There was one thing of note. Runecraft, the thing his master coveted. There were plenty of well-made runecrafted materials, and that was eye-catching because his master said it was. He could also see the one value it truly held above all else, even as a yet-to-be properly developed art. No resources, only time. What a stupid world, to not realize how valuable this is. If this is one of the talents, and runecraft-skilled dwarves are rare, perhaps we can breed more of them. Perhaps we can select them for their power. He wondered while picking up a long straight sword which had 3 runes emblazoned on it. A praise magic item. He cast the spell, and found it was enchanted for bleeding, burning, and pain. His opinion of the dwarves went up another notch. Sadistic. I like it. A little amateurish, but to make a weapon out of pain itself wasn't a bad idea. Summon evil lord of wrath. The smell of sulfur briefly filled the air around him as his summoned servant appeared. A being of stone and flame, nearly 9 meters tall with sharp dark stone fingers and flaming wings springing from his back, this was one of his most powerful servants. He was broad-shouldered, had a sharp-featured jaw, which when opened, revealed a maw of hellfire. From above his burning eyes 4 horns jutted and curved back behind his head. His thick, powerful pair of legs were as large around as a human body, and a miasma of evil surrounded him like an aura. But he was not enough. Aspect of the devil, dominance of the puppet master. Briefly the evil lord of wrath's eyes lost all sense of intelligence, the bright burning orange fires within seemed to fade. But then it burned bright again as Demiurge took control. He moved the body around a little within the treasury, knocking over a few objects, coins, gems, the clattering and tumbling of armor. He chuckled a bit more. The Lord of Wrath's body was stronger than his own, even if it was of lower level, it was purpose-built for battle, so it felt quite good to dominate and control the creature. His sharp ears pricked up a bit, there was a noise in the distance, something heard his laughter and the noise of the treasury. A few of the more delicate objects, such as cloth tapestries, seemed to have broken or torn. It doesn't matter, there is nothing here that is a match for the creation of a supreme being. Demiurge thought, and with his mood improved, his tail danced about behind him, the metallic sheen occasionally glinting in the light of one of the few remaining glowstones which illuminated the interior and glinted off the many shinies present in the long rectangular room. "What are you?" A voice came from out of sight. "You don't sound or smell like either a quaggoa or a dwarf. It's been a long time since I've seen a human, but unless they've changed, you don't smell like one of those either." It was a rough voice, crude, frosty. The claws of the beast scraped over stone, a lashing tail hit something of stone, the sound of a home becoming rubble echoed off the mountain interior. Demiurge sat down in the lotus position with his legs crossed and his arms calmly resting on his thighs, fingers touching one another where his hands came close to each other, and shut his eyes. His control was complete. The Lord of Wrath emerged from the treasury, and his booming, burning voice answered back. "I am Jaldabaoth, Demon Emperor, the hidden one of the dwarven treasury. I have been asleep for a very, very long time, and now..." A pause hung in the air. "I've woken up." Chapter 125, Chapter. "I hope my lord doesn't mind, but I've taken you by a somewhat longer route. We're close to the chasm now. There's a secret route that leads toward the dwarf kingdom's capital and lets us avoid the usual paths that the dwarves guard. I thought you'd like to avoid the usual fuss." Hijinmal explained and kept his head lowered as he spoke. "The dwarves don't guard a route to their capital." Ainz half exclaimed, the notion was as absurd as an unguarded guild base. "They seem to have forgotten it exists. I found a reference to it in one of their old books, but the quaggoa don't know about it, so they and the dwarves have been slugging things out elsewhere as a result." "You never informed your father?" Ainz asked, his dark eyebrow raised behind the mask. Ainz could not read the faces of dragons yet, but the voice of the dragon sounded much like a dejected child, and the dragon would not meet his face, though Hijinmal curled his long neck around to look backward at his rider. "The dwarves make books. I never wanted them destroyed." Hijinmal replied with a morose air. "All I want to do is read. My father thinks it's stupid to be obsessed with anything but strength. Being strong is important." Ainz responded tacitly. "I know, my lord," Hijinmal said as he trotted onward, his pace slowed as they spoke, though Ainz still rocked about atop the beast in a slow and steady rhythm. "But life is terrible as it is, and books helped me get away from that. I can't help but want to be inside those pages instead." Ainz felt his affection meter shoot up several times over as Hijinmal unknowingly described the reason Ainz himself began playing Yggdrasil. "That probably sounds foolish," Hijinmal mumbled, but Ainz laid a hand on the dragon's flank. No, it doesn't. Nothing lasts forever, and if you pass away having lived happily, are you worse off than if you pursued power and a life you didn't want and died unhappy as a result?" Ainz asked, and Hijinmal's eyes widened like saucers. He brought his head up closer to his master's masked face. "You're right, you are a truly wise king," Hijinmal said with reverence, which was rewarded with Ainz' white-gloved hand patting his head. "I'm patting a dragon's head," he cried inside his mind, his gamer happiness engaged to new heights. For the moment all stress vanished, even to the point that the aching wish for his friends to see this moment didn't ruin it. Hijinmal didn't seem to mind. He returned to watching the way ahead. If anything, there was a spring to his step that had him bobbing his head back and forth quite contentedly. "A king who understands me. My luck has turned." The young dragon thought with joy in his heart that filled him with energy of the sort he'd never had in his life. "You were saying before?" Ainz prompted, and that finally brought Hijinmal back to reality again. "Oh, yes, my lord, you'll see the long chasm. It's so deep it seems to go all the way down to the center of the world." "Has nobody ever ventured to its depths?" Ainz asked. Hijinmal shook his head and neck with vigor enough that it was remarkable it didn't break. "No, if there is any record of that, my lord, the dwarves have lost it. There have been many expeditions to the bottom, but nobody has ever returned alive. I've read about many hypotheses about why, but nothing going down there ever comes back up." It was just then that the chasm came into view, a great wide crag, like glass that had something dropped on it. The jagged crag was a bowshot's distance across, and if the interior seemed dark before, then the chasm made the understone realm appear to be high noon on a clear day in Re-Esteis by comparison. Darker than pitch, the inky depths were like an ocean painted black. His explorer spirit grabbed hold of Ainz and would not let go. "Stop," Ainz whispered. Hijinmal obeyed and Ainz looked back at the hidden route. In retrospect, it was little more than a broken-down cave hidden by rocks that jutted out at just the right angles to hide it on either side, and far away from any area anyone had any reason to travel. But the interesting thing was the chasm itself. He approached the abyss, his shoes slapping lightly on the stone, but there was nothing to stop the small echo other than the interior walls. "My lord, you shouldn't go too close, you might fall," Hijinmal said in a small voice. "I can use flight magic," Ainz said, but raised Hijinmal a notch in his loyalty meter for the concern. He stopped at the edge nonetheless and stared down into the abyss. The great crag held Ainz full focus. He took out a lamp from his dimensional storage, a worthless trash item from his beginning days, lit the candle within, and tossed it down the supermassive hole. He watched, the light pulsed back and forth, in and out from the central wick, the fire bouncing off the nearest wall, and shrinking more and more into the depths. He listened with care, even holding his hand beside his ear and leaning over the edge with his head tilted to one side. There was nothing, no sound. Nothing, if even, I can't hear the noise down there. How far down must it go? Ainz knew enough about geology from one of his guildmates to know that this was a truly ancient place even by geological standards. This may very well be as old as the mountain itself, and if things form at the same pace here as in my world, then this chasm may be millions of years old. His breathing picked up a pace at the sheer awe-inspiring moment of looking into the deepest depths to the invisible heart at the bottom of the world. One of the books I read said that it is bad luck to look into the abyss. They say if you look long enough, the abyss looks back at you. Hijinmal approached with several hesitant steps. If it does, I will make it blink first. My friends and I know what it is to walk an abyss, beautiful, majestic, deadly, and make it known, make it ours. Ainz said, and straightened up. I want to go down there, and do it again. My lord. Hijinmal shivered and shook his head. That would be too dangerous to do without an escort that can help you, and I'm useless for that. He eeped out in a very undragon-like way, and to that Ainz had to laugh. How old is he, to speak of something like that? How truly strong? Hijinmal asked himself, but could not bring himself to vocalize it. What lies beyond the mask? He dared not ask the question when the king approached him again. Ainz patted Hijinmal's shaking blue-scaled shoulder. No, I know that. But what an adventure it will be one day. Ainz said, not even realizing he'd already made the promise to venture into its depths until he had remounted Hijinmal and they were well on their way to the city again. When he did realize what he'd said, his conviction crystallized. Yes, exploring this is what my friends would want to do, and me too. How can I pass this up? He asked, knowing he definitely would not. Hijinmal, however, politely and subtly, put them well away from the edge of the deep gorge as they rode on, and the dwarven city finally came into view. Hijinmal, fly. We want to give a powerful impression here. Ainz gave the order, and the mount did not even think to question it. He spread his wings, flapped several times, they bobbed up and down in the air, and then began to go forward, his blue tail batted about in the air at his back, drawing them ever closer to the distant city walls. The light of glowstones laid into the walls came into view, going from little dots to a brighter, but still soft white hue. The dwarves on the walls went from invisible in the distance, to tiny dots, to moving people as they came into focus. And as he drew closer, they too finally caught sight of the dragon soaring toward their walls. Before Ainz could even shout toward them, all hell broke loose upon the walls. Panic seized their souls, fear consumed their hearts. And the dwarves cried out for salvation to whatever mountain god they worshipped, their stubby bodies rushing to and fro, while a massive bell somewhere out of view called all the city to face what they believed was a coming terror. Perhaps I should have remained on the ground. Ainz thought, and with a gentle push of his hand, he gave a subtle order. At the very slight pressure, Hijinmal took the hint and began their descent. Chapter 126, Chapter. Are you one of my servants? My memory, fuzzy still. Jaldabaoth hissed. Silence followed. I am Nazarick, ruler of the frost dragons and future master of this mountain. The dragon bellowed back, outraged by the suggestion he might be a servant. The sound of his coming picked up, the crashing became like rolling thunder over the sky of stone. Jaldabaoth waited, his hand on his head, he waited for the prey to come to him. When the frost dragon appeared, he towered over the demon, his scales a dirty icy shade, his wings on his back beat at the air to create a hurricane-like wind, and Jaldabaoth was unmoved. Yes. I remember, the depths. I came from the depths. I ruled this mountain until the rune scholar trapped me. Jaldabaoth shook with wrath, but now I am free. He began to laugh, striking a melodramatic pose, his wings out and arms stretched out toward the stone above. Free again. But, my army. His arms dropped down. Where is my army? Nazarick cocked his head, never having seen a demon before, he wasn't sure what they smelled like, looked like, or tasted like. But the creature under his eyes was clearly quite a bit larger than any other two-legged figure he'd ever seen. And a vague memory of hearing demons being described as fiery being stirred in his mind. If he says he's a demon, why argue with him? It's as good a label as any. The frost dragon thought, it wouldn't matter anyway, I will crush it. Father, what is it? His children and wives had, driven by their own curiosity at the unfamiliar smell, come to see for themselves. I must find my army, they too were confined by the great sage, tell me, Wyrm. Jaldabaoth looked up at the frost dragon, have you seen my Armageddon evil? Bring it to me, and you can be my mount rather than my rug. It should be here somewhere in the depths. Nazarick was torn between curiosity and raw, unbridled fury. He reacted instinctively, raking out the claws of his foreleg toward the insect that had dared call him a mount. Insect! He roared, and Jaldabaoth turned into a shredded pile of burning stone. Or should have. Instead, pain lanced up Alisar Dark's body when the hand of the demon caught him just beyond the base of the claw and squeezed. Impudent whelp! Jaldabaoth roared, yanked forward, then bringing his other arm across his body, he swung it out as Alisar Dark was yanked forward, and kept his promise to Ejinmal. He cracked the dragon across the jaw with the back of his hand and shattered the bone therein, sending the dragon toppling over with a thunderous crash into the stone. Pain lanced through Alisar Dark's body as the burning hot stone hand struck his scales and shattered the bones they protected. His mates and children looked on in horror, they scrambled back with the instinctive fear of the strong. I have to get back up, hurt this thing, kill this overgrown bug. I asked you a question, Big Blue Wyrm. Where is my Armageddon evil? And... He looked around seemingly confused. We are in a dwarven city, but where are the dwarves? Where are their Quagoa? I owe them both great pain. Jaldabaoth turned his back on the dragon, seemingly indifferent while the would-be ruler of dragonkind struggled to rise again. Fearing what might happen if the demon went unanswered, one of the others spoke up, Dwarves, they were driven off by the Quagoa, we know nothing of the scholar or the sage. Jaldabaoth looked behind him, his face was fixed, but his eyes reflected curiosity, the rune scholar, the inventor of that hateful magic, runecraft. And the great sage, the first great caster, how can you be so ignorant? It was an almost academic question, like a teacher baffled at the stupidity of a student. What year is it? Jaldabaoth demanded. What about my enemy, the source of sages, the kingdom of Nazarick, what about them? The dragons, as baffled as they were full of fear, traded expressions of confusion. Jaldabaoth stared at them as if waiting for the fog of stupidity to lift. Alisar Dark was on his feet then, and he told Jaldabaoth about it by way of a gust of frost breath towards the fiery demon. Jaldabaoth whirled on the dragon as it came close. Epu ent ul. Aya ol Irdak. Alisar Dark shouted incomprehensibly thanks to his broken jaw which hung limp and useless. To prove his boldness and strength, and by coincidence his foolishness, the towering frost dragon approached, his great height allowing him to look down on the flaming demon below as he hit the creature with everything he had. Jaldabaoth, however, did not linger. He shot forward faster than the dragon's eyes could see, his fist striking into Alisar Dark's leg at the knee and shattering it like glass. The dragon howled despite the broken jaw as he toppled. You're bigger than your power, Wyrm. Jaldabaoth wasted no time, he stepped on the dragon's leg and walked over top of him, making his way under the horrified gaze of the would-be ruler of the dragon's family until he reached the tail. He then grabbed it at the tip, and began to swing him about like a club. Stones shattered, homes became rubble, the thundering noise from before became like that of a raging storm that would never stop, swinging the dragon around, back and forth, shattering Alisar Dark's face into splinters from the sheer force of it all. Alisar Dark struggled and flailed with his limbs, but the force of the swing kept his entire body stretched out taut, the world of stone spun around him as he grew dizzy, his vision blurred as blow after blow against the rock broke more and more of his bones. He lost sight in one eye as an outcropping corner caught it and tore the eyeball from its socket. It fell with a plop, his remaining eye caught sight of the blur as the demon stepped on it, popping the big organ like an overripe grape as the father and founder of his clan became a club to be used against them. You do make a good club. Jaldabaoth remarked in passing, blue blood sprayed about, cast off like raindrops to stain the area around him. It was too much for the clan, and without his strength to compel their unity, his 3 mates and all their children were broken from their stupor and fled, leaving him to his fate. Jaldabaoth, seemingly bored with the use of the dragon as a club, grabbed the tip of the tail with both hands, spun him around a few more times, and flung Alisar Dark toward the stone above. The dragon body proved to be quite enduring, and between his innate toughness and the force of the throw, he shattered the mountain open. His broken body sailing far off into the distant night, Jaldabaoth stopped and looked into the great deep. No. It can't be. He bellowed out, why are the stars there? Why? The bellow carried off to be heard by the retreating dragon clan, and only when they were well out of sight and sound, did Demiurge pause his act as Jaldabaoth to congratulate himself. That will do. I'm sure my lord will be pleased with my opening act. Chapter 127, Chapter. In the heart of Quagoa territory, once the heart of dwarven territory, the mighty chief inspected their new harvest grounds. Lizards and other creatures tasty to the Quagoa were being raised in captivity for the first time. Revolution. That was the word he heard his people say sometimes as he kept husbanding his people's strength. With food of that sort, in addition to the diet of ores for strong children from capable families, the Quagoa grew stronger every year. Our numbers continue to grow. P.E. Ryuro thought with great satisfaction as he passed by one of the dwarf slaves that, clad only in rags, groveled when he passed them by to inspect another pen. This one had bats. Another with a small rodent species. Another pen held actual crops fit for growing inside of a mountain, a delicate moss that took only minimal moisture but turned out to be both tasty and nutritious. The more distant dwarves who tended the crops did not have to stop their work, but they did pause long enough to bow their heads. None of them had beards. Cutting those to shame them turned out to be more effective than I ever dreamed, much like the decision to keep the captives alive to work. It turns out that the humans were right. A good labor force is essential to progress. He mused but kept the thought private. Everybody believed these were only his ideas and his alone. As long as they believe in my infinite wisdom and foresight, half my power base is secure. He disciplined his mind again as his escort took him down the line. The stone road of the once great dwarven city passed between areas that once held houses. Now the buildings were gone, the walls leveled and turned on their sides to create perfect flat surfaces on which to grow crops and raise food. The pasture under the mountain was the next big project. In a few more months, sire, we'll have enough food to lay a full-blown siege on the dwarven capital. As soon as the last outlying settlements are broken on the other side of the gorge, only the capital will remain. We estimate that if we can keep them confined in their city for a period of 6 months, then they will start to starve. We aim to have 1 year's worth of supply prepared before that happens. Their steady feet fell with their waddling gait. At roughly 1.5 meters tall they were not big. Even P.E. Ryuro knew the truth that most of his people couldn't admit to themselves. As races of this world go, we are among the weaker ones, not much stronger than humans, and other than high resistance to cutting weapons, we're not greatly more powerful than dwarves. But we can still win, and we will. Even if we must submit to the dragons for now. Something had to be made of that, sooner or later. I need to have our people bred for resistance to breath weapons and tougher hides against claws, with that in our numbers. The chief thought and imagined his quaggoa climbing up the body of a dragon, prying open its scales and tearing its flesh out as it flailed while the things he looked down on devoured him like ants on an injured lizard. The open area had a clear view for a very long way. The shadows cast by captured glowstones were preferable to the light itself, but the slaves needed at least some light to work. So they granted them a bit, though it hurt their eyes enough still, forcing them to squint in the low light. About that, he did not care. Some buildings remained on the fringes, and the chief pointed to one of them. How full? They were the biggest buildings on the fringes, turned into impromptu granaries with preservation magic added to hold lizard meat as well as moss and other foodstuffs kept fresh for later use. Over half right now, my chief. The minor functionary replied and wrung his hands together, bending slightly forward in submission. His pulse throbbed with the hope that his chief would be pleased with their progress. Both of their bellies rumbled at once. Would you like to try some of our meat, my lord? The functionary asked. Yes, I would. He said, and at a clicking of his claws a dwarf slave jogged over and prostrated himself on the stone. This one begs to know how to please his masters. The dwarf half shrieked. The shaved-faced dwarf had a crisscross of scars on his face. Simply put, he wasn't starved, but he was marked with many scars that proved no magic had been used to heal injuries done to him. Broken, well and truly broken. P.E. Ryuro mused with satisfaction. The stumpy ones he kept had a mixed bag of treatment, but all had the rebellion snuffed out of them sooner or later. Food, lizards, be quick about it. The functionary replied, and the dwarf popped up to his feet and jogged away, returning moments later with a dwarven-made stone box holding many fresh, living lizards. The stumpy dwarf grunted and set it down before them, then prostrated himself before the masters to wait in silence while they ate. We'll sit, and take our time. A good meal shouldn't be rushed, and you seem to be doing well. P.E. Ryuro added, and a heavy sigh of relief escaped the subordinate. An hour later. P.E. Ryuro was salivating over yet another delicious squiggly lizard. It crawled around on his claws, its tiny legs carried it round and round the hand that rotated under it. The lizard reached the end of the furry clawed hand, jumped to the next one and the chief P.E. Ryuro of the Quaggoans began the process again. Always the same game, and yet I never tire of it. He thought as the little white legs scrambled along in a desperate bid to escape its fate. The legs were starting to slow. Not by much. But a little bit. Some of his saliva dripped past the gaps in his sharp maw and fell to splash on the little white lizard's back. Its milky eyes were useless so it had no idea why it was going nowhere. Blind. Blind to its fate. Blind to the game of its captor. The little lizard's tail wiggled. P.E. Ryuro traced a single finger claw over its back. The frantic lizard redoubled its efforts, scrambling on one turning hand after the other without ever moving an inch away from the hungry Quaggoan chieftain. Almost time. He thought. This one was near the record. 1001. He said in a hoarse whisper. 1002. He added as he rotated his hand again. The little lizard's tiny chest was pounding, its tiny head craned up on the neck. It could hear Ryuro breathing over him. A few feet away from the chief, one of his comrades plucked a wiggling lizard from a box, tossed it into his mouth, and closed his maw, killing the thing instantly. A leg dropped with a wet splat to the stone floor, but the rest of it slid down the other Quaggoa's throat easily. 1003, 4, 5, 6. P.E. Ryuro said and stopped counting. The lizard collapsed on its belly, its legs no longer moving, its chest pounding, but it could run no more. One more step, you wonder if one more step might have saved you. He thought and plucked the exhausted lizard up by its tail. It mustered one feeble wiggle, blessedly blind to the sight of the chief's teeth and maw. It still felt the hot breath wafting over it as it was lowered to be tenderly placed on the chief's tongue. With no more strength, it lay limp on the bed of flesh in P.E. Ryuro's mouth as the jaw closed, crunched into his limbs and rent his flesh asunder. Not even a single muscle moved as the taste of blood hit P.E. Ryuro's tongue and the limbs were severed. The little lizard slid down his throat into his stomach while still alive. It wiggled again, creating a little fluttering tickle in the chief's stomach. Then it stopped moving and did not start again. Delicious, he said and licked the flecks of lizard blood from his lips to savor every bit of flavor. He might have chosen to indulge in another, but the force of a hurricane wind hit him, nearly knocking him off his feet, and the shadows of the city under the mountain deepened. He glanced up and saw the impossible. Fear. Fear on the face of dragons that were descending to where he stood. His blood ran cold, and he could not look away. Chapter 128, Chapter. Ainz landed his mount, and then patted the flanks of the dragon. Stay here. Move as little as possible until someone comes out to greet us. Ainz gave the command, and Hijinmal replied with barely any movement of his mouth. Yes, my lord. They didn't have to wait long. Great bells and drums called the whole city to alarm. I wonder if they consider this to be night time or early morning. A minor curiosity of no importance, as he waited and waited while the guards on the wall doubled and redoubled. The stale air under the mountain was tense to say the least, the dwarves in their masses ready with weapons drawn, while Ainz sat on an overweight dragon just beyond the reach of any non-enchanted armaments, keeping totally silent. I wonder how long it will be before they send someone out. Ainz pondered. It was the more important question by far, compared to his last one. As an undead being, he was fairly sure he wouldn't care, or would have been bold enough to approach the walls himself. But in a human form, his innate shyness asserted itself at the moment of awkwardness. The dwarves Zenbur described were friendly. This seems less than that, though he arrived alone and from an expected path. What would I think if a stranger showed up flying on dragonback out of nowhere? Nothing good, probably. I should have told Hijinmal to take the public path, perhaps then I would look less suspicious. I can't criticize him for it, he was trying to please me. At best, I'd be a bad boss if I blamed him now after going along with it. Even if he isn't from Nazarick, I have to set a good example for the children of my friends. Especially Demiurge, given the things he said before. Ainz reprimanded himself in his own heart and decided to treat the awkward moment between himself and the dwarves on the wall as a punishment. A punishment for himself for not properly directing his subordinate, and not thinking about what lay on the other side of that decision. Still the strained moment just kept going. Avashi Terma, king of the elves, reclined in comfort while an elven woman with a grumbling belly fed him a grape he didn't really care about. Are you hungry, worthless woman? He asked with cold, cruel eyes turned up unfeeling to where she stood. She gave a tiny nod. Her once lustrous golden hair was now limp and had split ends. He could see every bruise on her body where he'd hit her before. He stretched out, his broad, powerful body lay over the purple couch with the lower half back that let him prop himself up to a half-seated position. How long has it been since you've eaten anything, worthless woman? The elf king inquired with seeming disinterest. 2 weeks, my king. She replied. It was likely longer, she was more waifish now. Elven women had become broader and hardier thanks to so many of them having at least some of his bloodline added to them over the centuries. Thus they often misjudged the length of time involved in their own suffering, thinking it less time than it truly was. A pathetic fraction of my power. If I want to rule this world, I need something better than these worthless ones. He felt his loins begin to stir. Then will you try harder? He asked of her, entice the king and try to bless me with a strong child. And I'll feed you again. This one had held out, if he was any judge, isolated in his palace without the light of the sun, or sight of the moon, for almost 2 months with no food. Her resistance to his advances when he chose her were almost cute. But starvation usually worked. And it did again as her mouth descended to his loins. She held out longer than the last dozen or so, maybe she'll produce something worthwhile. That made him think of the child he'd lost. The one taken from him. The woman of the theocracy, their trump card. The phrase made him laugh. She'd been tricked, captured, and he'd raped her until she fell pregnant with his child. The fight she'd put up hadn't been a bad one, but even so he made her into a mere broodmare. Until her rescue. His lips curled up in anger so fierce that he ignored the elf woman with her lips around his rod. The child is mine, they really ought to give her back. The woman was long dead now, and that was a sore point too. She should have given me dozens of children, such a waste. That made him think of the woman he now had, and his shaft was now ready for her. He wasted no time, she mounted him and did the frenzied mating act while he reclined and did nothing but wait and watch her body's desperate act. Her stomach rumbled again, and did several more times before he released. King of Ashiterma pushed her off of him the very next moment after it was over, sending her to land with a crumpled thud on the stone floor. Now get out, go and try to do something useful with my gift. As I am a generous king, I will summon you again, and again, and again, until your cycle ends. If you fail at your task, I see no reason to waste food on you. She looked up at him with absolute horror on her face. Starvation was a slow and painful way to die. Regret your stubbornness as you get out, he said, and slapped her as she rose to her knees, sending her tumbling to her back. The angry crack of bone and her sudden cry of pain suggested she was more injured than usual, but the yelp vanished. She scrambled to her feet and ran, leaving only tears in her wake as she was escorted back to holding by a pair of pity-filled guards. Chapter 129, Chapter. Chaos consumed the council chamber of Foger. Someone flew here on a frost dragon. They can only be working with the Quagoa. The Forge Master's meaty fist pounded on the table, his thick lips moved rapidly while he spat out the words. We should send out guards to drive him away or kill him. You say that, but he is only sitting there, outside of our reach but inside of our city, and he's done nothing but that. Maybe he wants to talk. He doesn't look like a Quagoa, does he? The far more amiable Minister of Finance pointed out while calmly stroking his thick dark beard. No. The Minister of War admitted. No, he doesn't. And the dragon doesn't look like one we're familiar with. Alisar Dark is supposed to be much bigger. This one, everyone says, is kind of fat. This may be an opportunity instead, a chance to form an alliance with someone else. After the initial panic, everyone on the walls has said they feel nothing like hostility. If nothing else, we need to know how they got around the Great Rift without anyone sending word to us. What if there is a hidden passage around it now? The very practical question had a sobering effect on those at the table. So we send someone out, ask questions, see what happens. This suggestion was well received at least. The dwarves nodded with sober appreciation for the needs of the moment for knowledge that they simply did not have. Fine, we send someone out, we talk to this one, see what happens. Their eldest member said with a grim-spirited smile, maybe our luck is about to turn, eh? A dragon comes to Foger and we're not even frozen or destroyed the moment it does. He let out a laugh that matched the grim smile, and a few of his colleagues let out hesitant and equally dark laughs of their own. Ainz watched the gate slowly open in front of him, not far, but far enough for someone to come out. Only one did, a dwarf in dark clothing that seemed to be of some sort of leather manufacture, but from what source was impossible to say. Not a cow, that's for sure. Ainz thought while he waited. The leather had a very fine shine to it, suggesting that he was quite an important figure. Or does it? How do dwarves dress? He tried to pick through Zenber's memories, but what people wore was especially hazy. The lizardman culture wears little to nothing. I suppose this indifference to remembering how the dwarves dress is a natural result. Ainz gave up on figuring that out, and he nearly dismounted from Hijinmal when he reminded himself, no, I can't do that. I have to get used to being a king. The dragon mount at least, had not forgotten. With the chats along the way, he knew enough of how to speak of his master, and with his head held high and neck stiff, that he loomed over the dwarf, he spoke. This is His Majesty, King Ainz Olgaun of the Kingdom of Nazarick. He has come to forge friendly relations of trade with the Kingdom of the Dwarves. The dwarf leaned back and craned his neck upward, his beard so thick and bushy that it was only the movement of his face that made it obvious. The rest of him was essentially hidden. I don't know that kingdom, he said. His back was stiff, his hands were at his sides, but at a glance Ainz felt the dwarf was defensive. Is it that he is immune to my high charisma, or instinctive fear of dragons? Ainz wondered, and considered it was probably a combination of the circumstances plus the dragon of a known enemy acting at least as a temporary debuff. The Kingdom of Nazarick is. Ainz drew himself up, clad in his white robes with their marvelous golden trim, richly dressed and bearing the aura of absolute authority practiced for so very many hours. He recognized he shouldn't say new. Great kings and kingdoms always stood on a foundation of their ancient legacy. So, he lied. Among the most ancient kingdoms of the world, once, long ago, all the world knew our glory, but, he tried to think, looking away as if remembering, and his voice filled with emotion. We put ourselves to sleep to dash. He stopped, trying to think of a reason, and he plucked one from a quest in the game, to guard against the return of great, destructive forces. We were awakened by the coming of invaders to our sacred home, and so we have rejoined the world again. He pointed down at the dwarf with a white-gloved hand as if accusing him. But you all forgot us. Emotion overloaded Ainz out of almost nowhere. It hit too close to home, to think of everything that he once loved in Yggdrasil, forgotten, cast aside, left to memory and dust, even the memory of his friends, and a wave of grief burst forth like a supernova. The rumbling of majestic power from magic more powerful than the dwarf speaker had felt in all his life, was enough that he fell to his knees and felt no pain under the strain of overwhelming awe. But more than that, was the passionate grief and compassion that was carried in that nova that spread from the center of the soul of the dragon-riding king. "I've never met a king, but if you're not one, I'll eat my helmet," the dwarf whispered as the wave of compassion and grief swept over the whole of the dwarven city. For once in his life, Ainz' confidence was as real as the heart in his chest. Over his home, there was never any question, not about what he was, only whether he deserved it or could do it well. But there was no doubt of his station, the burden he bore and which grew with each step forward. "I am a king. The king of Nazarick, and I have come with friendly terms to re-establish ancient ties with the dwarven people." He stopped and said, "But you are not doing so well these days it seems. If your nation is in need of help." A memory came to mind of a salesman he once knew who, on every call, pretended to be surprised to be speaking with an old friend from school. It made them instantly more friendly. They always played along even after forgetting him, and he was the only one to outsell Suzuki Satoru regularly. "Your people were beloved of my kingdom, once. Even if you have forgotten it," he turned his hand up so that the palm was out as if offering something to the dwarf. "I would extend that hand of friendship once again. I'm getting to be a better actor little by little." A few key phrases from the Draconic Queen really seemed to do the trick. Ainz mentally praised the foreign monarch while the dwarf shot to his feet. "Please. Come with me. At once, your majesty." The dwarf half shrieked the words with a mix of awe and excitement, his dour attitude completely wiped away. The guards opened the gates which groaned from the effort. The great double-wide barrier to entry became an open invitation. "Make way. Make way for the king of Nazarick." The dwarf shouted, "Send word to the council. Have a reception prepared at once. Make way. Make way. Make way." The dwarves seemed to respect the one who shouted, scrambling to attention and following his directions, and when the dwarf shouted, "Render arms," the dwarves bearing swords, spears, and crossbows snapped to attention, holding their chosen weapon vertically to the ground in front of themselves at the center of their bodies. In this way, under honors, Ainz entered the dwarven capital. That went well. Ainz thought, and kept his sigh of relief confined to his thoughts alone. Chapter 130, Chapter. The three concubines, as well as the sons and daughters of Alisar Dark, landed amidst the farms and spoke with trembling mouths. "Gather the Quagoa, all of them, our nest is lost, a demon has awakened." Ryuro looked up at the high faces of the dragons which loomed over him in the past like the clap of doom, and now he felt none of the awe he once did for those creatures. They were trembling, shivering, they reeked of fear. "I should be savoring this," he thought. But he did not. Because he was wise. If something exists that can terrify even dragons, what chance do we have? The Quagoa's greatest chief asked himself that question right away, and the answer came to him as fast as it had been asked. Less than none. But that didn't mean there wasn't knowledge he still needed. What happened? What demon? Where is Lord Alisar Dark? He said it far more strongly than he should have been able to, given the rising fear that set his body quivering enough that his fur shook more than the breeze alone allowed for. "I do not know." The eldest of the three concubines replied. "He fled." Ryuro couldn't have accepted that. Denial rose in his gut. The eldest son spoke up, "No. Father was defeated, and the demon threw him, very hard. So he hit the mountain wall and dash." Ryuro clapped his jaw shut when he was interrupted. "Went through it. He was thrown so hard that he hit the wall of the mountain, crashed through the stone. The demon threw my father into the air, and if he landed, I know not where." "Where did it come from?" "The great rift or?" Another concubine shook her head at the question. "No. We saw, the treasury door was open, noises were heard inside, Jaldabaoth spoke of being released from confinement. A sealed object, something." She shut her ice blue eyes tight. "It's all chaos now, but dash. The treasury, something in the dwarven treasury held that thing." Another of the concubines nodded. "Is he coming this way, my ladies, my lords?" Ryuro asked of them with dread. "Something that could kill that dragon, and shatter a mountainside?" "No. He was asking something about the dwarves and their Quagoa, and wanting to find something that held his army." One of the seemingly dead dragon lord's daughters said with a shudder. "Gather your warriors, all of them. That thing hates you, and dwarves, and we do not know what else." The eldest concubine commanded. If there had been somewhere to go, the Quagoa great chief would have disobeyed her. He would have gathered his armies, his people, and simply left. But they had no other range. "We can't fight during the day, we're blind, so we're stuck within the underground. No kingdom would take in such numbers, we'll be slaves, worse than what Alisar Dark did with us, for we would have many overlords rather than merely one. We have to do something." So he came to the obvious conclusion. "I obey," he said, and whirled on the escort with him. "Call all our armies back together, everyone. Now." He roared the order, and the stiff-bodied functionary that had been trapped in a state of fear and awe, turned and fled to obey his chief. Riding into Fiogre was something Ainz lacked the descriptives for. The street was indeed clear, which with various dwarves had been using the street only moments before, now standing well out of his way. I feel like I'm on a parade, but a parade that nobody expected and don't know who is parading, or why, or how they're supposed to feel about it. On the interesting side, it was a remarkable chance to look at how an intact and inhabited dwarven city functioned. The streets were orderly and clean, the glowstones were placed at regular intervals providing a persistent soft level of light, but what he most noticed was the pungent scent of beer. 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 And more beer. While it was clear they had very different types, the foamy smell was everywhere and inescapable. The dwarves themselves seemed to wear stone tones and darker shades, they had little use it seemed for forest colors or greenery, the brightest color they seemed to wear was a burgundy shade of red, and even that was comparatively scarce. Do they not have the dyes to do it, or does it just not fit into their culture? The question seemed trivial, but one thing the salesman in him reminded Ainz of, was that any detail of a culture could have broad implications, far broader than recognizable to the outsider. You should have learned about us before coming with that offensive color. There was nothing he could say to such an assertion. On the upside though, they are in a bad way with the Quaggoa being aggressive, if what Hijinmal said was true. This may very well be their last real stronghold. The dwarves did seem to be somewhat more haggard than in Zenbaru's memories. War weariness perhaps. It seemed possible. Riding through the city as he did, it still took quite some time to reach the center, well over an hour in fact, with crowds moving aside, but then strange as it seemed, life resuming behind him before he'd even turned another corner. Pragmatic, no intention of wasting time. The inner office worker told him, and little by little the center of the dwarven government came into view. It said something about the status of the dwarf acting as Ainz' herald, that the entire council arrayed itself on the steps, half a dozen dwarves in clothing that was slightly less work-oriented than the others. At least where manual labor was concerned. They didn't wear overalls or thick, heavy boots. They were barrel-chested, and in contrast to the others Ainz saw, a little fat. Do their women have beards too, or do they have no women at all? He asked the question with some sudden discomfort. Zenbaru's memory of their nearly uniform appearances seemed to be more accurate than Ainz expected. Other than the colors of their beards and slight variations among the eyes, distinguishing one dwarf from the next was quite hard. At least their clothing is different. Ainz thought as Hijinmal came to a stop a few paces behind their herald. Before he could address them, a message came in. My lord, Demiurge said, I have taken care of the most powerful of the dragons and sent the others running. I am prepared to enact the next phase of your master plan, but, it shames me to admit this, I may need to borrow an item from the treasury. Of course, Demiurge, Ainz replied. While the thought, plan. Why do they always think I have a plan, ran through his mind. I am about to speak with the council of the dwarves. I will take lodging here for tonight, then we will speak and I will permit you to explain what you have worked out. Thank you. Thank you, merciful lord. Demiurge replied with deep relief and a sigh Ainz could hear in his head before he killed the connection. He then faced the dwarves who were shifting with visible discomfort. I am King Ainz Olgown, ruler of the kingdom of Nazarick. I am here to negotiate. Chapter 131, Chapter. Before them stood the white-robed mage, his glorious golden trim caught the light and magnified it all. Like some marriage between the divine and the sun, a light that made the forges loved by the dwarves appear to be nothing more than a dying candle. The urge to kneel rose from the deepest well of their souls. It wasn't lost on any of them that he said nothing, not right away at least. Allowing us to take him in, and taking control of the conversation by forcing us to feel awkward. A true king immediately takes control. Something the Forge Master recalled hearing somewhere long before, and this one took control by silence and presence alone. When the king of Nazarick spoke, it was only gratitude that the dwarven council felt. Negotiate. The eldest of their numbers asked. Yes. Ainz replied with magnanimous king gesture number 7, holding his hand straight out. Trade is a field every king must cultivate. Forgive me, but it seems you have been without that field for far too long. From what I understand, listening to my mount here, he patted Hijinmal at the base of the neck, you're in a very bad spot, on the verge of destruction unless I miss my guess. The dwarves' faces did not darken with anger, but they did redden with shame and they looked dejectedly down at the stone beneath their feet. Butter them up a little, make them feel good and they will be more kindly inclined. Ainz told himself, then said, simply put, I'd like to help you. The kingdom of Nazarick has fond memories of the dwarves, though it seems to have been lost to history, we still remember that you were good partners once. Of course, I am not without needs. But what I want is something it seems you don't value much any longer. I want runecraft. That had the dwarves' attention, their eyes snapped up, and Ainz dismounted from the dragon. His feet hit the ground, and in that moment to one observer, the spot his foot touched became holy. Gondo Firebeard, like others who watched from the sidelines, heard the king's proclamation of his desire, and his heart flared up like the forge of a smith preparing a masterwork. Runecraft. A mighty king wants my greatest passion. Happiness soared like an eagle in Gondo's soul, but it was joined by absolute bitterness when he saw the confusion it spawned on the faces of the council, even the forge master. They don't value my work, our heritage at all. The despondent thought was not a stunning revelation, but never before their bewilderment had it been so blatantly said in his own head before. They were all polite to me, all of them, when I asked for more funding for runecraft research, when I went on about its great advantages. But their polite smiles and offers of beer were just that. A disguise for their indifference. Had they appeared alarmed, or defensive, had they spoken up and said no, had they had any other reaction than confusion and bewilderment, things might have been fine. But the last true enthusiast of runecraft could feel only a sense of outrage at his own people, while by contrast the king in white won over his loyalty in that single statement of desire. A legacy of the past significance of runecraft was that, in every city of the Dwarven Kingdom, near the center of government, one would find runesmiths. And because homes were often passed down from father to son, mother to daughter, the runesmiths continued to reside in the same places as their forefathers and foremothers. For this reason, retired runesmiths who gave up on their craft and grew dispirited, still lived in a part of town where they were present to hear the words of the dragon-riding king. And the runecraft forging fires were lit in their hearts once again. Why? A stunned face and disbelieving tone among the counselors governing the dwarves solidified the bitterness of the runesmiths. Because I believe it has potential. Ainz said, his voice booming out, because. He paused and his mind raced for an answer. The earlier lie came to mind, and he recalled something he could use. Perhaps the runesmiths themselves are even in the crowd, he wondered, and reached into his dimensional storage. The dwarves watched him reach into a black void that appeared a short distance away, and from within he drew a sword with 20 runes. Magnificent beyond measure, shining brightly as if it were drawing the soft light of glowstones to its broad face, a pommel of bright white ore, the runes stood out like jewels. Because long ago, you were capable of this. If you still are, or if you have forgotten your arts, I want to see them live again. Ainz's voice carried over the whole open square, and when he finished speaking, he could hear the sucking in of teeth from dozens of people. 20 runes. A lost technique had to have done it. Gondo knew that immediately. No one had ever done so many. What lies behind the mask? How old is he? Where could he have gotten such a thing? It wasn't lost on the council members either. The power of your art is remembered in ancient Nazarick, the bond our peoples once shared when facing great terrors. Ainz plucked half-remembered phrases from his memory of various stories of lost allies finding one another, and nations that stood together against great threats, mostly Yggdrasil lore, but he held the rapt attention of his audience as he regaled them with what he knew. Now that we have awakened from our long slumber, it seems we were forgotten, our kingdom was gone, but now lives again. We have, in a way, returned, and wish to reforge old bonds in case the threats of old should ever reappear again. As I said once long ago, we must hang together, or we will hang separately. Ainz cleared his throat, but this is not the place for us to negotiate. Should we speak inside? He asked. Why yes, of course. The eldest dwarf said, and the counselor stood aside, but, what of your mount? Will he be fine out here or? The forge master showed his pragmatic thinking with the question, and Ainz responded. He likes to read. If you lead him to a library while we settle terms of our relationship, since it may take some time, I'm sure he would be very happy. Ainz patted his mount with a gentle hand, as one would a pup, leading to bug-eyed stares as he showed how tame the dragon was. Of course, someone lead him to the library. Your Majesty, join us inside. The eldest of the counselors said again, and they filed toward the door, with Ainz following after them with measured, steady steps which held every eye of every dwarf present there until the doors closed and cut them off. Chapter 132, Chapter. Jaldabaoth was more than pleased with the response of his master. It took time even for him to explore the vast and now empty city. He left the stone charred black in his wake, dark and heavy footsteps that would mar the stone to the end of all ages. All over the city he walked, and while he left his mark indelibly on the unfortunate place, his summoned demons worked tirelessly. Every scrap of treasure belonging to the frost dragons, every single bit of ore or resource he could find down to the last tenpenny nail was ripped free. Well before it was even done, there stood a pile of treasure and resources so high that it rose like a mountain under the mountain. He tilted his head back and exhaled a burst of flame along with his satisfied noise. Nearby, the demonic summons tilted the last bowls and baskets into place at the base, the clink of coins and metal ingots, as well as abandoned jewelry, rings, cups of silver and gold, plates and statues, even the coal and heat stones. A good haul, particularly with the contents of the treasury. The gate appeared when he called for it, and the many winged and walking minions began emptying the great open area before the treasury. The tumbling sound of the materials did wonders for his temperament. If I show Lord Ainz what I've done, how hard I have worked, he will realize how much we care. Then perhaps he'll never. He could not finish the thought. Foolishness. He said many times he won't leave. He thought, and if he does, it will be purely our fault. Which led back to the dreadful thoughts from before, the others don't understand as I do, it means it was all our fault, the other supreme beings left, we failed somehow, I failed somehow. If only we knew the ways we let them down, but we don't. So I must work even harder for the one who stayed. When the mountain within a mountain was removed, all the way to the shelves of the emptied warehouses, all cast through to be sorted in the arena and added to the resources of Nazarick, only then did he move on. Not in search of treasure, but in search of pleasure. As Lord Ulbert said, all work and no play is unhealthy. And with that, he followed the trail of life carried on the lightest of breezes. Substantial light filled the area thanks to the earlier hole that Alisar Dark made when he was cast through the mountain to his death or slow death. Now it was dark again, and he had somewhere to be. The dwarves and Quagoa were still fighting elsewhere. I wonder how long the dwarves would last if my master had not seen some value in their one craft. Not long, months, another year. It was as difficult to say as it was unimportant, but the Quagoa did not offer much value beyond their unique mineral consumption skills. Perhaps we can selectively breed the strongest through mineral consumption, equip them with runic weapons and armor, and make a truly useful fighting force. At least useful by this world's pathetic standards. Demiurge thought more about it, the more it made sense. We can't rule everywhere. Local forces are vital for keeping order when spread thin as we are. Have I stumbled upon another part of my master's plan? It seemed a likely scenario, the sort of thing only a truly supreme being could come up with, and again he sighed, I'm so very far behind. If I don't prove myself and at least get a proper glimpse of the summit of his genius, he may leave. Demiurge forced the thought back, and instead, he refocused it. The frustration, the rage, the anguish of Lord Ulbert's departure, the impotence and inability to speak. Why were our tongues bound back then? Why couldn't we even speak? We were like statues that moved, silent watchers of greatness. If only I could have told him, thank you. If only I could have said, Father, if only, if only, if only. The recriminations rampaged through him all the way to his destination, where one of the last dwarven outposts that still held out against the Quagoa. Burn. He bellowed as he came into view, cresting the stone rise and his view of the combatants. He pointed toward the pathetic worms and fire came down from on high as if shot straight out of the stone itself. Before him, a wall of stone held dwarves who wielded lightning-enchanted weaponry, great crossbows and heavy axes. Their thick armor clanked and clattered as they killed or wounded the advancing Quagoa. Here and there a dwarf fell into the mass of the dark furry creatures where he was torn apart. The armor meant to preserve his life instead preserved his agony, dragging out the moment of his death. The wall of the outpost was not large, no more than 2.5 meters tall, but it was dotted with towers with lightning-charged weapons. By contrast, the Quagoa came on unarmored, relying on their thick pelts and natural resistances to secure them against damage. The weight of the Quagoan numbers made the outcome a foregone conclusion, with several towers cracked and broken, but it also revealed Quagoa foolishness that Jaldabaoth could only feel contempt for. Stupid fools, they bit and tore at the stone from their side. The towers landed on their own warriors. He chose to punish their stupidity first and foremost, with fires over 4,000 degrees incinerating the Quagoa in temperatures far greater than their resistance allowed for. The crashing booms of flame and the dying screams of those whose lungs burned inside their own bodies for just a moment before death blessed them with the end of pain. Jaldabaoth gave them time to experience the horror and despair of his coming, a towering demon of fire and stone, with great broad wings and a maw filled with undying flames that gout past his lips with every word he would speak. True despair is not mere hopelessness. It is the feeling of hope dying like an infant in its mother's arms. He gave that to them, then added his words to the silent moment of raw terror. You fools may have trapped me once in the long ago, but I am free, and I will make you pay, army or no army, you will suffer. He brought his arms up, and then flung them down towards the forces of both dwarf and Quagoa alike. The fire streaked toward both, the flame that hit the Quagoa cut through their ranks like a dread scythe, leaving only little piles of ashes in its wake. The ball of flame that struck the dwarven wall exploded, and dwarves were sent screaming as the wall burst, hurtling them with such force that they were dashed against the sky of stone to stain it with a deep red that would last until the mountain became dust. Others simply burned or were crushed by the flying stones that landed on them with a sick, disgusting squelching thump of stone to stone. Fleshy bodies popped like grapes and their armor protected them against death not at all. Panic set in en masse, the dwarves abandoned the walls and fled for the exit, and the Quagoa, realizing they had only two choices, to try to withdraw through Jaldabaoth, or after their enemies, chose the latter option. The rout of the dwarves, the aim of the Quagoa, became a shared defeat as both sides fled in the same direction, and neither one cared what race ran beside him. Not as long as the demon was left far, far behind. A good start. Jaldabaoth thought with satisfaction as he went within to plunder the outpost the same way in which he'd plundered the former capital. Chapter 133, Chapter. Ainz followed behind the dwarves into their council chamber using the same measured and artful steps he observed Queen Draudolin using when she walked from place to place. Stately and more sure on the outside than on the inside, His rich robes hid the faint tremble of his own anxiety, his mask held back the bated breath from observation. Only the flowing white enchanted garment hid the fact that he broke out into a cold sweat when he thought of the presentation he was about to give. The dwarves were a burly lot, rather hasty in their movement, their stumpy legs carried them over the smooth floor of the inner chamber with the same speed that little bugs could use to scramble away from a hand about to swat them or a foot about to unthinkingly crush them. They got into their seats arrayed in a long line at a table where they seemed to work in common. This too was stone seemingly carved out of the mountain itself rather than made elsewhere and carried within. On either side of Ainz sat a number of chairs, but no other desks, presumably for hearing the complaints and entreaties of their population. Ainz took the initiative, speaking first as he approached. He loomed over them like a giant, and the glowstones on the wall radiated off of the white and gold garment which only added to his almost divine and majestic aura. As I said, the kingdom of Nazarick has come to negotiate, you know my desire, trade. I will bring you what you can't produce, and you will provide me with runecraft weapons and armor. If your runesmiths will come to my kingdom, then my prosperity and protection will come to yours. That caused the counselors to shift with discomfort in their seats. They traded wary looks, but looked up at the masked face. Mighty lord, you could just buy the runecraft weapons from us, why would you want our actual runesmiths to join you in your homeland? The forgemaster's fingers twitched a little, scraping over the table, and Ainz's estimation of that one went up a notch. Because I want a monopoly on runecraft, I want to use it as the foundation for equipping my adventurers at the cost of the state. It may even be used for broader military applications. Therefore it must be produced inside my kingdom. That led to a moment of silence. Forgive me, but I have to say, you're in a very grim position right now. Is it really the time to haggle? I have no intention of kidnapping, harming, or otherwise enslaving or abusing your kindred. I will add as a provision that you may send inspectors and observers to where the dwarves will live and work. That is fair, isn't it? Ainz asked, holding out his upturned hand and giving a half bow with his other hand on his chest. But runecraft hasn't had value in a very long time. The oldest of dwarves groused, forgive me, but this all seems strange. You know its advantages, the complete lack of cost other than time, and the ability to lay multiple enchantments on a single object. How could I, a head of state, not see the value in something like that? Plus, you saw the blade from before. Your ancient arts have far more potential than you remember. Ainz promised. The shifting in their seats, the sound of rubbing leather and fabric was the only one they made for a few seconds as their discomfort collectively grew. Ainz hammered home the point, your numbers dwindle, you are threatened by the Quagoa, and even in good times, the mountain couldn't feed very many of you. I offer you safety, I offer you trade in food and resources, and what I want from you in return, ancient friends. His extended hand closed into a fist and his index finger uncurled so that it pointed at them, is for you to bloom again. It was an electric phrase which froze them in their seats as he assailed their pride with the promise of untapped potential, security, their greed with the possibility of prosperity again, and attacked their fear of extermination with the promise of military security against their enemy. But the dwarves were a stubborn race, and though they felt the call to offer themselves down to the very core of their spirits, the way Ainz spoke laid bare one more question. Majesty. The head of the effectively defunct Commerce Department spoke, how old are you exactly? Ainz sighed to cover his panic in that question, his heart raced as he struggled to find something that would cause no controversy and which couldn't be fact-checked later to falsify his claim of old origins. His hand fell away, and he hung his head, all that I have known, the greatest of heroes and friends, are gone. The stars in the sky I saw the night of my awakening, they too were unknown to me. Everything around me is unfamiliar now, and, you could say that I am from a lost world. I don't even know the full answer to your question, though it weighs heavy on my heart. Was that too melodramatic? It's all sort of true, kind of, if you squint and look at it just the right way. I mean I don't exactly have a calendar so I don't even know if my birthday will have come and gone by now. Ainz put his hand over his mask when he instinctively facepalmed, if Pandora's actor ever saw me pull that, good God no. Don't tell me he gets all his behavior from me. Then Ainz caught himself, facepalming may or may not have been a thing done there, but now he had to cover for it, sloppy, Ainz. Very sloppy. He thought and said, if I want you to trust me, I should show you my face. This body, it isn't the one I began with, it is one of many I've inhabited, and it will be with me for some time. He said, and the dwarf council members leaned forward, their own bodies shaking with anticipation. All that is true too, if you count other game avatars I've used, plus the one I was born with, and the skeletal body I had and then lost, and now this one, sure, the most believable lies are true. Ainz reassured himself and removed his mask. The dwarves sucked in their teeth in relief. A low chuckle came up from them. Majesty, forgive us, but the way you spoke we were half afraid you were undead, who knows how that might have gone. Their eldest said and turned to their military commander. We can hammer out the details later, but for now if we want your help, and, can you really help? The dwarves all stiffened. Easily. If the Quagoa have not been strong enough to defeat you by now, they're no threat to me. Ainz replied offhandedly while replacing his mask and hiding the flesh and blood face again. Then tell him. The old dwarf said with finality, and slumped back in his chair. The commanding general answered immediately, we're less than 2 years from extinction. The population doesn't know it, but we don't have long, our outlying settlements were left to their local defenders. We can't hold any more people, we can barely feed the ones we have. If the bridge over the Great Rift falls, then our city will have only one door between us and dying out. In the event of a siege, we can survive for a year or two if everything goes perfectly well. If it doesn't, we might not last more than a few months. I see. Ainz replied and put his hands on his hips, then let me make this offer. Become my vassals, swear loyalty to Nazarick, give me the runesmiths, and I will let no more of you die by Quagoan claws. Become my forge, and I will be your shield and sword. Ainz promised, as it will be again, and no dwarf will live in fear anymore. Oh God, he does get it from me. Ainz realized with horror as he pictured Pandora's actor saying exactly the same thing, in exactly the same way. Chapter 134, Chapter. What you ask, that is a great deal, we know little about your country. The hard-nosed dwarven elder said with a weighty voice, but he could not meet the masked face or clasp the hand which offered salvation. Will the Quagoa offer you a better deal? And even if you win, can you defeat the dragons? And they are not the only evils who would destroy you. Ancient evils come and go in this world, I offer to share our strength. Are you strong enough to refuse the offer and still stand alone? Ainz asked of them, and they one and all answered by looking down at the table as if it were quite fascinating. Can you give us some time to think about this? The Forge Master asked with the utmost humility. Ainz let his hand fall away. That is fair, but remember this, it would be unnatural for me to offer my help for nothing after you refuse me. If I leave the Dwarf Kingdom with nothing, then nothing of my kingdom will come to the Dwarf Kingdom in return. Ainz suppressed his inner cringe at his melodramatically deep voice. The tastes of this world are bizarre. He screamed in his head and wondered again if perhaps he was not the one who was strange. Let us offer you our hospitality for the night at least, we have wonderful beer and dash. Ainz held up a hand. Let me offer a gift, a small token if you will, to show my goodwill. Ainz interrupted and reached into his dimensional space. In the long ago vanished world, they also had beer, some of them were old even when I was young. Let me offer you a taste of the past in the hopes of a brighter future. Ainz said, and withdrew 3 small boxes. This one, he held up a can, is called Guinness. It comes from a people who were famous for their dark brews. He held up another, this time a bottle. This one comes from another country, called Arrogant Bastard Ale, note the cocky look of the demon on the glass. He then held up another, this time a small white bottle, and this one is called Sake. A personal favorite of mine. He laid the boxes down, by stroke of luck each box held enough for the Dwarf Council to have 1 bottle each. Their noses began to twitch. Yes, we thank your majesty for his generosity, of course we will make our first toast to yourself, but first we should provide you with quarters. The aged council member said and stood up. He yanked a short rope and from just beyond the door, a bell rang incessantly until someone came rushing inside. Gondo. We were calling for an escort. The Forge Master snapped. Gondo pointed down to his feet. I got feet, I can take whomever, wherever. The Forge Master rolled his eyes. Fine, whatever. You know this part of the city, take his majesty to the finest empty house we have, give him whatever he wants, down to your last beer until it's time for him to talk to us again. To their surprise, Gondo nodded with such wild enthusiasm that his beard bounced off his barrel chest. Of course, there's no problem with that. Furrowed brows and deep-set eyes were turned on Gondo, down to the last beer was a very serious order, and not one of the dwarves followed eagerly as it might well come down to that. But Gondo didn't seem to care. Your Majesty. Gondo said with a deep bow at the waist. This is strange. I was trying to win the council over. Why does this one sound so enthusiastic? Ainz wondered, but quietly accepted the evident devotion as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lead on, I am in your care, Gondo. Ainz said, and when Gondo straightened up, Ainz followed after him. When they were outside again, such as it was while inside a mountain, the fire-red bearded dwarf asked, My lord, did you really mean what you said about runecraft? Every word. Ainz replied without hesitation. Then. I know I'm supposed to take you to where you'll sleep for the night, but if I could ask you, would you like to meet with the other runesmiths? Some of them heard what you said, the same way I did. Word spread from them to the others, and I've gathered them together at a tavern. What for? Ainz asked, he furrowed his brow behind the mask. My lord, we want to come with you. We've got no future here, our craft, our own people don't much care for it anymore. I saw your sword, some, they're not quite convinced yet, a little on the fence, but most of us want to go where we can practice our skills again. Gondo replied, he took a step ahead of the king and turned around to look up at him. Stopping in his tracks he said, "I'm a rune developer, been at it for years trying to find a way to save the art from dying. But it didn't mean anything and now there aren't so many of us anymore in the first place. I was out there in the crowd when you showed that sword, please, just a few minutes of your time." Gondo was all but begging. "You've got no idea what it's like, to see something you devoted your whole life to just dying off, fading away and threatening to disappear. It looks like you might be our second chance. I'd give my soul for that, the whole damn thing." Gondo insisted with fervency and shaking hands that were clasped like he was praying. To see someone so devoted to their craft that they would abandon literally everything, it reminded Ainz of how he felt about Yggdrasil and his guild. His affection meter for Gondo went higher than it had since he began his journey and crystallized into resolve. "All right, I will meet with them," he said and set aside any misgivings he might have harbored before. Gondo veered off their prior course and led him to walk down a narrow street. While they drew many a look from dwarves before, they were now out of sight of any of them, but it didn't take long to get where Gondo intended him to be. Gondo flung open the door and shouted before Ainz could follow, "On your feet. Rise for the king." And the sound of dozens of dwarves hopping off their chairs hit like the sound of a military formation. This is off to a good start, Ainz reflected as he ducked under the doorway to enter the room with a fresh audience. Chapter 135, Chapter. Ainz made the most stately walk he could manage to the far end of the room. His rich mage robe swayed around his calves until they came to a slow stop when he turned around and faced the runesmiths. "Be seated," Ainz said to the assembled dwarves, and when they sat, he asked one straightforward question. "Does your art have a future here?" The rumble of dwarves was like a distant thunder, their discontent obvious, their faces reddened within the open space around their many-colored beards. Some of them actually shook with rage, while others had their eyes glassed over with tears of frustration or despair. Only the fire-bearded Gondo chose to speak. "No. I've tried to make them see, tried harder than anybody knows or could even imagine." His tense body slumped in his chair, his arms fell out of his lap where they sat and hung dead at his sides like weary fish that had given up fighting the fisherman's deadly line. "But nothing works." Gondo shook his head. "Do you want to restore your craft again?" Ainz asked of them, "Do you want to make?" And then reaching into his pocket dimension, he drew again the sword which held them spellbound in the square. This os and os came from the dozens of mouths beneath the dozens of eyes that looked with an almost lustful hunger. Ainz looked out over the little sea of bearded faces, and reflexively handed the Yggdrasil sword to Gondo. "If we follow you, we get to try to rediscover the lost arts that made this thing of beauty?" Gondo asked, and every eye shifted from the blade to Ainz himself. It was only with the greatest reluctance, and the greatest reverence, that Gondo passed the sword from one hand to another so that each smith of the dying art got to hold it. "Yes. I will provide you with the resources, metals, food, shelter, clothing, equipment, workspace, all that you need. I've already spoken with your leaders. They are willing to accept your departure, on condition of your good treatment, but they didn't care about losing your craft," Ainz said, and with that he drove the final nail into the coffin of the dwarven runesmiths to remain in their country. "Will you come with me?" Ainz asked when the sword made its way back to him. He took the blade and opened his dimensional storage to store it. Gondo's eyes widened, nor were his alone in doing so. The sword. If I don't go with him, I'll never see it again. The thought came not only to him, but to all the runesmiths, and before the pocket dimension closed and the hand of the king withdrew, the dwarves were on their feet again. "I will." They shouted with such violent, frantic enthusiasm it was as if they feared there was a time limit on his question. The next hour to 3 was a whirlwind of activity as the runesmiths insisted on lining up, and one by one, kneeling before the king and swearing their loyalty. The first among them was Gondo Firebeard. "I pledge my craft, mind, and soul to your service," he said with his head bowed low. It was short, simple, pragmatic, and every bit what Ainz was beginning to expect out of the dwarves. He said it with such fervence that when he rose and stood aside, each dwarf after him repeated the same phrase. When it was finally over, Ainz gave them simple instructions. "Get your rest, get the things you need, and get ready to work hard for me." "Yes, sire," the runesmiths cried out, and finally began to filter out of his presence. Gondo alone remained to escort Ainz to his temporary quarters. It was a luxuriously large building, at least as far as the simple, Spartan dwarven architecture went. But it was furnished with fine materials, a good, broad bed with a thick mattress, blankets, a single wide black pillow, the same as the blanket. "I will be in the room just outside your own, your highness," Gondo said and pointed to the door nearby. "I should be fine, but I will call you if I need anything," Ainz said as he stood in the center of the room. "Thank you, your majesty," Gondo replied with a broad and greatly relieved smile spread over his face. Ainz inclined his head in a polite nod, and the door closed behind the dwarf a moment later as Gondo left him alone. As soon as that was the case, Ainz cast several spells in rapid succession. Silence of the grave, hide presence, conceal greater magic. Each spell briefly lit the air around him, and it was done. When it was, Ainz cast, message. Demiurge, I am ready for you. The gate opened, and Demiurge stepped out from the whirling void and knelt before his master. My lord. He said with his head bowed, how goes your master plan? What master plan? Ainz asked himself with annoyance. Very well. The runesmiths are mine, and the dwarves are discussing coming over to my side. The crystalline eyes sparkled on the face of the demon. As expected of the last supreme being. My own feeble efforts are a mere shadow of your wisdom. In accordance with my pathetic understanding of your grand design, I have. And then for the next 2 hours Demiurge explained the story of Jaldabaoth, the demon emperor, the ancient awakened evil, his killing of the leader of the frost dragons, and the chaos he sowed among the dwarves and the Quagoa. In fact, some of both are on the way here. Demiurge went on to explain his missing army, and the clues he left in the ears of the Quagoan, dragon, and dwarven witnesses. I had planned to use some of the pop monsters of Nazarick for that purpose, uniting all races under the mountain against the demon emperor, and thus, in accordance with your masterful plan, put them under you. I will have to thin their numbers of course. Ainz held up his hand and went to sit on the bed. Demiurge stopped. He had a smile on his face that reminded Ainz of a child presenting a project to his parents after working hard on it. Eager for approval, eager for their pride. But to that, Ainz could say very little. I can't let him run wild, but I don't want to hurt him either, and if I can keep the Quagoa and the dwarves in fear and awe of him, that will bind them tighter to me and prevent future deaths. Ainz thought about that and let his hands fall limp on his lap. He considered the former question, what he'd asked before entering the mountain, and changed it. Demiurge. What was Ulbert to you? Chapter 136, Chapter. Demiurge responded to the question in a way Ainz never expected. Shaking. Shaking like a frightened and wounded child. My father. He said, in contrast to the shaking of his body, right down to the tip of his lashing tail, the archdevil spoke with a quiet confidence. About this, he had no doubts. My father. He said again, a little bit louder than before. Lord Ulbert was, my father. A part of Ainz was surprised, Demiurge. Demiurge having a familial sentiment. And yet it also made perfect sense as he came to understand what the archdevil said. Ainz reached out to Demiurge, tell him now, part of himself said, one hand out, like a lifeline, but rather than take the demon's hand, he curled his fingers to invite the archdevil to step closer. Ainz opened his mouth behind the mask, ready to speak, but he couldn't. At least, he could not say that. Demiurge, he said, and when the demon stepped closer, Ainz asked him, what do you remember of Ulbert? A shaky smile took over Demiurge's face, my lord, may I speak freely? Ainz gave a nod while suppressing his anxiety at the question. When I was an office worker, that never ended well for the one who asked it. I have spoken with all the guardians many times. We have a habit now, a routine of meeting to talk together as friends and colleagues. The topic of the supreme beings often comes up, and I know one thing for sure. Nobody, not even Albedo, remembers more than I. Their memories are fragmentary, intermittent. Mine are complete, or so I believe they are. Demiurge said, his eyes could not change expression, but the luster of them seemed to brighten. I remember the hour of my making, when I opened my eyes for the first time, when Lord Ulbert touched my face and showed me to the rest of you. Demiurge said and brought a hand up to his right cheek. He asked you all what you thought, and you all teased him a little, asking why he didn't make a cute girl like Mare. I didn't know at the time why they laughed. But I remember Lord Ulbert saying I was perfect the way I was. Demiurge's throat formed a lump, I was so proud of myself. I remember when the invasion happened, I fought as hard as I could against the invasion, protecting my master's home until the supreme beings could gather, and Lord Ulbert had me healed first. It was my proudest moment, and I learned all too well that everything beyond the tomb is a danger that must be crushed or it will crush my home. And I remember when I began to see him less. He spoke of the chance to attend university. Of course, my master, my maker, my father, would create a universe to oversee, and the waiting grew longer, and longer, and I began to see him less, and less. And less. Demiurge was incapable of tears, but the way his tail stiffened and drooped by turns spoke volumes. I held out, thinking he would take me with him. Wondering why he hadn't called on me to help, was I not made for that purpose? But what son can truly know their father's mind? And of course, then came the last day. The last time I saw my lord, he handed you his weapons, all his things, and disappeared. He looked at me once, up and down like the day my eyes first saw him, but unlike then, he said nothing. Then he said goodbye to you, and was gone. His head dipped. My father walked away from me without a word, he did not take me with him, he must not have wanted me with him. How I failed, I never knew. Ainz moved without thinking, his hand darted out and snatched that of Demiurge as soon as it dropped away from the cheek where it lingered for too long. No. Ainz interjected. He vigorously shook his head. Your father didn't leave you because of that, he left you behind because you couldn't have gone where he was going. There. Ainz paused, he ran through ways to say what he wanted to, there was no way for you to survive there. Ainz engulfed the hand of the archdevil with both of his own, looking up from behind the mask, he began to see Demiurge in a very different light. All of us loved Nazarick, but, the other realm, the place we were in when not in the tomb, it made many demands of us all. Even the hands of supreme beings can be forced by necessity. Demiurge could not meet the eyes of the Lord whose eyes sought his. Ainz spoke in a hushed but firm whisper, as he would to reassure a small boy uncertain of his father's love after a punishment, that is the truth, I swear it on my name. That is a relief, Lord Ainz. But that is a great deal even for me to take in, may I humbly ask some time to process all of that? Of course, why don't you go on and explain, what you have worked out about my plan, tell me more. Ainz suggested, and the archdevil perked up immediately, though he did not try to withdraw his hand from the clasping of his lord. When it was over, Ainz pulled his own hands away and reached into his dimensional storage. From it he drew a little statue of a many-armed person bearing multiple pearl-sized gems. Its eyes were shut as if in death or sleep, and had a deep bronze shade to it. You mentioned the use of pop monsters, but this will serve you better. Albert made it. This is Armageddon evil, able to summon many demons not of Nazarick, and there is a perfect place to hide it as well. Ainz explained and placed the little statue into the archdevil's open hand. Demiurge looked down at the object and cradled it with folded fingers as if it were a child in his palm, or at least, like a child that was not meant to be an experiment or food. I am deeply, deeply honored, my lord. Demiurge said with a quiet whisper. Use it to benefit my kingdom. Ainz replied using noble command voice number 7. A special thanks to Queen Draudelin for that one. I will, my lord. Demiurge promised with a great wide smile on his face which bared his sharpest teeth against the dim light of the room, causing them to gleam like steel knives in the sun. Oh, and one more thing, Demiurge. Ainz added, recalling the absolute barbarism of the battle between the frogmen and the lizardmen. My lord. Demiurge asked. Chastise the Quagoa, but keep it, within reason. They will be my people too, even if their pride must be humbled. Massacre is a waste. Ainz put it in terms the archdevil would understand, and Demiurge nodded along. Right, so nothing wasteful, so he's saying that experiments are preferable by far. Demiurge's pride in his master rose. Nothing wasted, everything gained. Such wisdom is truly fit for the leader of the supreme beings. Demiurge thought and put the item away. Of course, my lord. Nothing will be wasted. He replied, and summoned the gate to disappear. No sooner had Demiurge vanished through the gate than a dreadful urgent pounding began on the door to Ainz' room and Gondo's voice rang out. My lord. My lord. It's urgent. Chapter 137, Chapter. Ainz immediately called out, Enter. And Gondo Firebeard flung open the door with such urgency that it slammed against the wall and bounced back toward him. It missed his face only because the dwarf rushed past as quick as his little legs could carry him. My lord, the Quagoa are here. Gondo half shrieked it in alarm. His eyes burned with fear, and from outside cries of alarm and confusion began while a great bell began to toll over the dwarven city. The ringing was long, slow, and steady, the deep noise rebounding off the black stone above, coming back down like the sky itself was falling and causing the dwarves to cry out in panic. Their pounding feet were heavy enough to fight back against the noise of the ringing bell above their heads, even from within the stone walls of his room it was impossible not to hear the noise as the city fell into chaos. Even without seeing them, Ainz was immediately reminded of the village of frogmen, when the lizardmen broke through, smashed the eggs, killed young and old, and would have wiped the entire population out root and branch had Hecate not surrendered when she did. All dying peoples are the same, consumed above all things by fear of their annihilation. He thought, and rising up from where he sat, he approached Gondo Firebeard. Are your leaders asking for my help? No, not exactly. The army is mobilized but Gondo said, then Ainz raised a hand to stop him. I will save the runesmiths who pledged themselves to me. But the Dwarven Council has not chosen to subordinate themselves to me, or even ally, or trade with me. It would be unnatural, don't you think, for me to commit myself, and also my nation to helping another that rejects me. Gondo was breathing very hard, but the smooth silken words of the king cut to his core. Yes, yes, you are right. Of course, you're right. Ainz put a hand on Gondo's shoulder and looked down at the dwarf, even with his loyalty sworn to Ainz, even with his craft rejected and essentially on the verge of being given away, the dwarf had friends here. Abandoning them would be very difficult. It isn't right, and it isn't fair. But when there are many kings, there are many loyalties. Two masters can't both be served well. Ainz consoled the dwarf as best he could, and the runesmith nodded as the weighty truth became part of his understanding of the wider world. He then raised his head, a bold move as he had not asked permission, and looking up at his new master he asked, "But couldn't your majesty come to the gate? If nothing else you may learn more about the Quaggoa, and perhaps the council will ask for your help there if they feel the threat is great enough." A tad disingenuous, Gondo, hoping to move me or embroil me in the fighting if it comes to it. "But, it may be as you say," Ainz replied. "As expected of your majesty, you see through my petty efforts. I beg your forgiveness, it's only that my friends, they're weak, by dwarven standards. If you're their only help, it's just common sense to try." He winced when Ainz squeezed the white-gloved hand on his shoulder, and a spark lit in the king of Nazarick, an echo of Touch Me's spirit seemed to glow from the dwarf as the words mirrored those of the vanished guild member. "Very well, bring Hijinmal to me immediately and I will go to the gate," Ainz promised. "At once, my lord." Gondo's face lit up bright as day and he rushed out of Ainz's quarters as fast as he could. Minutes later Ainz was on Hijinmal's back and the dragon was trotting through the street toward the gate. The bell still rang but the din of the dwarves had begun to die down. The wall, Ainz could see, was lined with dwarves in seemingly very well-made armor. The metal gleamed in the glowstone's light and for the moment, it could even have been said to be majestic. Majestic, except for the very obvious fear. The dwarves held their crossbows, but they held them unsteadily, fingers twitched and feet shuffled, armor rattled where they shook as they waited for the battle ahead. The streets were all but empty, though other dwarves stood on rooftops, some with rocks, others with swords, hammers, spears, and many without proper armor. Ainz rocked back and forth atop the rolling shoulders of the dragon, his hands steadily held just beyond the base of the neck. Alone in the street except for Gondo who jogged ahead, he felt the hopeful eyes of the dwarves who grasped for anything that promised some hope of salvation. Will this be the day we die, or the day we are delivered? Before Ainz reached the gate, the shouting atop the wall became full of confusion. For a moment a sweeping cry carried its way back like a crowd picking up from a lone voice, but when the obvious confusion hit, the noise stopped. Ainz reached the gate just as the commander descended from the small tower. "Commander, what is it?" Ainz asked, looking down from atop the dragon. As he did, it was easy to see the effect on the dwarf. The commander looked around, past Ainz, nearly frantic, searching for someone to pass the decision on to, and finding no support, his shoulders slumped. "Mighty lord, the ones approaching are Quaggoa, but they are coming with dwarves. They are fleeing together. We thought at first it was some of our own running from Quaggoa pursuers, but now." He shook his head. "No, they are very clearly one body, no killing, no fighting." "I don't understand." The dwarven warrior looked up. "I don't know what to do here. It could be a trick. I don't think so, but if it is, we can't let our people out there be slaughtered before our walls." He leaned forward and whispered so that no other would hear. "That would be like confessing there is no hope left." Ainz reached up and stroked his chin in thought. "Yes, well, your kingdom was kind enough to put me up for the night and hear me out despite coming unannounced. Perhaps I could repay the favor. I doubt very much the Quaggoa would attack a stranger, at least not without knowing whom they're fighting. I will venture out. If it is a trap, if they were to attack, then we have a common enemy. If they don't." Ainz shrugged it off. "We'll see what's driving them to run toward your way." Ainz didn't wait for the dwarf to answer. Instead he patted Hijinmal's neck. "Ascend, and let's go meet the Quaggoa." The wings of the overweight dragon sprang out far more majestically than one would have expected given his excess weight, but it was enough to drive an "oh" from the dwarves who had never seen a dragon before, let alone one's great wide bat-like wings spread in all their glory. The icy blue contrasted with Ainz, white and gold, giving even Hijinmal a moment of nobility as they flapped and lifted him into the air and above the wall. As Ainz went over the wall and toward the panicked mass heading toward the wall, the commander of the dwarven army followed the king with his eyes up and head tilted back to miss nothing. He etched the moment into his memory and said, "I didn't expect that." To which Gondo answered by clapping the commander on his shoulder and saying with bright eyes and a bright smile, "What else would you expect out of a true king?" Chapter 138, Chapter. Atop the dragon, Ainz could clearly see why the dwarves panicked as they did. From a distance, they must have looked like a great many in number, when in fact they were not nearly as numerous as all that. A small number of defenders, and a small number of attackers, and now all reduced to what amounted to nothing more than refugees. "All right, set me down there, Hijinmal," Ainz said and pointed to the ground ahead of the walls of the city. It was obvious when the fleeing figures saw him, they began to slow, seeing a dragon circling in a slow descent beneath the sky of stone until it touched the ground. The words of Punitomo came to mind, "Throw something odd and unaccountable in their path, and you may halt an entire army." Ainz landed and dismounted from the dragon. He kept his left palm resting on Hijinmal's long neck and waited as the slowing numbers of dwarves and Quaggoa began to approach far more tentatively, but they did continue to approach. "Come closer, I won't harm you. My name is Ainz Olgown. I am the king of the nation of Nazarick." Ainz called out and holding up a hand, he curled it inwardly toward himself, indicating that they should collectively come closer. Being taller than any dwarf, and so obviously not one, he became a sort of neutral figure to both the Dwarven and the Quagoan numbers. The scattered ranks continued their unofficial truce and approached on slow steps. Many of them were exhausted, carried as far as they were only by the raw terror that still touched their steps. There came a point, however, when even fear could not carry them farther on their flight. When they collectively stopped well out of reach of the dragon's breath, Ainz took one step forward, putting himself between them and the dragon. "Send forward a representative then, one from each of you." The scattered numbers began to organize themselves with relative speed, considering most of them had to trudge. Mutterings and mumblings that were probably words, but which were too mangled by distance and softness of voice ran rampant through both groups until one dwarf and one Quagoa shambled forward. "Sit," Ainz said immediately when they came close enough, and they flopped hard onto their backsides with sighs of relief. "Now, tell me what has happened. Are you friends again? I heard you were enemies." A Quagoa face did not reveal very much, but it appeared at least they had the same cockeyed look that most bipedal species seem to have when confused. With the representative seated, Ainz towered even more over both races. "Now, start at the beginning." Ainz said as gently as he could, but the Quagoa's sharp jaw opened and he answered with a slew of questions. "Who are you? What are you? Why are you here?" It went on, and though it was the dark-furred Quagoa who spoke, the dwarf clearly favored the questions, looking up with the same cockeyed face as his counterpart. "I suppose it is only natural that you should ask that. Very well, I will begin, and then await your answers." Ainz said and began his story. Including the fictional parts wherein his kingdom was quite ancient, he peppered the story with anecdotes about the Undermountain Empire he once knew there, a cosmopolitan place where dwarf and Quagoa shared space freely. Recalling Demiurge's fabrications, he built them into his narrative, finally pointing to the great rift that was formed in a great clash to defeat a terrible demon. When he got to his description of the evil Lord of Wrath, both the dwarf and the Quagoa gasped, sucking in their breath and trading looks of mutual understanding. "I can't quite recall his name, however." Ainz touched his head as if it ached. "We slept for so long, some memories, they're bright as day and eternal as a glowstone. Others." He bent forward a little, so obscure. "Hard to recall, his name. Jaldabaoth." The dwarf and the Quagoa said it at the same moment, and both groups cried out in fear at their backs when the name of the towering demon was spoken. Yes, that is the name." Ainz sharply nodded his head. He stopped then, and stared down at them both. "But, if nobody remembers the things I've said, how can you possibly know that name?" "That is the reason we ran," the Quagoan warrior said with a dread look up at the king. Ainz took a shocked step back. "It can't be. Jaldabaoth has been sealed since the rift-making. You described what we all saw, and if even a Quagoa agrees with me. Great king, you defeated this being once before, you say?" The dwarf replied. "Yes," Ainz replied, "he was weakened enough by runecraft weaponry. And with the enchanted runecraft armor, the armies of both dwarf and Quagoa held out while I sealed his army into an object and then confined him in the same way. The last I saw of either, the object holding him prisoner was being locked away, and the object confining his army was tumbling into the rift. It was never found, but with him confined and both dwarf and Quagoa watching over the rift, it didn't matter. There were bigger concerns. If all of that is so, then how are you here now?" The Quagoa asked, its claws digging into the stone beneath him, gouging it deeply. "I was awakened, my ancient home was invaded. Now my kingdom is restored. I can't help but wonder if Jaldabaoth wasn't awakened precisely because we were." Ainz rubbed his chin in deep thought, and a low grumble of disgust reached both groups. "Now, it is your turn." Ainz pointed at the Quagoa. "Tell me everything you know, beginning with why the ancient union of your peoples was destroyed, if you know it, and all leading up to today." The Quagoa froze like a doe caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a hunter. The dark-furred creature was full of stammering and uncertainty, with little he could say about their history, but P.E. Ryuro figured large and got a glowing depiction in the present day when he got up to that point. And when it came down to the reason for conflict, the spokesman made it plain. "We want to rule the mountains, that is all. The Quagoa desire to raise our place in the world. Dwarves are in the way, so we're getting rid of them. So, if I were to offer the Quagoa a mountain range of their own, something unencumbered by dragons or dwarves where they could grow to the limits of their potential." Ainz let the question hang, and at that the Quagoa snapped his jaw shut and looked at Ainz as if his head had become gold, and the Quagoa had become Midas himself. "A mountain of our own?" the Quagoa asked. "Yes," Ainz replied. "This part of the world has long ranges, and I'm sure I can provide you what you want, if you return to my service, and if your people aid me against Jaldabaoth." The Quagoa nearly shot to his feet. The temptation was great in his eyes, his whole body stiffened like the dead as he explained, "I can't agree to that. I lead only a few hundred warriors. Only P.E. Ryuro can." "Will P.E. Ryuro listen to you?" Ainz demanded and stepped a hair closer to the Quagoa, the short being shrunk in fear. I don't know. My lord." The Quagoa whispered, even if he does, the dragons dash. Ainz cut him off again. If Jaldabaoth is back, and has met the dragons, then there are unlikely to be any dragons left to oppose P.E. Ryuro's decision. He then snapped his pointed finger to the dwarf. There is another way across the Great Rift, isn't there? The dwarf reflexively nodded. Yes there is, my lord. He gasped out in haste. Escort the surviving Quagoa over it, send them back to their people, let them tell the truth of Jaldabaoth to theirs, as you tell the truth to yours. If P.E. Ryuro is wise or alive, then all as it was will be again. Ainz proclaimed, and both looked overtly confused. You, Quagoa, tell your chief to bring all his people here. Jaldabaoth will be searching for his army of demons. If P.E. Ryuro is as wise and canny as you say, he will do as I say. If he is dead, let his successor come. If he is a fool, then you will all die out buying time for the dwarves to prepare for the fight. Life, or death, the choice is his. Ainz lowered his pointed hand back to his side. He recalled a moment in which Queen Drodalin spoke in anger, how she snapped out her command of go to someone who was not moving fast enough from her presence. What are you waiting for? The Demon Emperor to catch up to you. Go. Ainz snapped, and the Quagoa shot to his feet. The dwarf chosen as a representative scrambled to his feet just as fast, and with great haste they scurried to carry out the command of the king. The rest of you, follow me into the city, you have to tell your people to get ready to resist a demon. There was not one, no matter how weary, who was slow to follow Ainz' command. Chapter 139, Chapter. When the dwarven survivors made their way back inside the city, it was at a trudge behind the visiting king. He didn't ride his mount, rather he walked at the head of the little column. When the gates began to groan open, cheers drowned out the noise as dwarves saw the Quagoa leave their people alone. The streets were clean again, allowing for the steady, even stately passage of Ainz, Hijinmal, and the dwarven survivors within. The commander fell in at Ainz' side immediately. The council has to be briefed. I know they're exhausted but... Ainz shook his head. No, I understand. Just have food and what? No, beer brought to them where they're going, maybe have some wagons brought, they're clearly exhausted. Ainz replied with a practical nod following his statement. The commander of all dwarven soldiers was halfway through the process of obeying the foreign king, having procured a small wagon and begun to bring it back before he even wondered why he was taking orders the way he was. Ainz looked over his shoulder to check on the following dwarves when he saw the wagons approach, and there he saw something unexpected. The people hiding in their homes had all emerged, but unlike his initial passage, they did not immediately go back to using the street. Instead, they remained quiet and still. Soldiers lined up on the walls, put their backs to the rift and faced within the city itself. Thousands of eyes were centered on the visiting king. One small gesture can make for one great gain. Ainz thought, and remembered seeing the way Queen Drodalin had used her white handkerchief to wipe the blood from a soldier's face during a visit to the wounded hospital. The look of utter devotion that followed was one Ainz would not soon forget. So when the wagon came up, he extended a hand and helped the broken, weary dwarves to rise into the wagon one by one. His pure white glove was slowly dirted by their sweat and grime, but he showed no evident care for the stains or smell, instead waiting until the last of them was in the cart and a pair of rams began to pull them along. The dwarves looked at Ainz with eyes of the utmost reverence. Some had sheens of salty water in their eyes after the help was given. They flopped down where they could, some too weary to even keep their heads raised. Only when the wagons carried the survivors away did Ainz remount Hijinmal again. The proud dragon trotted forward behind the wagons with its overweight belly swaying until they reached the council chamber again. The dwarves themselves already began to dismount on their own. Ainz couldn't quite hear what the commander was saying, but it was enough to urge the survivors to ascend the stone steps with urgent swiftness despite the way they slumped forward. Some had to help one another along the way, but assisted or not, they made it within the great wide doors. Ainz followed them. The council itself was already quite assembled. They were wide-eyed, some of them dressed in their night clothes still, fear painted over their once grousing faces. They waited with fidgeting hands that tapped on the stone table. Some kicked their feet back and forth as if they were going to run away while still seated. But none of them spoke while the survivors found seats before the assembly. Their military commander, for his part, had rushed through the center aisle and spoke with hushed whispers disguised by the groans of the weary, sweat-stained and stinking warriors. When he was done speaking, he pointed to the back of the room where Ainz stood standing at the center aisle between the many filled chairs and the door. Ainz glanced down. The dwarven warriors had uniformly chosen to seat themselves as close to Ainz as they could, and those farther away frequently looked back at the one who left the city on the back of a dragon to bring them back to their homes. The commander finally made his exit. Go on, he said, tell your stories, I'll only be gone a moment. The dwarves in their many stone chairs nodded, and chaos erupted as the whole lot of them began speaking at once. Their exhaustion didn't seem to impact their limbs as they gesticulated with wild flailing and shouted their stories to the council. The eldest of their number stood up and held both hands out in front of himself and over his head to urge for quiet. Calm yourselves, he said in the gruff voice all dwarves seemed to possess. We can't hear any of your stories if you all talk at once, start at the beginning with. He scanned the room and pointed to a dwarf at the far corner on the far left. You. Stand up if you can, tell us who you are, and then tell us what happened as closely as you can. So it began. Ainz listened in silence while the stories began to tumble out from fumbling dry lips. The words were halting, punctuated with deep gasps and echoes of bemoaning fear whenever a difficult moment was reached. But, then, that is when we saw the demon, 9 meters tall, a monster, he set to killing the Quagoa, but also us, his end name. Jaldabaoth. Jaldabaoth. The dwarf covered his face when he leaned forward and wept. So much fire, blood. The young dwarf whimpered with shaking lips and then said nothing more. Another took up the story, the flight, the escape. Jaldabaoth seemingly had no interest in them. A few recalled seeing him looking for something, more interested in what lay around him than in actually killing anyone. The stories matched uniformly, and as the stories went on, the council members one by one turned to Ainz. Even with his mask on, they weren't complete fools and sensed by his easy stance and quiet demeanor that he was waiting on them to ask questions. You know something, don't you, Your Majesty? The old counselor asked. Yes. Ainz replied. His now filthy glove was exposed for its dirty state to the council when he swept his hand in front of his body in a decisive chipping gesture to pair with his one-word answer. He followed it up with more. Jaldabaoth is a very ancient and very powerful demon, from another realm, you might say. In ancient times when Dwarf and Quagoa were almost united, we three faced him here beneath the mountain. Your armies bought me time to seal his forces, your runecraft weakened him, and I locked him away. Could you be the reason he was awakened? The Forge Master asked with a sharp look. I doubt it. Ainz covered immediately with a shake of his head. When we were awakened by the invasion of my home, one prompted by the Baharuth Empire, it may be that the seal he was under had already begun to weaken. It was only a matter of time before he emerged again. The dwarves began a universal grumbling of low anger against the Baharuth Empire. Ainz mentally sighed, poor Emperor Jerkniv, everybody is going to be blaming him for quite some time, the lizardmen, the frogmen, the dwarves, and even the Quagoa, not to mention his own people. I should go and visit him to establish friendly relations and maybe make amends of some sort with him for making his empire the villain or the fool in this story. Now, Ainz said as he returned them to the matter at hand, the runesmiths have all sworn their allegiance to me, so I intend to take them to safety. I had hoped for trade and good relations with you at least. However, I can't embroil my nation in a pointless war that puts my people at risk for nothing. But you said you fought with us in the past. The Minister of Commerce exclaimed and shot to his feet, his hands held out with palms upturned and shaking. He was dressed in plain white rams for night clothes, he even had his little white nightcap still on his head, and the little poofy round top bounced around as he trembled and spoke. Can't you do that again? I have to live in the present. Not the past. Ainz responded, I am sorry, but it is best that I go. I will have to fight Jaldabaoth eventually, but I have no army here and we've just recently finished a war with the Empire. It will take time to dash. What if we offer ourselves as vassals? The voice came from behind them all, and Ainz looked down over his shoulder to find the commander had returned. Chapter 140, Chapter. Jaldabaoth watched as the dwarf slave writhed on the table. One of his summons was busy sewing him to a captured Quagoa. The yowls and screams of the pair blended together like a musical chorus. Fools. 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 He said while looking over them as they struggled to resist, tugging against the straps which held them fast. Your best chance to stay alive is to stay calm and move as little as possible, or that is what the rest of my experiments are showing. Your races have changed so little in the thousands of years since I was last here. He snorted, the Quagoa prisoner had at least a little spirit left, it nipped at his hand. Jaldabaoth allowed the nip and laughed when the teeth shattered. The Quagoa howled at the self-inflicted pain, he pulled against the dwarf which in turn pulled against him. Pathetic little animals. Curiously, the one thing they had in common was that they called for their parents. The beardless dwarf shed tears, the Quagoa did not, and yet if it could have, it surely would have. The pair were joined at the hips in the most literal sense, and with great care their veins were entwined together by magic. I wonder if this pair will survive. He mused and left them to be tended by the summons. He went over to another table, where a dwarf was fitted with a Quagoan arm, while a Quagoa was fitted with a dwarven one. This pair, however, was not screaming. They were deep in an enchanted sleep to see how conscious pain impacted the surgery. There were a considerable number of Quagoa to work with, but not nearly as many dwarves. Capturing those sent out to raid settlements, and the settlements' defenders and occupants, proved fruitful. If only I hadn't moved with such sloth. Surely my master won't be displeased though, do I have enough that? He could not finish the thought. Instead he imagined the words he dreaded, and cursed his supreme intellect that let him make it so vivid in his own mind. Demiurge, why so few? I thought you were eager to prove yourself. If this is the best you are willing to do then. Jaldabaoth killed the vicious horrible thought by slamming a fist down on a stone table and shattering a chunk free with such force that it shattered again when it hit the stone mountain floor. Daylight would shine through the hole in the mountain soon. Putting the Quagoa out into that sunlight proved to be a unique kind of torture. Unique in that unless they were forced to look directly into the light for a prolonged period, they would recover almost instantly. So to save mana, he made use of it. Where is my army? Where is the object that contains my endless host? He spent all day yesterday bellowing that at one Quagoa after another. Each one yowled as the light seared and blinded the Quagoan eyes. Each one professed the ignorance he expected. A ragged, bruised, bloody dwarf hobbled behind him taking notes. He was missing bits up and down one half of himself. Half his head was shaved at the top, all the teeth of the right side of his jaw were gone, he was missing one eye, one nostril severed away, 3 fingers of his right hand, 3 toes of his right foot. He held a clipboard with his remaining fingers in the right hand while writing on paper with his left while the demon dictated to him. Half-dwarf. Jaldabaoth addressed him, and the dwarf nodded his head as fast as he could. My lord. Half-dwarf asked. If I torture your captured comrades, will I get different answers than I got from the Quagoan filth? Jaldabaoth inquired. No, my lord. None of us know the history you speak of. I swear it. Half-dwarf replied, and immediately when the towering demon with its sparking flame-touched body turned around to face him, Half-dwarf groveled on the stone in abject submission. Jaldabaoth grunted. Half-dwarf kept his sigh confined to his mind, any sense of relief would be cause for punishment, the cool stone caught the warm sweat as fear drained it from his body. I was trapped in that item for at least 10,000 years, that is the only explanation for the stars being where they are. He hissed, and the dwarf gasped at the statement that didn't really seem directed at him. It is possible that I could have been forgotten after all that time. So where? Jaldabaoth reached down and plucked Half-dwarf from the floor by his hair, he held the now kicking, flailing, screeching dwarf up at eye level. He locked his burning eyes into that of the fear-filled dwarf's face. Where would you hide something you didn't want anyone to find, or where could it be lost that nobody would stumble over it? Half-dwarf screamed, the clipboard clattered against the stone, he reached up and began plucking hairs out of his head until he fell. At last I die, no more pain, no more pain. Half-dwarf told himself with tranquil optimism and closed his eye while he turned so that he would fall headfirst into the stone surface where sweet eternal oblivious awaited him. Only to land, and find he was not dead. He opened his eyes when he felt the solid, burning surfaces engulf his body. Jaldabaoth had caught him during his fall. Where? Jaldabaoth bellowed and shook the dwarf. Half-dwarf's head bounced around so wildly that he couldn't even properly make out the face of the demon which held him fast. The Great Rift. Half-dwarf shrieked, anything that goes down there never comes back up. Nobody knows what's at the bottom, if it's not with us, or the Quagoa, or the dragons, if it is in this mountain it's down there. Down the air. Half-dwarf shouted with urgent abandon as the fingers closed around him and the heat on his flesh began to intensify. Then it began to fade, the grip loosened, and he was set down with near gentleness, the massive head of the demon furrowed at the brow and asked, what is the Great Rift? Half-dwarf began to babble, explaining what little he knew about the deep chasm. He knew without a doubt that as long as he spoke, no pain would come. And so he would speak, he would say all, anything, everything. Every legend, every story, what little was known of every expedition's efforts, down to the very last detail. Anything. Anything, at all, as long as there is no more pain. Half-dwarf told himself, and babbled on, and on, and on. Chapter 141, Chapter. You can't make that offer. The council elder snapped. Then you'd better. The commander snapped back. I've fought the Quagoa since the beginning. I've seen a lot of good dwarves die out there in Weir. He paused, he took a deep breath, balled up his fists and turned purple in the face that wasn't covered by a beard, then he bellowed loud and hard, losing. The council froze. The quiet, patient, steady commander was not done. We've been fighting for years, we've lost every city, every army, and every large battle. We're down to the last city and those few outposts far away on the fringes. That's it. Look at the dwarves in front of you. If the Quagoa who can defeat us fled this way too, what does that tell you about a demon emperor? We've got nothing left. Nothing to bargain with. We need help and we have nothing but our loyalty to trade for it anymore. We need to talk about this more. The elder muttered, and the commander took the axe off of his back, hefting it in both hands, he walked between the lined chairs of his soldiers and the council instinctively drew back from the armored warrior's advance. No. The commander shouted and slammed his axe down into the council table with enough force that it split and crashed down, stone on stone, to the floor below. Enough talking. You've talked for years and what has it gotten us? The commander bellowed out his frustration, with his broken warriors at his back, the rumble of discontent was clear. He leaned forward toward the council members and thrust one pointed finger behind him towards the visiting monarch. He's going to leave. He's going to take the runesmiths with him, he's the only one who knows what we're dealing with. I've been loyal to our people, to this council, for my entire life. Right down to today. But if you won't make a decision, I will make it for you. The commander hissed and seethed, and the council gasped. The elder and those who held the reins of power saw their control begin to slip away. The commander watched as their eyes widened, but his dark, deep-set eyes remained sharp and steady. They narrowed to the width of a blade as he spoke with the broken table and the axe between himself and the council. All in favor of offering our kingdom as a vassal to the visiting king and begging him to save our hairy dwarven asses, say aye. The council members were quiet, very quiet. The heavy breathing of the weary dwarven soldiers was the only real noise in the great stone hall. Aye. The forge master mumbled. The others shot their eyes toward him at the far end. We're alone here. We've got no help, everything we hear now tells us how well buggered we are if we do nothing. I've got my doubts, sure as anyone, but if we've got any kind of chance, it's this. You can't be. The elder glared down the linen at him. Oh, blow it out your ass, you old goat. We're in trouble. We're losing to the Quagoa ran from the demon. What does that tell you about our chances against that demon alone? The commerce minister snapped. Aye. He capped his complaint with the vote, and so it went. The old counselor looked down at the shattered table, the axe embedded in the ancient stone floor that would leave a mark even when they replaced the table. The moment of the commander's outrage leaving a mark on their history that was truly indelible. The sacred stone held the axe fast. Aye. He finally added. The vote passes unanimously. Then one by one the council members descended to their knees save for the elder himself. Your Majesty, we offer ourselves to you as vassals, we only ask that you save the lives of your loyal subjects, protect us. Please. He said, and then descended to one knee as well and bowed his head. Privately, Ainz could only thank his lucky stars that wearing the mask became routine. Wait, how did this happen? Did I? I was expecting just really good trade terms. They jumped straight to offering themselves as a vassal state. Ainz could scarcely believe his ears or his eyes. The dwarves who led the dying nation were still shivering, their eyes went up to him and back down to the floor with regularity, their lips were licked by their quick, darting tongues. They glanced at one another several times in the interim, and only then did Ainz realize it. Oh, they're waiting for me to speak. He realized, and to buy time to frame his words, he began to walk slowly toward the kneeling rulers of the nation. When he came within hand's reach he said to them, I accept your fealty. It wasn't a grandiose speech, but it had an electric effect on the dwarves who stiffened at once, then breathed deep sighs of relief. Will you summon your armies to help us, then? The forge master asked. No, I have another option. Ainz gave the cryptic reply, and I expect the Quagoa will come along shortly begging to surrender in exchange for their survival. Without runecraft armor they're no match for the demons of Jaldabaoth. So to begin with, your runesmiths will need to work constantly to prepare for the coming conflict. Jaldabaoth will be busy for some time, and while he is, you can work. Work? The forge master asked. Yes, your runesmiths, everybody who has ever studied the craft will need to enchant everything they can against low karma beings, with holy magic, and whatever else they can. Even simple runes will do. Every apprentice who quit and every veteran of the craft, do or die. I can provide a few items that will let them work without the need for rest or sustenance, but your whole operation will have to be geared to equip every dwarf and even augment the Quagoa themselves to fight. Work together or die together, those are your choices. The stark terms sent shivers over the dwarves who heard him. In part because of the radical, even absurd suggestion that the Quagoa would work with them, but nearly as much also because their new king put so much significance on a craft the dwarves were ready to throw away. But there was no arguing it now. They were committed, and they knew it. There was no more time to ask questions of that sort however, because moments after Ainz spoke, the doors opened and various servants began to carry in food and beer as though there was going to be a celebration instead of simply a recovery. Nobody took a drink or a bite, though they accepted both bowls and mugs, they one and all waited for Ainz to grant permission, their deep-set eyes held up to the masked king's gaze. Go ahead, eat, I have to see the runesmiths, it looks like it will be the last sleep they get for a good while, I hope it was restful. Ainz said sardonically. The dwarves gave nervous chuckles at the joke as he spun on his heel and made his way out of the council chamber with his caster robes fluttering behind his quick and steady steps. Chapter 142, Chapter. Guard the others, Quadwar won't be going anywhere. Jaldabaoth laughed, the sewing of the two members of the opposing species was quite complete. Their legs were joined together, sewn tight first with thread and then by magic. The Quagoa was missing his right arm, the dwarf was missing his left, and they were joined at the shoulder the same way the remnants of their upper thighs were. Whatever their names had been before, Jaldabaoth now referred to them as a single being, Quadwar. The two could share one another's pain, as proven when each one howled when the opposite side of the body was seared by a drop of molten lead dropped on each one's cheek in turn. The pain was great, so great that they each passed out for some time, coming to just in time to hear Jaldabaoth's instructions and listen to the babbling half-dwarf chatter on and on and on. The two heads of the single being turned to look at one another, singular hatred for the other was set aside in favor of their singular fear of what more Jaldabaoth might do to them. More importantly, the things they heard him say. Perhaps it tells us how he can be stopped. The same question echoed in their minds. Most of the other prisoners and experimental subjects were moved, but those sown beings were left largely unwatched, and in Quad War's case, not even bound as it seemed. Their tormentors assumed that the two which had become one could not have hoped to escape no matter how they dreamed of it. "Dwarf, can you move, or are you broken?" the Quagoa asked. "Move or die." "I'd rather move, my leg works, yours, Quagoa." The dwarf whispered the response. "I am Quagoa, I do not give up so easily, Stumpy." The mealy-mouthed and toothless Quagoa growled. "Good, Furball, good. We will be alone for hours, but where do we go?" the dwarven half asked. "My people, they are closer," the Quagoa whispered. "And get myself killed?" "No thank you," the dwarf whispered in spite of the pain that stabbed all over the side of his face. "Can we reach yours, thick-headed Stumpy?" the Quagoa growled through his slowly moving jaw. The dwarf was quiet for a moment. "Fine. Jaldabaoth is worse to both of us than either of us are to the other. We go to yours. But I want you to promise me my life when we get there." "Would you believe any promise I made, dwarf?" The Quagoa hissed the whisper out a few inches from the dwarven face. Each bore the same brand-like burn on their faces, and each one's eyes burned just as hot with both hatred and fear alike. "Just start moving before I change my mind. We might not survive, but I won't give that bastard a complete victory." The dwarf grumbled, and they inched their way off the table, pushing an arm and leg in unison until their one good leg each hit the mountain floor. "I go first, you follow," the Quagoa said as they brought their shared body up to a seated position. The stone was cold from sweat and chilled blood, and some dripped down to darken and stain the grey rock in the dim light let in by the hole in the mountain which allowed the stars to peek in on the horror of their existence. They glanced around. Most of the other experimental subjects were either asleep or dead, but nobody was making any noise. "On 3. the dwarf said, and the Quagoa nodded. 1. 2. 3. The dwarf grunted out in a hoarse whisper and the Quagoa hopped a leg forward. 1. The dwarf mumbled and hopped his leg farther beyond that of the Quagoa. 2. The Quagoa gasped and hopped past that of the dwarf. 1. 2. 1. 2. So it went as they alternated. Their slow hop was shaking, unsteady, and they fell soundlessly before they'd made it a dozen paces. Neither cried out in pain, each thrusting their good arm out to minimize the pain and impact. "Bastard, you did that on purpose," the dwarf hissed. "As if I would do that during an escape, stupid dwarf. I would happily get your kind, but not if I had to break myself to do it." The Quagoa snarled back as they lay struggling face first on the floor. "Push up together," the dwarf said without apology. Outside the mountain there was a roll of thunder and the sound of a billowing wind. The Quagoa grunted, and again they counted to 3 and pushed themselves up to their knees. "Me first," the Quagoa said and popped one leg forward, then up he pushed until the dwarf got his leg under him again. "Again. Slower this time, wait until we've got the rhythm, then we can go faster," the dwarf said, and the Quagoa listened. They hopped again, putting foot by foot between themselves and the place of their torment. Passing between the shadows of buildings, the area was almost completely uninhabited now, though occasionally they saw cages holding their respective races. They glanced at each other in mutual understanding. "There is nothing we can do for them." They read the look across the lines of species, and looked with pity at their own. The Quagoa and dwarves alike bore numerous non-fatal but crippling injuries. Similarly, the two sides were chained to each other. Though most of both groups were sullen and silent, those few with any spirit left at all used it to insult their opposite numbers in the same cages. The noise of their bickering seemed to amuse the few demons Quad War took notice of, while the smell of the captives masked Quad Wars passing between narrow buildings and down various alleyways until the pair was well on their way out of the city, and headed in the direction the Quagoa considered to be the most likely place to find whatever remained of his people. Far out of view, Jaldabaoth stood watching through one of his familiar's little beady bat eyes as Quad War made his, or perhaps their, escape. The view was only black and white and offered little in the way of fine details, but it didn't need to be perfect, only good enough, and with their wide long gait, it was sufficient. Jaldabaoth smirked. "Excellent, this should serve my master's plan exceptionally well. Run along, Quad War, run along, or is that more of a hop?" Jaldabaoth asked himself and stroked his chin as he thought it over. He was still wondering that question when the pair hopped out of view into one of the long tunnels that populated the mountain range. Oh well, now to prod at the dragons and their minions along. He laughed, gouts of flame springing from his open mouth as he did, and called forth another handful of demons to do his bidding. Chapter 143, Chapter. Demons proved exceptionally difficult to kill. The dragons proved invaluable in that, but P.E. Ryuro's worries were not diminished even a little bit. Have we heard any word from the small expeditions? He asked of his second-in-command. None, my lord. No more have made it back, and most of our scouts have not returned alive. His second replied with a dreadful shake of his head. The ones who have, all report dealing with small groups of demon probes, minor ones, but they are hard to kill. P.E. Ryuro wondered how long it had been since he last slept well. Before the demon appeared, but what has it been, a week? 2 weeks? Who can say? More bizarre than the demons was the behavior of the dragons themselves. The concubines and children of the late dragon ruler, Alisar Dark. No snarled orders, just a desperate, fevered cooperation. Seeing their patriarch die must have shaken them badly. They had fled too far, too fast, and now the way in and out of the mountain was lost to them. The demon emperor's small number of minions had few creatures to rival a dragon, but it didn't matter as long as Jaldabaoth remained in easy reach and the demons could call for his aid at need. How many casualties? P.E. Ryuro asked while staring with a grim face down at the little lizard in the tiny cage. 127. His second-in-command answered with his dark blue streaked fur shaking in the light breeze that now blew through the area. And did they stop the demon probe? P.E. Ryuro asked, his breath quickened and then stopped as quickly as it had increased while he waited for an answer he did not truly want. Yes, my lord. We killed 7 of them, the rest drew back, but again they seemed disinterested in really pressing the fight. If they had. His second-in-command answered and his fur bristled with his shudder. I wonder if the dwarves are still alive. P.E. Ryuro said aloud. He looked away, wistful for a moment, recalling the time of relatively easy victories, the time of certainty when he believed the mountain would fall into his people's hands one day. There's no way to know, my lord. The more distant scouts have reported the dwarven fortress on our side of the Great Rift is intact, so is the bridge. But we have no way to say what that means for the city, and our scouts have not been back that way in some time. The second-in-command looked with hungry eyes down at the caged lizard. What about food? P.E. Ryuro asked. We got a great deal out of the farms when the dragons warned us, but not everything, and we no longer have the space or time to replace what we've lost. But still, we're rationing. Priority goes to the front lines for now. Sadly, the demons help solve our food problem when they take captives. The second-in-command snapped his jaw shut when P.E. Ryuro glared at him. Then the glare disappeared and P.E. Ryuro lowered his eyes to the little lizard in its cage where it ran in frantic circles under their eyes. What are they taking prisoners for? What does the demon want? If it were me, then I would have sought servants. The dragons bound us to them, why wouldn't the demon emperor do the same? Are we food for them as the lizards here are for us? P.E. Ryuro expected no answer would come his way, and none did. So P.E. Ryuro looked down at the ram skin document again, and ignored his ration. Never-ending petitions, but none of them are requests to fight the demons on the front line. P.E. Ryuro kept his grousing confined to the inside of his own skull. Everybody wanted to fight when there was sure victory, but defeat. Who wants to fight a lost battle, especially one in which you at least seem to win, but still end up feeling like you've lost? I'd face desertion if there were anywhere for anyone to actually go. P.E. Ryuro clenched his claws over the tanned skin full of requests from various clans. 2,000 or so did actually try to make a run for it, attempting to find some way out of the mountain by going toward one of the old dwarven gates. A few sent out to bring them home saw demons tormenting the last of those numbers, and then withdrawing from the site of what became a bloody massacre which painted the grey rock red. It's like they want us to stay here. Do they hate us like we hate dwarves? Why? P.E. Ryuro tried to think of any reason why demons might have a special hatred for his race, and yet none came to mind. So many questions, and no answers to go with any of them. He thought just as one of their numbers barged in. The Quagoa was one of the lighter-furred members, his dark fur painted a shade of gray with a combination of ground-up rock dust and mud to help hide him a little better. Simply put, he looked like he badly needed a bath. He was breathing as if he'd run for hours. He collapsed at P.E. Ryuro's feet as soon as he came near. My lord, we have something to see you. The Quagoa's brow-covered eyes were wide with existential horror that spoke volumes about his state of mind. Moreover, P.E. Ryuro heard the way it was said. Something? Not someone. He blinked 3 times in rapid succession, then demanded, explain yourself. And tossed the list of petitions aside. I have no words. 2 heads, Quagoa and dwarf sharing a body, the thing, the abomination. I don't, but it comes from, it says it came from the fallen dwarven capital, that it was personally with the demon emperor Jaldabaoth and has words that might help us. Things it overheard. The runner shivered with mute horror. Whatever he'd seen, it had been more than the young runner was prepared to cope with. I see. How did it escape? P.E. Ryuro's eyes narrowed with suspicion. I don't know, but my lord, the Quagoa half, it was my brother. The scout stiffened from the tip of his nose to the tip of his toes. P.E. Ryuro gave a low growl of pity. Go, rest, send, whatever this is, in. If what you say is true then. He almost promised to help, but set the likely futile promise aside. I am sorry. He said with sincerity, and the scout shivered again and withdrew. It took supreme effort not to vomit when the wretched creature was brought within. One half-dwarven body, one half-quaggoa body, fused together through both common medical arts and magic, both halves had clearly nearly starved, scrapes and cuts were packed with mud and chewed leaves meant to pack injury points. They both had the start of hideous scarring around open parts of their cheeks that had been touched by molten metal. Their arms and fingers showed numerous small injuries or breaks. The dwarf, far from the robust stature normally associated with them, had a pale pallor associated with malnutrition. Worse, each one was missing an eye as well as the vast majority of the inner leg, the stumps bound inextricably forever. The stomach of the shared body growled with vigorous hunger when the quaggoa head caught sight of the lizard. P.E. Ryuro broke the silence, and did his best not to stare at the ruined version of two beings, though he also marveled that they, or it survived to reach him at all. You have information for me? He asked, and taking up the box with the lizard inside, he extended it to the quaggoan arm. The lizard was flung into the open maw and wolfed down, but while that was happening, it was the dwarf side which answered. We do. And here's all we know. P.E. Ryuro listened with horror as he found the answer to the most pressing of questions, and learned the answer was worse than he ever imagined. I need help. He realized, and asked himself the all-important follow-up question, how do I get it? Chapter 144, Chapter. Overnight, the runesmiths became the most important people in the dwarf kingdom. Gondo's heart sang as he stood beside his only master. I came up with this idea, Your Majesty. He said and waved his hand out to the smiths in the room who stood over the heat-stone benches etching in tandem. Instead of one small bench each, a large one was packed with heat stones which had a thin sheet of orichalcum over it. Before, it wasn't possible to really try this out, but thanks to yourself. He looked up at the magic caster king with a smile on his face and tears in his eyes. It can be done. What can be done? Ainz asked himself and almost covered with a lie, but then he paused. I've seen CEOs ask questions before. If I'm not expected to know, it's okay to ask. Could you explain it further? Ainz asked. I have no experience as a runesmith. He chuckled a little as if it was funny to imagine he would, and Gondo laughed with him. Forgive me, Your Highness. The long bench allows many to work in tandem instead of one alone, and that, he pointed to a little pyramid device with a long swinging metal rod jutting up from the bottom which swung back and forth in a constant steady rhythm, is my newest invention. Ainz watched it tick back and forth. There was a constant steady ticking noise from the base which seemed like it would go on forever. Other than that though, it seemed to do nothing, like a clock which ticked without any numbers to tell the time by. I call it a metronome. It counts time, see, Your Majesty. He asked, a beaming smile on his face while Ainz looked over the runesmiths. Each of them had their little chisels and small hammers, each one hunched over the warm metal weapons, and each one was tapping in time to the metronome. The biggest weakness of runesmithing has always been its inefficiency. We dwarves hate inefficiency. Living under the mountain like we do, we have to be economical in everything. Gondo explained, and the runesmiths grunted in wordless agreement. This doesn't completely solve the problem, but between Your Majesty's marvelous rings of sustenance and with this new process, we can cut production time down considerably. For purposes of efficiency, of course, we're all doing the same runes, things demons are weak to, and we're limiting it to 2 runes per weapon, and the same for armor. For armor it will be slashing and piercing resistance. It won't be perfect, but it will minimize the damage we take. For good measure, Gondo went over to a corner of the room where a pile of finished sets of rune-enhanced platymail sat. He reached out and picked up one breastplate and held it up in both hands. When we have more time I want to focus on covalently bonded runes. What are those? Ainz asked, his confidence going up as he asked the question. The runesmiths wore little smiles on their faces as they worked. Hearing a king ask about their craft seemed to please them. They don't exist yet. But I've always believed that they could. The idea is to bind runes together like a sentence, thus enabling us to use more runes per item. See, Majesty, runes look to me a lot less like symbols and more like words, like they're part of a language, and if I can just figure out how to tie them together. Who knows, we could make that 18-rune blade again, maybe. Gondo said with a mix of happiness in his voice and determination in his steady unblinking eyes. They are. Ainz confirmed, in another world, where runes originated, they were the language of a people which lived far away from me. Coming to this world, it was shocking to find it used this way. Gondo stiffened. Your Majesty. Are you telling me I'm right? The dwarf, it seemed, was capable of a very high pitch to his voice at least some of the time. He dropped the armor when it slipped over sweaty fingers and fell with a clang and a clatter to the floor. The other runesmiths actually briefly stopped their steady rhythm. Gondo was right. The hushed whisper was one of utter disbelief and awe. I'll leave you to your work. Ainz said, I need to speak with Hijinmal. He then made a hasty retreat, but the damage was done, or the bonus was applied, depending on how it was thought of. When word spread among the dwarven city weeks earlier of their submission to the kingdom of Nazarick, the one who brought their own alive through the gates and away from the Quagoa, their reactions were mixed. But the king who tamed a dragon was increasingly welcomed by the dwarves, and as he mingled among them up to the present, Ainz came to like them. They're like salarymen at one of the few companies to look after their workers. He thought in passing. They were boisterous drinkers, passionate arguers, and he found it easy to mingle among them so much that they soon began to refer to him with reverence when his name was uttered. So now, when the revelation that Gondo was right spread out among the dwarven population, and it was confirmed by the ancient king himself, the relatives of the runesmiths were treated with great reverence. The workshop where the runesmiths labored with their tiny precision tools became a popular place for the young to visit. I want to be a runesmith was now uttered commonly among the youngest of young dwarves. Word of the demon spread too, and this flung the dwarves even harder toward the kingdom of Nazarick, with all kinds of questions constantly being turned his way. What kind of army he had, how many soldiers would he bring, and of course, can we really win? Ainz answered the same way, with cryptic nonsense which sounded wise. Do not ask can you win, ask how can you win, then do that. Os and Oz, at his practical wisdom, made him ever more popular, as did his frequent gifts of beer from his home country, such that many a dwarf drunkenly asked, are you just a very tall dwarf from a kingdom of dwarves? It was hard not to laugh, and so he didn't resist, allowing himself to laugh with them. He answered, good alcohol, like a good friend, is highly prized in my country, and we have many thousands of years of experience with both. And so, day by day as they prepared for the struggle ahead, the dwarves opened their hearts to their new king. Similarly, his flights with Hijinmal became a regular part of the routine. The dragon was slowly starting to look more fit. He ate less, though his reading habit was unbroken. There was some muscle definition beginning. Another ride, Your Majesty? Hijinmal asked when Ainz came into view. Yes, they seem to like seeing me do that, for some reason. Ainz shrugged. Isn't it obvious, Your Majesty? Hijinmal asked as Ainz swung himself up over the dragon's back when Hijinmal crouched down to allow it. No. Ainz answered. It's simple, I'm not as much a dragon as, say, my father. His bitter words hung for a moment before going on, but I am still a dragon. I'm considered untamable, and one of the fiercest creatures. Even if you know I am not, they don't see it that way. So seeing you ride me out beyond the city beneath the stone sky, it fills them with optimism and a sense of security. That is what a king should provide. Ainz said, and thought about that more in relation to Hijinmal. That is what a father should provide. One who doesn't, is no father. No sooner than he said it, he thought of Demiurge out there, and as they soared to the sound of cheers fading behind them, coming ever closer to the great rift, Ainz felt the urge to see the Guardian again. Chapter 145, Chapter. Demiurge stood up and stretched. He temporarily released his hold on the evil Lord of Wrath, and allowed the demon to go about the business of harvesting resources. Using him to mine was a brilliant idea, even for me. I'm sure Lord Ainz will be pleased. Ore ripped from the mountain was steadily transported to Nazarick, thus providing ample material for public works. Further, the mines were walking height, creating a kind of path that would take them north, thus opening a path to both the city-states and the northern part of the Baharuth Empire if a secret path of invasion was needed for some reason. Caution, my lord has always prided himself on his caution and preparation, if I show the same trait. Demiurge didn't finish the thought, instead he leaned his back against the empty wall of the vault he'd turned into his de facto headquarters. Everything seemed off, and yet, everything had never seemed so right either. It was like unto the two sides of a knife's edge, and Demiurge had to walk the fine center of the blade. Was it one mistake that caused Lord Albert to look at me the way he did? Why couldn't I even say goodbye? When he made me, he praised me. When he left, he said nothing. That was the worst part. There was no point in his life before where Demiurge could say, here, I failed. No point at which he could say, had I only done this a little better, I would have at least been told goodbye. With no point of failure, no shortcoming he could find, he could only curse his pride for failing to see the weakness in himself that his father must have seen. And yet one stayed. He muttered and lay back stretched out on the floor, one foot crossed over the other at the ankles, and his arms crossed beneath his head. He stared up at the blank white ceiling. His look was as blank as the stone, and for a time his busy mind was blessed in its emptiness. The one who stayed was different in strange ways that even Demiurge himself in his vast wisdom couldn't quite fathom. He is always unfathomable, but he even feels different. What is it that has changed? He is more affectionate toward us, more, or just different. It was enough for him to roll onto his side as if ready to sleep. The wall he now looked at was no different from the ceiling. He turned his mind away from ugly thoughts that felt far too treasonous or inappropriate. Instead he focused on the matter at hand. By now Quadwar will have reached the chief and have learned a great deal, he'll be desperate for allies, and shortly, if they haven't already, the refugees from my first meeting with the Quagoa will reach home. The dragons will be desperate for help, and if they go, the Quagoa will follow. He reached into his dimensional storage and plucked the item, Armageddon Evil, out of the little whirling black void. He looked at the little item. It wasn't the final version, having only 3 arms around the seated goatman. But it was Lord Ulbert's work, a precious treasure of his creator, and now it was his. Demiurge could not weep tears through crystal eyes, but he could feel the abyss of sorrow as he looked up at it, and if one were to ask him, he might have said that his crystalline eyes shone brighter in such moments. The little object was more than a holy relic. Accepting it from Lord Ainz, it's as if he wanted me to have it, a last gift from a father going somewhere from which he cannot come back. Is that the truth? Is that how Lord Ainz was able to bring us here? Were our parents dying for us? The sudden thought shot through him like a bolt of lightning and he shot up to a seated position. No. No, 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 no. Demiurge's chest began to heave as he wondered if it could possibly be as he imagined. He didn't say goodbye because he didn't want to go, or didn't want me to know the truth. His chest heaved as he stared down at the little item. Is that what Lord Ainz was trying to say, what even he couldn't say? Demiurge shouted the question in his mind and slapped a hand hard on his forehead. The supreme beings were sacrificing themselves, one by one, to keep us, their creations alive and to prepare us to come here. He sounded out the long sentence with great slowness, and then again. And again. And again. Lord Ainz, he knew. That's what he meant, isn't it? Demiurge asked the empty room while his chest heaved and unsheddable tears built up in spirit if not in liquid form. He recalled the words of Lord Ainz. The unfathomable being always had layers upon layers to his every utterance. You couldn't go where he was going. That was more or less what Lord Ainz had said. At the time I thought it meant he went somewhere we simply couldn't exist. Demiurge muttered as his fingers tightened around the impossible to break little object. But in hindsight, that makes no sense. If the supreme beings wanted us to be able to go there, we would be able to. They're gods, of course we could have been modified for the journey. Demiurge muttered on, his words picking up speed as his mind raced on and on and on. His breathing pace picked up along with his thoughts. But there's one thing that would be true for death. We can't survive death. Even on death, we wouldn't be ourselves anymore, oh by all the supreme beings. By Lord Ulbert and Lord Punito Mo and Lord Belriver and Lady Bukabukagama. Without missing a beat, Demiurge recited the name of every single supreme being of the great tomb of Nazarick. I'm right, that was how my lord made the trip, the supreme sacrifice. Demiurge's mumbling became broken. Greater love has no man than this, that he lay down his life for his friends. The words etched on the arena wall and in the throne room took on new meaning. They're not gone because they loathed us, or because we failed them, they're gone because they loved us. Certainty crystallized like his eyes, and all he could do was kneel, clutch the relic of his father to his chest, and think of the quiet moment he vanished forever. His black heart broke in his breast, and all he longed for was the presence of the one who stayed. And yet, despite all that he was, all that he knew, all his impossible belief in the impossible wisdom and power of the king over Nazarick, Demiurge was still surprised when he felt that familiar hand on his shoulder, and heard the voice of his master asking, Demiurge, my boy, are you all right? Chapter 146, Chapter. P.E. Ryuro listened to the mutilated dwarf and Quagoa hybrid with the same horror which he looked at it. The dwarf half and the Quagoa half took turns explaining everything they heard, and then went through the story of their escape. We took the little used ways, we found stalagmites jutting up from the ground which had little dips in them that made them like little bowls. Water dripped from above into these gifts of the gods, and saved our life more than once when we were thirsty. We caught bats and wild lizards, by blocking small holes and snatching them as soon as they thought it was safe to skitter out. We survived for all those weeks, and now here we are. Quadwar replied. So you did, in a manner of speaking, now about putting you back to normal. P.E. Ryuro scratched at his jaw. Our organs are melded together. The Quagoa head said, even if you cut one half off, we don't have a high enough tier of magic for us both to survive. So? P.E. Ryuro asked with a shrug. I'll save the Quagoa half. The dwarven head snarled at him. Bastard. No. The Quagoa head replied. No. P.E. Ryuro replied and cocked his head in disbelief. Both or neither, my lord. The Quagoan head replied, you need allies, there is only one choice. P.E. Ryuro nodded at that. The demons. My lord, the demons again. One of the guards outside shouted and chaos erupted again. P.E. Ryuro snarled, you, too, you, get somewhere safe for now, their probes are getting bolder. The noise of the dragon's breath from the surviving members of Alisar Dark's family echoed off the great cavern of the expansive mountain interior. Hulls of Quagoan warriors fighting and dying at the front became cheers as he rushed to the fore. Elites. Elites of our people, we will not die so easily. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. He bellowed louder than the din of battle, his feet slapping on the stone as he charged without fear, his bright headdress in place, a symbol for all to see as he roared forward backed by the best of the best. A dozen demons which towered 2 or 3 times the height of a quaggoa were surrounded and slashing their claws down at the clan warriors, but for every 2 that died, 3 or more would claw their way up the demons' bodies, hacking and biting at the deep crimson-colored flesh. They raged and yowled, pain in one was encouragement to the others, the bat wing sent gusts of wind against the defenders, sometimes a quaggoa at the back of the demons would claw their way up and pierce a wing, only to be flung free and broken against the rock, tumbling in a moaning heap if they were lucky. Crumpled and forever unmoving afterward if they were not. P.E. Ryuro's elites, the strongest of the strong, intended to be saved for the last assault on the last dwarven city, were now the difference between life and death for hundreds of his fellows. He clawed his way up the body, barely avoiding a demon talon. His people's resistance against being cut was of only limited use against these powerful creatures, and so he praised the great oars of the gods that he avoided the strike. Though it caught another of his people in the eye and sent the quaggoa toppling to the stone floor. The demon's foot came up, P.E. Ryuro looked down and saw the quaggoa scream as the foot came down and squashed the fallen into mush. Bring them down. P.E. Ryuro bellowed when he climbed up to the top of the demon and thrust his claws into the great eye and ripped it out of the socket. He held the red eyeball aloft like a trophy, his people hauled their pride in their master and the assault redoubled, the hardened tribal warriors clambered up and tore with violence at the demons with renewed vigor, some using hooks and ropes to tug the monsters down to swarm over them. Quaggoa warriors became red and furry smears on stone, but they drowned the towering demons in quaggoan blood, continuing to claw, bite, scratch, and tear at the demons until they were one by one reduced to unmoving corpses. Dragon's breath proved an effective weapon, slowing down some, freezing them in places, and they themselves attacked in pairs, descending from above, taking a demon up into the air of the open black sky and tearing at them with claws and teeth. The demons seemed to have had some resistance at least, but the flaming maws and icy ones proved the dragons superior at least some of the time, though they took wounds, the dragons at least, all survived. After the last of the demons perished and their heavy, large bodies were laid out, the dragons simply collapsed with exhaustion wherever they were. P.E. Ryuro considered them the lucky ones, weary as he was, there would be no rest for him. He looked over the sea of death where bodies blanketed the stone so well that the rock floor was hidden in places. Even without a clear tally. Hundreds, I lost hundreds against a dozen. We can't go on like this. The healers expended their mana every day after that, though the demon attacks were rarely large in number, the dragons continued to take wounds, enough that the quaggoan casters could only afford to heal the worst of their injuries as all the rest of the mana was applied to more seriously injured quaggoans. And in each of those days, Quadwar urged him to move, the strange hybrid again and again said, go to the dwarves. But the notion still sickened him enough that P.E. Ryuro couldn't bring himself to do it. Knowing what to do, but being unable to bring himself to do it, became his bane. A bane that did not abate until the shouts of alarm became shouts of happiness and he emerged from his quarters to find a scout rushing to him. Survivors. My lord, we have survivors. Survivors from what? P.E. Ryuro demanded with a furious snarl that mimicked his haunted eyes. A raid, one of the raids on the dwarves, they have news of possible help. The scout shouted and flung himself at P.E. Ryuro's feet. Please, meet with them. Hear them out. The mud-coated scout begged, and in that plea, P.E. Ryuro heard the sound of the unthinkable. He doubts my leadership. He doesn't trust me to make the right decision anymore. It was a horrific thought for the conscientious quaggoan chief. Am I leading us to our destruction by holding back even knowing what I know? Hurry, bring them to me. I will meet with them. P.E. Ryuro promised, and the scout shot to his feet and rushed away as fast as his legs would carry him. Chapter 147, Chapter. My lord. My lord. My lord. Demiurge gasped out and did the unthinkable, while down on his knees and still clutching the item, he grasped the white magic robes of his king and pulled himself into them. He's dead, isn't he? Lord Ulbert, the other supreme beings, they sacrificed themselves to save us. Ainz stiffened at the sudden outpouring of the normally unflappable Demiurge, but he did nothing to disengage himself from the Guardian, though at even one moment's pressure Ainz understood something else. His grip is so weak now, compared to the Guardians, I've become unbeatable, with my phylactery merged with me and my levels as they are. I might as well be the god they proclaim me to be. Ainz thought and then set that aside to put his other hand on Demiurge's other shoulder. He didn't pull the Guardian away, instead he looked down as Demiurge looked up. How did he make that leap? Ainz wondered, but the truth was, even Ainz had no idea how many of them were still alive. I sent an email to all of them asking for one last meeting, and only 3 came. It could be that they were all gone other than Hero, and by now, who can say? Death in my world was so routine. Ainz choked back a sob as he imagined his friends dying, while never even knowing if they had, and Demiurge immediately picked up on the emotion of his master. I knew it. Demiurge hung his head, and it struck against his master's thigh just above the knee. Demiurge, my boy. Ainz said and put a hand on the dark hair of the archdevil's head and pressed back so that the demon tilted his eyes upward again. What happened to the other supreme beings? Even I can't know that. But I am here, and I need you to know this. I am never going to abandon you all. I would do anything to protect you all from harm. Ainz vowed as only a father could. I am here, and I never want to leave. Nazarick is my home, and you are not only the children of my precious friends. Lord Ainz. Demiurge began, but Ainz blew past the words and shot his own out faster. You're my children as well. Mine, and I never, ever want that to change. Ainz's voice became a whisper, and his own body shook as a human body wants to do when charged with great emotion. That, no magic item can disguise, and Demiurge could feel the change. Lord Ainz. Demiurge began again, but stopped as Ainz disengaged himself and crouched down in front of the still kneeling archdevil. But some things, Ainz said softly, even I can't control. I can't decide what I am to you, only you can do that, only you can say how loyal you are, nobody can decide your loyalties. Nobody can decide your feelings. Nobody can decide your wants, hopes, or fears, only you. Even if I could do that, I would consider it the most loathsome and vile thing I could do, and so I wouldn't do it. Ainz swallowed hard and withdrew his hands, bringing them to the sides of his mask. I asked you something when we reached this place, you remember the question, don't you? Ainz asked, holding his hands in place. You asked what you are to me. Demiurge replied in a small voice. I asked for time to answer. May I answer it now, my lord? Yes. Ainz said. You are the one who stayed with us, when we knew the world would end, you were willing to go with us to oblivion. The giver of all good things, our protector, our provider, our leader, you're like a father to us all. Demiurge cracked a smile, perhaps you should call yourself that instead of simply king. Allfather Ainz Olgaun. Does it matter what form I take? Ainz asked. No. Demiurge answered decisively. Even now? Ainz asked, and removed his mask to reveal his chiseled human face. Demiurge flung himself back to land on his rear and spread his arms out to catch himself. He looked at the very face of what he was designed to hold in contempt, to despise, to loathe and torture, and his mouth dropped open in disbelief. My lord. Demiurge gasped out in shock. A look of abject sorrow came over the face of his master as heartache at what he perceived as rejection took hold. To Demiurge's utmost horror, Ainz turned his face away from the Guardian's own. During my first visit to the outside world, when I was with Albedo. The item they used, it shouldn't have been effective, not to this degree, but it turned me into this. I am mortal, I am human. Ainz explained. Demiurge ran through the information he had from first-hand observation and secondary material from the others, and things clicked into place. The others, most of them know now, don't they, my lord? That is why you've been going out with us individually, to test our loyalty and tell us the truth alone. Demiurge guessed, and to that Ainz could only nod. Yes, as expected of my Demiurge, you see straight to the truth with only breadcrumbs to lead you home to it. Ainz said with a snort, if this weren't as unbelievable as it is, and if I hadn't packed you off to other work, I'm sure you would have known well before now. Who doesn't, if I might ask, my lord? Demiurge asked. Out of the Guardians, only Albedo and Victim. It will present no issue to Oriole Omega, given her innate humanity. Victim is designed after a human fetus, so it will be the same. The rest of the tomb will be told when Albedo is informed, depending on how that goes. Ainz still did not meet the eyes of his guardian. So I am among the last to know. My lord, why? Demiurge asked, and though his eyes could not show emotion as a human's could, Ainz could hear the hurt in the guardian's voice. Lupus Regina was the first to know. She worked it out quickly. Ainz tapped his nose and rolled his eyes. I took her advice on the order of revelation. Demiurge didn't take long to work out what that meant. He thought of the order of events, the guardians he saw, whom he took with him out of the tomb and whom he sent away. Demiurge hung his head again and folded his hands in front of himself, still on his knees, he shook with self-loathing. You chose it based on who was least likely to turn on you, to most. Ainz nodded. You were designed with hatred for humanity because of Albert's own frustrations with humans. It was something I always disagreed with him on, and now here I am, a human. Forgive me, Demiurge, but it wasn't about you. It was about me. Ainz confessed, and the archdevil did not raise his eyes. I could never kill any of you. I knew that if even one of you rejected me, I would have to leave Nazarick. I couldn't bear that, and so I chose based on my own fear, my own now very human emotions. Irrational, I know, but this was not some master plan, this was not supposed to happen. Even I couldn't have planned for things that were literally unknown. Ainz faced Demiurge again and snatched the archdevil's shoulders. I'm sorry. Perhaps I should have told you all at once, but I couldn't bear the heartache if my children could no longer love me as they did. I wanted to draw it out as long as possible. I am the one who stayed, but I stayed for those I loved. What was I? If not that? Ainz shouted and tears began to run down his dark eyes. Now you know it all, the truth as best I know how to tell it, so, my boy, my demiurge, am I still the father of us all, as my father would have wanted it. Demiurge said, and his chest heaved as he flung himself into the waiting embrace of the one who stayed. Chapter 148, Chapter. P.E. Ryuro looked out over the little sea of weary faces, the varying shades of fur denoting that not all were as strong as their comrades, and yet somehow they had survived an attack by Jaldabaoth. Not far from them stood a vast number of hopeful members of various tribes. Every fight, P.E. Ryuro made a habit of mixing attack forces to ensure each tribe was used to fighting by the sides of the others. It ensured minimal rivalry and maximum camaraderie. It also spread the casualties out so that no tribe felt oppressed or like they were mere fodder. Now that meant that thousands of his people arrived to see the briefing and to learn if any of their family members were among the survivors. Even at a glance P.E. Ryuro knew the truth. Few. Very few will be anything but disappointed. It wasn't hard to feel pity for their longing. But as the uniters of the clans there was no way he could allow himself to show it. The spokesman for the survivors relayed all that they saw and all that they heard. The way Jaldabaoth ignored them to engage in a search of the ruins and otherwise seemed to let them escape lent credence to Quadwar's words. When the survivors spoke of fleeing with dwarves, a steady rumble of words, vague and unpleasant ones alike, were turned their way. But it was the moment of meeting with the foreign king that drew gasps of astonishment. He rides a dragon. P.E. Ryuro knew all the dragons by name and, such as it were, by face. As the explanation came out, he realized it could have only been one. Hijinmal survived, he must have escaped when Jaldabaoth was killing his father. The lord of the Quagoa had to give that abundant thought, the fact that the foreign king ensured the Quagoa survived and let the dwarves go as well. He is neutral, if we can broker an alliance with that one. P.E. Ryuro felt his resistance melt away in his head. When the encounter was told in full and the last of the few surviving warriors spoke their piece, it was time for a decision. He stood on a stone that jutted up a foot higher so that he loomed over all his people, and asked, "Were you opposed on the way here? Is it safe to travel?" The Quagoa survivors murmured their assent. "We were unopposed, the demons don't seem to have found the way yet, or they haven't concerned themselves with the dwarves. If we move quickly, we can all make it." That clinched it. Worried at first about the gathered Quagoan clans hoping for survivors, P.E. Ryuro was instead relieved. "Survivors who have beaten the odds, one by one, announce your names, greet your families, but don't take long. Hear your chief. We are going to make for the last dwarven city. We will meet this foreign king and ask his help. The demons want all of us dead. If this king knows what we face as he seems to, then he is our best hope for victory and survival. Gather all the food you can, necessities only. Food, water, ores, nothing we don't need can go." He held his breath back for just a moment. There's no way we can let the demons know what we're doing. If they learn about it, they'll chase us and we'll be vulnerable. We can't risk that. So he shouted the order, "You have 2 hours to pack, and then I need all sires of 3 adults to present themselves here again. An all-sire unit." The words were carried back, and P.E. Ryuro waited with his arms crossed in silence. Will they argue? He waited. Other than repeating the words, nobody said anything, and no opposition rose. An all-sire unit was comprised only of Quagoa who had living sons, ensuring their line did not die out. They were a suicide unit who would stand and die. To use so many out of all surviving 70,000 plus Quagoa would be a sizable force. But they were facing demons. Any other time, the Quagoan tribes and clans might have argued. But not after facing the demons. Now go. P.E. Ryuro shouted, and the survivors one by one named themselves and answered the cries of someone from their family who stood in the surrounding body. Quagoans came and embraced one another, having only mere minutes, but P.E. Ryuro waited through it all. "This is my place," he told himself and watched as the seated survivors one by one were welcomed with cries of relief. In the end, when the last survivor stood and was embraced by his loved ones, the rest let out a cry of despair as hope died in their hearts that their loved ones might come home again. Now, enough. Get ready to go. P.E. Ryuro barked the order as only a chief could, so that even the mountain sky echoed the words back to them, as if the mountain wanted him obeyed. They did, departing to spread the word to all others. The racket of thousands preparing to flee was noisy in the extreme, and P.E. Ryuro could barely hear himself think even when he retreated into his quarters where Quadwar waited for him. The mutilated Bothling, as he privately began to call it, was pensive and quiet for the most part and kept itself confined and under guard of its own volition, though it would return often to his quarters when it was able. "We're leaving," he said to Quadwar. "You were right, the survivors told me what they knew. We have to go to the dwarves." He ground his teeth in anger. They had unbelievable things to say. If there were any deviation in what they said I wouldn't believe it, but I can't ignore this. We're leaving in a few hours. Good. The dwarven head's beard was looking thicker and fuller, and the eyes had more luster than before. Food and water did wonders for both sides. What about me, us? He asked. P.E. Ryuro glanced at the Quagoan head, and the dark-eyed Quagoa returned the look with unexpected defiance. If the dwarves have a way to separate you and let both live. Fine. I suppose you intend to keep us, unobserved? Quad War's Quagoan head accused. Yes. P.E. Ryuro hissed and stepped closer. He slapped the stone on the side of either of their heads and leaned forward to hiss at both. Of course I do. The fewer who see you, the better. The courage of the Quagoa hangs by a thread. Every fight sees fewer of us, every fight has fewer charging ahead with vigor, and every fight we have more losses. It's enough to make me think you were let go to spread fear among our ranks. I will not let you be used as a weapon against us now. You will go with us, but you will be hidden until we can see what the dwarves can do to unmake you as you are. Quad War hung both heads. We did not ask for this. They said as one. I know. This is enough to pity even a dwarf. P.E. Ryuro growled out, but I can't deal with what you asked for or didn't. I have to keep us going or we will all die. With nothing that could be said against that, Quad War was silent. P.E. Ryuro changed the subject and probed for any additional knowledge the Bothling might have, until his second-in-command entered hours later and said to him, My lord, the All-Sires are ready for you. P.E. Ryuro answered with a heavy, exhausted voice as he stood with the slowness of a Quagoa several times his actual age, Good. Then I'll be out in a moment to address them all, for the last time. Chapter 149, Chapter. I accept you as you are, no matter what you are father to us all. No matter what your race. Demiurge finally uttered, but looked at his lord with horror, but, you are mortal so, we cannot let the last supreme being die, the human race, no matter how strong, they have many frailties. Ainz nodded, I have gained far more power than I ever had, not only to defend myself, and not only to protect my children. But also so that I could find some way to change. Race change items all come with drawbacks. Vampirism, werewolfism, all other transformations come with drawbacks that range from loss of powers, elimination of my skills, or worse, putting me under someone else's control. Now that you know the truth, perhaps you can find a solution. Demiurge let out a derisive snort, Me, Lord Ainz. You're one of the three geniuses of Nazarick, yes, you Demiurge. Ainz answered and patted the Archdevil's shoulder. I cannot stay this way, but if you want to know the truth, as much as I loved my skeletal form, it had drawbacks I don't want restored. I can laugh longer in this form. I can feel the unbridled affection for my children and a sense of pride in your accomplishments. I do not want to lose all that. Nothing is suppressed now. Then, you want to become something else, my lord? Demiurge asked. The Archdevil's mind was already racing as he considered the possibilities. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Ainz answered, it must be immortal, it must be able to contain all the requisite class skills, and it must have the full range of, shall we say, diverse emotional drives. I see. Demiurge said and drifted off to thoughts of the research that would be necessary. My lord, we have race change items in the vault, wouldn't one of them? Ainz squeezed the hand which held his shoulder. No. The world item that made up my phylactery would counter any attempt at Ainz stopped before saying, any attempt at changing to a completely new form. Demiurge, however, was not the sort to fail to pick up on that. My lord, you were once human. That is why the slain theocracy's weapon worked. Because you were human first. Ainz sighed, a father should not lie to his children, yes, Demiurge, yes. Long before I was a supreme being, consider the nature of this world, have you never noticed? Noticed what, my lord? Demiurge asked. Dragonoids, Quagoa, vampires, werewolves, elves, dwarves, and every intelligent race of significance you can name other than dragons. All have a human-like body to one degree or another. All bipedal, all with arms in the same place, the human is the basic body type for almost all intelligent beings. Even slimes like Solution, insectoids like Entoma, and the android design of CZ. So it was with all the supreme beings. Humans give rise to all these things. Ainz explained, it wasn't really a lie in his eyes as he said it, it was as close to true as he himself could conclude. Of course, you are forbidden from ever speaking of this. But I suppose there's no way to not tell you. Ainz closed his eyes and sighed, that is why I don't use another race change item. I may be able to fulfill the requirements of an immortal class on my own, but in this new world, that doesn't seem possible so far. I understand, my lord. Demiurge thought, but already his mind was racing ahead on the possible solution, something that may in concert be able to combine into a world item level of magic power, even if only once. Demiurge slapped his hand over his heart with an audible clap and pronounced with fanatical fervency, I will work tirelessly to see to your immortality. I will trust in you, Demiurge. But remember never to speak of this with the others. There is no reason for anyone to know that the reason I am what I am, is because it is what I was. Ainz replied, and Demiurge gave a nod of understanding to his lord. My lord's will shall be done, in all the world as it is in Nazarick. On my life I swear I will never say a word of this. He smiled a little. Forgive me, my lord, but I can't help but feel a little privileged to be the only one who knows this. Even without your order, I doubt I would ever say a word. Ainz and Demiurge shared a short laugh, and Demiurge began to make far more sense in Ainz's eyes. He really is like a child. The thought was disturbing on one hand, but on the other, it was a relief. The innocent were more easily led and guided, unhindered by reflection. Demiurge would loyally obey any command of any kind. No matter what I tell him to do, he will never lose a wink of sleep over it. He suppressed a shiver and recalled seeing the way a child tormented a housefly he'd captured, plucking at its wings, making it desperately dodge being squashed, unable to escape the torment and fear until the child grew bored and squashed its life out. To distract himself, Ainz asked the next logical question, what stage are you on now? My lord, my repeated harassments of the Quagoa have been increasingly prodding the dragons with ever more injuries, and my last large raid used 12 summoned demons. They're tired, they rely on the Quagoa heavily now, and if everything went well, they have all the information to guide them to turning to the dwarves. If everything goes as I intend, they will launch an attack on this place in order to help the dragons escape as they are more valuable in a battle than several thousand Quagoa. The rest will run by another route which I have made a point of ignoring. I expect their attack in a few days. Did I execute your will properly, my lord? Demiurge asked. Ainz nodded. You did very well, Demiurge, I'm proud of you. Now, I had better get back, the dwarves will need to be prepared. Send a small probe of demons to the city to impress on them how serious things are. Ainz suggested. It was a pointless addition to an already masterful plan, and Ainz knew it. But in his desperation for relevancy, he couldn't resist the suggestion, and it isn't a bad one, it just isn't necessary. The other dwarves have already built up Jaldabaoth to the ultimate evil and the greatest threat they've ever faced. But this would be a chance for their new king and for them to build some confidence, some badly needed confidence at that. An easy win was always good for morale, and with that, Ainz rose to his feet with the utmost relief in every capacity. I place my faith in your efforts, Demiurge. I will see you again when you rise from the great rift to greet your ancient nemesis again. Demiurge gave his lord a crooked smile, and when Ainz rose, he did as well. My thanks to you, master, for everything. Then the gate opened, Ainz stepped through it, and was gone. Chapter 150, Chapter. P.E. Ryuro stood before his assembled warriors. These were mostly the older Quagoa, 5,000 strong, row upon row, they sat and waited for their leader to speak. Pride in his people kindled like a fire in his chest. They know they are going to die, and yet they don't cry, wail, or run. What a people we Quagoa are. When he was ready, he addressed them. There's not a lot of time, so I won't waste words. Brave as you are, you don't need many anyway. P.E. Ryuro said and pointed to the largest path into or out of their holding position. We're moving, going toward the only possible source of help we can find. But if the demons know, they can cut us off and kill us all. Your job is twofold, keep them from finding out, and make sure the dragons escape. We'll need them in the battle ahead. They can't follow through the long narrow paths we can, so there is only one way out. He clenched his pointed hand into a fist. Straight through. He clenched his jaw, they will fly past, and you will make sure they can. Hold the demons' attention, for now at least there aren't many of them. But if Jaldabaoth gets what he's looking for, we'll have armies to deal with. You may be going to die, but you're not dying for nothing, and you will never be forgotten. The aged Quagoan warriors pointed their claws up toward the stone above and roared their defiance to the mountain for several minutes before P.E. Ryuro was able to speak again. When he was able, he was brief. Wait until the last of us have passed out of sight, and when we have, half of you head for the old dwarf capital to attack the demons. The other half will guard here, and by time, 2,500 of you should be able to hold out against their small raids for at least a few days even without the dragons. They rumbled their grim hatred for the demons, which was already burning far hotter than it ever had against the dwarves. I wish you well. P.E. Ryuro said, and stepped down from the simple stone from which he spoke, and looked over his shoulder. The column of Quagoa was already moving. Hail P.E. Ryuro. The call went up from someone at his back when he went to join the column of their great retreat. He didn't look back at them, but that did nothing to stop the call as it spread from mouth to mouth. Hail P.E. Ryuro. It echoed off the stone walls so often that it was like the mountain cheered him on as he retreated. Little by little he was carried by his feet farther and farther from the others. Some would still be packing, somebody would help Quad War in isolation at the end, and then the suicide unit would act. The call faded as he moved farther and farther away. His own steps were a little faster than those of the rest of his gathered tribes, passing families and warriors whenever possible until he was at the front where he belonged. The distant cheers hailing his name were reduced to whispers in the dark, and then they were gone. There was only darkness. Darkness and the sound of their trudging, desperate feet. Hour after hour. At least the dark proved no obstacle for them, but exhaustion was. Their animals had to be slaughtered en masse, save for the great numbers of lizards in small containers, and every scrap of vegetation they could eat had been harvested except for what had to be left behind for the all-sire unit to live on until they died. P.E. Ryuro did his best to keep their spirits up, chatting with his closest fellow leaders from various tribes and treating it like an outing, telling jokes they pretended to laugh at. But it felt forced. Often their faces turned away from him. So P.E. Ryuro did what he always did. He looked forward, straight ahead, and slowly fell more and more quiet, allowing time to slip past him like the faint breeze. The one thing P.E. Ryuro did not expect was just how hard it was to just move some 70,000 Quagoa. The column could only go as fast as the slowest. The very young and very old both required more rest than all the others. The need to eat and drink was also increased, and though that could be done on the move, they also had to stop to relieve themselves. This made the column frequently bunch up as clumps got in the way of others, and there were few good places to relieve themselves anyway. The wet slap of feet tramping through urine and feces was accompanied by a foul stench that he could only be glad was unable to follow after them entirely. When the breeze from the gaping hole in the mountainside died down, so did the stench. But still, they carried on over the rocky hills, old mines that connected to other mines, and not all of them were easily traversed. Under the mountain, there was no night or day, only darkness. And when you can see in the dark, what was darkness but eternal daylight? And so with no set time or way to mark the passing hours, the Quagoa went by the chief's time. When he slept, they slept. When his day began, theirs would also. All hours of all the tribes revolved around the time kept by the cycle of the chief's own life. If he was a vigorous leader with little need for sleep, the rest of the tribe kept the same hours and might complain that they were tired all the time. If he was lazy, the tribe would often be envied by others, or in serious trouble if more hard work needed to be done. The chief under the mountain was the sun and moon alike, keeping setting the cycle of day and night where neither existed alone. With P.E. Ryuro at the head of them all, they had a vigorous and seemingly tireless chief, one who stepped forward one foot after the other without any sign that he needed or wanted rest. It was that vigor, that unwillingness to let them falter, that kept them going. "My lord, we need to rest," his second-in-command said with hushed urgency. It was whispered close to P.E. Ryuro's face so that nobody else would hear, but still P.E. Ryuro ignored him for another dozen steps before it was whispered again. And again after another dozen steps. "We can rest when we've reached something like safety." P.E. Ryuro finally whispered back, "It's only been a few hours." "It's been far more than that." His second whispered a little rougher. "The elderly can't keep up, the mothers carrying their young can't keep up, and with the food and supplies being carried." P.E. Ryuro snapped a look at him. "What good will it do if we're caught up to by demons? How long do you really think those we left behind can hold out? 2 days? 3? Think about it, fool. They have no healers left. Even if they hold out for 2 days, the demons will notice the lack of reinforcement soon and become suspicious. Demons aren't mere brutes. They'll wonder about the feeble attack, where the dragons were going, why we would sacrifice ourselves to let them escape. When they find our population gone, what do you think they will do?" P.E. Ryuro hissed the withering question and glared at the warrior. To his credit, the second-in-command did think about it. More importantly, they continued trudging. The weaker being helped by the stronger, until even P.E. Ryuro could go no further and they finally collapsed in the largest sigh of relief the mountain stones had ever heard, and fell to a rest from which some hoped never to awaken. Chapter 151, Chapter. The next few days after Ainz returned from his meeting with Demiurge were busy ones. With none of the three geniuses at hand, Ainz had to negotiate the terms of the integration of the dwarves into the kingdom of Nazarick on his own. However, as he sat at the patched-up table with his new subjects, he found he had two key advantages. My time in sales, and, as a salaryman in an alcohol-heavy environment both work in my favor. Simply put, they were the perfect people to negotiate with. He plucked beer in abundance from his inventory and used one of his oldest tricks. "We only drink when we've agreed on something." This caught the dwarves off guard. "Will you not simply dictate to us the terms of our submission?" the aged counselor asked, and Ainz looked at him from behind the mask he was nearly ready to remove and answered. "No. There need to be benefits for you here, or you will want to leave one day. I want you, not merely your mountain." Ainz replied, and unwittingly won over the worried elder in a single sentence. They licked their lips as they looked over the frosty bottles, eyes as big as saucers, and as a measure of goodwill, Ainz suggested they bring another glowstone into the room to brighten it up. "Agreed," they said in unison, and each reached for the first bottle before even calling for a stone to be brought. So he removed the mask, offered up the bottles, and did what salarymen did best. He proceeded to drink the dwarves under the table with one bargain after another. Thanks to the intoxicating effect of the alcohol of Nazarick thick in their heads, they negotiated very lightly. By morning on the 5th day they agreed. The dwarves will pay taxes collected annually to the kingdom of Nazarick. These taxes may take the form of raw ores, or requested finished goods, as well as coins of true weight. The kingdom of Nazarick will in return establish the security of trade routes, and accept responsibility for the safety of the shipments. Furthermore, the dwarves will accept the use of Nazarick labor forces as their king sees fit to provide, and pledge fealty and obedience in all matters of policy both foreign and domestic, with no laws of the dwarves contradicting the laws of His Majesty or the kingdom without special royal decree of Nazarick's throne. It will be further provided that the king of Nazarick will act to protect the dwarves using such military forces at his disposal, with dwarves obligated to provide full support in those endeavors, and bear the cost of their own defense, including repaying any debts incurred in addition to annual taxes. Travel may be conducted freely without papers, and the practice of slavery will be barred from use as a penalty. All violent criminal elements, when sentenced, will be dispatched to Nazarick for confinement or disposal such as the throne deems fit. The more the dwarves agreed, the drunker they got. The forge master, when deep in his cups, swaying on his seat, held up the bottle with the devil on the front label and pointed at his new king. All work real hard for ya, there's the best beer ever, and they say ya can tell a losh about Shomon by the drinkin'. The best smith there ish, and I canna wait to prove it. He hiccuped several times, and Ainz sipped politely while the old forge master spoke. That's quite a boast. He smirked, it felt good to bear his face for once, and by the time anyone knew, Ainz felt confident that the rest of Nazarick would already be informed and have come round. Demiurge's acceptance touched Ainz's heart so much that the fear was replaced by warmth, and it was matched only by his shame in telling Albedo last. I've done the most to harm her, and because of that I've punished her more by trusting her the least. I can't delay long in telling her the truth. Whatever she does, I have to just accept it. It was a dreadful thought, and he covered it by answering the forge master's boast and reaching into his pocket to mention. From it he drew a small green knife and a small green ingot. Do you think you can work this? It's not the best of the ores we have in Nazarick, but, so far nobody outside of Nazarick has even seen it. The forge master still swayed in his seat, but as the ore and the knife slid down the table with a long scraping noise, his eyes took on a professional look that only the master of a craft could attain. He set down the beer bottle, after chugging the contents which remained with several steady and audible gulps, then picked up both the ingot and the knife. I dunno. He looked them both over with a critical eye. He cut the ingot with the knife of the same shade, looked at the mark it drew along the surface, then took out his own blade from its sheath on his belt. Steel at a glance, good steel, he drew a line beside the mark made by the green-bladed knife. He frowned, he ran the blade back and forth several times, then set the ingot down and pressed harder, grunting with effort as he tried to mark the ingot with his steel. This ain't ammonite, manatite. Adamanite, hell you know what I mean, but it's strongier by a lot, even manatite. Ada, that one, will alias leave a mark. He hiccuped again. Can I keep maybe work with him a bit, see what I can do? The forge master asked. Of course, and if you can't, and give up. Ainz set his own bottle down and reached for another. Come to Nazarick, perhaps we have something to teach you. Course. Never just, run off with it, course. The forge master stammered, and then quickly stored both the knife and ingot away again. He then held onto his smile. His eyes, already glassy, went blank and he fell face first onto the stone table and began to snore. There was the faint, crunching noise when he hit, and a little blood seeped its way out into view, but the other dwarves didn't seem to notice or care. Is he, all right? Ainz asked, seeing the way the others acted. Oh aye, Majesty, aye. The oldest of their council said. Proly, he took a long, deep draught. Just a broken nose, it depends when you're lightweight like him, course it depends to all of us now and again, nothin' a little magic can't cure. Now, one lost claw's air, then we drink till we sleep and all get broke noses. He and the remaining dwarves all licked their wet lips, flecks of beer foam was caught in most of their beards, and their glassy eyes sparkled at the final condition. No taxes on the trade in beer, production, or shipment, and course, one wee lil measure, I hope he can forgive, just, one lil time per year, say, ta mark this treaty. Ya send the council a gift of beer from your home, ye know, just a cask or two between friends ta show ye friendship to us all. Agreed. Ainz remarked, and the entire council cheered, save for the snoring forge master. Their bottles went up and tilted high as their heads went back to drink every drop. It went on, until true to the old councillor's word, they one by one fell forward onto the table and broke their noses as they passed out. Ainz was finally alone in being awake. Dwarves, they're a very interesting people. I probably could have won them over just by trading them beer and then cutting off the supply unless they surrendered. Ainz laughed at the thought, and then got up to return to his quarters and set himself to sleep. Chapter 152, Chapter. Jaldabaoth was utterly at peace with his entire world. Though the anguish of his father's passing would always be a part of him, another aspect of himself was at peace in a way he had not ever imagined. The words of the supreme beings have never been so clear to me before, and now I wonder how I could have so sorely misunderstood them. With the entire area thoroughly looted and large quantities of ore obtained, what remained was to deal with the inevitable. His demon familiar, a little winged bat through which he could watch when not controlling the evil Lord of Wrath, revealed the coming of 2,500 Quagoa, or so he estimated them to be. Just as I predicted, they're going to launch an initial attack to get their most important assets through and disguise their retreat. An intelligent decision, their leader should be spared so he can serve Nazarick. The noise of the Quagoa's trampling feet over the stone was lower than it should have been as they trotted along. They were obviously endeavoring to be quiet. The dragons were more successful in that much. Presumably they were flying, as the bat wings fluttered back and forth with a heftier breeze against its body than should have existed underneath the mountain. 1 hour or less. Demiurge considered, and he abandoned the consciousness of the familiar. His mind was back in his own body where it sat cross-legged in the now completely empty vault. He didn't linger, casting it out to dominate the mind of his subordinate, the evil Lord of Wrath. The towering demon accepted his master's will over his own, and anticipating the arrival of the Quagoa, he ran back to the dwarven royal treasury and shut the door behind himself. The handful of summoned demons put their backs to the path the Quagoa would come from, seeming to be focused on the prisoners they kept for experimentation. The dwarves and Quagoa were few. But it would be enough to drive the point home about common enmity and propel his master's narrative. The hour estimate proved to be off by only a little as the Quagoa picked up speed. They roared out their war cries and charged at the demons who turned on the attackers in surprise. They charged the Quagoa with the utmost arrogance, taking the earthbound prey on their own level, their claws sweeping out and slashing through 6 at a time before the Quagoa could get close enough to bite or claw for themselves. Jaldabaoth, however, only listened while the Quagoa swept past, and seeing prisoners, freed them indiscriminately without thinking, cutting the bindings of dwarf and Quagoa alike and pointing back the way they came. Here and there, his sensitive ears caught a few words. Go that way if you want to live. Slay the demons. Defeat the demon emperor. And the assorted curses and cries of relief and pain all blended together in a kind of musical harmony of the likes Demiurge never tired of in the least. The demons fell backward, crushing the Quagoa on their back. The prisoners, those who were able, ran for their pathetic lives the way they were told. Their shared suffering was such that they grasped even at an enemy's hand if it promised some small hope of salvation. Pounding feet and cries of hatred and rage quickly changed as the sound of great dragon wings beating in the air outside briefly drowned out all else. Now, Demiurge told himself, and Jaldabaoth emerged from the vault, bellowing with rage as he realized his forces were under attack. The dragons curled their throats and blasted him with their icy breath. Jaldabaoth opened his body up by squaring off against them and holding out his fiery red arms so that he was easily struck. He laughed at the dragons. Fools. Fools. You may escape for now, but you can't hide forever. I know where it is now. I will finish off the Quagoa myself, and chase you down and kill those disgusting animals you call dwarves. I will avenge my past defeat 1,000-fold when I skin you alive. I will have you healed and skinned and healed again. Your suffering will be without end. So run. Run and enjoy your delusions while I let you have them. You'll know true despair soon enough. His body was coated with the blue ice of their breath weapon, but if it was strong enough to do anything against him, they didn't see it. Jaldabaoth charged toward the fray, his body burning through flesh as he came near to it. The Quagoan fur burned as easily as oily animal fat, and his fallen demons began to turn the tide. A few Quagoa started to flee as if they were chasing after their courage, others redoubled their efforts. They clambered over the demons in a desperate bid to take down the beings that looked down on them. Their claws didn't do much damage, but they began to topple the evil beings one by one, slaying the summons. It doesn't matter if you kill these. I'll summon more tomorrow and come for you. Jaldabaoth shouted to the ones who ran. He waded into the fight of those who continued the fight, with the dragons gone, and seeing no hope of escape for themselves, they fought with wild abandon. Slashing, clawing, desperately trying to reach the apex of the demons where they could get at the vulnerable eyes, some became smears when they were thrown against walls. Others became like squashed bugs when demons quashed them underfoot. Jaldabaoth himself, however, only walked and what came near, turned to ashes and blew away in the little breeze. The numbers of the Quagoan invaders began to dwindle faster and faster. Several of Jaldabaoth's weaker summons were dead, but it didn't matter, even those who remained could see that for themselves. Jaldabaoth's mere existence determined their defeat, and brave Quagoa died screaming in pain and fear when he came close to them. But there were no other runners. They fulfilled their oath to stand and die, buying time for the dragons and their comrades to escape to some form of relative safety. Finally there were only 3 remaining Quagoa, their backs pressed to the wall. They held their claws up in defiance, one leg back, both claws up. More notably to Jaldabaoth, they were all exactly alike. He stopped close to them, he pointed down at the 3 dark-streaked Quagoa warriors with the bright red stripes in their thick fur. You 3, are you related? The surviving demons fell in at either side of Jaldabaoth, forming a semicircle which surrounded the trio against the wall. Brothers. The center Quagoa shouted and tensed. Brothers, are you ready to die together? Jaldabaoth's mocking voice met the three, who shifted on their feet but remained resolute. That's right. They shouted and snarled, baring their teeth at their endmaker. I will spare the one who kills his brothers. Jaldabaoth replied. The three stopped where they stood. The center Quagoa answered for them all. Not on your life. He hissed. And you too, does neither of you want to live? Jaldabaoth pointed from one to the other of the triplets. Enough to kill you, said the left-hand brother. But not enough to kill each other, said the right-hand brother. Jaldabaoth thought that over, his flames began to heat up and spread, the triplets each pressed as far back against the stone as they could, unable to bear the searing heat or the bright white light of the increasingly heated flames. It blinded them so much that neither the left nor the right knew why they were falling until the pain hit after they fell to the ground. The center brother looked down by instinct when he could see as the firelight faded to something tolerable and he heard the noise of his brother's screams. Each one was missing the outermost leg from their eldest brother in the middle. They clutched at the stumps that were cauterized at the thigh just below the groin. The claws once turned on Jaldabaoth were now turned to grasping at useless stumps. Jaldabaoth held the missing legs in a single hand. Before he could say anything, the center of the trio fell clutching at his right eye socket, his left looking up to see Jaldabaoth had plucked it out of his head, having moved too fast to be seen. The demon threw the parts away to land with weighty thuds and a nasty splat when a leg crushed the eye. He was howling still when Jaldabaoth repeated the act, taking the left eye as well. My reward for your faithfulness to each other. You are your brother's legs, they are your eyes. I wonder if you'll make it to the dwarves or not. Now go, run, or I suppose hop away before I change my mind and you become ash. Jaldabaoth laughed as the blinded fumbled for brothers and they for he, then the demon left them alone to whatever end they found for themselves. Chapter 153, Chapter. The dwarves saw the demons coming long before they arrived, a dozen of them, large red creatures with pointy-tipped tails, large bat wings and blood-red bodies wreathed in flame. They were few in number, but would tower over any of them with ease. The great bell of the last dwarven city tolled again, its deep ring bouncing off the walls calling all the strong to arm themselves and fight, or the weak to hide themselves and stay the hell out of the way. Ainz was well prepared for this, and by luck was near where Hijinmal lay reading when the dwarves fell into chaos akin to what happened when an anthill was kicked over. Ainz reached out and put his hand on Hijinmal's head, which dipped down to make that easy for his master. Hijinmal, it's beginning. No sooner than the words were out of his mouth than it hit him. That was, oh God, that was so edgy and melodramatic. No. Pandora's actor really did get all this from me. I can't still be a Chinibu. I can't be. No. I grew out of that shameful phase. It was enough to really piss him off, and Hijinmal steeled his heart as he detected his master's resolve to fight hardening within. At your command, master. I'm still not much use, but I'll do my best. Hijinmal promised as Ainz swung himself over the back of the dragon's neck. Without any other outlet for his anger, he turned it on the summoned demons. As he ascended to the sky he shouted down to the dwarves, you have your weapons. Use them. It was the right thing to say. Dwarves who panicked froze stiff and looked at what their hands held as if they'd forgotten they had a means to defend themselves. Their terror turned into resolve as they watched the new king on dragonback ascend above their heads and head the only direction a king should go. Forward. Towards the enemies of his own, he soared beyond the wall, and eager to unleash his temper, Ainz immediately began blasting spells. Maximize magic, 1,000 bone lance. And thousands of bones shot toward the demons, knocking several from the sky as the others scattered. Black hole. He pointed at a more distant demon, and a void opened up to suck the horrified summon in with a scream of pain. The dwarves were galvanized by the soaring dragon and soaring king, the blast of icy breath raking over demons and the dread, impossible magic of their new lord threatened to take the whole on by themselves, and win. Come on you lazy bastards. Earn your beer. Are you going to let our king fight them all for us by himself? The dwarven commander shouted and it spurred the briefly stunned dwarves to renew their vigor. As demons came toward the walls, dwarves locked their shields as one and held out their long spears, they stabbed and jabbed as claws raked over metal, only for the demons to draw back and seem confused. They have trouble against runecraft. Take heart. You can beat them. You can win. The dwarven commander yelled as dwarves below knocked arrows. Loose. He shouted, and struck by holy rune-enchanted arrowheads, the demons howled and flailed, they drew back for a spell as the commander shouted for them again, drawl. The sound of bows being knocked with fresh arrows followed his command, but the demons dropped down to charge the wall directly and avoid the flight. Hold. The commander shouted and held up his axe over his head. The demons charged the wall while their king's spells obliterated another of their ranks. Before the eyes of every living, doubting dwarf, the foreign king became their own as he put himself beyond the wall for their sake while their people held the walls. The demons struck the line on the wall, and dwarven bodies flew backward to strike the stone buildings. Some were unable to move, while others would never move again, and others began to rise to their feet, slowly, but they rose with groans of pain. Atop the captive part of the wall, the dwarves formed up a fresh line. Loose. The commander's axe came down and the twang of bowstrings echoed against the wall that stood between their families and destruction. Their arrows arced up and struck the demons at close range, piercing their burning red flesh and sending some to fall over dead while others howled at the infliction of holy damage. Infantry advance. The dwarves dropped spears and drew their short rune-enchanted holy axes. Hacking began as the dwarves locked shields again and faced the demons on both sides. The commander watched from below, turning an eye toward the king who still fought 6 more demons alone while his people struggled against the rest. It was at that moment that he heard a terrible roar of furious rage under the mountain. No, it couldn't be. The dwarves on the wall, and the demons themselves, all briefly paused to look at what fresh nightmare came, not knowing for whom it was bound. Mothers. Brothers. Sisters. Hijinmal shouted with relief at their coming for the first time in his life as the Frost Dragon clan survivors soared into battle, their claws snatching demons from the air and hurling them to the ground. Able to use their wings, size, and breath to best effect in the open area, the crash of demon bodies harder than stone cracking the mountain base made the truth of the origins of the Great Rift obvious to all. The dragons took a demon each and roars raged loud enough that mothers clutching children could not even hear their children cry right beside their ears. The ancient walls of the city threatened to collapse from the shaking, but the tide was clearly turning in favor of the dwarves. Demons began to fall one by one, cracking the foundations further, or tumbling into the abyss where none came back up. Until at last there remained but one embroiled in battle with the king over Nazarick, caught in a close battle between the two. The dragon mount bit and clawed against the demon until a wayward backhand caught his head and tumbled the dragon to an audible and ugly thud. The watching city and the family of the dragon gasped collectively as the king was left without his mount, grappling the demon and tumbling faster and faster toward the stone until they landed with such force that rocks became dust and shrouded them all. "Get up," the commander said from that wall he'd raced up to. "Please be all right. Please, we need you." The dust began to settle with the noise, and as the dust settled, there stood their king, his white robe dusty as could be, but the demon caught in both his hands and held aloft at the arms. "Now, just die." Ainz bellowed and tore as the demon screamed, and its arms were torn from its body. It fell to the dust, and howled with its open maw one more time before the king raised up his foot and brought it with inexorable decision down onto its skull, crushing it into fragments and ending the fight. Still, nothing moved. No one spoke. If anyone breathed, it couldn't be heard. Ainz approached the fallen body of Hijinmal and put out his hand to touch the unmoving mount. "Hijinmal, are you all right?" Ainz asked in a delicate whisper, breaking the silence that held before the city walls. Chapter 154, Chapter. The dragons who fled from demons, to fight demons, the mates and heirs of Alisur Dark, approached the fallen of their number, their heads loomed large over the king who rode him into battle. "I never thought much of him." A faintly feminine voice rumbled while looking down at the savagely cut-up body of the young dragon, "but he did well out here today." Ainz didn't look up from the fallen one. "This was my doing. I wanted an easy win to boost the confidence of the dwarves." Hijinmal wasn't ready to fight demons, even ones that were not at their full potential. Guilt tugged at his heart. He didn't look up over his shoulder. "Which of you was his mother?" Ainz asked. "I." 3 voices resounded as they sought to claim the fallen hero as their own. "It's easy to go into battle knowing you will win. It isn't so easy when you don't know that." "He was very brave," Ainz said of the corpse. The rest of the clan said nothing. There was nothing to be said. "Brave enough for a second chance," Ainz said, and then removing his hand from the corpse, he plucked a wand from his dimensional storage space and removed a wand of resurrection. The wand was the length of a man's forearm, and held a red jewel at the tip cut into diamond-like angles and set deep into the wood so that only the pentagon shape bulged outward a little. Resurrection. Ainz released the spell, and the corpse sucked in a deep breath. Did we win, sire?" Hijinmal asked without raising his head. "Would you be alive if we hadn't?" Ainz asked and placed a free hand on the dragon's head. "And no, I suppose not. That was a foolish question." "Forgive me, sire. But I saw them and assumed we had all died," Hijinmal said and looked up at the array of dragon faces hovering near. "You did, all right, out there, Hijinmal," his eldest half-brother said with reluctance. Thank you, brother, but then, if you're alive, how did you come to be here?" Hijinmal asked in stupefied confusion, and with the swiftness of a sloth, he began to move his limbs. "That is a very long story. Your father died, we assumed you had also, but we escaped among the Quagoa when our way out was cut off. For some time the 2 of us fought against the daily onslaughts of demons, until word was brought to us of I assume, you. The female dragon who was speaking shifted her gaze from her son to Ainz. Ainz ignored the beginnings of cheers within the city as the reality hit home and the survivor of the skirmish was seen to move again. Their first real victory of any sort in a long time, the dwarven spirits were shooting higher than the mountain in which they lived. Already Ainz could smell the flow of beer in the distance. The female dragon that addressed Hijinmal, and then Ainz, adopted the role of voice for the small clan, and began to explain everything they learned from scouts, observations, and survivors who fled to carry word to them. The full explanation took some time, which bought Ainz time to think as he looked up at the large ice-blue frost dragon. So P.E. Ryuro is on his way here, with all his people. Except for those who decided to remain to buy time for the others, yes. Jaldabaoth is enemy to us all, he killed our mate, now killed my son, and threatens to slaughter, torture, or enslave us all. I am told you bested him once before, this is true. She asked and cocked her head at him. I did. Ainz replied to her. I saw your fight, you held back. She asked, hesitant but hopeful. He clenched his fist hard enough to crack his knuckles. I did. I can't say when Jaldabaoth may appear, but he will come here. I had to be ready and at full strength. Ainz answered, and they nodded in understanding. But you came hoping for help, and you are not mine. It would be far wiser of me to simply refuse and let you bear the brunt of Jaldabaoth's assault, and then finish him when he's weakened. I can save many lives that way. You'd leave us. They asked as one, dragons or not, the sight of Jaldabaoth using their patriarch, the most powerful of their number as if he were a mere club, then shattering the mountain with his body and casting him out to his doom was still fresh in their minds. Ainz waved a hand with dismissal. Yes, you have no loyalty to me. I can't throw away loyal subjects to assist strangers who offer me nothing, especially if they will actively oppose me later. The dragons collectively looked down at Hijinmal, and the eldest female spoke again. My son has been faithful, hasn't he? He died under me, so yes. Ainz said in a clipped and displeased tone and set his hands on his hips. Though she towered over him, she felt more as if she were looking up, rather than down. Her blood ran like her icy breath through her veins. Hijinmal, what do you think? Ainz asked. They looked at the young runt that proved himself in the field of the stone sky. Salvation or destruction lay in his talons. Hijinmal rose to his feet. He was shaky, unsteady, and even his head wobbled a bit on his neck, but he spoke with crystal clarity. I would ask that you spare them with your help, let them serve you and prove their loyalty. You gave me a chance, my lord. Let them have one, the only one I had real reason to hate is now dead. That's enough for me. Ainz let the dragons sweat for a moment, and allowed Hijinmal to bask in their desperate collective gratitude. Then, as if he was unsure of his decision, he turned his masked eyes from the dragon at his feet, to the dragon overhead, and nodded. I will kill Jaldabaoth, or at least seal him away. When it is over, you will leave this mountain and fly to the kingdom of Nazarick where you will be assigned tasks that will let you begin to earn my trust. He let the moment hang for a moment, then put a hand on Hijinmal. This one died under me. Do not complain if it takes time for you to raise your status in my eyes. Ainz learned something new at that moment. When a dragon starts to swallow, it takes a very long time for them to finish. Chapter 155, Chapter. Jaldabaoth had no reason to rush regarding anything. He even waited a few days to give the Quaggoa who fled from him a nice head start and plenty of rest. He then summoned a few disposable demons and set out for the Quaggoan stronghold. The survivors should be there by now, as should the escapees, though they probably won't have remained behind. And unless P.E. Ryuro is utterly inept he should be reaching my master soon, maybe not in time for the skirmish, but soon after. Jaldabaoth had many thoughts of this sort as he trod on through the winding stone paths, tunnels, mining ways, and so on in search of the Quaggoa who stayed behind to buy time for their fellows. He could hear them, so many breathing, so many panting in fear. It carried like an infection left with them by those who ran away in fear of him. They are the wise ones. The rest. Foolish courage is an expression for a reason. The demons advanced first, common ones that were weak enough that the Quaggoa could defeat them, but strong enough that they could inflict horrendous casualties before dying. The Quaggoa strategy remained unchanged, drowning the demons in their life's blood by clawing their way up to the top and striking the eyes or open mouths. The insects were brave enough, Jaldabaoth would grant them that much. The smell of blood filled the stale air of the cave. The desperation of the Quaggoa in their final hours was a testament to their resilience as a people. The way they hurled themselves on the demons with relentless abandon, pushed to the limit by Jaldabaoth's relentless experimentation with their abilities. They lacked the creativity of weaker races like humans, but did show unique physical resilience and significant amounts of courage. But now he was satisfied. I know enough about them now, and Nazarick needs scrolls. He thought, and entered the fray, stretching out his hand, and said in a tranquil sort of voice, burn. Those within a 3-meter space around him had the air ignited in their lungs, and they toppled over, unable even to scream as they died. The eerie silence of their deaths brought the breaking point. To the eyes of those who did not experience his slaughter technique as he walked into their desperate ranks, it appeared that they simply died by getting close. An enemy that could kill simply by proximity was a hopeless fight, and yet still some came on, struggling against all odds to buy their own retreating people just one more minute of time between Jaldabaoth and their migrating flight away from their former refuge. He can't kill us all. Some fool shouted from atop a rock while attempting to rally the flagging courage of those who surrounded him. Yes, I can. Jaldabaoth replied as he lumbered on, an untouchable giant and impossible force of evil unrivaled in their world, or their history, or even in their most dreaded and feared mythologies. Just one more minute, hold him for one more minute. Someone else called out just before they fell forward with their lungs incinerated. He toppled back, staring up at the stones above with the blank and empty eyes of the dead. I'll make so many scrolls out of you all, feel privileged that you get to experience the joy of serving the one supreme being. Even if you're not alive to do it. Jaldabaoth thought and opened his arms out wide like he was going to embrace someone, but all he did was expand the range of slaughter by a fair amount. And, now I'm bored. Jaldabaoth said, and beat his great wide wings, sending gusts hard enough that Quagoan warriors were bowled over into their fellows farther away, knocking Quagoa over in heaps. Some looked on, disbelief etched on their open-mouthed faces. Is he running away? They wondered, did we win? They asked themselves, until the towering demon laughed and began to fly over their army. Immediately their warriors began to die in masses. He flew low over their ranks, his wings battering the still air and carried him over the tops of their heads, making their already futile efforts even more hopeless than before. The area of effect skill, or spell, or whatever he used lost none of its effectiveness as he soared laughing over his dying victims. What remaining spirit they had was left broken with his unreachability. Quagoa began to knock one another over, scrambling, uncaring over the bodies of those they called brother not but 20 minutes before. They pulled at the fur of others to claw their way over the heads of others, pushing off shoulders to jump as far away as they could from the remaining formation to run for safety after the tribe they were supposed to sacrifice their lives to protect. This led to a quick end for some, who tumbled back away from their comrades and into Jaldabaoth's radius of death. They too died in silent agony. The formations became carpets and the routed who fought one another for survival became dead little hills with silent screams displayed in the dark cave to reveal the horror of their deaths to anyone who cared to look. When it was over at long last, with almost none remaining but the 2 or 3 who fled successfully after their kin, Jaldabaoth opened the portal to Nazarick and summoned a few of his servants. A dozen little imps emerged with their bobbing little tails, sharp chins, and dark hair hanging loose behind red flesh. They had a little stoop to their walk and claw-like hands with sharp teeth to match. Take the bodies, harvest the skins for scrolls and the meat to feed our beasts, then plunder this entire camp for anything we can use. Leave nothing of even the remotest value behind. Nazarick needs all the resources it can get. Demiurge gave the order while in Jaldabaoth's guise, and the little imps bobbed their heads up and down. They were not the strongest of demons, but they were very quick and completely obedient, scurrying around like little rats. They carried the corpses 2 or 3 at a time over each shoulder, but they organized themselves quickly to conduct their work, transporting the bodies to his farm for skinning, while tearing through every box, barrel, and bag for everything down to a mushy piece of moss that might be consumable. It may take hours, maybe even another day or 2, but what of it? I don't want to catch up to P.E. Ryuro before he reaches my master. That would ruin the dramatic flourish he seems to love so much, and if he loves it that much, it must be correct. Perhaps I should try to be more dramatic as well. He might appreciate that. A few lessons from Pandora's actor might help. Jaldabaoth enjoyed the process of contemplation by itself while he took a seat on a bloody rock, crossed one leg over the other, folded his hands together and rested them on his thigh, and watched his minions work. Chapter 156, Chapter. P.E. Ryuro didn't hate dwarves like most of his people. To him, they were like rocks that had to be tunneled through. They were simply in the way, that is why they had to die. There can only be one king under the mountain. He recalled the thought when he decided to have the dwarves wiped out. The early success in capturing a few dwarven prisoners and using them to learn agriculture and other useful arts had only solidified his fundamental view. They're more of a threat to us than dragons. Had he ever said that aloud, he would have been laughed at without a doubt, but he was certain he was right. The dragons were stronger, but by the nature of their bodies they simply couldn't make anything for themselves. They needed the Quagoa to procure the things they wanted. Even if they oppressed the Quagoa, they wouldn't eliminate his race. But there was nothing the dwarves could not make for themselves, and so the Quagoa were not needed. Had they the power to do it, the dwarves would have wiped his people out to get at ores just the same as he'd been doing to them. So trudging toward his enemy didn't bring up the same visceral hatred that it did for the rest of his migrating people. When the Great Rift, and the guarding fortress, finally came into view, he was the only one to feel relief. What he knew of the dwarves was that they were pragmatic. They need allies, so do we. He thought, as much to reassure himself as for anything else. So, he stepped farther away from his people and held his hands up. The fortress was not unimpressive, but it held only a few hundred dwarves. His scouts in the days when he'd been planning the assault had all assured him of that much. A result of their steep decline in numbers, no doubt. He mused, but it was still a fortress and would leave a fair number of dead or wounded even when lightly defended. The lightning weapons the dwarves used had caused many brutal injuries in the past. I wonder how many we would have lost taking it if Jaldabaoth had not come. The question would never be answered, which meant, he reassured himself again, we're now on the same side, they have to see that, this foreigner must. That offers a chance for reason even if the dwarves decide to be less than pragmatic this time. With his hands up as high as he could hold them, the fortress defenders were obviously still nervous. They were shuffling about, and voices filled with alarm carried all the way to where he stood. But P.E. Ryuro did not panic, his breath caught, and he took another step closer. SS, stop right there. The voice at the top of the fortress shouted. P.E. Ryuro obeyed but shouted back, hoping his headdress would make it obvious he was in a position of authority. I am P.E. Ryuro, ruler over all the Quagoa. I want to speak with the foreign king, the enemy of the demon emperor Jaldabaoth. The dwarf must have been taken aback by this, as he neither spoke nor struck, and for a more than uncomfortable moment, silence held between them. All the Quagoa are with you. The dwarf's pitch went up an octave higher. All those still alive, yes. P.E. Ryuro shouted back. He looked up at the high tower, doing his best not to look behind him at the hopeless followers who were only slightly in view. We suffered terrible losses, but what we have left will fight with you. I can't make this decision. Wait there, we will send for the king's word. Then let me, and one other, go with you. P.E. Ryuro shouted, the dwarves would probably prefer we die without ever crossing the bridge. If I can speak ruler to ruler. All right. Just you and one other. Stay there, we'll send someone down now. Hurry. P.E. Ryuro shouted back, slowly lowering his hands as he did. Jaldabaoth may not be far behind us. That sent shouts of alarm throughout the fortress. The ones who thought themselves least likely to face the wrath of the demon emperor, now found themselves potentially bearing the brunt of it. Bring out Quad War. P.E. Ryuro shouted behind him loud enough that only his aides could properly hear him. Quad War was spared from the horrified looks of his people by being allowed to ride in concealment in one of the few small wagons, more like a three-legged wheelbarrow than anything else, carried where he had to be, and riding where he could. Almost none of his people had seen the unfortunate Bothling that had somehow survived the horrific experimentation. If this doesn't make for a compelling argument, we're all as good as dead. P.E. Ryuro told himself and waited while a few aides rushed the little barrow-like wagon over until it was well out of sight of their population at large. We will go alone from here. P.E. Ryuro said as they fell in at his back and helped Quad War out of his place and get his feet on the floor. He looked over his shoulder. If I don't come back, attack. There's no hope left for us, so let the dwarves be as weak as possible when Jaldabaoth comes for them. There's no survival if we don't make it through this, and I don't plan on us dying alone. They gave grim nods to their chief and clenched their fists. The dwarven head of Quad War, however, piped up, I don't know anything about a foreign king, but my council is smart enough to know the danger, and if they're not, I'll make them see, a look at us. The Quagoan head spoke, and they will clamber to be our allies and dance for the privilege. You'd both better be right. I don't want to die at all, let alone in such a stupid way. P.E. Ryuro replied, and they began the long awkward walk as soon as a dwarf guide emerged. The dwarf guide took one look at Quad War and bent over to retch. Jaldabaoth's handiwork. Quad War answered the vomit with a stoic explanation. The dwarf fell to the ground shaking, and P.E. Ryuro understood that at least, yes, that is why we're here, we fight together or die apart. The dwarf began not a walk, but a jog toward the long bridge over the great rift. Though its metal cables creaked and the narrow bridge swayed, it held firm. Quad War grabbed both sides and made his curious quick-hopping motion after the chief, while P.E. Ryuro did the same in a slow, steady walk so as not to greatly outpace the crippled Bothling. Reaching the far end took much longer than it would have during any kind of fight, no charge of glory against the last of his enemies, no attack on the gate, no final struggle or moment of triumphant anticipation ahead as the distant gate of the dwarven walls came into view. This is not how things were supposed to go. P.E. Ryuro cursed, his people were supposed to dominate the mountain in fact if not in name, grow strong, overthrow the dragons, and one day, range upon range should have been their own. The fantasy of his youthful dreams was now a shattered ruin, like broken glass he sometimes found in the rich dwarven homes, scattered into countless pieces. All he could do was pick up the pieces and try to make something out of whatever structure remained, and hope it gave the Quagoa a better life than before. He clenched his jaw while their escort ran ahead shouting unintelligibly, and the gates eventually groaned open. P.E. Ryuro watched a figure emerge. Whatever it was, it definitely wasn't a dwarf, far too tall, and it rode on a relatively small dragon. That can only be Hijinmal, so he lived after all. I assumed he died with his father. P.E. Ryuro felt at least some relief that someone known to him was approaching. Though most of the Quagoa chief's dealings were with the patriarch of the clan, Hijinmal had never been hostile, and they even shared a few favorable moments when Pe Ryuro asked about particular books that might help develop his people further. Pe Ryuro swallowed as they came closer. The dragon's trot was steady, confident. Is that really Hijinmal? As dragons went, that one always seemed to slink around more than anything else. Doubt crept in, but as he could make out the face better, it seemed to definitely be him, if a little bit fitter than before. Finally there was no more time to doubt. The white and gold-clad figure who towered over him like a monolith was up close. I am Ainz Olgaun, king of Nazarick, master of the frost dragons, and king of the dwarves. The voice. It hammered at Pe Ryuro's soul as if it were authority manifested in sound itself. This is a king. But determined not to shame himself, he looked up and spoke. I am Pe Ryuro, chief of all the Quagoan clans and I hope, your ally. He turned to the side and gestured to Quadwar. This is Quadwar, a survivor of Jaldabaoth's experiments, and what we will all be if the demon emperor isn't stopped. Ainz shuddered, but didn't vomit. Am I being case-hardened to atrocities now? He wondered. That wasn't a pleasant thought, but it seemed likely. But still, the body of Dwarf and Quagoa had been mutilated beyond all reason, one leg of each race, one arm, both heads on one body and sewn together down the middle. Majesty. Quadwar spoke in unison as if they shared a common mind. We agree with each other. The demon emperor must be stopped. Neither of us want this for our people. Maybe it's too late for us, but we're the only bothling. We survived by working together to escape the demon emperor's clutches and carry what we knew back to those who would fight him. If the Quagoa, dwarves, dragons, and yourself all do as we've done, maybe we can win. Ainz looked the pathetic being over. I will have to have a talk with Demiurge about this. This is cruel, needlessly cruel, and the fault is mine for not properly containing his worst impulses. It may be that you can be restored, and both survive. Ainz suggested, and both heads looked at him, open-mouthed and with wild hope. Ninth tier healing magic should do the trick. Ainz proposed, and to his surprise, the bothling answered. Afterward. Let the dwarves see us, let the Quagoa see us, once we're all together. If a look at me, US, doesn't convince them to fight together, nothing will. Quadwar pointed out insightfully. There is one problem. Ainz said, and focused on Pe Ryuro. I never agreed to accept you as allies. Pe Ryuro gasped, as did Quadwar. If I accept you as allies, the dwarves will always wonder when you will attack them again for control of the mountain. If I harbor you on equal standing, you might try to put yourselves above a race subordinate to me. It would be far more practical for me to simply leave you to Jaldabaoth to buy time for my subjects to strike in return. I am a king. I don't like a decision like that, but I must think in terms of costs and benefits. If the long-term cost of an alliance is greater than a short-term gain I can have anyway by doing nothing, what choice would you make? Ainz shrugged before Pe Ryuro. Pe Ryuro looked away from Ainz to the pitying face of the dragon, turned mount, and struck upon an idea. Hijinmal, did your relatives make it this far? He asked. They did. The frost dragon answered. Are they living now? Pe Ryuro asked. They are. They submitted to his majesty as I have. Hijinmal replied, then added, and as I advise you to do. Pe Ryuro thought that over. I thought you were dead. I was killed, but I lived. Hijinmal replied with an almost playful snort that expelled a small frosty fog from his nostrils. If I offer myself as a subordinate, my people submit to you, your majesty, what then? Pe Ryuro recalled the words of those survivors whom this foreign king sent home. The world of possibility which lay ahead. Then you will stay in your part of the mountain until I can find a proper range to give to you as a homeland all your own. Until then, you will provide raw materials to the dwarves in exchange for goods and the knowledge you need to build the civilization Hijinmal has told me you aspire to create. We can work out the fine details later, but you will remain as the chief and be granted the same status as my other citizens. Ainz promised, kneel to me, and see your people rise. Quadwar was not able to properly kneel, but Pe Ryuro could, and did, and wished only that he could have done so faster. Normally we would take more time about this, but I don't believe we have that. I need to know everything you know, and your people need to be armed, equipped, and told more of the history you both have lost, and why you cannot kill one another any longer. Ainz said, and then pointed past them to the great rift. Go, get your people, bring them inside the walls, and we will prepare for the final fight against Jaldabaoth. As you command, your majesty. Pe Ryuro whispered and rose to his feet again. Good, I will wait for you all within, the gates will remain open, you may count on that. Ainz promised. Quadwar, come with me, the dwarves should see you first, it should wipe away any doubts they have. To both the shock of Quadwar and Pe Ryuro, the monarch held out a hand to the crippled and mutilated bothling, and helped him to get up on the dragon to ride behind the king himself. It was a difficult effort, but Quadwar, moved by this compassion, struggled and flailed to leap over the side of the dragon's bowed neck and get into position. When he clung to the white robes with both reverence and desperation. Then the dragon rose up again, and when Ainz squeezed his thighs lightly against Hijinmal's scales, the mount began to wheel around to return to the last city under the mountain. Chapter 157, Chapter. The stream of Quagoa entering the city of the dwarves brought great dismay. Dwarven parents clutched their children, dwarven elders hid themselves away, and dwarven warriors looked with hatred on even the smallest Quagoan infant. But they were silent because they saw what they were fighting against when they saw Quad War. The mutilated life of both races blended together in a single tortured being. The city thus gained almost 70,000 new occupants overnight, and finding where to put them proved a massive undertaking that was solved by their king. Warriors all moved to live beside the wall, and the Quagoa who plan on fighting take the same positions. Any homes left empty can be occupied by a few Quagoan families. Ainz suggested, to which the council answered simply. Won't that be uncomfortable for everybody? Did anyone ever say war was a comfortable experience? Ainz retorted, standing before the council. I can augment your food supplies from my kingdom, at least for some time, but we don't need to do this for long anyway. Jaldabaoth will be here soon. I would like to conduct an expedition down into the bottom of the Great Rift to see if it is possible that the item sealing his armies is at the bottom, if it is dash. The dwarf council immediately drowned out their king with cries of alarm. My lord. Perhaps you could survive a trip to the bottom, but nobody ever has. We have no idea what is down there. Maybe the item, maybe not. But if what is down there is too great even for you, then Jaldabaoth will destroy us all with or without his armies. The eldest council member had his entire body shivering as if he were freezing, his trembling hands were outstretched as he implored his king, don't do that, we know we can kill demons now, let him chance destruction. If he fails, all our problems are over, if he succeeds, we can fend off his armies while you handle him. Ainz could only concede on that point. This is a considerable risk, but very well. If he succeeds, you will face his demon armies, I will handle the rest. In the few days that followed, scattered survivors of Jaldabaoth's torments, and then the less than handful that faced his assault on the Quagoa position, made their way back to the dwarven city. Ainz' gate spell was used in public for the first time in the city square, and skeletons pulling carts of fish harvested from the Frogman and the Lizardman Lake, as well as from the farms in former Baharuthian territory, began to make their way into dwarven and Quagoan bellies alike. While it wasn't rich fare by any means, as the citizens and the Quagoan allies lined up in good order for food, the reputation of the king began to grow with every filled belly. The dwarven commander made a point of being seen walking with Pe Ryuro through the city streets, and the Quagoa began to marvel at the rune-crafted armor they were being equipped with, and in particular developed a fondness for the metal claws that were added on as a sort of bonus. So armored Quagoa became a common sight in the last city, not least because the Quagoa refused to take it off, and joint drills began, with the dragons taking flight while dwarven long-range weapons were practiced and the infantry of both forces drilled in front of the city. The seething hatred was not gone, but under the threat of annihilation, it was buried, and a grudging professional appreciation for their differences began to take shape. Quad War's public display in the city square was almost constant. Anyone doubting the need to cooperate quickly ceased to doubt it when they beheld the monstrosity. If this disturbed Quad War, he said nothing of the sort, only telling the story of the escape to whomever would listen to it. Ainz, of course, drew from all the stories and mythologies he could think of to piece together the story of an ancient past in which the Quagoa and the dwarves had lived close to the way they did now, and explaining Jaldabaoth's hatred for them both. It was a glorious age, like nothing I've seen in this one. My kingdom was widespread, our accomplishments, well, some of our artifacts seem to have made their way into popular stories and even actual use in the world outside the mountain. He sighed and often looked away from his listeners, constantly stuck thinking, why, oh why am I like this? While he continued to overact for reasons that were beyond his comprehension, the races of the New World seemed to absolutely eat it up like a starving man at a feast. Not for the first time he wondered, is there something wrong with my tastes, or theirs? But he endured the struggles of those swiftly passing days until a bell over the city began to toll for them all. The cause of the alarm was quickly obvious when the 9-meter-tall Jaldabaoth spread his arms and wings out, and swept down on the now empty fortress beyond the Great Rift, and smashed it with a punch. The shattering stones flew far from where they sat at rest, some striking the very walls of the dwarven city where they shattered into fragments before landing as pebbles below. Ainz ul Gown. He is among you, is he not? Jaldabaoth bellowed and flames gouged from his mouth and between the crag-like gaps in his stone-like flesh. The city was silent but for the bells when the voice of the demon emperor rang out. Within the city, Ainz looked over the sea of faces. My part has come, it's hard to believe he came alone, but here he is, wish your king luck. He shouted and flung his leg over Hijinmal's bowed neck. Hail his majesty. Long may he reign. The call went up, and Hijinmal's wings beat and the frost dragon rose above the dimly lit city of stone. You were right. I am here, Jaldabaoth. Ainz pointed with a dramatic and showy flourish that made him cringe within. Still protecting the weak little insects the same way you always did. Jaldabaoth swept a hand before himself to encompass the whole. Worthless animals can't even keep from killing each other. All that you did, and they forgot, falling to their deepest and most vile instincts. Pathetic worms that they are, if we leave them alone, they'll go right back to it again. Why bother with such trash? Submit to me, and we can divide the world between us. The city was quiet, a way out was there before the eyes of their savior, a perfect deal, half the world, if it could be managed, it was hard to imagine it would be refused. Yet it was. No. Ainz replied in a soft voice that still echoed off the stone and back to every ear. A king is a father to his people, they are his children, and he must watch out for them even when they're wrong. That is what you never understood, Jaldabaoth. You could never understand that, because you're a child, just a child with power, you never had responsibility before and don't know how to take it or handle it. So. I must put you down. How about we compromise? I'm going down now. Jaldabaoth taunted, folded his arms so that they crossed over his chest, stiffened his legs against one another, and then folded his wings in front of his body so that they wrapped like a cloak. He then dropped like a stone toward the rift. Demiurge is really overplaying his role, they seem to respond to it, but by God I can't let him spend too much time with Pandora's actor or who knows what might happen. Ainz shuddered at the thought as Jaldabaoth descended into the distant darkness. Nothing happened. Minutes passed into minutes. Demiurge is controlling the evil Lord of Wrath, so, if something happened he would have reached out to me for sure. Ainz thought, and Hijinmal simply beat his wings and waited. Do you think? Could he be dead, Master? Could something down there be stronger than him? If so, everything will be fine, right? Hijinmal asked, looking behind him to his rider. Hijinmal. Ainz chuckled, has anyone ever told you that you should never set flags like that? Master. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Hijinmal cocked his head in confusion just as the rumbling began. Jaldabaoth began to ascend into view, and hordes of demons with him. Mocking, evil laughter rang out from the demon emperor as his wings beat at the air and demons of all kinds charged toward the city. Gate. Ainz used the spell himself, and a void appeared before the city gate through which his Death Knights began to charge, their massive tower shields began to cut into the demons on the ground, hundreds of them locked positions and began to advance. The demon flyers began to attack the city walls, screaming with wild hunger for blood as they lashed out with claws. Armored Quagoans began to leap bodily onto the small demons and tear into them so that pairs would fight like rats. Dwarven archers began to knock and loose arrows without even bothering to aim. Flight upon flight enchanted arrows with holy magic and blasts from their lightning weapons doing what they could, began to rip into demonic hordes. From far behind the city rose the beating wings of the survivors of the Frost Dragon clan, and they split the air with their roars and soared toward their demonic enemies, their frost breath shooting out and raking above and below as chaos enveloped the battlefield. Hijinmal. Ainz shouted, and the dragon swept toward the demon emperor, Thousand Bone Lance. Reality Slash. Cord Cutter. Ainz spammed his magic attacks, choosing the flashiest he could while Hijinmal frantically raked out with claws, tail and breath to busy the demon emperor's limbs and allow his master to fight at his maximum potential. I'm going to die again. I can't hurt this thing, it's all I can do to use my frost breath to keep him from burning me too badly. The pair clashed back and forth charging like knights with lances over a tournament field. The demon emperor was several times the height of the white and gold-cladded king, and yet to those spectators down below one thing was clear above all else. The demon emperor can't bring him down. They hurled one another back and forth against the stone, the mountain shook, and loose rocks began to fall as pebbles from above, dragons picked up demons and threw them into the abyss, and howls of pain were as common as dust particles. Open the gates. P.E. Ryuro shouted to the commander, we can turn the tide, we have to keep the wall clear. The dwarven commander looked at the headdress-bearing chief as if he were mad, then seeing demons clambering over the top where they got around the dreadful tower shield-bearing knights, he nodded. Right, we have enormous numbers in reserve, if we keep the walls clear, we keep the demons out of the city. If they get in it's all over. Right. Open the gates. Take yours out first, we'll be right behind you. The commander bellowed the order, and the gates began to split. P.E. Ryuro however was in no mood to wait. My elites. My greatest of my great. My warriors all, this is it. We do or we die. He shouted, and he rushed for the gap before it was clear, whether anyone followed or not, he didn't look behind him to see. They did. A roar hit his back that would have made a dragon proud, as tens of thousands of fierce Quagoas rushed out after their ruler and broke to spread themselves in half on either side of the outnumbered Death Knights. As the last of the Quagoan warriors made it out of the gate, the dwarven commander took up the signal horn that hung from his neck. He took a deep breath and blew it as hard as he could. Are you going to let the Quagoa show you up before our king? Attack! 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 And he followed after the Quagoas while the reserves poured out of every position and ran through the gate, their runecraft armor glinting in the dim light. The clatter of the thousands upon thousands of dwarves with their long halberds rushing into the fray was at least locally greater than that of the battle itself, when coupled with the thousands of pounding feet. Ainz had an excellent view of the struggle. The demon army sacrificed some power for numbers, and it made them intimidating but beatable. With the dragons sweeping low and raking them with breath or claws and the knights creating a wedge supported by flanking Quagoa and dwarves on the wings to continue the push back, it was progress. Bright spells of mines and white flames that might as well have been holy light as far as the watchers were concerned, raked over the demon emperor, who pushed himself back to make space to say, "How are your armies holding out like this? How is this possible?" Runecraft did not die out. Ainz shouted back, and the charge renewed. Why? Why is Demiurge making him so cheesy? Was he spending time with Pandora's actor without my knowing, or, no? No, he couldn't have gotten the idea to act this way from me, could he? The thought was briefly broken when Jaldabaoth bellowed, "It doesn't matter. If I take you down, then my next wave will wipe them all from this world." The charge was met with a blast of frost breath and a brutal onslaught of bone lances, but Jaldabaoth had his arms wrapped around the king and pulled him from his mount. "Master!" Hijinmal cried out in alarm, and the dragons soaring over the armies of the dwarves and Quagoa redoubled their efforts in desperation. The fall stopped the waves of charging demons at least, leaving limited numbers to deal with. "We've got to help him." Hijinmal cried out, and turning to the backs of the demons, he began to charge with mad courage. "I'm no warrior. I'm not my father, I'm not my father, I'm not my father, this isn't what I'm meant for." He cried out in his head and did his best to let out a properly dragonish roar as he barreled into the back with claws and breath flailing without much skill to speak of. Luck, however, was on his side as the armies advanced. The Death Knights and dragons began to be able to hurl flightless demons toward the Great Rift, and none climbed back up. The smaller and weaker dwarves and Quagoa were unable to do the same, but with their holy weapons they kept the worst at bay while the dragons and Death Knights did the heavy lifting for them. The endless waves were gone, though the question of why was in every head as they drew closer and closer to the edge of the abyss that was the Great Rift. When the last of the demons was hurled screaming below, and the last flying demon fell with torn wings or tumbled to their deaths in agony to land with a sickening thud, there was no battle cry of victory. Nor could there be. Is Jaldabaoth dead? That question was answered with the cries of battle in the darkness. Occasional sparks could be seen that up close must have been gouts of hellfire. Then there was silence, and the chill of fate's pointed hand seemed to be leveled at them all as they recognized the sound of Jaldabaoth's laughter. His hands open at his sides, his wings flapping, his maw, large enough to swallow a Quagoa or dwarf whole, came slowly into view while he rose from the darkness of the Great Rift. "Surrender," he said, "and I promise you quick deaths. You beat my army, but you forgot one thing." He did not leave them wondering long. "I am an army." He laughed long and loud at dragon, dwarf, and Quagoa alike, "and I cannot be beaten. Get up." Hijinmal whispered, "Cut in countless places that would leave many scars if no healing magic was used." "No." Hijinmal shouted at the demon emperor, though Jaldabaoth tried to appear unharmed. Rivulets of burning blood were dripping from more wounds than could easily be counted, though it contributed to his horrifying appearance. Hijinmal could see through the facade. "You're hurt. He hurt you. You're not a god. You can die." Hijinmal bellowed out, and like it was a call to action, halberd snapped to position, claws struck into combat postures, and the larger dragons wheeled around ready to charge again. "Fools, if he couldn't defeat me. Jaldabaoth." The voice in the darkness was like the noise of 10,000 chariots and their horses rolling over a field, and from the darkness came a white blur. "It's not possible. I killed you." Jaldabaoth gasped as he was struck full in the chest and sent rocketing into the sky of stone, then straight through into the dark of night, exposing the stars for the first time to those who had never seen them. "Now that we're out of range." Ainz bellowed, "Super tier magic, hypernova." A brilliant light engulfed their fresh view of the starry night, and a scream came from within it. "Demiurge, store Albert's item." Ainz whispered close to his subordinate's ear as the roar of magic drowned all the world out beyond them. As the evil Lord of Wrath's eyes sparkled with his controller's understanding, and all were hidden by the burst of light, Ainz withdrew a scroll of duplication from his inventory and held it over the prototype Albert had made. "Duplicate," he activated the scroll, and a useless duplicate appeared in Ainz's open palm. What Demiurge used to give the evil Lord of Wrath the appearance of burning up, Ainz wasn't sure, but it made for quite the dramatic show. The viewing host of the living below brought to a reverential silence when they could see that only one remained alive. Then very slowly, the king began to descend again, and the ashes of Jaldabaoth came back with him like little black snowflakes. In his hand, the king held the object Jaldabaoth used. "This will never be used again," he said, and clenched his fist over it, seemingly shattering the object into pieces, and then burning it to ash with a single spell. Chapter 158, Chapter 158 Epilogue/End of Volume. Jaldabaoth's howl of anger and frustration as he vanished under the king's magic was drowned out by two things. The howls of the banished demon army as the object summoning them was crushed, and the cheers of the army of dwarves, dragons, and Quagoas who had been fighting along the edge of the abyss mere moments before. Their swords, claws, mauls, and axes were raised as one to the black sky as their collective master descended from above after his victorious battle against the one who would have slain them to the last infant or hatchling of any race. And when he touched the ground again, one noble foot gracing the stone floor before the great rift, the dragons bowed their heads, while the dwarves and Quagoa knelt in submission to his will. "You have victory," Ainz declared and raised a hand in triumph. The cheer renewed, but for all the whoops, howls, and roars, there was more to be done. It took hours to dispose of the dead, casting the corpses into the great rift where they were always disposed of, and the healers ran out of mana long before they ran out of wounded, forcing the use of most of the potion supplies and then still requiring the use of more passive, non-magical treatments. However, when it was all over and done, there was still even more to do, but it was the work only a king could perform. Seeing to the peace. Ainz held both hands over his head then, his fingers out to call for quiet. A moment of silence for the dead who paid the price for your lives, and for the peace that is to follow. You are all my people now. Dwarf. Frost Dragon. Quagoa. I will not see war return here again. You were all allies once, in the long, long ago. Now you fought together again, and I hope you understand why you were allies. Dragons, he pointed to the former concubines and their children, you are strong, one of the strongest beings alive, but you cannot make much of anything as you are. You need these smaller ones to make your lives the sort you want to live. But now I forbid you to oppress them, so, you must trade. Trade. The concubines and children asked as one. Yes. Ainz didn't avert his stare from their wide-eyed confusion. My kingdom is growing, that means trade will flourish, people, messages, and goods of the sort you want, will go all over the place. If you slaughter a cow you may eat it today, but it will bear no calves tomorrow. I will put you to use in long-range trade and travel. You will take money and goods for what you do, and while you may not take to it at first. Ainz smirked and removed his mask, when you're rich from it, I don't think you'll mind. Now to you. Pe Reuro, you lost many of your people fighting, and lost many on the way here, now control over the whole mountain is lost to you. But your people still have a future. There are many mountains, and I'm sure not all of them are inhabited. You will return to your homes, and be provided what you need to survive, then when I have secured another range, one with no threats to you, your people will be relocated there. Pe Reuro gasped in disbelief, an entire mountain, a whole one to ourselves. Yes, your majesty. Was all he could muster out. By the god of ores, what if he decided to just? That was a nightmare that would haunt him for the rest of his days, and keep him working such long hours for the rest of his life that Quagoan work ethic would become a thing of legend long after his passing. Now, to the dwarves, we have our agreement, and I will keep it. The runesmiths will go with me as we discussed, but they will come back here yearly to show off their work, meet their families, friends, and spend money, probably on beer. Ainz chuckled a little, and the dwarves collectively shared in his amusement with laughter of their own. Gondo Firebeard. Ainz said, and from somewhat farther back, the dwarf stood up. My lord. He exclaimed, moving so quickly that his helmet toppled off his head and crashed with a clatter to the stone at his feet. You kept the craft that saved your people alive. You are the one who stayed faithful to your trade, you will lead runecraft development in my country until you retire. Ainz promised, and Gondo let out a squeal of excitement that saw the little dwarf jump up and down in sheer joy. Around him, other dwarves were looking at him with envy and giving resounding congratulations which lasted until Ainz turned and pointed to Hijinmal. You, Hijinmal, will return with me, I will put you into service under one of my guardians, I'm sure she'll be thrilled to see you. Be good to her, she's a dear child of mine. Ainz said, and Hijinmal bowed deeply, lowering his head to the stone. There are ample books for you to read, and her brother is an avid reader as well, I think you'll enjoy it there on the 6th floor of my home. My lord is kind and generous, I'm grateful. Hijinmal replied. Now. I will stay for one day to celebrate with you, and then I must get back to my home. I have a bigger country to run now, and I can't neglect my work forever. Ainz chuckled and shrugged, and again those around him shared his laughter. True to his word, the rest of the day was spent drinking heavily by most of all sides, with the dragons consuming entire casks of ale on their own, and the Quagoas learning just why the dwarves liked alcohol so much. When morning came and most of the city was passed out, Ainz opened the gate. Quadwar was quietly carried through by Hijinmal where his body could be studied and potentially healed with both intact with the help of 9th tier healing spells. The runesmiths were all present with their immediate wives and children, while the rest of their families appeared and saw them off. They hiked through the whirling vortex with contented waves and excited steps, eager to see what future awaited them all, and eager to see the 18-rune sword again as a fixture on the wall of the promised workshop. A thing to aspire to, a challenge from the past to the future that would never be out of sight. Gondo was the last of them to enter the void. You've done a marvelous thing for me, your majesty. I don't know much about gods, but I promised you my soul, so I guess. He stroked his rust-colored beard, I guess that makes you god enough for me. I'm yours forever, thank you. Before Ainz could say, "You're welcome." As if he were embarrassed by the outpouring of thanks and the tears that went with it, Gondo rushed through the gate after the others. With the families gone and the room empty, Ainz made a quick guess and said, "You can come out, Demiurge. My lord is impossible to deceive, even by accident." Demiurge said and gave his lord an affectionate smile. He knelt before his father, his king, and his reason to be, and bowed his head. "Was I useful? Did I do well?" Ainz gave a quiet nod. "Yes, but some of your experiments." Ainz frantically wanted to say, "I didn't want that." Or, "That wasn't what I meant." But it would shatter the perception Demiurge had of him, and yet it couldn't go unremarked on either. Ainz's very human conscience clawed at him. So he split the difference. "I think they weren't quite subtle enough. So much pain and torture is it's pointless and even gets in the way of accomplishing long-term goals. Try to be more subtle in the future. Replace blatant torture with subtle torment to obscure the involvement of the Supreme Being from any implications of his connection. Of course, how negligent of me." Demiurge thought with vigorous self-recrimination. But out loud he said, "Of course, my lord. I understand perfectly." "Ah, good, let's go through now, there's a lot of work to be done." Ainz quipped, and they stepped through the gate to return home again. Leaving the city, and the drunkards from dragon to dwarf to Quagoa to wake up alone and see to his final orders. When he returned to the throne room, clad in his mask still, expectant faces, tense with watchfulness and waiting, dropped as they relaxed. The Guardians and Pleiades, plus Seabass, one and all awaited him. Only Albedo's face lacked that same tension. She stood at the front, wearing only her normal tranquil knowing smile. They dropped one and all to their knees and bowed their heads. Albedo was the one to address them. "Welcome back, my lord, your servants have missed you these long months," she said to him. At Ainz's back sat the stairway to the throne. He glanced away from them, up to the rising stone to the seat of power. "Hail to the king over Nazarick. Her words were instantly cut off. "No," Demiurge said, stopping her with such suddenness that she dropped her jaw, the bare beginnings of impossible wrath in her bright yellow eyes, which was shared by the others. Demiurge saw their faces, from Seabass to Little Mare. Nothing was worse than defiance like that. He cut them off and said, "My lord, the throne of kings awaits you, our Allfather." Demiurge's words sent a wave of shock through the Guardians. "Cositus, you said once before that king was too small a title for our mighty lord. During my journey I found the right one. This land has emperors, kings, queens, pontifexes, and princes, but the titles of others would only diminish our master. I propose a proper title. Who he truly is, to us, and to all those in the world who fall under his rule. Allfather. Allfather. Allfather." The quiet title was whispered among the Guardians as they tried it out. The words formed slowly on their tongues as Ainz ascended the stairs and turned around to put his back to the chair. "Hail to the Allfather, Ainz Olgown." The cry began with Demiurge as soon as he knelt in his place among their numbers, and when he bowed his head, the others, from Lupus Regina who knew first, to Albedo who knew not, the cry of loyalty filled the throne room, filling the white-robed Ainz with equal parts relief and very human anxiety. When it finally stopped, he looked down to Albedo and said, "Your report, Albedo, I'm sure we have a lot to do." "At once, my lord," she said with a smile. Months earlier. Roble Holy Kingdom. Nia Baraja sat alone in the darkness far too close to the demi-human border for her liking. If they hadn't caught you letting those demi-human infants live, you wouldn't be here wondering when demi-humans were going to murder you. She told herself and poked the little fire that offered the only light other than the stars above. Whether she was telling the truth or a lie, she wasn't sure. "You'd probably be here anyway, father's curse again," she thought and ran her fingers over her vicious eyes, briefly closing her eyelids while sparks crackled below her little stupot. From a practical perspective, starting a fire while scouting this far in the wild lands alone was stupid. Stupid and dangerous. But Nia was past caring, squire or not, she had no bonds that would call others to help her. "If I'm being abandoned on an assignment like this, I might as well have a hot meal before the end," she reasoned, and then opened her eyes, stuck a wooden spoon in the little pot, and took a sip. The flavor of rabbit and wild vegetables was sharp, but not half bad. But any thoughts on the quality of her meal were dispelled when she heard a cry overhead and saw a massive object sail past through the dark and land with a thunderous crash not far away. "What in the name of the four?" she exclaimed. She quickly smothered her fire, snatched her bow up from beside herself and ran through the trees and bushes as fast and quietly as she could. The dark leaves smacked her face and roots, threatened but failed to trip the adroit squire. She avoided things around her as best she could, her scary eyes at least good for seeing somewhat better than average in the dark. She came close to the noise of the crash when she heard the sound of an agonized groan. Almost a blubbering, "Whatever it is, it's alive, and it's in pain." She knocked an arrow and approached the noise, and then gasped when she saw a frost dragon on its back. Covered in burns, with a multitude of broken bones, a clearly shattered jaw, agony filled its single, hopeless eye. Nia's heart raced in her breast. Whether it saw her, or smelled her first, she didn't know, but when it saw her knocked bow it immediately spoke. "Don't, kill, help me." It begged, it looked away after meeting her eyes. "Please, begging you, help me." Nia lowered her bow, the thing looked so damn sad. She glanced back the way she'd come. None of my own people for 100 kilometers at least, no demi-humans either. "Nia, you're being stupid, he's a dragon, he'll eat you for sure. Please." It begged again while looking at her upside down. She put away her bow. "The four must truly hate me, but what else is new?" Nia mumbled and put away the arrow in her quiver again. She then put the bow on her back and sighed. "All right, let's start by setting these bones. This is going to hurt, but first, promise me you will not eat me." Nia said, and the dragon stammered. "Alisar Dark promises on his name. Won't eat savior." "That'll have to do," Nia said with resignation. Her shoulders slumped briefly as she contemplated the likely end of her life after the dragon recovered, if it did. "This is stupid, he's a dragon," she thought, but all the rest of her saw was a broken mass of pain, weakness, desperation, in need of help. And so she clambered up to the broken leg to get started. "I'm no healer, and any healer I could fetch would just report you and have you killed, so I'm going to have to do this the slow way. Setting the bones is going to hurt like a demon's fire, are you ready?" she asked when she reached the broken leg. The dragon gave a quiet nod. "If you only knew," he thought as the human grabbed the bone, activated a strength-enhancing martial art, and got started. Chapter 159, Chapter 159/Unholy Kingdom. The one who stayed, Unholy Kingdom. Nia went up to check the frost dragon's leg again. Standing on so large a creature's belly had become shockingly routine these last few weeks, or has it been months? She wondered. Scouting the wild areas away from the wall had a way of making time lose all meaning. "Does it hurt?" she asked her, patient. "Not as much as it did." "Not nearly as much." The dragon growled out. His pride was keeping him from being totally truthful, but with only him to talk to, she'd come to gradually understand what truly underlie his words. "It's a lot easier to take care of you if you just tell me straight." Nia critiqued the monster and patted the splinted section. "It's never easier to let go of my pride as a dragon." Alisar Dark replied with a wince and a growl. "Aha." Nia replied, "Well, it looks good, but I'm not ready to take off the splint yet. Now I'm going to check the other injury sites. I'm going to have to go farther afield if I want to get enough herbs to pack those parts, so I may be late getting back. Would you like to eat now, or wait?" she asked, and the dragon rolled slowly onto his side so that his legs were laid out facing in the same direction. "Now is better," he said. "As long as it isn't me. I've heard from some women that it feels great to be eaten, but I don't think this is what they have in mind." Nia laughed at the ribald joke, but the dragon only looked down at her with curious eyes. The fearsome-eyed human's sense of humor was terrible and confusing by turns, but over the weeks of her caring for him in secret, he came to appreciate it as something familiar. The way his middle son tried to make jokes with his brothers. The humor of the outcast. While he had little enough pity for his foolish son, he's probably dead by now, and so are the rest of them, my whole clan, gone. The realization still hit him harder than he expected. Though it was strange enough to see something of the young male in a human woman. Even in his way of seeing her, she had vicious, evil-looking eyes that left a shudder just to look at them, and yet she was clearly very weak relative to himself. Not that it has stopped me from needing her, though I can't very well say it. He thought as she went out of view and returned with a large haunch of venison over her shoulder. I'm going to have to hunt for more of this on my way back. This is the last of my supply. Thankfully the game is pretty thick around here, the only real danger is demi-human bands. Will you be okay on your own for the night? She asked. Curiously, she sounded genuinely worried about him. The broken dragon opened his mouth, his tongue snaked out, snatched the haunch of bright red meat and drew it into his mouth a moment later. He chewed it 3 times and swallowed with an audible gulp. Yes. My breath still works, even if my wings don't, and I can't stand all the way. Alisar Dark responded, and then waited while she grunted and pulled herself up his body to check out his broken wings. The stitching has come loose, are you scratching again? She rebuked the dragon and he hung his head a little bit at the open statement of his weakness to that cursed itch. It itches. Was the closest he was going to get to an admission. If you want to fly again, you'll have to put up with it. Nia quipped and began to tighten the thin threads she made from a replacement bowstring. Her nimble fingers were accustomed to this now, a few parts of his wings were already healed, but others were slower. The knitting of the leathery skin didn't come along as well when he kept using one of his good legs or even rocks on the ground to rub against the injuries. The dragon grunted under her, Nia's fear that he might eat her when she was no longer needed was now largely abated. At worst he's more likely to just fly off and leave, but it would be nice to say goodbye to him. He was the closest thing she'd had to a friend in a very long time, which was strange enough given that if they'd met under different circumstances she was quite sure he'd have made her into a snack. Then again, I would have tried to kill him too, so, who am I to judge? She shrugged that thought off and kept her footing as sure as possible. Don't be such a baby, she said when he winced. Wings are sensitive, he insisted. Well, I'm sorry, but I can't get you a healer. I swear, men of every race, you're happy to charge into battle against whole armies of demons and the gods know what else, but one little injury when someone is around to nurse you back to health, and you all turn into giant babies. Nia snorted and kept the stitching going under the rocking of the body under her feet. Her nimble fingers got the job done again, practice had improved her considerably, and she flopped down on her butt and then slid down the length of his ice blue scales to land adroitly on the ground with a little finishing hop at the end. Okay, just don't move around if you don't have to, I'll handle cleanup when I get back. At least there's a creek nearby. Nia didn't look at his face when she said it, and there was no answer the dragon could give for that embarrassing necessity, not even a grunt of acknowledgement. She beat a hasty retreat, disappearing into the woods beyond the clearing he made when he landed. Broken, shattered trees were still scattered about, though much reduced now as she made a point of using them for firewood. The hours passed in dull boredom. That leaf makes 1027. That leaf makes 1028. That leaf makes 1029. That leaf makes 1031, oh wait. I miscounted. I'd better start all over again. He said in a monotone and began counting the leaves for the 4th time in a row. I keep sabotaging myself. He thought with annoyance, he'd never once lost count when it came to his hoarded treasures. But counting that was bliss, and this was not. The sun made its slow passage across the sky, and in the shadows when the darkness took hold, the dragon could see the watching eyes of creatures that longed for him to weaken or die. Wolves, bears, even small monsters that wouldn't trouble even a common beast. Even a barghast or two had its smell reach his nose. But his human scent was far enough away that he could no longer detect her. Unusual, he thought. She didn't tend to stray far from him, not since she'd begun to treat his wounds. Has she gone to report my presence? That question he'd asked himself more than once. Hostile humans were not much of a threat except for a rare few heroes. But they could be brave, relentless, and he was still not especially mobile. Surviving a demon emperor, only to be killed by petty humans, what a twisted irony. The former clan lord of great aspirations mused, and relaxed. He no longer believed she intended any harm. If she did, why feed my great self, why split and bandage my limbs, why sew my wings, why clean me? So, the thought of what she might do was quickly set aside. More interesting in his mind was the fact that she was alone out in the wilderness. Her clothing was obviously a uniform, though not one he knew until she named it for him as part of the Holy Kingdom. Her answer when they began talking had been, I'm a squire, and because of my skill with archery, hunting, and scouting, it's my job to go out into the wild areas where demi-humans sometimes slip through. If I can kill them, I do. If I can't, it's my job to bring that information back to my superiors. It sounds dangerous, Alisar Dark had said, and her answer struck a nerve. It's a suicide mission. I got sent out here as a punishment for a terrible crime. Nia admitted with a snort, raising a hand before he could ask. I let some demi-human children live. They were weak, pathetic, crying little things. I killed off the rest, but I tried to let them run away. I got caught. This is to teach me a lesson, never show mercy to anything that isn't human. It didn't take, obviously. More fool me, she'd said and sewn up his wings. She didn't speak much about her time with the paladins, and he hadn't asked except to almost demand to know, how are you still alive? Her answer was self-deprecating. My father is one of the greatest archers in the country, my mother is one of the greatest paladins in the country. They've been teaching me since I was old enough to walk. Though I could have been more studious, and I'm not really exceptional, I worked very, very hard anyway. Though I never was able to make them proud, I practiced, and I'm at least passable in some ways. Good enough at least that I can stay alive out here. Alisar Dark had his doubts about this. Her being alive alone meant she was probably better than she herself believed, but he let the matter pass as she didn't seem to enjoy it. That led to weeks of idle hours when she wasn't away, passing the time in chatter with nothing else to do. Unable to move, he couldn't bark orders at someone who could just walk away. So, unthinkable as it was, he spoke to her as a peer. Now she was gone until sleep took him, and when he awoke, Nia had still not returned. However, he was not alone. He could smell them, almost taste them. Demi-humans. A fair number. Albedo was practically prancing to her master's room. My lord has a penis, now I can have his baby. She sang the little song in her head and wore a bright smile across her face. Weeks and weeks of work had gone into uniformly imposing new standard laws on the lands acquired from the Baharuth Empire. Then more with Shaltir's help understanding the lizardmen, and then even more with Demiurge's aid regarding the dwarves and the surviving Quargoa. Then there were the diplomatic matters. The Wolf King and Queen of the Kingdom of Karn were requesting vassalage that blended independence with subordination. The Re-Estai's kingdom's new queen, hearing about the possible integration into the kingdom of Nazarick, was quick to compete, but at least that one was intelligent on a level that rivaled even Demiurge. Then there was the Baharuth Empire. Their emperor is well above average intelligence, but the loss of his army and his knights has him scrambling. She thought, recalling the petition for a peace conference to prevent any more misunderstandings from causing international conflict in the future. More like, if I don't solve this I may lose both my throne and my head. Still, he showed self-awareness, and it seemed possible that the Baharuth Empire might look for a similar outcome just for the sake of avoiding a civil war. Then there were the two teams sent under Seabass to the Draconic Kingdom to help fend off the Beastman invasion. The slain theocracy's retired Black Scriptures were there too, and one of their cardinals, a former Black Scripture himself, had reached out to speak of joint operations for the security of all those who wish to live in peace. On top of that was the Adventurers Guild to be established. The work never ended. But all that was secondary, her master was summoning her to his own chamber, making all the weeks away, both for himself and for her, utterly worth it. Should I enter his chamber naked? Or maybe with just an apron? The books on this subject in the library of Ashurbanipal had been appallingly contradictory, some offering even the absurd advice that a woman treat her would-be lover coldly and withdraw from him. I'd have burned those if the librarian hadn't reminded me that they were not written regarding the seduction of supreme beings. Still, her frustration had not lessened, and so she wore her typical white with the spider web top that exposed ample cleavage. The memory of his first touch of her breast was still something she teased herself to nightly, an invitation to more. So much more. And she longed to do it all. Her wings fluttered with anticipation, her entire body on pins and needles as she pictured his hungry eyes guiding hungry hands over every perfect curve. She knocked. "My lord, you summoned me." "Come in, Albedo." Ainz said from beyond the door. She entered, took one look at him and dove at his feet. "My lord. My love. I've missed you. I've missed you more than I can express." The emotion burst forth from the deepest recesses of her heart, so long away from him, she'd bottled it all up, and now here he was. "Should I just undress here? Or would my lord prefer to simply tear my clothing away?" Albedo's voice was going to a steadily higher pitch, and Ainz could feel the tension and desire alike rise in the room and in himself. He was sitting at his desk, which meant that Albedo had him essentially cornered. His familiar sense of shame and guilt for changing her washed over him again. If he'd been honest with himself, he could have overtly acknowledged that was part of why he held back on telling her the truth. Her rejection of him would hurt the most precisely because he'd already wronged her once and in a horrible way. "Albedo, I have a task for you," Ainz said, and the overseer of the Guardians did her best to keep her disappointment in check when she realized he was not about to ravish her utterly. Instead she focused on the pleasure to be had in serving the one who stayed. "My lord." Albedo lowered her head and pressed a hand to her breast. "I stand ready to obey." Ainz threw his plan out of the window immediately. Her excitement at the thought of sex was, admittedly, thrilling to a certain part of him. However, his sense of responsibility for his friend's child still troubled him greatly, and there would be far too many opportunities if he took her to the Baharuth Empire for a conference. So, flailing for an answer, he grabbed the nearest thing he could think of, far from home, busy still, and a way to keep her engaged while testing her faithfulness in him under any circumstances. "I'm sending you to the Holy Kingdom," Ainz said. "I want them brought under our sway." Albedo was briefly caught by surprise. "My lord, so far away?" "They border the slain theocracy," Ainz remarked. "You remember them, don't you?" Albedo stopped. She did, and the old rage came back again. Nigan was still alive, though very much wishing he was not. That man dared have others strike at my lord. My love. They sought to cause him pain. Outrage at the very thought coursed through her blood like burning acid. They make a habit of interfering in the affairs of other countries, and other than Baharuth, they are the strongest and oldest human nation. Their war with the elves continues to progress, and I believe they are holding back, trying not to appear too strong, disguising strength as weakness. Ainz was making things up out of whole cloth, thankfully behind his mask, and in his red and black robes with their heavy draping cloth, nothing gave him away. I see. Yes, my lord. And they probably know or suspect that you were involved in the incident with the scripture. Albedo concluded, so you want to have them surrounded from every side before plunging the knife into their hearts once and for all. That is wise, very wise. Ainz seized on her imagined understanding. Yes, that's it exactly. You must bring them into the fold by whatever means you deem fit. I will join you when it is time to play my part. Albedo's head raced faster than hurricane winds as her brilliant mind flew through all the realms of possibility and how to bring the nation under his sway with the greatest alacrity. What resources am I permitted to use, my lord? Albedo asked as multiple realms of possibility opened up. Whatever you need. I don't wish to rule ruins however, so try to keep the destruction to a minimum. No decimating the population. Ainz said and, unsure of what else to do, he reached out and put a black-gloved hand on Albedo's head. You can do this, I have the utmost faith in you. Albedo's heart sang songs of victory as he gave her his faith, his trust, and a personal assignment that would see him come to her side in time. When he drew back his hand she sprang to her feet and bowed deeply at the waist, her words filled with the greatest joy and happiness, eager beyond the ability of her voice to describe, she all but shouted. Hail to the All-Father, Ainz Olgaun, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, God of Gods, and my deepest, deepest love. I will see you again in a few months, and count the hours until then. Ah, see that you do, Albedo. Ainz said with all the dignity he could muster. That buys me some time but, how can I tell her? He asked, and no answer came. When he slept that night, only heady dreams of being enfolded into her arms kept him company, and like his waking hours, they too deprived him of the answer he sought. Chapter 160, Chapter. Damn them. Alisar Dark growled, they remained prowling in the periphery of his vision, the stench of their bodies in his nose was impossible not to notice, but with freezing breath instead of flame, there was only so much he could do to keep them at bay. Come out and fight. He bellowed. No. Someone shouted back. A crude arrow flew out of the woods and struck his scales. It pinged off, useless, but it inflamed the temper of the dragon. He tried to move, his limbs were stronger than before, but he was hobbled, and he had to worry about rangery. Then go away. My dash, Alisar Dark started to shout, then stopped, friend. Comrade. Nurse. Caretaker. He wasn't quite sure what to call the curious squire that treated his wounds fearlessly under his eyes where most would have struck him down. Partner, will be returning soon, and when she does, the woods will not hide you. Alisar Dark bellowed. Better to boost her reputation a little bit for intimidation. Partner. Everybody knows dragons don't have partners. You're lying. You're tough, but we'll keep shooting, keep nicking away, and then we'll have dragon meat for weeks. The voice came from the beyond, and a crude spear with it, which bounced off Alisar Dark's nose. I do. The huntress of the wilds. The terror eyes, the bow mistress so feared by her own kind that they cast her out to hunt the monsters they dread. Alisar Dark pumped the squire up with titles and latched onto a story she mentioned. She slew your brethren wholesale, sparing only children to carry the tale of her work to you so that you would know not to come south into her domain. You must be beyond mad and desperate to attack me now. The dragon laughed at them, and the demi-humans out of view were quiet. His sharp hearing caught bits of what they said. There were some children who came north, who spoke of a short woman with horrific eyes who used to bow and killed all before her with such ease that nobody could draw close enough to even strike back. They didn't mention a dragon. Hey you, dragon, how'd you get hurt? The demi-human shouted back. Ask my partner. Alisar Dark made the answer utterly nebulous, and the demi-humans grew quiet. Slaying a wounded dragon was one thing, doing so while the one who wounded and tamed it was still around was another thing entirely. They withdrew, but he could smell them even if he couldn't hear them. They remained around him all morning. They remained around him all afternoon. Skulking, out of view. Occasionally a few emerged, they would fire a few arrows, throw a few spears, or come into view to draw his breath only for him to take a blow from somewhere else. Scratches emerged, they targeted his unhealed wounds and his eyes. Given enough time, an ant can kill a lion, as long as the lion can't move or fight properly. Alisar Dark cursed his life and ill luck. The moon was still high in the sky when he smelled fire. The demi-humans were shouting, and there was the faint smell of a human in the air. He heard the twang of a bow. A shriek of horror pierced the darkness. The twang of the bow came out several times, the smell withdrew, the demi-humans were up in arms, the whole camp besieging the wounded dragon was thrust into chaos. Their numbers dwindled. A shriek pierced the night and the smell of burning flesh lit the air. A burning deer ran through the woods, smoke leapt up wherever they ran, the camp was churned into madness out of view, and the bow twang went again, and again, and again. I told you my partner would come back. The frost dragon shouted into the night, and she has not had her strings cut. He bellowed as the little tribe fled back north again. Most of them, stoked by fears of being hunted in the darkness, broke and ran, vowing privately never to venture south again. One, however, was not so fortunate. Alisar Dark watched as his partner emerged from the burning woods dragging a wounded orc by the neck. She cast him down at the space between them as the flames continued to light up the darkness and block the moon with smoke. I caught one. Nia said, and pointed to the back of his knee where an arrow went through and through. Alisar Dark took a long look at her, seeing in the dark proved no obstacle, and as humans went, it was a good, fearsome look. Her armor was darkened, her face painted with shades of black mud, she had accented her eyes to give her naturally terrifying eyes an even more enhanced look, her limbs were cloaked with an improvised woven leafy garment of sorts with woven moss wrapped around to make her blend into the environment. No wonder they couldn't see her. Most would use magic, but most look for magic too. Clever. Before then, cleverness as a form of strength had not occurred to him, and yet between the burning deer to create chaos and the natural way she hid herself so that she seemed to come and go like an ephemeral demon was clearly enough to turn the tide. Is he for me to eat? Alisar Dark asked. If you want. Nia said, though her face went a little greener than the bulky orc when he said it. But I was hoping he would consider an apology and a promise never to return. Nia added. Yes. I'm sorry. Let me apologize. We were just hungry. We were desperate. Things are bad. Clan wars, hunger, we were driven south, there was nowhere we could go. We couldn't let our children starve. You have to understand. We were desperate. The orc was muscle-bound in principle, but a closer look revealed he was clearly leaner than he had once been, his belt was tighter, his body was shaking in pain. She knocked an arrow and drew back her bow, putting it to the square of his back. Please. I have a family. I have a wife. I have daughters. If I die, they'll suffer. Let me go. I'm sorry. I just wanted to save them. The orc was begging, pleading, he rolled onto his back, his arms out, tears in his deep-sunk eyes. I'll leave. I'll never lead my people back here again. I promise. You're their leader? Nia asked, her bow relaxed a little. He gave a tiny nod. Pity got me into this damn mess. She cursed herself, killing when necessary was one thing, but this was different. The gods must truly hate me. Nia muttered, and relaxed the draw on her bow. What is your name? Nia asked. Raven. The orc answered. Can you walk, Raven? Nia asked. Hobble. He answered. Nia crouched and yanked the arrow out the other side of his injury. Hobble home, Raven. Bless the day that the loathed of the gods was moved to pity, and, a word of advice to you. When you cross back to your homeland, don't fight fair next time. Your daughters depend on winning, not honor. Why you're letting me go? Raven asked with disbelief and looked at the dragon behind his head. If my partner doesn't mind. Nia said, running with the dragon's identification of their status. Alisar Dark wasn't sure where she was going with what she was doing, but he grunted along. He does not smell good to eat. Then yes, you can go. Some of those deer probably died, gather their meat, avoid the flames, and, oh, wait, Nia glanced at the dragon, could you? Alisar Dark made a quick guess at her intent and blasted out his frost breath as hard as he could, sweeping the trees and killing the worst of the spreading fires. Tell the others what you've seen here, Raven. Nia's eyes loomed over him. Spread the word to other tribes, do not come south, unless you wish to be hunted. Raven began to roll up and stand with terrible winces, your enemies will know your face, before you even know their names. Thank you, for my life. He muttered, and began to hobble away. When they were alone, the dragon spoke to her, why spare him? I'm a soldier, a paladin, a squire. I want to protect my people, but I don't want to be a murderess. He wasn't my enemy, his hunger was. He'll go north, live or die, and if he lives, he'll tell others what happened here. I'm despised by my people because I look like I loathe them more than I do. Considered an outcast among my order because I don't have the same overt hatred of demi-humans that they do. But, in combination, those two things mean I can create a useful reputation. As long as I'm smart, and don't encounter anything that is too much for me, I can protect my people without having to put up with them, and maybe both sides will be a little better off if we're not always trying to kill each other. You don't hate them? Alisar Dark asked. Nia shrugged it off and wiped her face clean of her improvised makeup. No, it wasn't demi-humans that didn't want me, it was my fellow humans. They sent me out here expecting me to die, but I don't plan on dying, and I've still got a job to do. She said and glanced in the direction the orcs were fleeing. So does he, and that's all there is to it. I'm sorry about the delay in getting back to you, by the way. I had to take the long route to avoid them and gather some supplies. Nia explained as she went to check Alisar Dark's injured limb. The sun was just creeping over the horizon then, giving her a better view of what had taken place in the night. Supplies? Alisar Dark asked. Yes, I needed something to put the deer to sleep, so I had to find a particular plant, grind it into paste, and then hit them with it. I had to do the same with some flammable plants, make some improvised rope to tie to them, and, well, it's not easy, but once I had them going it was just a matter of a normal hunt. Only the prey was two-legged. Orcs are not good in the forests, they're plains and hill dwellers. I had a natural advantage and they were spread out. Kill a few sentries with stealth to get inside their lines and the chaos was inevitable. Attack, retreat, attack again somewhere else. Fear did the rest. Fear is a powerful, powerful weapon if you know how to use it. She said and reached into her pack. I got what I needed for your wounds, you'll be able to walk again in probably another month, 2 at the most. And as long as you can keep from scratching, you should be able to fly by then too. Nia said, a little bit sadly. Good, that is all. Did you learn how to do all that in your training to be a squire? Alistair Dark asked. Nia shook her head, a little, but the 9 Colors library had a lot on wilderness survival. I got access to their books and read all about what plants do what, the pictures helped, plus how to make the stuff that I did. I also got to study some of the strategies of generals in the past. One of them used oxen with burning tails to create a rout among his enemies. I didn't have oxen, so I used deer. Not as dramatic, but it worked. She grinned a bit. Is that so? Alistair Dark asked rhetorically and thought that over. Hobarns was a proud city, not as old as Kamimiyako, nor as large as Arwintar, but a proud and prosperous city nonetheless. The throne room epitomized this, with bright white stone columns beneath a great high ceiling. The white throne of the queen was polished so much it might as well have been made of light. But the queen was not happy. No. The Holy Queen was aghast when she heard the report. That is, expensive. Yes, my queen, but the border guards report an increased need for drills in times when the demi-humans do not invade. In the past, long periods of peace typically were followed by large-scale invasions. We must be at our peak. Their invasions are cheaper than the training because at least after that we can plunder the dead to offset the costs, and we don't have to pay those of our own who die. The minister said with a grimace. The queen shifted on her throne. Don't speak like that. Every life is precious. I want a kingdom where nobody will cry, and what greater sorrow is there than the loss of life? The minister bowed his head and stepped a pace away from the white throne. Next, we had a string of nasty cases of corruption among public officials. Corruption isn't really that uncommon, but a number of these cases were very prominent and involved important people. What kind of corruption? Queen Kalka's perfect lips formed a thin little frown. Bribery, mostly. But blackmail and worse has become a serious problem too. Temples were especially hard hit. 2 mistresses have come out in public and accused high-ranking priests of a number of crimes, including pilfering temple funds for personal use. Outrageous. Kalka's slender fingers closed into fists. My queen, this is worse than outrageous. Kalart Custodio said from off to the left side. The queen was brought up short. Kalart. She asked with a more gentle voice than she used with the minister a moment ago. My queen, these have been coming out constantly for some time now. People are no longer going to judges. Order has been breaking down. The Southern Holy Kingdom is taking issue with these scandals, saying they don't want to send their funds north to be squandered. Some of the paladins rode south with remedios about collecting withheld funds only to be immediately rebuffed. And when I say rebuffed, I mean she stood at some gates blustering and then started riding back without a fight because they had children inside the walls. We look weak, and your rule has not been the most favored by the South. Kalart reached out to rest a hand on Queen Kalka's arm. The queen remained still, quiet, unsure. Are you saying we're facing civil war? Kalka barely breathed the word past her lips. The very idea was unthinkable on so many levels. Why don't we just send the demi-humans word that we're throwing a feast, then? The caustic criticism caused Kalart to withdraw her hand. My queen. I love my sister, but her idealism is often in the way. Perhaps consider sending someone else. We can't let the lesser nobles become emboldened. Kalart warned, and Kalka stiffened. I want a kingdom of justice, where nobody suffers. How can I get that if I attack my own people? She looked sideways at Kalart. Majesty, how can you not? We love your ideals, that is why we're here, but there is simply no way you can fulfill those ideals if the nobles and the churches turn against you, and no way to do it if the commoners don't trust you. Kalart closed the hand that touched the queen before, making it into a fist and holding it up. Majesty. Highness. She said in a hushed, desperate tone, if the people think the judges are taking bribes on the decisions of their cases, then the people will stop going before the courts for their disputes. They'll instead turn to murder, banditry, intimidation, theft, and more. If the people think the guards are criminals, and worse, if they're right, then the guards will just become well-armored thugs either in people's minds or in fact. Either one is bad. If the South cuts us off, how will we maintain the wall that keeps the demi-humans of the Abelian Hills out? That had everybody rendered quiet. With the theocracy's long war against the elves over more than 100 years in duration, the Abelian Hills had a free hand against their neighbors. Invasions from beyond the wall had been fought off in the past, but at great cost, and it required the strength of North and South alike in order to achieve that end. Divided, apart from the vast well of southern manpower and materials, the less populated northern Holy Kingdom's bulwark would be critically weakened. As the Holy Queen, Kalka had the obligation to keep the relationship between North and South secure, as well as keep her own more immediate domain solvent and incorruptible. If the South chose to not support her, she would be queen in name only, and likely either herself, or her head, would be removed. Announce an official inquiry into the activities of the judges and priests, a formal official investigation. We will stamp out corruption at the root and branch from our kingdom. She gave the order, and Collart gave a courteous bow to her beloved queen. Her hair fell aside when she did, and the radiant and beautiful golden-haired queen briefly caught her breath with envy. Many had whispered that the queen and Collart were engaged in a torrid affair, something both laughed at in private. In truth, Calca just had a professional appreciation for the woman's effortless beauty. Calca's use of magic to enhance her beauty, not to mention her vigorous use of cosmetics, was less widely known outside of the palace. But because of her familiarity with it, she knew when someone else used none. So she appreciated and envied Collart's effort-free presentability. Now, one more thing, wasn't there? The queen asked. Yes, my. Collart coughed in her hand several times. Sister, sent a report that in the more wild lands, hunters have reported the sound of roars, painful ones. The word dragon popped up a lot. There was a massive fire out there as well. It burned quite a bit of woodland and then just stopped. The few rangers who go out beyond the wall to speak with the few semi-friendly demi-humans have said there are all kinds of rumors going around out there. She wants permission to investigate the region with some of her best. Remedios is very closely connected to my values. If she wants to investigate, I'm sure it is purely in the interests of the common good. Let her go, Queen Calca asked. We all know she wouldn't do anything to bring harm to my people. What could go wrong? Calca asked, and when nobody argued, she gave Collart a nod of approval, and the order was given. Chapter 161, Chapter. Albedo sat in the public restaurant. Her seat outside was relatively comfortable as far as things went. A simple metal chair with a temporary cushion provided for comfort. The tea they served was passable enough. The food was garbage, but even disguised with magic she was sure no one here could pierce. She still wasn't willing to blow her cover with an outburst about the horrid fare that the Holy Kingdom considered high class. What interested her more was watching the judge's wife as the doppelganger approached her. They had high charisma by nature, and their passive mind reading let them tailor themselves to their targets. This one had gone a step further, and learned her preferences before deciding on his appearance. He was her ideal appearance. Albedo covertly targeted the woman. Aspect of the succubus, Lilith's hunger. She could smell the woman's arousal within seconds. The judge's wife, a prim-looking woman of younger years, honey blonde hair and still supple frame, wore her hair up in a bun. Without really thinking about it, she undid the security of her hair and let it tumble down her back. The chaste and devoted wife was trying to disguise the fact that she was rubbing her thighs together while the doppelganger agent sat across from her. A few subtle touches, and if Albedo had asked about her husband, I doubt she'd even remember his name. She laughed a little and watched the doppel rise, hold out his hand and whisper down to her. Come with me to fulfill your every wish. Faithless humans, have they any idea how to seek any desires but their own? Albedo asked herself and watched the pair leave. The eighth couple today, next would come the investigators, and more priests. Corrupted by the urges of their illicit lovers, they would sell their integrity for coins to buy the things their lovers wished. Albedo stood up, left more money on the table than the meal justified. She began to walk down the street. The evening hours were charming enough, at least with the moist air that blew in from the distant sea. The buildings were mostly of wood, but stone structures were not uncommon either. Even at a glance Albedo could see that the city was, as human ones went, a thriving one. More notably, they were fit specimens of their race, no doubt a result of their strongly military culture. The enduring threat of the demi-humans was never far from their minds here in the north. As a result, a life of readiness for war was the norm. That at least she found to be a somewhat admirable quality. It was at least enough to make it less repulsive to her than the degenerate Riestei's kingdom. She reached the temple soon enough. The last priest had been caught in a torrid affair and was removed. This one would suffer the same fate eventually. The temple was a large square structure with an angular rooftop. The stone steps led up to double doors of solid oak patterned in the armor-clad shapes of the great gods. Players. Albedo realized, and by the look of them, if the armor was true to life, not even the highest-ranking players. Gods, what a joke. She opened the door and went to the penitent booth. A little investigation revealed the times when the priests would be available, and a little more told her when the head priest would be present. A merchantman and wife of some significance attended here, both of good name. As many did. Albedo sat in the booth. Aspect of the succubus, curse item, secret desires. At her levels relative to humans, it was extremely unlikely that anyone would ever know anything was amiss, and all that would happen anyway was the pursuit of desires, regardless of the destructive cost. The priest opened his side, revealing a screen that revealed only the outline of a person on the other side. Albedo's eyes, however, were far better than average. He was a young man, meaning he must have been impressive enough to rise so high before his 30s. He had dark hair and a slender build, but his back was straight and his voice was strong. Unburden yourself, the gods forgive all. He said. Out of a mere whim, she chose to put him to the test. Let's see how impressive he really is. She thought, and changed what she was going to say. Albedo's hypnotic voice passed from her lips to his ears. Voice of the gods, ear of the gods, there are so many things I wish to confess to the one I love. He feels astounding guilt over what he did to me. My beloved, he took me in when my father abandoned me, he became everything to me, sacrificed everything he loved for me, to stay with me and my younger siblings. But now. Now. The priest asked, a deep well of empathy packed into the tiny word. Now I want to love no one else but him, he is the man of my dreams, my everything and my all. I want to give myself to him, my body, my innocence, my heart, and yet he holds back. He feels like he's done something wrong, something unforgivable, and even though I can see the want in his eyes, he refuses me. What should I do? The priest was quiet. Dear child of the gods, there is no sin in desire alone, even the gods had wants, needs, longings. If he has never mistreated you, never manipulated you on purpose into loving only him, then his guilt can only harm you. Help him to understand, you are an adult, a woman making her own choices, and whatever happened before, you know, you understand, and you love him despite it. Help him to understand that you can both be happy, and embrace your desires in pursuit of the happiness that all children of the gods deserve. Only be good to one another, trust one another, rely on one another, and the gods will bless your union. A man so noble that he would care for a child that is not his, and whose greatest guilt is only that she came to love him in ways he did not expect, is a rare man, and a woman who would recognize that value, no less so. Love, be happy, and may you have many, many children. The curse that Albedo held ready to repeat against the priest on the other side was not unleashed. The last priest had rambled on about purity, 2 others at smaller temples condemned her lord as a manipulator and told her to flee. But this one got it. Though she couldn't explain about settings, and how his moment of whim was not intended to be expressed as it was, he understood her love for her master in a way that the others had not. And more than that, he offered a practical solution for how to approach him, to help him end his guilt. Evil for evil, good for good. She whispered the words too quietly for the priest to hear, the philosophy of her master, and she chose not to curse this one. But she would leave no useful tool unpicked up. A foil to the corruption was needed, someone who could pick up the pieces. I'm sorry. He caught the noise of her words, but not what they were. Nothing, listener of the gods, I have one more thing however, a thing a good priest should know, what you do with this knowledge I leave to you. Yes. He asked, confusion evident in his voice. Corruption spreads like unchecked vines throughout this city, the judges' wives, the judges themselves, the public officials, bribes and skimming are frequent, which pay for the fulfillment of greed and lust. Your predecessor was one of those, but he is not alone. If you want to serve your people well, be prepared for great and terrible hardship to surround you. Albedo warned him. The priest was silent. I know we've had a great many incidents but dash. No, priest, you know only of the ones who have been caught. The fools who were sloppy, it is worse than you can begin to imagine. So bad that I venture that you are the last honest man. Albedo said, restraining her corrupt and bedeviling smile. Good luck to you, priest of the great gods, from one of their daughters, and one who would be one of their lovers. Albedo then stood up, opened the door, and walked out, leaving the priest confused, entranced, and sweating in his booth, fear of tomorrow sinking into his guts that did not abate even long after the penitent booth was reoccupied a dozen more times after her going. Chapter 162, Chapter. How are the legs and wings feeling today? Nia said as soon as she sat up from her bedroll. Good. Alisir Dark answered as he usually did. But then he did what he didn't usually do, he flapped his wings. I can't stay aloft for long, but they're strengthening. And landing. His head and long neck swayed back and forth. I probably woke your nearest city when I tried. Right, the roar, well at least things are quiet now. Nia said as she got up and pulled out a roll of improvised bandages, we haven't had any incursions for weeks. I even ran into a scout, I got them to take off, of course, but things have been generally quiet. Give me a moment here, I'm going to have to change your bandages and check the injuries again, sorry, I can't do it without climbing on you. She set the bow aside and quickly got to work after her usual apology. The broken dragon waited it out without criticism, and his tongue darted out to snag a haunch of venison. Cooked meat turned out to be fairly good, and while he savored the flesh that practically melted on his tongue, the little human worked. Her fearsome eyes had served as one of her most potent weapons in the incursions that ventured south, her combat skills however. That is hard to measure, good by their standards, but by no means a legend. But brave and resourceful, and she uses that to close the gap. But the expression that seemed always to rest on her face, the narrow-eyed look that said, you are an insect, promised a well of power that simply didn't exist. And so those survivors, the children, and the badly wounded which she allowed to go back home, always carried the tail of the dragon and the archer with them. Can you believe the last group? Nia asked with a laugh, what kind of name is that? The dragon and the lady. At least you're identified correctly. I like the dragon and the archer better. Are you not a female? I thought only the women of your race had breasts. Alisar Dark asked, suddenly confused and curving his neck to look back around at her. It was no coincidence, he was sure, when Nia tapped the leg a little too hard and made him wince. However, she laughed it off. You're right, but nobody in my entire life has called me a lady, and I'm considered repulsive, so I prefer to think of what I do rather than what I was born as. Alisar Dark wasn't always clear on inflections, but having heard the bitterness in his son's voice, he recognized it now in the one nursing him back to health. But to him it didn't make sense. You're repulsive. He looked her up and down in a fresh appraisal. Other than your eyes, you could be like most any other human as far as I know. Nia nodded. That's the point. These, she pointed at her eyes with her fore and middle fingers, are considered ugly. Human men don't consider murderous expressions to be attractive. Not even in a job centered around slaughter. She snorted. Go figure. Alisar Dark let the matter drop and there was silence while she tended to his wounds, and then she hopped off. I still can't believe it though, who brings their people south, just to ask for one duel. I got absurdly lucky that the stone spitter had an oversized mouth for me to put an arrow through. Clever. The dragon acknowledged. Everything has a weak spot, you just have to know what it is, and that's part of the job out here. Reading, writing, people don't sing songs about literacy, but it is far more important than anyone thinks. All the wealth you dragons like is made possible by the keeping of records and the writing of reports. Gold isn't mined from the ground, but from ink and paper. Nia remarked in passing and dusted off her hands. By the way. Nia began as she started up a small fire and set herself to making a little pot of stew. Assuming you don't plan on eating me after you're healed, she looked up at the dragon whose head loomed over her. What's next, after you're better, I mean. Alisar Dark growled, you are too short to make a morsel, let alone a meal, plus you bathe too little out here to taste good, and I'm sure you'd give me indigestion. Have no fear, I have no plans on eating you. The dragon reassured her, and at that the blonde human blushed a little. He wasn't about to say he was grateful, or that he'd come to like the brash, brave little archer, but he made his point nonetheless. I don't know. My home is gone, my clan is dead, the demon emperor has likely claimed the whole mountain by now. I can find another range, another female to mate with, I pin her, we copulate, and I begin again. The dragon said with some discontent. One day perhaps we take the whole range as a united people. Unity is a source of strength. Nia responded quietly, said the exile. She laughed at herself and stirred the fire, sending sparks abound. What of you? The dragon asked in his low, rumbling voice. She shrugged. This kind of scouting job goes for several months at a time, you'll be well healed before it ends, so. I say goodbye to you, keep roaming the wilds until my time is up, hope I survive, and go back to my people. Serve out my life with the Paladin Order, distress my father, disappoint my mother, and eventually die in some pointless war keeping safe people I've never met and who wouldn't like me anyway. She laughed it off like it was an old private joke. The dragon, however, did not laugh either at or with her. It all seems kind of pointless sometimes, doesn't it? Nia finally asked. Pointless? Alisar Dark asked. Yes. All that effort, no unity, no real peace, and in the end. She brought up her hand, snapped her fingers, and then someone comes along and erases everything you accomplished in a minute. Forgive me for saying this, but I can only be glad that the demon emperor did not come here, we'd be in truly dire straits if he had. I suppose. Noncommittal, short, but sufficient answer for her. Have you ever thought of working with other races? Nia asked tentatively. I had Quagoa servants, little furry things, intelligent but primitive, weak. They were essentially slaves, kept because they had some uses. The dragon replied. Oh, Nia scratched her head and looked down at the ground. I've never seen that practice, but slavery doesn't sound that bad. Somebody takes care of everything for you, gives you food, clothing, shelter, and you just have to do normal work, do as you're told, that you do for too little to live on otherwise. It's like normal work but safer. Clearly you haven't seen it before. The dragon laughed at that. Nia had no idea what he meant by that, but before she could ask, she felt the dragon stiffen. We have company coming. Alisar Dark whispered, and without hesitation, Nia reached for her bow. Chapter 163, Chapter. Albedo sat across from the official investigator and let the filthy insect touch her arm. She kept a smile on her face and resisted the urge to rip his hand off, tear his arm from his body, and beat him to death with it. Really? She asked, how fascinating, you must be so very important. The crown investigator, a chubby man with 3 chins, beady eyes and a stick up his ass, chortled heavily. Yes, it's a filthy job but we must keep the kingdom incorruptible. I take great pride in my work. I'm sure you do. Albedo whispered in a dusky voice, her eyelids fluttering, sadly my heart belongs to another, a man of supreme wealth and greatness, only someone who rises to the heights of society could truly catch my eyes. Your work is important, but of course you're so underpaid, underappreciated, undersupported, and nobody gives you the respect you're due for your status. Her honeyed words wormed their way into the man's heart, and she could practically read his thoughts as his deep-set eyes darkened. She's right. I'm letting myself be used for nothing. Everybody else gets rich, I try so hard to stop it, nobody cares. I've got no woman, no proper respect, it's only money and power that brings happiness, and I don't have enough of either. Maybe if I just for the minor cases brought to me, look the other way for a cut of the profits. Just enough to get what I really deserve. It's not like it'll hurt anyone seriously. His jowls flapped about as he shuddered with frustration and outrage. Albedo propped her head up on her hand, her chin in her palm, elbow on the table, and watched as the doppelganger approached, disguised, to Albedo's near disgust, as someone very close to Shaltir in appearance. The official investigator was hooked. In hours he'll be balls deep, in a day he'd sell his clothes for another taste, and by evening tomorrow he'll sell the favor of his office. So much for the official investigation. All I'll need to do is make sure a few leaks about corruption get out. She stood up. Excuse me, she said, resting her fingertips on the table and giving him a respectful half bow. I have something else I must do. I hope that information was helpful to you. Why yes, it was. He nodded rapidly and gestured to Albedo's chair as the disguised overseer vacated his presence. Within seconds the doppelganger agent was tittering at his touches, utterly bedeviled, and before Albedo was even out of sight, she heard the official proposing that they go back to his quarters to talk, and offering to take her shopping. With the information I've provided to him on my successes, the investigators will know whom to take bribes from, the corruption and its high cost will deepen, prices will go up, trust in the courts will decline, everything is going according to my lord's masterful plan. Albedo laughed as she sashayed herself out of view, opened the gate, and went to another city to repeat the process. Albedo stepped out of the gate and into the city of Wenmark, one of the greatest cities in the southern Holy Kingdom, with over half of their mines for adamantite, orichalcum, and mithril. It was situated at a large lake at the end of a long river, and it smelled wonderfully of absolute misery and despair. The trade in elven slaves captured by the slain theocracy and sold to their sister kingdom, almost always led the captives to Wenmark, where the demand for back-breaking labor was greatest. The mistreatment of the elf population was worse there than anywhere else, and that was obvious right away. Though to Albedo, it was simply unimportant, what was important was how easy it would be to undermine such a delicate balance. My master said to minimize losses, which of course means those who will never properly accept his rule, they can be removed. Nothing in her mind was less likely to accept the rule of the Allfather than a group of fanatical human supremacists. If they couldn't even accept elves, they would never accept frogmen, or lizardmen, or dark elves, or the many other races that were being brought into her master's kingdom. But first, she had to explore a little. Walking the streets of Wenmark, she saw little to recommend it. The ores and wealth it promised was considerable, but the humans were especially disgusting. She watched as they swaggered around sneering at barely dressed elven slaves who walked bowed or chained, menial laborers taunted them and, at lewd hotels, elven prostitutes hawked their masters' wares from the bedroom windows where they plied the trade they were sold into. It was the cleanest human city Albedo had yet to see. It had the most wonderful scent of despair, misery, and vice that a succubus could ask for. And yet as her feet clicked over the stone, she could not have felt more disgusted with it all. A crisis or two would be all she needed to bring things to a head, and then it would not be long before. Yes, my lord, my love, you will join me again. How I long for you, ache for you, to show you, to shower you with my affection, if I can only show you. We'll be so happy. Albedo barely noticed where she was walking while she thought, until she found herself in front of what amounted to human luxury, a place called the Golden Roan. I suppose I need a hotel while I'm here, this will do. Albedo mused and looked her reflection over in the glass. Her high-class outfit was of woven green and golden silk threads, practical for walking or riding. Her shoes were boots that came up to the tops of her calves, her shoulders had a simple crimson cape pinned into place for use in ill weather. Even at a glance, she screamed money. She approached the front desk where a spindly human stared at her for a little too long, mesmerized by her radiance. I need a room, not for long, just for a week or two. She didn't wait for an answer, she simply produced a handful of gold coins from her coin purse and dropped them on the table without bothering to count them. The clerk's eyes were drawn to the clinky coins and he licked his lips several times in rapid succession. A luxury suite, of course. He said and snatched a key from behind him as fast as he could. He rang a bell and a moment later a young half-elven boy emerged from a nearby door. He wore iron chains at his wrists and his hands were calloused, but his blonde hair was well cared for and his face made up like a girl would be. I have no luggage, just show me to the room. Albedo said with disinterest. This way, mistress. The boy wheeled about and hurried to the stairs. Minutes later Albedo was in a luxuriously decorated room, thick mattress, clean bedding, even a private bath of stone. Pathetic. Nothing compared to home. Her thoughts were interrupted when a knock came to her door. Room service, no doubt. Albedo realized. Enter. She snapped, and a nearly naked elven woman of long golden hair opened the door, closed it behind her, and knelt in deference. Mistress, my name is Ileana, the elf designated for the services of this room. Tell me how to please you. Oh, how convenient, they provided me with a source of information. Albedo thought with a tiny smile on her ruby lips. Her human guise was quite beautiful to behold, and it clearly threw the elf girl off a little, causing the blue-eyed thing to sneak quick glances at her latest guest. Albedo's succubus pheromones wafted over the slave, fogging her mind and confusing her senses, setting her both more at ease than ever, and also more anxious, all at the same moment. You can tell me everything I want to know, slave, that is what you can do. Albedo said with a little laugh and sat down on the edge of the bed in reach of the female elf. She put a hand on the woman's cheek, drifting it under the chin, and tilting her face upward. Tell me everything, and then I will be pleased, and if you're good, you will be too, I think. Chapter 164, Chapter Humans. Nia guessed. Alisir Dark let out a low growl, yes. It's not time for my relief yet, that's for sure. But then again. Or rather we, have been very successful, they could be coming to investigate. Nia frowned very deeply, victims of success, how ironic. I'd better go meet them. She put her bow over her back and then a hand over Alisir Dark's scales. You're not ready to fight yet, I'll go out, confirm that I'm fine, just really lucky, and send them off for the next few months. If they see you. Nia let that statement hang. I'm sure I can handle a few paladins. Alisir Dark laughed a little at the idea of it being difficult at all. No, if this is a team coming out into the wilderness, gods above, I can't lie to you. Nia rolled her eyes, listen to me, I told you months ago, me coming here was a suicide mission. I'm still alive, and I'm sure they know of it, nobody else would come out this way except in force, that means higher than average paladins. And those will kill you on sight, most might not be strong enough to do that individually even if you're weakened, but as a group. Ants can kill a lion if the lion can't properly fight back. It's fine. Alisir Dark replied, just go get rid of them. I'll try. Nia said emphatically, but if they come closer than your breath's greatest distance, fly away out of sight. Alisir Dark hesitated. I spent too much time taking care of your scaly ass to see you die, all right. Nia said with a half-bitter laugh, I haven't had even one real friend in my entire life, and you're the first one I'd have the arrogance to apply that title to. I'd rather not be responsible for getting you killed. Nia patted the scales again, her narrow eyes transfixed up at the face of the frost dragon. Alisir Dark was quiet still, unsure of what to say, think, or do. He gave his head a slow and steady nod. I can fly well enough to escape them, I'm sure. Good. Then I'll go out. See you soon, Alisir Dark. Nia winked up at him, gave a fragile smile, and ventured out of their clearing and into the woods again. She began at a slow walk, then a jog, and then a dead sprint, disappearing almost soundlessly into the shadows and quickly moving out of sight, sound, and before long, her smell was gone. Nia rolled her eyes as she jumped, snagged the tree limb with both hands and pulled herself up to the top. Dad was right, I should have become a ranger. She laughed to herself and jumped from limb to limb, seeing the paladins in the distance, she almost had to laugh at them. Clumsy idiots, all that heavy armor in the wilderness, sure you can stop bowshot, but you might as well shout, here I am, dot. The archer took a slow and steady breath, catching them off guard was dangerous, but also for the best. The more they believed she could do this on her own, the less likely they were to investigate. So she made her way around them, their stupid swords were out and hacking their way through to make paths that would lead people right to them. Just why this was considered a suicide mission began to make perfect sense to her. They're treating it like fighting in the open, any half-decent demi-human scouting party could follow their trails and finish them off. She drew her bow when she caught sight of their backs, knocked an arrow, and putting power into her shot, she loosed and let it strike the ground in front of them. The ground erupted in a hail of dust, clods of earth, and rocks that peppered the party of paladins. There were 24 of them, and even at a glance most of them would have been easy prey. Stop right there and identify yourselves. Nia barked authoritatively from her position in the distant tree. I am Nia Baraja, huntress and scout for this region. Nobody is supposed to be here for months. Explain yourselves. The paladins were waving their hands, coughing and hacking up the dust, wiping the dirt off. A few had scratches on exposed faces from the flying rocks, but the more combat-ready among them quickly whirled on their feet. Among them a voice identified herself. I am Remedios Custodio, head of the order, and you will present yourself, squire. Remedios shouted in outrage, wiping dirt from her face. Nia felt her blood run cold and hot at the same time. Remedios. I know that name. She had to doubt it. Remedios Custodio. She shouted well out of view, why would she be here over one little squire, and with this many paladins? Let alone inept ones. That got them mad. Inept. How dare you, squire? Don't you see our uniforms? Uniforms can be faked, for all I know you took them off paladins you killed, and nobody has given the passphrase yet. The next one to speak without giving me that, gets an arrow in the throat. Nia shouted back. Remedios blustered, her face turned red. How dare this little... She was about to start screaming in outrage before a hand came to her shoulder. Ma'am, she's right. He whispered. 3 seconds, and then I start picking you off, and I know these woods better than you. Nia shouted. Dawn's hope. Gustavo shouted into the woods. Nia was silent. Okay, they're legitimate. She admitted and put away her arrow. All right, I'm coming out. She shouted and hopped down from a different direction than they were facing a few seconds later. The lot of them whirled, startled and dismayed as the little blonde squire landed silently among the greenery. She rendered a sharp salute with her hand over her chest. You're all here very early, and far more of you than there should be. Why? She asked with dismay. Remedios stalked over to Nia and looked down at her with vicious anger. You insubordinate little bitch, do you have any idea what you just did? Nia nodded and looked up at the woman. I protected my assigned territory from interlopers. Bandits exist and hide out here, and sometimes demi-humans. I'm just following orders, ma'am. I'm sorry if I upset you, but I had no way to know it was you. And your inept commentary, squire. Remedios snarled down at her. Nia pointed to the trail. You led me right to you, an obvious trail, plus you're all in full armor, it's very noisy, and it stinks of oil and sweat. Plus your clothing is all bright steel and white. Nia touched her improvised material. A blind orc could have known you were coming from 10 bowshots away, and none of you are properly armed for fighting out here. A long sword in the woods is just asking to get it caught in a tree. No bows, no casters, forgive me, but unprepared and inept aren't that different. You die out here if you're not prepared. Nia's face was placid, Remedios's face was turning an angry red when Gustavo approached beside the commander. Is that the reason for your success? He asked. Why you're still alive? Aren't I supposed to be? You wanted this area secure, so I range all over these woods, hunt down the demi-humans that try to make it through here, and keep the region as safe as I can. That's what I'm doing. Sir. Nia answered. Where's your proper uniform? Remedios asked. Have you no pride as a paladin? I got rid of it, of course. Nia replied, colored my armor, got rid of the white tabard and everything else that helped me stand out. Pride that gets me killed will get other people killed too. Remedios saw red. That is Her Majesty's insignia. The insignia of our nation. You threw it away. It's just a thing, ma'am. My obligation is to win, not to show off. Nia answered. And the rumors of a dragon's roar out here? Gustavo asked. Nia snorted. Rumors abound everywhere, even when there are no people to spread them. Go figure, sir. She shrugged at the vice commander's words and he gave a dull nod. But Remedios was still glaring at her. Arrest her. Ma'am. Nia and Gustavo exclaimed at once. And go find me that dragon. Anyone who would casually cast off Her Majesty's colors would ally themselves with any kind of twisted evil to save her own worthless skin. Arrest her. Arrest her and search these woods. Remedios bellowed. Nia's estimation of her one-time idol was dropping like a stone. 2 paladins approached and grabbed Nia's arms. She didn't resist, but she looked at the commander with disbelief. I'm protecting my country. You can't do this. Nia shouted and shook in their grip. If you were sent out here, you couldn't be trusted and we were better off without you. If you're still alive, you must be working with the demi-humans, and if there's a dragon, I'll bet you're with that too. I know about you, squire, soft on demi-trash, letting evil live, of course you'd strike a deal to save your own skin. She hissed with contempt. I'm protecting my country. Aren't we safer? How can you do this to me? I'm just doing my best. Nia bellowed her outrage as paladins took off deeper into the woods. Ma'am, there's no evidence she's done anything. Gustavo gently pointed out, his rough face looked haggard, he had bags under his eyes and just appeared tired, while Remedios' smug look of angry self-righteousness filled Nia with revulsion. Look at her. Remedios said point blank and grabbed Nia's chin hard enough to draw a cry of pain from her. She held the little squire still, she has evil in her, even you can't help but see that. How can it not be obvious? She wants to kill us. No. Nia shouted as things went from bad to worse and 2 paladins forced her down to her knees. I didn't do anything. I'm just doing what you said to do. Protect my country, protect this region. I'm loyal. You can't do this to me. Nia howled, but her anger and frustration only made her look more terrifying. Her narrow, vicious eyes glared about her as if promising a swift death if she was released. Must I shut her up myself? Remedio snapped, and backhanded the squire with a mailed fist, knocking Nia clean out of the grip of the pair holding her down. Nia began to lose consciousness, and in the distance, heard a dragon's roar, then out of the corner of her eye, she saw the beating wings of her friend in flight. "I told you." Remedio shouted, and Nia grunted as she felt her hair yanked back. She grimaced as the commander crouched down. "You'll die painfully for this, traitor. You should have hanged for ever letting demi-humans go. But working with a great predator of humanity like a dragon. We might just resurrect you just to hang you twice." Remedios hissed and smacked Nia's face again, sending the squire entirely into unconsciousness while Alisar Dark flew to safety. Chapter 165, Chapter. Albedo sat primly on the bed while the kneeling elf told the guardian overseer everything. Had Albedo not disguised her demonic nature with magic, her wings would have been fluttering with excitement. The elven woman was beautiful as a statue carved with beauty itself in mind, a perfect representation of elven beauty at its greatest height, with almond eyes of bright blue, golden hair that hung to her waist, the pale skin of one who lived indoors and seldom saw the sun. It was a little different than the normal wood elf light tan, but was easily explained by her occupation. Her long ears twitched as she spoke in the melodic way of elves, and secured to her ears were little golden hoops attached to tiny silver chains that passed beneath her taunting excuse for a dress where they obviously ended up attached to the nipples beneath the cloth. At the very least the demon woman had to admire the human's taste in enticing clothing. She made mental notes to have something similar fashioned for herself, but her chief focus was on the matter at hand. And what she found was, "This one knows everything I need." It was almost laughable. She raised a hand with her palm out to stop the babbling elf woman. Ileana immediately snapped her mouth shut. "How could you possibly know as much as you do?" Albedo asked with a terse little smile that was only vaguely polite and threatening at once. Just the tightest movement of the corners of her lips and nothing more, spoke volumes. "How could you know how the economics of the city flow, its important people, its politics? Are you not a mere whore, one of the many playthings of the wealthy?" "I am, mistress." Ileana confirmed with a bow of her head, but she looked up at the mistress she was assigned to and had a tiny little smile on her face when she said, "But many men don't know what a tongue is for, so they babble. They think talking to me is no different than talking to a dog, but they forget my ears." She flicked her fingers against the long tips. "Work fine, and so does my mind. I remember everything. And I will never forget. Never." Ileana's bitter hatred was a beautiful thing to behold. Albedo's general loathing for humans saw no challenge in the elf woman on her knees, and who clearly shared that loathing to her core. "She probably assumes I'm a foreign spy, which is true, if a great underestimation. You're not the least bit curious about why I'm asking these things, slave?" Albedo cocked her head a little. Ileana shook her head. "My absolute loyalty is to whomever rents the room I am assigned to, until the guest checks out and a new one arrives. My task is to please you in any way you desire." Ileana explained with lowered eyes, but when she finished she asked, "My lady, you are dressed so richly, forgive my impertinence, but, have you never had a personal slave to attend you as I am set to do?" Albedo thought that over. It was a complicated question. The maids of Nazarick were technically under her, as they were under Seabass, and he was under her. But they were not directly responsible for her care and had never taken that role. After a brief thought, Albedo shook her head. "No, slave, I never have." Ileana took that bizarre statement in, and chose to explain. "That is one of my functions. Aside from any pleasures you wish in the bed, I will attend to your every single need. Think of me as your secretary, baggage girl, personal maid, and, when it pleases you, your whore. I have no use for the last of those." Albedo answered with a brusque wave of her hand, and said, "Instead you will guide me around this city. You know it very well, I assume. Show me all the places you spoke of, including the houses of the great leaders of this place. Serve me well, and you will be rewarded." Ileana's face was very neutral when she said, "I am not permitted anything of my own, but thank you for the sentiment. Reward or not, I will obey. Another day of life is the only reward I can accept, mistress." Albedo's smile became cruel and cold when she looked the kneeling woman over. "I think my master would be disappointed with me if I didn't do a little better than that. Now, lead me out and show me everything you've seen on your little outings. Withdrawing from humans? How absurd." Alisar Dark snarled as he left the noise behind. Where exactly he planned on going was beyond even himself. He had no plan. Perhaps by some subtle inclination to return home somehow, he flew to the northeast, toward his mountain range. His wings ached within an hour, everything felt sluggish, but he remained aware enough to recognize things. Even if he'd never seen it before, he knew the wall that barred the path between the Holy Kingdom and the Abelian Hills. It was a towering wall of white and grey stone, as old as the Holy Kingdom itself, where 5 men could walk abreast across the top. High towers every 10 meters held ballistae and catapults. It was not impregnable, but no one tribe alone was going to get through it. More than that, the bulk of the Holy Kingdom's defensive budget had to have gone into maintaining it. The encampment on the human side was more like a fortress city. Nothing would get through that with ease. Down below, Nazarick saw the humans scrambling when they caught sight of him. They were like ants from his great, soaring height. A few of their numbers tried to fire arrows, but the projectiles arced and fell to the ground again without ever coming close enough to even consider dodging. Under other circumstances he might have retaliated anyway, but for now. I need a place to land. Somewhere they wouldn't chase him. Then he spotted in the distance a long range of hills amidst deep valleys, where he saw no tribes or evidence of movement. Nobody on the north side wants to live close to the wall, he concluded, and made for the possible safety of the place. With the sea not that far away, he could think about supplying himself with food while his body healed the rest of the way, but he was not looking forward to landing. But it couldn't be helped, the vast green beneath promised at least a soft place that wouldn't hurt too much if he came down gently and went to his side. He did his best to do exactly that. The cries of the humans on the wall became distant, and then even that great cacophony vanished into silence even to his sharp hearing. The wind was at least cool against his scales, though not as comfortable as the mountain city he left behind. There was something to be said for the great open space of the endless horizon, and it was with some regret that he left it behind, beginning his slow descent to the ground again. His wings were spread out as far as they could go to catch the air and slow his touching down. Even with his best effort, however, no sooner than he touched the grass than pain shot up his still splinted legs and he let out a roar of agony so great that the earth around him trembled with the force, and then tremored beneath him when he flung himself to lie on his side. He closed his eyes against the pain, and remained unconscious for a long, long time, until he was awakened by a familiar smell far closer to him than it had any right to be. Chapter 166, Chapter. Soreness wasn't an uncommon feeling for someone living in the wilds. Cozy beds, perfect temperatures, warm blankets, those were a running joke among the tiny handful of those who survived wilderness duty. It was a common mockery that at least when they died out there, they wouldn't wake up sore. But that soreness was usually in her back, or in the crick of her neck, or all over during cold winters. But the only time Nia ever remembered waking up with sore arms was in training with her bow. It was such an unusual state to wake up in that she briefly wondered what was wrong, tried to move, and found she couldn't. Her eyes flew open as the most dreadful fear came over her. Have I been captured by demi-humans? The thought shot her to total wakefulness, and with that wakefulness and the flying open of her eyes, came memory. No, I've been captured by my idol, damn. That was the worst day of my life, so far. She sighed and forced herself to relax. She heard the rumble and bumps below and felt the steady forward motion with it, and one look at the covering overhead, and she knew she was in a wagon. The cheap tin covering was the sort commonly used by the Paladin in order to hide the contents from outsiders or hide outsiders from the contents. So I'm a prisoner, and unless I've been out for more than a week, they brought this with them as far as they could, then carried me back to it. I was assumed guilty from the start. It was a bitter realization that spoke volumes of her standing with the Paladin Order. I could write to my parents, they would understand, wouldn't they? Nia was talking to herself in a tiny whisper and staring up at the fabric while she worked her wrists against the ropes. Her hands were bound at the wrists and her biceps and triceps bound against one another, contorted into the shape of chicken wings. Lying like that for hours left her with a constant ache. I could probably snap the ropes, but they're expecting that. She listened outside and tried to move her feet. Those were secured with heavy chains, making snapping the ropes useless. She tilted her head back just to look at nothing. It would just tell Remedios that I'm awake and resisting. The pain in Nia's jaw was starting to return. I think it's cracked. She realized, and when she tilted her head to the side to look at, again nothing, just the blank wall of the covered cart, she felt the bruise on her face and sucked her teeth in with a wince. Even to her own mind it was curious to Nia Baraja that she felt no real fear. If her own order were against her, what chance did she have at a trial? Even if her parents used their influence, what good would that do? Would they even try? The question fed into the one thing she did feel. Regret. I'll never be able to make them proud of me after all. How unfortunate. The cart rolled and bumped around under her, jostling her against a few sacks of useless supplies. Idiots, carting all that around, how mobile do you think you can be? Contempt and frustration with her order raged like fire in her blood. Didn't I work hard enough? I kept people safe. I did my job. She aborted her raging that was taking shape in her head. By their reckoning, I didn't. Nits make lice. I let children and pregnant women go. I didn't execute everyone, and I should have killed the dragon. By their thinking, the failure to murder is treason, and treating Nazarick is the same as aiding the enemies of humanity. Children, the pregnant, the wounded pleading for their lives, every paladin that was not a monster knew that moment of empathizing pity seeing children wailing for their parents, a little one rocking the body of someone who died with her arrow in their heart. Most would have felt something for the small ones. But they put them down anyway. Nia understood why they did it, and that alone. I might have gotten off light, a slap on the wrist, or at most discharged. But Nazarick was as good as a death sentence. So this is how it ends for me. Serve and protect my nation, make mother proud, make father acknowledge me, to death by hanging if I'm lucky, or death by the sword if I'm less lucky. That was enough to shudder. Nia saw someone die that way once. A soldier who sold patrol route information to demi-humans, bound upright to a stake, and then pinned to it by having a rusty sword shoved through his belly and into the wood. A strong swordsman would be used so that it would come out the other side, and then the end would be heated and bent so that it couldn't be removed from the stake. It was said that anyone who could walk off the handle side and survive for a day would be pardoned. Nobody ever does though. If the blood loss doesn't kill you, the infection will, and that is if you don't just stay pinned upright to the stake to expire in the elements. Nia closed her eyes. She couldn't feel remorse for what she'd done. Not for any of it. But Mom, Dad, will you even be able to look at me? That question made her swallow hard. Depending on where she was being taken, she might find out the answer to that very question. Probably not to Hoburn's. Could it be to the fortress itself? To the wall. She looked up at the thick canvas and tried to guess her direction based on the direction of the scraps of light that made it within. Nia didn't sit up. She didn't want to give away that she was in fact awake. Going to the wall was the worst possible situation. It had the only city in the area, all the villagers, all the little towns. They were only there to support the fortress city, which was only there to support the wall. Nearly everybody was a veteran of the wars against the demi-humans or descended from somebody who was. Though Nia hadn't been there personally, she struggled to imagine any kind of a fair trial among them. But do my arms really have to be sore the whole damn time? She asked while working and twisting the ropes. Whoever tied them had used a lot, but hadn't been especially good at it. The weakness of not taking many prisoners, you don't know how to handle them. Nia snorted at the half-joke. The ropes burned against her wrists from their tightness, but the one to bind her clearly mistook tight for secure. Her constant work continued to loosen the amateurish knot until she had her hand loose, and then used her free hand to undo the remainder. The slack rope let her unfold her arms and droop them underneath. At least now I'll ride in comfort. Nia thought and then reached for a sack. Pressing her hands, she felt the hardness of a large quantity of dried beans. She tugged it over, sat up just a bit, and put it under her back. She then folded her hands behind her head and stretched out. Reaching the fortress would take a few days. Her escape from her bonds would be discovered eventually. But then again, Nia felt no fear, only bemusement. The look on the commander's face when she sees me just relaxing against these beans with a smile on my face and giving her a little wave, it'll be worth the slaps I'll take for it. She rubbed her shoulders deeper into the sack of beans. This really is comfortable. Somebody should make a chair or something out of this stuff. She thought, and yawned as quietly as she could to wait for the inevitable. Chapter 167, Chapter. Ileana scurried along at her mistress' left hand, though it was a relief to wear less scantily clad material than usual, today being breeches and a simple rough-spun shirt that made her skin itch. The human woman she was obligated to serve proved to be a swift mover. The pace of her long striding steps never slacked even for a moment. Every motion had purpose and reason behind it. Today she scurried along with her hair waving in the breeze as the room occupant took her out on a shopping expedition. Souvenirs for some friends of mine. Where can I get them? Albedo made the abrupt command and Ileana rattled off the names of several shops who made fine trinkets like toys, tea sets, and more. From there Ileana had to move as fast as her legs could carry her, staying just at her lady's side, pointing which way to go, and then the noblewoman, as Ileana now assumed her to be, would abruptly turn the indicated direction without another step and Ileana would have to practically run again. It was an hour of this before Albedo stopped and with her hands on her hips asked Ileana, "Why don't you move faster, slave?" Had Ileana detected any hint of rebuke, she would have quailed, but it sounded more curious than anything, and so she chose to show the woman. "It's that elf gait, my lady. We're trained to run or walk with small steps. They put manacles on our ankles with chains too short for proper steps, and leave them in place almost constantly for decades until we naturally move like this." She explained and went back and forth several times in front of a surprised Albedo. Innovative method of control at least, but still, impractical. Albedo snorted with contempt and brushed back her long hair with a flip of her hand and tilted up her nose. "Stupid of them, how are you supposed to move quickly to perform your tasks if you're not allowed to move quickly?" The slave hung her head without answering. "Humans are absurd." Albedo muttered under her breath and her eyes caught a large storefront. It had a number of fine silk garments, large hoop dresses of the sort favored by Shaltir. "If she likes it, I've got something good for a colleague. If she doesn't, she's annoyed and I've annoyed a rival for Lord Ainz. Love, there is no losing there. Come with me, you'll be carrying this also," Albedo said, and Ileana hefted the bag strung over her shoulder with an audible oomph, and said, "Yes, mistress," before scurrying after her and quietly filing away the human comment for later. That later came when Ileana stumbled with her legs half dead, carefully placing the dozen fabric bags from high-end shops onto a chair, and then collapsed onto her knees, grateful for the carpeted floor which caught her fall. "Mistress, shall I draw you a bath, or do you prefer to remain alone again?" Ileana asked when she was able to raise her head. Albedo herself simply breezed into the room, but the offer gave her pause and she looked over her shoulder. "Why not? I've never had someone bathe me before." I might as well indulge, I won't be here much longer. She nodded. Go ahead. The overseer replied, while she much enjoyed the baths of Nazarick, the idea of a personal attendant for that purpose was a novelty. Out of idle curiosity Albedo watched the way the elf woman moved. The little steps she took did have a peculiar kind of grace to them, the way she walked on the balls of her feet, the well-trained roll of her hips. As a succubus, Albedo was compelled to admit, the woman had her charms. I suppose that is why she is kept at a high-class establishment, at least, high-class as human filth goes. The woman began to work the stone tub, her slender arms pumping steadily at a silver pump handle until warm water began to gush into the stone tub. She grunted a little with the effort but soon found her rhythm. When the tub was nearly filled, Ileana went to a nearby counter, bent over, and pulled out a small clay pitcher from a cabinet beneath it. She then turned and poured a few round-looking beads into the water, and then replaced the pitcher again. When she was done, Ileana stood perfectly erect with her hands folded before her waist and gave a half bow. If it pleases the mistress, the bath is prepared. It was a small, subservient voice, and Albedo acknowledged it by approaching her with her customary long, confident stride. She was almost caught by surprise, however, when the elf woman reached for Albedo's clothing. She only stopped from a negative or violent reaction by the fact that the slave moved so naturally it was clearly part of her routine. The initial thought, how dare she think to touch me, vanished beneath the practical understanding, for this, she must. And so she waited as the elf undressed her completely and folded the fine silk garments over her arms. She went and hung them up. Ileana then undid her own clothing and let it fall crudely to the floor, kicking her clothes out of the way and then walking past the lady of the room to the tub itself. She assumed a crouched position as a footstool, and waited. Albedo had to forcibly stop herself from blinking as she made mental notes. Would Lord Ainz enjoy it like that? Oh, the utter bliss of having him do such a thing. Oh yes, yes, yes. She nearly gushed her excitement from her loins before she found sense and approached the crouched woman. She took a step on Ileana's back, then as the woman slowly rose up to all fours to bring Albedo in line with the top of the tub, the disguised demoness stepped down into the waters. Ileana said nothing the entire time. She simply went back to the cabinet, pulled out a long scrub brush, a bar of green soap and began to lather it up in the water. Albedo realized almost immediately what the beads had been, little oil droplets. They made the water fragrant like roses and ran smoothly over her skin whenever it touched her. The slave, for her part, went directly to work, drawing Albedo's full curious attention as the act of bathing her was dutifully performed. The elf showed no shyness or demureness whatsoever, nor did her eyes show any improper thoughts or feelings about what she was doing. Ever the supervisor in spirit no matter where she was, Albedo chose to praise her. You're very good at this, she said and sighed with bliss as the elf woman held up Albedo's foot at the ankle and scrubbed between the toes. Thank you, my lady. I have had abundant practice in this room over the last 100 years or so, perhaps longer. It's hard to remember sometimes how long it's been, Ileana remarked without breaking the neutrality of her face. I see, Albedo said with indifference. May I ask, what are you, my lady? Ileana posed the question as she filled the bucket to use on Albedo's hair. What? Albedo demanded in an icy tone. Mistress, you're not human, so, what are you, if I may ask? Ileana's voice remained mostly neutral, but that touch of curiosity could not be kept back. Albedo looked at the woman while quietly contemplating whether or not to end her life. Only her doubt about how the elf figured it out stayed her hand. What makes you say that, slave? Albedo asked in a deathly quiet tone. The way you spoke of humans earlier as if you weren't one. Ileana acknowledged, remember what I said, mistress. She touched her ears again and then resumed washing the radiant woman. Albedo actually laughed, silvery, charmingly, beautifully. The peals of it bounced around the walls far more than a natural sound should have. I see what you mean, slave, I see what you mean. You're right, I'm not human. But why would you be mad enough to ask that? Do you have a death wish, elf? Why you're here has nothing to do with me. Other than my fellow elves, there is nothing in this city that I care about. Do whatever you want. While you are renting this room, you own me and my only loyalty is to you, mistress. Ileana was very matter-of-fact in saying it, and Albedo gave that a long silent and thoughtful moment. I see, Albedo said with bemused understanding as the elf ran a warm soapy cloth over Albedo's ample breasts. Then on my last night here, I'll show you the truth. Thank you, my lady. Ileana replied and then asked, would it please the lady tonight for me to demonstrate my other skills on her body? Ileana asked it as a matter of routine, but in the last week the woman had refused her every time. This occasion was no different. No, there is only one body I desire, Albedo answered, leaning back in the bath and sighing with longing as the vigorous scrubbing began on her thighs. But perhaps you can tell me something about how to please him. You were professionally trained for that, weren't you, elf? Albedo asked. Yes, mistress. Everyone who works here is. Ileana tightened her lips a little at that, but then answered plainly, if there is some method of bedroom game or pleasure we don't know, it isn't good enough to bother with. But if it pleases you, tell me what kind of man he is, and I will tell you how to ensure he is lost in the pleasure only you can bring to him. Or so he will believe. Ileana answered, and felt the woman melt under her touch. Very well. Albedo answered, though she tried to keep her face neutral. A smile slowly crept over her face. I will tell you all about my beloved, the one who stayed, and what kind of man is my everything. And then that excitement filled her voice as Albedo went on and on about her favorite subject, letting the slave do her best to keep up with the torrent of words until after the water lost its warmth. Chapter 168, Chapter. Alisar Dark raised his head and stared down at the orc. I know your smell, he said, and huffed out a puff of cool air from his nostrils that blew like a fog over the unmoving orc. The orc male went down to his knees. I know your everything. Your partner showed me mercy. She showed my mate mercy. She showed my children mercy. I repay mercy, he said and slapped his open hand over his chest hard enough that it made a loud clap. How? Alisar Dark asked. You are hurt. Your partner, no magic. The humans would kill you. We have magic, we can heal you faster. But, you will not eat us, yes? The orc asked. Alisar Dark raised his head and sniffed the air. There were other orc smells nearby. No. Heal me, and help me, and I will not eat you. Alisar Dark replied, I give my oath as a dragon. The orc grunted. He then turned his head and gave a long, loud series of hyena-like barks, and an old orc wearing a number of small bones as a necklace, and carrying a staff with a fist-sized blue gem wrapped tightly amidst knotted wood as if it grew that way, came close. Heal the dragon. Alisar Dark lowered his head and rested it with his cheek against the ground and waited. The pain of his landing still hadn't subsided. Where is the mad-eyed archer? The forest spirit woman? Has the merciful guardian died? The orc asked. Alisar Dark raised his head. Why would you ask that? Alisar Dark asked. The magic wafted over him, his body briefly glowing white, and his wounds began to heal again. And those names? I know her as Nia Baraja. She has many names north of the wall now. Few humans spare our lives, those who do, we remember. We must fight, but though many humans tell lies, we too love our children, and prize them. Orcs, stone spitters, snake people, others, give names to her. The snake women call her Egg Mother for sparing clutches and letting survivors leave with their young. Stone spitters, Stone Child for giving a rock each for her hunt survivors to protect themselves from monsters on the way home, on the promise that they retreat and not harm her people. I never thought to meet her myself. Never thought to see she who heals dragons with my eyes, nor receive her gift of life. Now you are here and she is not. What should I think? The orc shrugged. She was taken by her people. Alisar Dark replied, I left at her request when I heard her people approach. Then she is dead, and you have not seen her body. The orc's piggish face looked down at the ground. Your loss, I hope, was not too great. She was a worthy enemy in our eyes, the mad one, and her mercy will not soon be forgotten. Why would she be dead? Alisar Dark asked with a faint growl under his breath. The orc looked up at him, because death is the penalty for helping any non-human beyond the wall. We have sometimes known their scouts from the wall to come to us, to trade in knowledge or goods, though whether they are allowed, we do not know. But we learn from them of human laws. To show us mercy is a great crime, to heal you, how much more so? She sentenced herself to death when she did not kill you. A painful death, a slow death, we will hear her screams from here. Alisar Dark had always taken it as his due that others should serve his will, anyone he could compel into his service, he bound them there. There was no reason not to, and there was no reason to care about them, as they would have abandoned him if they could have. Even his own children remained secured to him largely out of fear of disobedience. It had not occurred to him that the human that spared his life was trading away her own by her own volition by doing so. It left a taste in his mouth he did not care for. But something the orc said caught his attention. Why would you hear her screams from here, orc? The stake death is on the wall. They will bind her there, pierce her belly with a sword and make it face the hills, that way we hear them scream until they die. It takes many hours, sometimes days. I once saw a man last a week. My eyes are good. I saw they used cold water to keep him awake. That is no way to die. The stronger you are, the longer it hurts. The orc did not bother to suppress his shudder. Alisar Dark let out a long, angry, even possessive growl as if someone threatened to steal his hoarded treasure. They will they? If there is more, we don't know. But we hear that, learn that, and see that. That is more than I like to know. The orc answered. Now you are healed and your partner is dead, you will keep your word, not eat us, yes. Where will you go? The orc asked, taking a single unsteady, uncertain step backward. Yes. You are safe. As to what next? Alisar Dark let that sentence hang as he thought the matter over. You could stay with us, you are strong, many would follow your strength. That we fought once, the orc shrugged, many fight, they are enemies by name or need, that is all. We have no hate for the one to spare us. Alisar Dark thought that over thoroughly and a plan began to form. Does that apply to the mad-eyed archer? Yes. The orc nodded. Great hunters are needed by all tribes, orc, Zern, and others. Since she began the hunts long before she took to the wilds, some of those she spared now have mates and children, and a life debt none thought to repay. If she is here, and does not fight, she will be treated as a great warrior and great guest. Alisar Dark's muscles rippled with strength again, his body stretched out, his legs extended and claws scraped deep gashes over a few rocks as he dragged the sharp edges toward himself again, his tail lashed and he tested his wings with a flap that drew him to an upright position like a great peak compared to the tiny orcs on the ground at his feet. Then keep a watch on the wall, orc, and inform me when she is brought up there. What is next for me, is that I will get my partner back. No one will take from Alisar Dark Haley Lyle. The orc went down to one knee and bowed his head, as did the mage which healed the dragon. As you command, mighty one. Chapter 169, Chapter. Ainz sat in his office, but for once he wasn't reading reports or scrambling to find some kind of busy work. Thank Albert for Demiurge. The Archdevil proved to be quite capable of handling everything in Ainz' stead with a few specific general orders, and with the regular use of undead who needed only a single supervisor each, the most important internationally recognizable project, a complete system of roads, continued apace. Although some communications from more distant kingdoms have expressed dismay at the use of necromancy, nobody has used overly harsh language. Concerned for the well-being of the citizens of the kingdom of Nazarick properly appreciate the danger of the undead. The only real concern is the theocracies. Violating the very tenets of the six and the sanctity of life. Religious motivations are especially dangerous, I'll have to keep an eye on those. Ainz thought and shifted to another letter. Ainz read through it silently, then, unable to help himself, he read it out loud. The parchment, not paper, indicated the significance of what was being written. Parchment was harder to produce than paper unless you used magic, and this had been made by hand, without magic, making it more exclusive even with the imperfections that magic did not leave behind. The tan document had flowing silver ink written in the script of the Retelling kingdom, a script Ainz didn't really care for. Japanese is easier. He thought and read it to himself. Dear Mammon. I write to you today with a trembling hand, for weeks you have been away, and each time I go to your manor, Lupu tells me that you are gone on business. I feel like a foolish girl, each time I step to your door, knock, and find you gone. I have faced countless enemies, trials, for longer than you can imagine, and yet I am more afraid of looking foolish and desperate to you than I am of being foolish and desperate in a fight for my very life. Lupu is, always hospitable, but very much herself, she drinks with Gagarin and teases us both as virgins. She says she is a Mimi Doshi, which evidently means she knows a lot but is kind of a virgin too, which I admit surprised me so much I wondered if you preferred men, even I must acknowledge her beauty. But I ramble. I ramble on foolishly beyond words, largely to keep back from the edge, taking a leap that I know may change everything. Will you work with me? Join with me on a quest, it may be dangerous, but I will feel better by far at your side than I know how to say. My sisters are busy, and I need help. With deepest hopes. Evil Eye. Ainz set the letter down. Right, I've been away a lot from Retelling. This letter reads a lot like a love-struck girl who couldn't quite bring herself to say something emotional. What a wild thought that would be. Ainz rubbed his cheek. I'll send Pandora's actor, I should station him there permanently, make it his mission to research magical items and go on quests in search for unique ones. He scribbled a quick note and looked over to the corner where Cici waited. Out of all the battle maids, she was one of the easiest to be around in a human body, given that she was essentially an android. They've all accepted you so far, only Albedo remains, and she is the most dangerous in more ways than one. He reminded himself and snatched a piece of paper. He wrote his orders to Pandora's actor and held it out. Take these instructions to Pandora's actor, he is allowed to act within his discretion in the role of Mammon on a long-term basis, he should focus on forming good relationships with other adventurers, a good reputation for the team, as well as research and categorize novel magic items. Pay special mind to Blue Rose, they're too important to alienate and should be thoroughly won over. Ainz explained, and the blank-faced battle maid curtsied. At once, Lord Ainz. She said, accepting the orders, she departed at once. Oh, and send in Demiurge, there's the other matter to attend to as well. Ainz added and went to the next letter, he barely heard her acknowledgement as he went on to Albedo's report. Corruption, how very Albedo, of course the supreme guardian overseer, the finest of bureaucrats, would choose to topple a kingdom through corruption, and really, sex. Ainz muttered under his breath, then sighed, succubus, of course. He thought. The high-level doppelganger summons were well-adapted spies from early in Yggdrasil's days, used for trying to scout bases before attacking them, both against NPCs and other players. They were rendered useless by the highest levels, and they normally had a short lifespan, but like Death Knights, doppelgangers summoned using bodies didn't seem to expire. Or if they did. None have yet. Though their intelligence seems to vary based on how smart the corpse was. Ainz wasn't quite sure what to make of that, but at least they were useful to Albedo. He shifted a little in his seat. The notion of using even a summon that way made him uncomfortable. It felt vaguely wrong even though they were only summoned creatures using a corpse as a reagent. Is it technically necrophilia? He wondered, and that made him feel worse. No more questions, Ainz, good God. No more questions. He promised himself and focused on the specifics at hand. This is a very, very unexpected request from Albedo. I never imagined she'd do this, but I don't want to be a bad boss. He told himself and stamped his authorization for it, and everything else she asked. He just affixed the stamp to the document when there was a knock at the door. Lord Ainz, you summoned me. Demiurge. Ainz realized and sat up straight. Come in. Demiurge opened the door, closed it behind him, then with 3 long steps he approached, knelt in front of the desk in the private office, and bowed his head. My lord. Demiurge asked with the deepest of reverence. The crystalline eyes of the archdevil revealed nothing, but as if the demon was his own son, Ainz could feel the depth of affection and devotion exude off of him like heat from a winter flame. It was all he could do not to stand, descend, and hug the archdevil. Demiurge's belief in Lord Albert's passing and sacrifice had left him as emotional as a child who lost his father, and it left its mark on the archdevil in peculiar ways. His brutality in punishing Alisar Dark before flinging him through the mountain, and in his almost benign treatment of Hijinmal afterward suggested some unusual growth. But now there was business to attend to, and Ainz could ask it of no one else. About my status. Ainz said, and Demiurge bowed his head even lower. My lord, yes, after abundant research and questioning of the Theocracy scripture captives, the spell they used seems to have been imbued by a world item. I know of only one world item capable of that feat, and we don't have it. Demiurge explained, his frown deepened. Neither does the slain Theocracy. According to my best efforts, the founders of the Holy Kingdom took some items from the Theocracy when they broke apart, and it may be that they have it. However, I don't believe they do. Demiurge clenched his hands into tight fists. Why not? Ainz asked. Because they were repeatedly invaded by demi-humans, and in Albedo's study of her target, she saw no evidence that it was ever used to protect themselves from the disastrous invasions. While it is possible, I just do not believe it is there. Demiurge shook his head. Even pathetic humans wouldn't hold back in those circumstances. Demiurge concluded with a vigorous denial and a shake of his head. I see. Ainz said and folded his hands together. But there is still an option, my lord. Demiurge hastened to add, we have low-tier race change items useful for far weaker beings. I believe that if your esteemed self were able to make use of wild magic, the power of that item could be boosted to allow you to become whatever you wished. Demiurge's wolfish smile returned. All it takes is a mass sacrifice of followers of a wild magic user, and it just so happens that there is a wild magic user in charge of the Draconic Kingdom. Seabass, Solution, and the 8 are coordinating the driving back of the Beastman Kingdom. I have taken the liberty of ordering them to take mass prisoners, and I am setting them all to work on my happy farm producing scrolls for the kingdom until we're ready to make use of them. Demiurge's smile grew ever more broad. It's a far kinder fate than they would get as things were going. Ainz gave a slow nod. Farm work and scroll making aren't that bad, and they would have died in battle anyway. Plus, I don't want to stay this vulnerable. I may be the most powerful being in the world now, in war or in magic, but I could still choke on a cherry and die. Most paths to immortality offer too many drawbacks or threaten the loss of independence. This does seem a viable option. Ainz thought it over, and then nodded to his subordinate. Very well, continue with that plan, Demiurge. I will have to address this with the Draconic Queen at some point when things are under control, but for now, just keep up the good work. Ainz said authoritatively, and Demiurge almost blushed. Of course, my lord, of course. He stood up, bowed, and backed away until he had to turn, open the door, and leave Ainz to his work again. Return to undead, or something else. Or just render this body immortal, so many choices. Ainz thought to himself and then reached for the next document, putting tomorrow's decision off for another day, and reading through another progress report from Albedo instead. Chapter 170, Chapter. Nia's face was swollen. Pain thudded through it. It was still worth it. She thought to herself when she recalled the stupefied face of Remedios Custodio when Nia waved from the back of the wagon. Now she had chains on her wrist secured in front of herself, and the commander of the Paladin Order had been fuming for days over being made to look foolish. My face didn't help. Most of them would just toss at me food, and not very well either. Nia acknowledged the unending truth that her face looked filled with hate and loathing for whomever was looking at her, but for the moment at least she was past lamenting it. There was no real reason to lament anything, you knew the price you'd pay the moment you lowered your bow, now you're going to pay it. The unutterable sorrow and fear in that broken dragon's eyes, the sense of absolute loss, she still could not help but pity it. I made the right choice. She knew that much, the wagon was still rolling and rocking underneath her, and now there was only one real fear left. If my mother and father are stationed here, what will I say to them? Will they understand? Will they forgive me? Nia had no idea, but that question haunted her at every waking and every sleeping hour. But every now and then, she turned her thoughts to her patient, her partner, her friend. He got away at least, hopefully he is alive and this wasn't all for nothing. That was an ugly thought, though she didn't regret saving his life, even now that she was facing the price, the idea that it was all for nothing was like the taste of ashes on her tongue. All the stale bread and lukewarm water in the world couldn't have gotten rid of that taste. Outside, Remedios was shouting. Remedios Custodio here with a prisoner, Nia Baraja, traitor and collaborator. Low rumbling anger pierced the fabric of her confinement, and a moment later the draped tan fabric overhead was yanked away with a flourish to leave her exposed in full view. Boo. Judgment came down on her from the stone walls, more than a few echoed it, some in uniform, some in work clothes, but the words, traitor and collaborator, were muttered with great loathing, and a rotten tomato struck her in the face from above. It hit her swollen cheek with a wet splat, and the flattened remnant landed on the wooden cart. Shut up. Nia bellowed and turned her eyes up to the wall, shut up. I'm no traitor. I'm no collaborator. I protected this country, you bastards. The injustice got to her and vitriol poured out of her mouth, she shot to her feet, rattling her chains, I hunted the wilds, slew the demi-humans you incompetents let slip through. I lived and did my job while you sit here guarding against an invasion you pray will never happen while I fight the invasions that do. Go to hell. I just did what I thought was right. How dare you all judge me for it? A heavy blow to the back of her head sent her falling to her face, but her fearsome stare had reached them even if her words had not. As she slipped into unconsciousness, she heard a few muttering, put down the monster. She woke up hours later in a stone cell, a pile of straw and a moldy blanket tossed nearby. Her uniform and armor were long gone, instead she wore what amounted to nothing more than a sack and some chains. The stone was cold under her feet and she could see the moon through the bars on the high window. The breeze was slowly cooling, it'll be autumn soon, I've always liked autumn. Nia reflected and sat on the floor, drawing her knees up to her chest, she touched her cheek. The bruise was gone, somebody had healed her while she was unconscious. The stone at her back was as hard as it was cool, she wrapped her arms around her knees and stared at the other wall without really seeing it. Hours passed alone in the dim and the dark and the dank. A wooden bowl of water that had a wet piece of bread soaking in it sat nearby. She had no interest in it. But her ears took everything in. And that was why she heard the door and a pair of voices whispering harsh words to a guard. It clinked open, then shut, and swift, heavy feet approached. Why am I surprised? Nia asked herself when she heard them drawing near. She saw them out of the corner of her eye, even in the dim light of a distant moon she couldn't have failed to know them. But they had the added benefit of a torch which they stuck onto a sconce on the opposite wall and grabbed the bars as soon as they came close. They clanged with the mailed fist striking at them, and Nia scrambled to her feet to rush the bars herself. Mom. Dad. She shouted and stuck her hands through the bars. They drew closer, allowing her arms to hug around the backs of their heads and put their arms around her at her back. You came. Nia exclaimed, and when the embrace broke, she stood, as did they, and she wiped her fearsome eyes of previously unshed tears. Of course we did. Her father said, looking down at her with eyes like those of his daughter. How could you think we wouldn't? Her mother said with a fragile smile on her face, you're our daughter, no matter what, of course we would come, but tell us, is it true? Please, just tell us the truth. Her father implored, his hands folded into Nia's own, the metal between his fingers and her flesh was not enough to keep back all warmth, and Nia savored what she felt. I'm not a traitor. I'm not a collaborator. Nia swore, I promise, I swear on the gods. Yes, I spared some demi-humans, and a dragon too, that much. I don't deny it. But they were hurt. They were helpless. Just little ones calling for their mothers and fathers, they're no different from us and I just. Nia didn't lower her head, she felt no shame, instead she leveled her eyes at them both, I did what I thought was right, every time. That's all. A dragon, though? Her father asked. He was broken, in pain, he asked for help. Helping the weak is common sense, isn't it? Isn't that what you taught me? Help the weak. Be brave. Isn't that what a paladin is supposed to do? Nia exclaimed and shook the bars until they rattled and dust came down. For humans, to protect humanity. Her mother reproached her, how could you help those creatures? I'm a creature to most humans, mother. Nia reminded her, and her mother and father both reared back as if they'd been slapped. Take a good look at me, a good, long look at me. What do you see? Nia demanded of them both, her face caught in the light of the flame, shadows danced around her evil unblinking stare. My daughter. Her father said, a daughter I've always been proud of. Nia bit her lip but said nothing even as her heart broke at his words. By all the gods. I never really realized just how much like your father you really look. Her mother said and put a hand on Nia's face. She ran a thumb around the shape of one of Nia's eyes, and Nia nodded. If I'd been born a man, maybe this fierce look would be admired, respected, but as a woman. It made me ugly, it made me look spiteful, cruel, evil. One look at me and I'm judged badly before I say a word or do anything at all. I'm sorry, Dad, it isn't your fault. Nia said and took his hand, removed his armored glove and kissed the top of his hand. But I never ever fit in anywhere. So of course I took pity on broken things, they're no different than I am. Demi-humans, dragons, they're people too. We live the same, bleed the same, die the same. I don't hate them as much as I'm hated by the people who sent me out to die. Nia, I didn't know. They didn't tell us you were getting sent out to the wilds. Her father said, a shimmering in his eyes was matched by that of his wife. We'd have done something if we'd known. Done what? Sent some other unfortunate to die in my stead. I made my choice, and I survived out there. You have no idea how often demi-humans actually got around your walls one way or another over the years. I hunted so many to their ends, using every trick in my arsenal, and now look what I get for it. Another month and we might have even had a dragon ally to guard the wilds, but that's over now. And who will they send in my stead, huh? Some unprepared fool they want dead. That's our order. Our order wanted me dead and sent me out there to die, now I'm being slandered and executed for how I survived. Nia spat in the stone. I'm glad that uniform is gone. You were both right, it never suited me. Nia, my daughter, my precious girl. I'm sorry we weren't there for you. I'm sorry, but we're here now. Her mother insisted and reached through the bars, drawing her daughter as close to her as she could. We'll get the best defense we can for you. We won't just let you be killed. I don't agree with what you've done. But you've always been different, different than me, different than your father. Different from everyone else, and I'm so sorry I never understood that. Her mother said and slid her shaking hands up Nia's sides to run her hands through her daughter's golden hair. We'll do something, think of something, maybe we can get it knocked down to a dash. Her mother stopped when Nia put a finger to her mother's lips. Dishonorable discharge. Thrown out like trash. Take away my honor, my pride, shame our family name. Nia asked quietly. At least you'd be alive. Her father said, I have only one child, and you can't be replaced. I know I was distant, but not because I wanted to be. I always thought we could make up for lost time, but if you die we lose it all. There won't be any more time, I'll never see what kind of woman you become. I'd rather die in your stead. He whispered roughly, his teeth ground as he looked down at the stone and spat on it in contempt. Nia stepped back from them, slowly letting their touches slip away, withdrawing from the torchlight. You've said in minutes what I've hoped for all my short life. Nia said and let her hands fall at her side. I know what they'll ask me to do. They'll ask me to recant, to publicly proclaim my hatred for demi-humans, for all non-humans. They'll ask me to express remorse, regret for every act of healing or mercy I ever gave to anyone. But I'm not sorry. I'm not and I never will be. Frankly, I'd rather die. Nia gave a weak smile at her parents. Thank you both for coming, but I won't bend here, I won't apologize, and I will defend myself on my terms. We both know how that will go, and I'd rather not see it happen. Just do me a favor, and don't watch. Also, if it isn't too much trouble, slit my throat that night so I don't suffer for too long. I love you both, now please, just go. She wiped her eyes again as her parents reached through the bars to her again. Remember me as I am, and that I died bravely. For any way I failed you, I'm sorry, and I'm sorry for making you suffer now. I love you both. Nia said, and stepped back to the far wall where she took up her moldy blanket and wrapped it around her shoulders. Go. She said, and their arms fell away from their grasping stretch to hang limp instead. I was never not proud of you, neither of us were ever anything but proud of you, but we just thought you should have done something different. Her mother said, and her father nodded in agreement. I know. Maybe you were right, but so much for that, I'm tired, I'm going to get some rest, I'll see you at the trial. I love you. She said, and watched as they left her alone. When the door closed out of sight, Nia grimaced, kicked over the bowl of water and drenched bread to see the bowl shatter into splinters at the wall and the contents fall with a splash and wet plop to the stone floor. She then lay down on the old straw, curled up, and tried very hard to fall asleep. Chapter 171, Chapter. Having someone attend personally to bathing her proved to be more than pleasurable, and the slave in her service proved adept at her task. More than that, Ileana seemed to know more about the bedroom arts than anyone that the Guardian Overseer had ever heard of. How to set shy men at ease, how to entice them to talk about themselves and guide them into revealing what they liked or didn't like. When to be direct and when to be subtle. The elf poured out a wealth of knowledge over the Overseer that was matched by some instances of role-playing as Albedo talked about her beloved Ainz. It led to Ileana eventually asking, "Is he an actual god? Can he really do all that you say? This isn't a trick to mock a lowly whore, mistress." To that Albedo could only laugh. He is a god of gods, he and his many friends, they once hunted gods like the human six for pleasure and trophies, and he will someday extend his power and majesty over the whole of this world. And yet, he's also shy because he so fears letting us down, making us sad, or worrying that we might get hurt. He's my love, I was designed to love him, it was put into me, created as much as my beating heart, if only I could help him see. Ileana gave a sympathetic nod. Love can be a difficult thing, mistress, and no love is harder to endure than that between a servant and the one they serve. The danger is highest for the most powerless, but as you're powerful, treasured, and he already loves you, you may succeed. I wish you well, and I'll tell you what I can. Conversations like that were common and lengthy, with Albedo drawing out every ounce of knowledge from the practiced courtesan in between their outings where Albedo learned the intimate layout of the entire city. The cries of pain, the public auctions, she breezed past them with utter indifference, but they did offer a useful tool in principle that she didn't even have to do any work for. And the precise, orderly nature of the city would make it even easier. It was on one of these outings that Albedo took note of the sewers, but somehow the lake itself she knew was largely very clean. This prompted her to ask Ileana a question: if all of the waste of the city ends up in the sewers, how is it that the lake is so clean? Mistress, the sewers don't lead to the lake. Ileana explained as she scurried beside her lady. Newly acquired slaves are set to sewer duty in public works until their sale, and I was down there once. The lake isn't where the river ends, the river runs beneath the city, and once on a journey with someone who rented me as entertainment for a trip, I saw the refuse and waste enter the sea. The river resurfaces at some point and it all washes out into the world's ocean. Marvelous. Albedo replied and stopped in her tracks. We're going back to my room, slave. I've now gotten everything I need. Albedo walked unmolested past guards and citizens alike, in her radiant disguise with her silky hair hanging down, her expensive green and black outfit. The only thing that would have done more to scream wealth was if she rode a stallion through the city. Yet though she drew appreciative looks enough that even those busy beating offenders stopped to stare with want at the sultry beauty who walked like a goddess among mortals, she barely deigned to notice them at all. Back at the hotel, Albedo wasted no time. More than 3 months of work, her doppelganger agents from city to city were corrupting the incorruptible, the population was losing faith in their judges, and there were increasing numbers of people turning to acts of violence instead of the law to avenge themselves. Grifting was slowly filtering back to Nazarick, boosting the national revenue, and now she had what she needed here. She led Ileana into what passed for a luxurious hotel room and pointed to the middle of the room. Go, stand there. Albedo commanded, and the elf obeyed. Strip off your clothes, slave. Albedo gave the order, and Ileana did as she was bade. Clad in what passed for concubine labor clothing, the high-class whore apparel was silk for the sake of whoever might touch her rather than for her own comfort. But it was an opaque blue that matched her eyes, done as a single double wrap that slid at the thighs, which barely covered her below the waist, and exposed her belly and contained her breasts only if she was careful how she moved. Only a pair of straps at the shoulder kept it on at all, and so commanded to remove it, she pushed the straps away and the fabric crumpled to the floor in a heap. She stepped out of them and kicked them away. I'd begun to think she had no interest in her own sex. I suppose it was inevitable though. Nobody stays in this place unless they want skills like mine. She was resigned to what she considered to be ahead, but knowing this woman was at the least an enemy of this city, a vicious gratitude settled in her gut. My reward, another day of life. But what I wouldn't give, even life itself, if I could watch this city burn. Get on your knees. Albedo commanded, and Ileana again obeyed. Do not move an eyelash. I will return. Albedo gave the imperious order. Ileana immediately disobeyed and dropped open her mouth when she saw, of all things, a hole open up in the air, a whirling vortex of shadows and purple lightning. Albedo stepped into the shadow and was gone. It shut behind her, leaving Ileana to stare at the space and wonder, am I deluded? Have I been fucked to madness? Has any of these last few weeks been real at all? Is this all some kind of a dream? Her life passed before her eyes, and yet for all her shaking anxiety at the display of magic, the elf intuitively knew this was beyond the ability of any mortal she ever heard of. Ileana remained on her knees. What her mistress was doing, where she'd gone, the elf could think of no answer. Even asking the question begot more questions on top of the last questions until her blonde head was left dizzy and dismayed. She blinked her eyes. Is this it? Is this all there is for me? Is she coming back? If she does, anyone who can do that. Why is she even here? What was the point of having me? And if she's done, am I done too? If she is a spy, it's far more practical to just kill me to keep me silent. Another day of life, what a reward. Her bitterness and tears rose up like bile from within. I'm so tired of all this, what's the damn point, just to outlive whatever guest I'm there to service and pretend it matters. I almost don't mind dying by the hand of an enemy of this city, though given a choice I would prefer to see it burn. Maybe the whole country, that would be nice. A land with no humans, or at least as few as possible, they breed like rats though, but what a dream that would be. Ileana was so lost in her reflections that she almost didn't notice the vortex open again until her assigned mistress emerged. Now then, Albedo said and put a finger on Ileana's nose, you said that as long as I was checked in at this hotel, you gave your loyalty entirely to me. You belong to me, obey me, no one else. Am I wrong? Ileana felt the chill in the beautiful womanly voice, and so the elf swallowed hard, yes, my lady. As long as you are listed here, I am yours to do with as you please, but there is a fine if you kill or mutilate me, the owner, his policy is. You break it, you buy it. The fine is very high though, so it doesn't happen to many. Ileana clamped her mouth shut to stop her rambling, the piercing blue eyes she stared into began to change and a smile formed over the woman's face. Perfect. The blue became gold, the round irises became vertical. Then now, it's time to show you the truth, slave. Albedo said and glanced out the window, the sun was already beyond the horizon and the night was slowly covering the city again. Ileana's body froze, wings emerged from the back of her mistress, and horns from the woman's head, her already shapely and near-perfect figure, became more so. A demon, a demoness. Ileana mouthed the words, and Albedo inclined her head politely. Not even a scream. The succubus said with a little laugh, you are well trained. She deigned to touch the blonde hair atop the servant's head. Ileana said nothing, she could say nothing, her eyes were transfixed on the otherworldly beauty before her eyes, from the ample bosoms that could only belong to some ancient fertility goddess, to her lantern-like glowing eyes and even the soft-looking dark wings at her back that fluttered like they were laughing. Everything was entrancing. The subtle scent of female pheromones affected the slender elf before she knew it, the mistress was enticing, beautiful, though Ileana had never cared for the touch of her own sex, she knew immediately that if the succubus wanted her, I'm all hers. But Albedo had something else in mind. She reached into another void that appeared in the air, and cast something at Ileana's feet. The elf snapped her eyes down at it, it was clothing, black and white, a dress. A maid outfit. She asked rhetorically, more than a little confused. My lady, they won't sell me to you. Ileana began, and the silvery laughter of Albedo's voice cut her off, her breasts bouncing lightly with every chuckle. As long as I am checked in here, you are mine. As I'm never checking out and this hotel will simply cease to be, along with a fair part of the city, you will remain mine. Of course, my master's rules require you to choose to go with me, choose to serve me. But do you want to remain here? Albedo's laughter began and tapered off almost as fast as it began. The demon pointed down at the garment, put that on, Ileana, and become my servant, serve me freely in my home as my secretary and personal attendant, and no human will have you ever again. Call it a reward for your good service. My lord always insists on some form of reward for work, other than more work. Ileana's hand darted for the black and white outfit as quickly as her hands could move and began to scramble to put it on. A very wise choice, Ileana. Albedo said to the elf as the garment was affixed in place and bound the sash at her back into a bow. Now, one more thing. Albedo said and her hands moved faster than the elf could follow, she saw only a blurring of motion, felt nothing, and then to her shock, heard the little tink noise of pieces of her metal collar falling apart and landing on the floor. You are free from humans, and will serve me hereafter. Albedo answered the wide-eyed unspoken question while the elf touched the little metal fragments with trembling hands, not daring to pick them up to look at them, lest they reform and wrap themselves around her throat again. She swallowed hard and one hand touched the part of her neck she hadn't been able to feel with her fingertips in centuries. Gladly, with my eternal gratitude. Ileana whispered like it was a prayer, then looked up at the radiant, smug-looking demoness and asked. My lady, but how will you destroy the city? And what of the slaves, the other elves? Ileana asked, wide eyes looking up at her new liege. Conveniently enough, most of your kind live in a few locations, it's relatively easy to spare those, and if they have any spines at all, they'll take advantage of the chaos to work all kinds of havoc on the humans who live here when the chance comes. Albedo answered, now take my hand, and come watch your wish made into reality. As my lady wills it. Ileana said with breathless and violent hunger in every word. She then reached out her hand, and clasped that of the demon as the wings spread wide and she was pulled with her toward the waiting window. Chapter 172, Chapter. Aspect of the demon, Banshee Cry. Albedo used her skill, opened her mouth, and an echoing wail came from past her lips and shattered the glass out onto the grounds below, a wail of unearthly loss and despair went out, carried over the city, and from where it was heard, no laughter carried on. And for some, it would never come again. Ileana, standing close enough to be within the safe zone, still covered her ears, folding them in against her head and briefly held her eyes tight shut until the demon's quick action startled her eyes open again. Albedo carried the new maid up, holding onto the dangling elf's hand, her wings carrying her higher, higher, and higher, up far above the city. She raised the girl up by her arms so that they were eye to eye. The dangling elf was breathing hard, her stare going from the ground far below, to the golden eyes of the demon she was now bound to serve. Do you know why I am going to destroy most of the city, Ileana? Ileana's head shook rapidly back and forth. No. She eeped out. Albedo's smile was inhumanly broad, wide, wild with hunger as the sense far below carried up toward the heavens. Because even though this city of despair is sweet to my senses, it has no place in the world the Allfather wants to make. By his order, I will not kill more than I have to, but a crisis is necessary to further the ends. This city's elites, their free humans, and the elven rebels that will likely rise, combined they will throw the southern Holy Kingdom into chaos. They will plead with the north, and the north, beset with corruption of my making, will have no help to send. Thanks to you, I know where every goat of a man and sow of a woman of importance in this city lives. I know where their soldiers are, where their weapons are, and the details of their city down to the last hair on the last ball of their highest nobleman. If you wanted revenge, you're getting it now. How is that in exchange for your soul? It's yours. Ileana spat the words with the utmost sincerity. Just let me watch, then do whatever you want with me until I'm dead, then after that, too. She urged and ignored the painfully tight hold as she hung there in the demoness grip. Of course, as far as they're concerned, the city will just have had a very natural disaster, but it's all the same to the dead. Albedo remarked, then held out her hand and pointed toward the ground. Specializing in area of effect attacks, plus having a vast array of them at her disposal, she knew exactly what to do and plucked a rare item from her pocket dimension. At first glance it was a simple rock, a simple stone, but when she held it in her upturned palm, it began to grow. Mistress, what is that? Ileana asked of the little growing hunk of granite. A weapon of my god, my love, and his friends. The stone of Joel. And refer to me as Lady Albedo from now on. The guardian overseer commanded, and Ileana watched with confusion as Albedo cast it toward the sky, rather than at the city itself. Her confusion vanished as quickly as it began, and dismay replaced it when her sharp elven eyes saw the stone multiply many times over. Albedo's hand remained outstretched, and then her hand came down in a violent chopping motion. The rocks came down, no longer mere stones, they were a meteor shower of stones that went down so fast that they ignited in the air, burning white as they smashed into the wealthy districts. Ironically, because the slaves slept in basements, cellars, cages, or other accommodations, they were largely spared. While those living in large rooms on upper floors were pierced, burned, or crushed. The barracks of soldiers were made of great stone, but against stones that when combined could bind even Fenrir, they may as well have been mere sand structures. They collapsed, and from many such buildings there were not even any screams. Fires caught as wood was struck and spread, the dry evening air caught sparks and carried them about, the screams, few at first, redoubled. Albedo held her hand out, and the stones vanished, replaced by the single one again, which she again cast into the air. The process of showering stones resumed, striking the middle-class district, where the stones pierced the ground to reach the sewers below, fracturing the carefully structured walls that kept the city from collapsing on the soft ground. Albedo's innate bonuses to area of effect attacks only made the damage worse, and the ground began to shake like stones jostled in a box. Ileana watched with fascinated eyes as the center of the city began to subside, and then, by the gods of elves and men. She whispered as the hulls trickled down below, and a majority of the city began to cave in, falling into the dark waters of the river to be swept into the darkness, drown, and find their rest along the bottom or out to sea. Albedo repeated the strikes twice more in such rapid succession that to those down below, it seemed like one prolonged event, the screams, the pleas for divine intervention, all in vain. Far below, Ileana watched as desperate casters running through the darkness tried to use their shielding magic to stop the stones, only to be crushed or find themselves pierced when they were unable to stop such forceful impacts. The light of the fires and their loud crackle were quickly followed by the rise of smoke that closed in on the hovering pair. It's burning, the dark city burns bright at last, wherever this one takes me, for the rest of my life, I go. My fondest wish, my deepest longing, I will give her anything she wants, anything she asks. I will work tirelessly for her until I'm ground into the dust. Ileana vowed and began to laugh, and laugh, and laugh in the midnight hour until the smoke reached them both and she began to cough. Tears ran down her eyes that were more from the sheer joy of her wish being fulfilled than from the smoke. My work is done here, we return to the northern Holy Kingdom to check on progress, and prepare everything for the Allfather's grand entrance. Albedo said, and the gate opened far above the city. Before the worst of the chaos could begin, Albedo returned the stone to her hand and tossed Ileana through the whirling vortex. She took one last look down below, then snapped her fingers. Ah, how could I forget? She laughed at herself and dove for her hotel room. She landed on the carpet where Ileana's cast-off garment lay, picked up her bag of souvenirs, and for good measure added one final touch to her carnage. Aspect of the demon, weight of sin. The hotel began to shake and rumble. By the time she was out the window and heading toward the waiting gate, it snapped like toothpicks, leaving those within not even time to scream as they understood the fate of their city was coming to them as well. There, now I've never checked out. Albedo chuckled as she passed through the gate, eager to see what state of things waited for her on the other side. Chapter 173, Chapter. Had there been any tears left in her to shed, they would have fallen as happy ones. They love me, they actually love me. Lingering questions, doubts, and anxiety she long feared she would never see removed, all gone in one single minute. In the midst of the prison walls of stone and bars, with no window she could touch, her heart still sang. Nia knew as well as anybody what the purpose was behind these shoddy conditions. The smells of the moldy blanket, the old, dank straw, and the confined space, plus the rusty chains that chafed her wrists and ankles. The authorities want to break me. They will fail. Nia told herself and glared at the stone wall, in front of her, daring the rough-cut rocks to challenge thoughts. I got everything I ever wanted tonight. They're proud of me, they love me, and I'll at least die on my feet. That's better than a lot of people get. Nia spoke quietly to herself, her stomach growled and she put a hand over her belly. I do kind of regret kicking that bread away though. She mumbled with a bit of mild annoyance. But that was nothing to her compared to the raw happiness of finding out that when it came down to it, my parents really do care. That thought kept her warm even in the increasingly uncomfortable prison as the days and nights rolled on in cycles of bread and water, while Nia waited for a trial that she had little real faith in. You can't be serious? There really was a dragon? Kalka asked, raising her eyebrows in shock. A chill came over her at that. The danger dragons posed to humanity was no secret. It seemed beyond impossible for one to be in the wildlands. In front of her knelt Remedios Custodio with her head deeply bowed. Yes, my queen, we attempted to kill the beast, but the traitor must have warned it to run if she didn't come back. A dragon, ran away, flew away. At Kalka's side, Kalart Custodio frowned. That doesn't sound right. We questioned the collaborator along the way, she freely admitted to helping it. Remedios's face was dark and burning with righteous anger. Worse, the collaborator was sent to the wilds as a punishment for showing mercy to other demi-humans in the past. So is she a traitor, or just a sympathizer? Kalart asked, her arms crossed in front of her waist. There's no difference there, sister. Remedios clapped back, nits make lice, mercy to their children today brings them back as warriors tomorrow. They should all be destroyed. Remedios. Kalart bit her sister's name off in retort, you know better, some people look with pity at children of any kind, not everybody can be as zealous as you are. Remedios furrowed her brow. It sounded like praise, but not quite. Why won't anyone see, these rules are there to protect all humanity. We have to kill them all or they will kill all of us. Anyone who won't do that is not one of us, but one of them. The angry hateful thought burned in her mind alongside her annoyance with what seemed, in a way she couldn't quite grasp, like backhanded praise. They're supposed to be. Remedios exclaimed and lowered her head again, the traitor is being confined in the fortress while we convene for a trial. Her parents are there, have they sent letters? Kalka looked up to her left, Kalart nodded. They have, my queen, I took the liberty of reading them. The sorts of pleas you would expect from parents for their child. She didn't mean to do it, she thought she was doing the right thing, she's innocent, and pleading for your clemency. Kalka, for once, did not have a beautiful expression on her face. The long white dress with the blue crest of her house on her ample chest was close-fitting enough that it did nothing to hide the heavy, thoughtful breathing of the Holy Queen on her throne. I want a kingdom where no one will cry, if I show no mercy to her then what kingdom do I have? Queen Kalka asked. A just one. A safe one. My queen, I love your mercy, your justice, but if we hadn't gotten there we would have a dragon loose in the northern Holy Kingdom. Remedios gasped the words out in one desperate breath, and murmurs of agreement went around. I can't show mercy here, can I? Queen Kalka asked rhetorically. My queen, she flaunted the law, if the law can be flaunted, you can be flaunted. If you can be flaunted, we no longer have a ruler even if you're on the throne. Kalart advised, and Kalka bowed her head. Her parents are important people, aren't they? Kalka asked, I know the name, Baraja, from somewhere. With respect, Majesty, what does it matter? The collaborator is still a collaborator. Remedios trailed off at a rare fierce look from her sister. Who cares what her family is? She collaborated, she sheltered our enemy, let her die like the traitor she is. Kalart answered the queen's question. Pabel Baraja is a member of the 9 Colors and one of the greatest archers in the kingdom. His wife is a paladin due to retire soon. Both have impressive records. I see. Queen Kalka frowned. She sat in reflection for a moment, have them gently confined until after the trial is over. Investigate them for any similar actions, and if nothing is found, if we have to execute their child, force them both into quiet retirement far, far away. As you command, your majesty. Remedios answered, and, about the trial. Kalka's orders were immediate. Conduct it as fairly as you can. The Baraja house may be of the most minor nobility, but nobles are nobles. The soldiers at the wall are probably biased, so select a handful of noble sons and daughters from here, take them with you to the wall, they should be incorruptible and offset the bias from any soldiers you have on the jury. At your will, Majesty. Remedios replied at once. When the commander of the Paladin Order was gone, Kalka looked up to her dearest, closest advisor and asked, why do you think she did it? Do you really believe she intended the kingdom any harm? Collard shrugged her shoulders, I can't say. Pity to break the heart is a dangerous thing, to the one who stays their hand and to the one behind them whom they're supposed to protect. My sister isn't very bright, but she is right about one thing. Non-humans are dangerous to humans, kill them today or they will kill you tomorrow. It is strange though, I checked the record of the accused as soon as we had her name, it was quite impressive too, she's on path to be a true successor to her father. Not many hunt the wildlands and survive for long, but she was out there for months alone except for her check-ins. Most people who go out there for any length of time, they become zealous demi-human hunters, almost as vigorous as Remedios. This one, though, didn't. She shrugged again. You never can tell with people, I suppose. Collard added as if that settled the matter, and as far as the crown was concerned, it did. Chapter 174, Chapter. Ileana looked around when she landed, she was immediately filled with anxiety when she fell into a heap on the floor and found that Albedo had not followed behind her. Relief, however, was not long in coming. No sooner had she managed to get up on all fours, than she heard the calm and stately steps of her lady walking past her. Lady Albedo, where are we? Ileana asked. Kalinsha. An important city in the Holy Kingdom's northern half. Albedo answered, I have business here. Business? Ileana asked, her head afog at the idea of a demon doing business of any sort. Albedo only made a cryptic smile down at her servant. Yes, the Roble Holy Kingdom is going to be dearly in need of outside help soon, and when they are, you will see the one I love, in all his greatness and glory. I am eager for the day, Lady Albedo. Ileana whispered with reverence. She got up and moved behind the demon woman, how may I serve you in the meantime? Albedo pointed to a pile of documents which sat seemingly waiting for her on a nearby dark wooden desk. Sort through everything, search for any hint of anything useful. Any disturbances, any problems I might exploit. Ileana bowed deeply at the waist, my lady, I obey. She took her short, scurrying steps over to the desk, yanked the chair back, sat down, and began to read through the stack. Albedo, for her part, sat at a table and waited while doppelgangers periodically entered the room to provide personal information on their progress. Ileana paid close attention with one long sharp ear while her eyes went from item to item until something of merit caught her attention. Lady Albedo, here is something. She said and stood up from where she sat. She approached the demon, knelt, and held the document out to her. A squire, a scout working in the wildlands, charged with treason and collaboration. Albedo took the document and asked, why is this important? My lady, her father is of the 9 colors, even I've heard of Pable, and her mother is a paladin too. They are of low ranking but, thanks to her father, a well-known noble house. The details of why she is charged. Perhaps something can be done with that. Ileana's tone was speculative at best, but as Albedo read it over she glanced up, go retrieve me something to drink, I'll read through the rest of it. As you command. Ileana answered. Albedo crossed her legs and let one arm drape over the back of her chair while resting her other arm on the table and reading through the document. Having a personal secretary is going to be a good idea after all. She didn't really pay any attention to the elf woman's departure, instead she focused on the information provided. Ileana had good instincts, it seemed. I can blow this quite out of proportion, oh you unfortunate Nia Baraja, blessed are you who may serve the Supreme Being with your life. Albedo wore a pleasant smile on her face that remained there still when Ileana returned, my lady. The elf said and knelt and held up the tray with the porcelain white pitcher and a silver goblet of deep red wine. The guardian overseer took the cup and drank half of it in a single long draught. Ileana stood up and moved to her lady's side. Was I useful, my lady? Ileana asked. Albedo answered immediately, yes, very much so. That squire might be just what I need. I am mildly curious if she is guilty though. I'm not, my lady. She is a human, I have no doubt that she would have tormented me like all the rest. She's guilty of being human, that is guilt enough to deserve to die. Ileana replied with a silken vitriol. Perhaps, but you're right, it doesn't really matter whether she did anything against the law or the nation. It only matters what we can make people think, and how I will use that to draw my beloved into my arms to tell me how proud he is of all my hard work. Albedo said and held out her cup. Ileana held the tray with one hand under the center, picked up the pitcher, and poured another cup. Yes, Lady Albedo. She answered with devotion and smiled contentedly as her lady drank, the memory of the burning city still lingering behind happy elven eyes. The memory lingered every day and night for weeks, as the long work went on. Pabel sat outside the cell where his daughter was confined. He was seated on the floor, largely because she was as well. A half-rotted old wooden chair sat neglected a few feet away, and Nia listened to the rough-hewn men with rapt attention. The trial will begin tomorrow. Our request for clemency was declined. Her Majesty will not hear the case herself, and you're to be tried by a group of lesser nobles and a minority of soldiers from the order. Pabel explained, but his wavering face bucked up into a smile. On the good side though, evidently you've built up quite a reputation. For weeks since word of the accusations against you began, stories about your exploits have been everywhere. Pabel held a hand through the bars, and Nia took it in both of her own, her fingers rubbing around his warm skin. Dad, I'm not famous, or at least, I haven't done anything I deserve to be called famous for. Nia denied it, but then cocked her head. What are they saying? That you beat a frost dragon in single combat and forced it to serve you. That you were using a dragon to help protect the wilds and keep demi-humans out of a broader stretch than any lone scout has done for 100 years. That your reputation is so widespread among the demi-humans that many refuse to come south until you die. Pabel couldn't keep the broad smile of parental pride off of his face as he recounted those and other stories that Nia knew were absurd on their face. Dad, I didn't beat the dragon. He landed here already wounded. I was just taking care of him. Nia shook her head. How ridiculous can stories get? She asked herself, and answered, very, in her head, a moment later. So where is Mom? Why isn't she here today? Nia asked, changing the subject. She is, being herself. Pabel said with a sigh and slumped forward a little while still holding his daughter's hand. You know her temper. Yes. I know. Nia said, unable to look at him for a moment. Don't be like that, she only wanted what was best, she just had a hard time saying it. Pabel offered the gentle rebuke to his daughter, but tightened the grip of his hand with a little squeeze. I can only be like me. And I know what you're saying, I know it now. But she's liable to cause more trouble. You know how stubborn she gets when an idea settles in her head. Nia answered her father, and he laughed. She reminds me of someone I know. Pabel laughed in spite of the stone in the bars, and Nia flushed red as she realized he meant her. I guess. Nia reluctantly acknowledged. She then took a deep breath and let her father's hand slip from hers as she withdrew a little beyond his reach. Dad, listen, I want you to do something for me. I want you to take Mom, and go. I know what I asked you before, but forget that. Whoever is supposed to scout the wildlands is probably dead by now anyway. Offer to go check on them, ask for a few days away. I don't want you two here for this. I refuse. Pabel answered immediately. You're my daughter, I left you alone too many times when you were growing up. I wasn't the best father, even though I wanted to be. But I won't fail you now. Nia cracked a little smile while she struggled to keep back tears. You're a better father than I knew. There's no talking you into leaving me now, is there? No, of course not. She answered her own question. Don't worry, I'll do my best when the time comes. Go on, get some rest, I'll do the same. See you tomorrow. Nia said and ended their time together. When she stood up, so did he. They embraced through the bars. She breathed in the scent of oiled armor, soap, and linen. Then on tiptoe, she kissed his brown bearded cheek, and let go. They parted in silence then, the door clinking shut just as Nia lay down on the straw again and pulled the moldy blanket over her to try to sleep for at least a little while before her final battle. Chapter 175, Chapter. Kalka sat alone with Kalart in the private council chamber. The rectangular table had enough room for 10, but holding only the two of them, they sat close by each other, with Kalka at the head and Kalart at her right hand. It's things like this that make people think we're having an affair. Kalart thought, but didn't really care. Perverts see sex everywhere, even where it isn't. She idly twirled a brown lock of hair around her finger as she tried to stay focused. The radiant Holy Queen smiled encouragingly and sat with her back straight and regal. Go on, you were saying, Kalart. Her lilting voice like a soft caress between them. Kalart cleared her throat, coughing into her hand. Yes, of course. Your Majesty, we've prosecuted 14 judges for corruption, and 75 guards for extortion. And that is just this week alone, but most of the accused are acquitted. Not all, but most. The Holy Queen's smiling face became deeply unhappy. So many, how can the corruption be so thick as that? It's worse. Kalart said, you asked for the good news first, my queen, that was the good news. The bad news is that a meteor shower hit the city of Wenmark. Most of the city's important people were killed, roughly 2/3 of the city collapsed or burned, and the prison and slave population have escaped. According to this, they're marauding all over the region, destroying mining communities and more. The southern nobles are withholding taxes to pay to put them down, and we can't pay for everything we need in the north without their support. Kalka's frown became deeply saddened, so many people, and now bandits on top of it all. Dispatch food aid and some of the reserve raw materials south, but do it with an escort of 1,000 paladins. They're to send the taxes back, but also to help hunt down the prisoners that have gone so wild. We cannot have a perfect kingdom with bandits and corruption, she declared with a small fist slamming on the stone table at which they sat. Kalart bit her lower lip for a moment. I know, Majesty, I know. But we also can't have one while we're short of funds, and we can augment those funds if we take a harder stance, here in the north. A harder stance? Kalka asked, her brow furrowed and her little fist relaxed. She took a deep breath. You're talking about Emperor Jerkniv's methods, aren't you? A purge, yes. Kalart answered, we know who is guilty, but they buy their way out of guilt with money they got in bribes, theft, or worse. We've had a dozen murders in Hoburns itself, each of those arrested said some form of, and I quote one of them completely, there's no justice for me unless I take it. Kalka's body shuddered. Anarchy, that way lies anarchy. All right. Send soldiers south and recall Remedios to Hoburns. I will let her carry it out. Kalart went very quiet. My queen, I love my sister, but she is, well, she's stupid. Kalart. Kalka exclaimed, her eyes flew wide at the blunt insult. Kalart hung her head for a moment, her hands fell in her lap. She is. I'm sorry, your majesty, but while she is zealous, strong, and incorruptible, she has the brain of a hamster that has taken one too many blows to the head. If you set her to this, she'll do it. All she needs to know is that it is your justice, and she'll carry it out. That is how much she believes in you. Are you saying it's foolish to believe in me? Kalka asked, unsure if she should feel hurt, insulted, or outraged. Kalart leaned forward and slid her hands over the table to touch the fingers of her queen. She said in an almost desperate urgent voice, no, never. I wouldn't be here if that were the case, but she'll go too far and never realize it. She can't be trusted to act on her own. Kalka closed her vibrant blue eyes, let out a snort and gave an affirming nod as she came to a conclusion. She won't be. You can control her, can't you? Kalka asked rhetorically. It wasn't really a question. Yes. Kalart answered the question regardless of whether it needed to be or not. I will. I will go personally. Then go, and may the gods favor you. Kalka said, and Kalart stood up to bow with deep reverence for her treasured queen. Till my return, she said, and departed, leaving Kalka alone with her hopes. Alisar Dark lay in one of the many low valleys of the hill region, well out of sight of any paladins. The orcs were serving as his eyes and ears in the south. Presently, an orc youth knelt before him, barely above child age. Some of the young adults were volunteers in waiting and watching the distant wall. Many had a first-hand experience with the mad-eyed archer, and the dragon suspected some volunteered just to get a glimpse of a memory in the present. My lord, the orc said, seen nothing on the wall but the human outriders who come out of the stone to trade. We speak to them. They tell things they know. What do they say? Alisar Dark asked, his tail undulating behind him while he listened to the little green creature, his head moving ever closer so that his eye was near its body. They trade lil stories, gossip and stuff but the trials morrow. The young orc explained, but this left the frost dragon with questions. They're your enemies, but you, speak with them. He asked, unable to keep the sliver of doubt from his voice in the form of a low growl. Sorta. The orc scratched its butt and tried to think of how to answer. They got outriders, come check things beyond the wall, little trade, stuff hard to get, see what's going on out there. They not friends but, we trade stories. Learn a bit, us close to the wall try and warn 'em about anything real big happening here and in Eshanj they don't come out and attack us. It made a sort of sense. Humans, as near as he could tell, had no history of invading the Abelian hills, but the reverse wasn't the case. It stood to reason that the humans would have a group that goes out past the walls if they would keep scouts in the wildlands as a precaution against small groups. Do you know how long their trials last? Alisar Dark asked. The little orc frowned and shook his head. No sir. No idea. Then watch the wall, orc. Alisar Dark gave the order, and the orc stood up. Yes sir, also, the Stone Spitter Chief wants to see ya, K. The orc asked, and Alisar Dark nodded. Send them to me. Chapter 176, Chapter. Albedo sat luxuriating in the cart beside her elven servant. Today she wore a blue and white shirt to show the colors of the Holy Roble Kingdom, with a flowing ribbon design around her breasts to accentuate and entice, while her smaller servant was clad in men's travel clothing of black and green pants. Ileana picked at them as she drove the horse cart full of supplies to be sold in the fortress city at the wall. You will be surrounded by humans, Ileana, Albedo cautioned the slender elf, but you belong to a superior demon, do not forget that. The disguised succubus remarked while looking down beside her wagon driver. I will not, Lady Albedo. The elf woman said in a quiet voice. Humans are the real demons. She said in a quiet whisper. Albedo didn't bother with that, the fortress was coming into view. It was far from the only such installation, but it was the largest and the strongest. The road was broad and meant for the marching of an army. The cart they drove was not the only one going to or from the place, but of the ones that did, almost all were marked with the official emblem of the Holy Kingdom, and almost all were driven by armored soldiers. The fortress stabbed defiantly at the distant sky with its great towers, like many spears of stone that dared the gods on high to strike down those who lived below. The trees were far more abundant than Ileana expected along the roadway, and the birds that chirped both in and out of view were numerous. For a moment it was like being home again. She could have been a farmer again, taking her goods to market. If it were not for the thick-bearded humans, she could have fully immersed herself in the illusion. They took no real notice of her, though they turned up their noses whenever she caught sight of them looking at her ears. Still, Ileana kept her jaw clenched and hatred quiet as the fortress and the wall loomed ever larger and they drew ever closer. Her breathing quickened when the halberd-bearing human approached from the gate and addressed the soft-faced Albedo. Ironically, her training in the brothel made her so excellent an actress that she was able to disguise it with a bored expression, tired from a long stretch as if the journey had been far longer than it actually was. The approaching soldier brought his halberd to a guard position and looked up at the women travelers. Papers? He asked, and Albedo reached into her pocket to remove the trade authorization procured from a doppelganger who seduced the merchant guild leader. The guard unrolled the paper, looked it over, and nodded. The papers rustled as he re-rolled them and extended his hand back up to Albedo with the long end of the documents out. She took it and put it into the pouch at her side. What are you selling? He asked, his halberd relaxed with the butt on the ground rather than at the ready for use. If you're selling that, he pointed at Ileana, we don't allow non-humans here, too dangerous. Ileana flinched where she sat, but said nothing and averted her eyes from the human. No. Albedo took it in stride and jerked her thumb over her shoulder, beer from the kingdom of Nazarick, as well as jerked meat, rice, wheat, and a handful of imported tools we had left over from our last stop. I have a use for this one. She pinched Ileana's ear, so she is not for sale. Ileana whimpered a bit at the sudden pinch, but otherwise kept her peace. The soldier smacked his lips. Beer, you say? I do say. Albedo winked down at him. They're getting quite a reputation for beer quality now that they've started setting up national breweries. Since the Allfather is the only one who is licensed to produce or sell it, quality control is key. It's a matter of national pride. Trust me, you'll love it. Ah, well. Well, go on then. He said, his face split into all smiles and the portcullis came up again. Follow the path till you get to the merchant area, show them your papers, they'll let you set up a booth, tent, or what have you, but no permanent structures. Temporary only. Understood, soldier. Albedo replied with a friendly smile that sent a flutter through his heart while she imagined tearing it from his chest. The chains clinked and the smell of oil and bodies that could have stood to be washed more often, reached their noses. The smell of horses and unwashed dogs, as well as the manure of both, became more common too, and both Albedo and Ileana wrinkled their noses at that. The hustle and bustle of the fortress was like any city Ileana had ever seen, except for one difference. Nearly everybody was uniformed, and there were relatively few women. Tabards of the Holy Kingdom, flags, and painted shields were everywhere. Even workers who didn't have armor on were dressed in a practical uniform fashion of forest shades that would be useful if they had to flee into the woods. Crates of supplies moved and columns of soldiers marched over hard-packed earth. She found the area he meant. It had a few dozen tents in various shades, most put up signs to indicate what they were selling. They were simple things, an anvil for someone with metal goods, and for additional guidance, they had a small rack with various tools in place and even a sharpening wheel. Albedo watched a soldier hand the merchant a copper coin and a sword. Immediately the broad-shouldered metal merchant got to work sharpening it for him. A few tents over, a sign that was nothing but a wooden board with a pair of crudely painted breasts on the front said all it needed to. But if it hadn't, a pair of women dressed in Holy Kingdom tabards, sandals, and nothing else, beckoned with come-hither looks, sultry smiles in order to entice customers to their wares. Ileana made a point of not letting her eyes linger on that scene as a soldier undid his belt before he was in the tent and followed an auburn-haired woman into the tent. At another tent there were various sweets on display. A matronly older woman held them up and shouted that they were ready. Behind her, a graybeard was busy stirring a stew pot and shouting, "Stew in a minute, try the wife's goods while I get ready." In front of them all stood a spindly-looking fellow who stood so stiff and rigid that Albedo had to wonder, is he capable of unclenching his ass enough to take a shit? He held an official-looking clipboard and flicked a thin mustache at a wayward fly as if he had a cat's whiskers on his callow face. Albedo dismounted from the cart when she came close to where he stood with a bored face that bordered on frowning and discontentment. She approached, her feet kicking up a little dust that didn't rise above the ankles of her knee-high boots. She yanked the document from her pouch and stuck it out to him in a no-nonsense fashion. "My papers." She didn't smile at this one, and he didn't look at her. He only took the document, unrolled it, put it on his clipboard, stamped it, and handed it back to her. Set up next to the whores, and remember there's a tax on leaving here with unsold goods, so don't do it, he said while pointing toward the prostitutes. One of them began to play a lyre, and the other began to dance. Her garments were of peasant origin, but had clearly been cut and modified for a different kind of practical application. A crowd began to gather to watch the performance. I don't think that will be a problem, but what is the tax if we did? Albedo asked with a cockeyed look. The unsold goods, he said bluntly, and then went back to looking past her as if she weren't there. I didn't realize my corruption efforts had been that successful. There's no way that is a real tax. She half laughed but pretended to frown at what he said and got back into her cart. Drive, she said to Ileana, who cracked the reins, and the cart wheeled over to the nearest place staked off by the whores. Get the bar ready. Albedo gave the perfunctory order and got in the back of the cart to relax while Ileana dragged the barrels over with steady grunts until they were at the edge of the back with their spigots facing out. The whore finished dancing with the dying music and watched the pair work. Hey, you're not whores, are you? Because it's not fair if you got to sell beer too. Albedo glared at the green-eyed woman. No, she said with an icy stare, there's only one man I desire, anything less than he is unworthy. Mind your business, insect. The auburn-haired woman was nonplussed. I was just being friendly. You sell beer, we sell other refreshments, the two go together really well, nothing better than what you've got before they have what we've got. The woman laughed with glee as if she'd said something very funny, but it had Albedo's attention in a far more serious fashion. Something Ileana had said about wine to set the mood. She glanced at the former elven prostitute and asked, is that whore there? She pointed at the bold dancer woman who picked up a painted wooden sword and began to twirl with it like she was the whirlwind, casting her hair and arms about when the music picked up again. Correct? Sort of, my lady, but she put it a little crudely. I can explain it better when we have more time, if it pleases you, Ileana said as she began to unload crates to create a ring between the beer supply and where her customers would order. Hey! The auburn-haired girl tossed the phony sword into the air, tilted her head up, and caught the edge in her teeth without slowing her spin. She stopped only slowly, allowing the sword to fall from her teeth and into her waiting hand as her leg swept out behind her. My name, lady, isn't that whore. My name is Scanna, and I only do this for fun when I've run out of the rest of my produce to sell. Albedo snorted. Whore, Scanna, it's all the same to me. The auburn-haired girl shrugged. Prudes, go figure. She mumbled and gave a sultry smile at a passing soldier, forgetting the offensive merchant and going back to the business of pleasure. Chapter 177, Chapter. Albedo tended the improvised bar with a welcoming smile on her face. The bar, such as it was composed of crates and barrels with a simple flat board on top of it at each of three sides. At her back, Ileana attended to protecting the money and quickly washing out wooden steins and cups for reuse. Attempting to use her for all tasks proved too great a burden. Using her at the bar proved that the humans on the border would not respect an elf. So Albedo calmly slid a big mug over the wood to the latest customer and asked, "So are you going to watch the trial? I can't believe how secretive everything has been. It's like they're trying to hide something," she said and unleashed her pheromones against the utterly defenseless male. The unwashed soldier in the off-white tabard in front of his armor frowned a little. You think? Sure, a single soldier puts down a dragon, befriends it. Can you imagine how helpful that would be in protecting the border from the demi-humans? But you know who doesn't get credit? The Holy Queen, the Paladin Commander, the nobles. Think about how corrupt things have been lately. Do you really think it's a coincidence that the Baraja girl, a member of an important noble house, is on trial at the same time as all the other things going on? It's a plot. Albedo rested her chin on her hand and her elbow on the bar. Don't you think? She asked. It's such a shame nobody will do anything about this. They'd rather you die by the thousand rather than give someone else the credit for anything. Albedo empathized with the scruffy-looking paladin. He took up his mug with a troubled expression on his face and mumbled something incomprehensible before he walked away. Behind her, Ileana quietly marked another line on an unlabeled wooden board. The soldier downed his mug and started chatting with three others served several minutes earlier. Albedo's sharp demon ears caught every word, and what she heard made the smile on her face quite genuine. The lady's got a point. A big trial for the mad-eyed archer's successor, a dragon tamer no less, right at a time when there are allegations of corruption in the government itself. Come on, she's being set up. Lust and alcohol-addled minds conjured up stories of their own, and the dragon-taming daughter of the mad-eyed archer had her legend grow with every cup. And it continued each night as those chosen for the trial came in. Albedo exploited it to the fullest. As soon as the first of the nobles came in with their array of retainers and tagalongs, she and Ileana were prepared. Her pheromones lured men and women alike, and within an hour she was posting a sign. Reserved for nobles from sundown to gloaming. With their fine steeds and vibrant themes of blue and white clothing, all of which had some variation of the national symbol and their family crest prominently emblazoned on their expensive silks and linens, they were the picture of privilege and status. Their retainers walked with the confident swagger of those who knew that their service to the powerful bought them license to act out. They were the young, the arrogant, the proud, the destined for greatness, and despite the divide of both species and origin, Ileana and Albedo found common ground in their mutual loathing for the lords, ladies, and their retainers. But they were useful. Ileana worked quietly out of view, for good measure and extra protection for herself. She hid her ears by wearing a scarlet scarf that held them tightly against her head and layered so that the outline of her ears would not be visible and so not to create instant hostility toward her presence. Albedo, however, pressed the point home. She made a show of her swagger and swaying hips, casting favorable glances at the nobles and laying down frothing mugs while giving pitying eyes to those who eagerly waited in the wings for the chance to give her their hard-earned money. And when the nobles finally filtered away to avoid socializing with common soldiers, she put a soft-looking hand on the few crates she set up as seating areas and said to each one, "Forgive me, but the lords and ladies here to judge one of your fellows demanded primacy for themselves. It's so unfair, you do the fighting and the dying, like that lone paladin in the wilderness, and yet you cannot even drink until darkness because they don't want to see you. Strange that they're also the ones to judge you." She made it rankle, day after day. Night after night. Nia had no idea how much time really passed for her within the isolated cell, though her father came for her frequently, and her mother came almost as often. All she could do with herself was wait. The chains on her wrists chafed, her hair became bedraggled. Nia lowered her nose toward her armpit and took a sniff. She smelled. That's not good. My nose should be dead to the smell of my own body, and if I can smell myself, I probably reek to the heights of heaven. As it couldn't be helped, she simply waited. The clinking of the door was the only thing that made her shift her gaze from the blank rough wall and over to the string of bars between her and the promise of liberty. Her knees pulled up to her chest, Nia's mind turned toward her patient. If Alisar Dark died, then I'm sure somebody would have told me. She reached down to the bread in the bowl of water and took a bite of the soggy black stuff. It was flavorless stuff not meant to be enjoyed, just to delay starvation. She chewed a little and let it slide down her throat just as her visitor came into view. "Hello, traitor." Remedios was glaring down at her with a face filled with hatred and loathing. Her smooth and youthful face was marred by the upturned sneer. "I'm not a traitor, or a collaborator." Nia spat back and gave a long steady look at her order's commander. "You helped a dragon, you spared the lives of demi-humans. That's evil." Remedios said and put a hand on one of the bars. She squeezed the iron enough that it began to bend inward under the grip of her fingers. "Did they offer you gold, silver, or were you so easily bought that you did it for coppers?" Remedios asked. Nia looked at her former superior and gave her a slow shake of her head, but said nothing. "Someone like you would never understand. Now what do you want, Remedios?" "To watch you hang. That's why I'm here, to collect you for your trial. Stand up." Remedios gave the order and Nia slowly followed it. She stretched when she was on her feet, letting out a satisfied groan when the chain swayed over her head when she put her hands up high and arched her back. "You came yourself, not the guards." Remedios showed no pleasure at the passive observation. "Just get out here." She gave the brusque command and waited while Nia obeyed, approaching the door when Remedios opened it up. "Vicious little bitch." The paladin order's commander muttered and put her sword to Nia's back as soon as the squire stepped through the opening and faced the exit. "Let's get this over with." Nia spat onto the stone and walked toward the exit of the prison. When she did, it was to sights and sounds unimaginable to her. The fortress city was like a single living organism, and yet now it was silent as if the whole place had simply died. Lining walls, rooftops, and what passed for streets, the greatest bulwark against the demi-human invasion was packed with people, and yet Nia's sharpened senses barely detected a cough. If this is how it's to be, then so be it. Nia told herself, straightened her back, and strode with steady, military steps over first the stone, and then the hard-packed earth. The shame of her shoeless feet, the pathetic prisoner sack that served as her garment marked to identify her as a captive, she wore a naked skin and rough sack like badges of honor. "I've looked worse in the wilds," she told herself, and kept her eyes forward as full-plate armored soldiers fell in at Remedios Custodio's back and their halberds came down on either side with tips to her throat so that even one hesitant step would bring blood into the air. Albedo watched with smug satisfaction as all her rumor-mongering and skills turned a better-than-average huntress of the wilds into a legend that needed the tightest security to guard against. "She looks the part, I'll give her that much." Nia walked without missing a second, her chains rattled as she moved, and when she came closer to the place of trial, where she could see the stand where she was to be secured, with iron bars affixed to heavy stone, itself set tightly into the ground, a double box of wooden seats where the nobles and a few soldiers stood waiting for the judge, it was, in a word, ominous. Or should have been. But her heartbeat was steady. I was never going to have a quiet end. Nia told herself and smiled, though I didn't think my last battle would be one quite like this, it could be worse. She would have shrugged, but chose instead to keep her shoulders squared while the drums began to play her approach and summon the judge into position. When she reached the place she was to stand, a shaky-handed guard whose armor clinked with his nerves, secured her pliant and relaxed hands to the iron crossbar that would keep her from escaping, and to Nia's surprise, Gustave Montaigne approached and stood behind the judge's podium. Remedios, for her part, stood directly behind Nia with her sword out and the tip pressed against the prisoner's back. The trial of Nia Baraja will now begin. The judge called out, and the drums ceased to beat, restoring silence until he said, "Let the prosecutor begin the questioning." Chapter 178, Chapter. Nia stood soldier-like in her place. The crossbar where her wrists were secured had a dual purpose. It kept the witness, the accused as it were, confined. But it also allowed those in terror of their lives to hold on to something to keep them on their feet. It was not lost on them that Nia did not grab the bar, rather she stared up at the judge, the vice-commander with his swarthy, rough sort of face, rounded a little with age but still leathery in a way that befitted men who lived their lives at war or readying for one. He gave her no look of pity, but when he looked at her, he looked longer than he needed to before banging the gavel. A young officer approached the open space, standing in the center between jury, judge, accused, and all those watching. He spoke with the clarity of voice common among those born to lead. Humanity lives on the brink of death. The strength which holds humanity from falling into the black precipice has always been that we stand together against those who would destroy us. Demi-humans, beastmen, dragons, and monsters, these are our natural enemies. To render aid or comfort to any of these is to commit treason. The defendant has been known to commit this offense in the past to demi-humans, and now to have repeated the same sin during her corrective assignment. She refuses to learn from her mistake, and as a result she placed the entire kingdom at risk of a dragon attack. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that there can be only one verdict for this crime, not only because the defendant is guilty. He made a dramatic pause and held an accusing finger stretched out toward Nia, but also because the penalty of death is the only way to spare us from her deepening corruption. Nia's chains rattled a little, she turned her eyes to his, and he immediately put his back to her and walked away. I never got to meet with my advocate, how fair is that? Nia cursed her ill luck until she realized the judge was looking down at her. Well? He asked. Judge? Nia asked, glancing up at Gustave. You will be defending yourself, did nobody tell you? He asked, briefly baffled. Nia's jaw dropped for an instant before she recovered. Forgive me, but no. Nobody was willing. She asked the question and got no answer. No, nobody was allowed. She cursed. I've never been a public speaker, ugh, I wonder if anybody else has ever had to just wing things like this before. She cleared her throat to center their attention on her. She took a deep breath, gathered her thoughts, and then addressed them with an enthusiastic, even performative voice befitting a stage actor in a dramatic moment. I am accused of treason and collaboration. But to be clear, I never took pay for what I did. No orc, goblin, dragon, nothing ever paid me for what I did, or didn't do. I hunted with squads before, and alone later in the wildlands, and I took many, many demi-human lives. Even my persecutors don't deny that I have an exceptionally high success rate. Objection, the prosecutor spoke up, but looked only at the judge. We are not here because of the favorable parts of her record. Her past successes are not at issue, only her greatest failures are material to the case. Sustained. Gustave banged the gavel and turned to Nia, please stick to the matter at hand. As you command. Nia answered with a bow of her head. The sack she wore was itchy on her skin, but she ignored the urge to scratch, and instead continued to speak. It would be useless to deny that I spared some lives, I felt pity for them. An orc mother-to-be who clutched her belly and begged me not to shoot her, that she only came looking for food and didn't hurt any of my people. A wounded stone-spitter child whose father died by my hand, all he wanted was to live and desperately tried to protect a corpse. A snake woman and her mate fleeing wounded from a monster that wiped out their tribe, with nothing in their arms but the eggs they could save, not even weapons to fight us with. Yes, I spared lives. But not without reason. And the dragon? The judge asked pointedly. He was weak, helpless in sight of my bow. Yes, I spared him. I tended his wounds to nurse him back to health. Nia answered, and a rumbling went up around her. And don't you think you should have killed it? The prosecutor asked. No, he was weak, I'm a paladin. Protecting the weak is supposed to be common sense for us, isn't it? Nia demanded of the whole courtyard, the whole fortress. What's the point of protecting humanity just to make us into monsters ourselves? I didn't do any of this for coins, I did it because I got to sleep at night. I did what I thought was right, how can I apologize for that? She asked in a small, quiet voice that still somehow echoed off the far walls where soldiers stood in quiet observation. At the judge's urging, Nia told the story of her hunts, and began the story of her tending to Alisar Dark with setting down her bow when he asked for his life. She spoke of him with affection that struck the fortress as beyond bizarre, and yet she never flagged or even noticed that they found it odd. What she also did not notice was the intensity of focus that came her way from Albedo. Lord Touch Me spoke like that, how could she have come by the words of a supreme being? That troubled the guardian overseer. And that is what happened. Nia said when she finally finished recounting the events in question. I only ever did what I thought was right. She added again, how are we supposed to have a kingdom of justice if we slaughter others for daring to exist? She demanded to know, but silence answered her. And then, she shouted, bellowed, even roared out in defiance of their silent judging eyes, they're people too. They're people too. They're people too. They're people too. The echo of her self-condemning words rang off every wall and filled every ear. Gustav was looking down at her as if she'd grown a second head. He didn't even bang the gavel. Not far away, Remedios stood with arms crossed, smug and satisfied, that will get rid of one more threat to humanity. Nia, for her part, was barely minding the chaos that grew up around her words. Humans sparing wounded or young demi-humans was not unknown, but it was an open secret that was never publicly, let alone proudly proclaimed. When the judge came to his senses and began to bang the gavel, the prosecutor approached. Though he could no longer meet Nia's eyes, he was able to speak with force and asked, and how would you have made amends if the dragon had responded to your kindness by rampaging over the Roble Holy Kingdom? Nazarick would not have done that. Nia bit back, we were friends. Yes, such good friends that he left you here. The prosecutor mocked her, then turned his face up to the judge. Your Honor, enough has been presented. The accused convicts herself by her own words. Had you all not screwed everything up, we might have had a powerful ally here to protect us, to help us. Nia shot back without waiting for permission to speak. Imagine how we could thrive if we had a dragon to help ward the border in the wildlands. Now, you put us in danger. Not me. Nia spat the words like they were frozen venom meant to chill the blood before death took hold. But Gustav again pounded the gavel. The jury may deliberate until morning. Court is now out of session. Unless the accused would like to plead for mercy from the court. It was almost a plea of its own, a lifeline, tossed to the drowning in dark waters. Nia heard it. Nia saw it. Nia swam away from it, kicking it back in her wake. I will not apologize. Nazarick was weak, so were the rest I spared. I am a paladin, I protect this country, I fight for this country. How dare anyone tell me I'm wrong for applying our stated ideals to all, no matter their race? I said it before, I say it again now. They are all people too. Do what you're going to do, but I will never say I'm sorry. Nia shot back at the judge, and Gustav could only shake his head with pity. Return the prisoner to her cell until the verdict. The judge said with a heavy spirit, and once again she walked with sharp metal points ringing her throat and a sword at her back all the way back to her cell. She entered, then turned around to see the halberds poking through the bars in case she attempted anything. Remedios held the door and looked at her with contempt, then slammed it shut with a growl of disgust. No more food or water for you tonight, she said while locking Nia in the cage-like structure. There's no sense in wasting it. You're a petty one, but have it your way. Nia said and went to lie down on the straw. She interlocked her fingers and lay on her back with her head in the palms to look up at the ceiling. Get out, I'm not going anywhere. Nia spat at them, and the heavily armored paladins flinched enough that the clink of their armor reached Nia's ears. Remedios said nothing, she only stared, and stared, and stared as she was ignored. Until Nia's stomach growled 3 hours later. Only then did Remedios make a noise. She laughed. She laughed, and left Nia alone. Chapter 179, Chapter. Ileana was drinking a thick dark beer, compliments of her generous lady Albedo as a reward for her hard work, and while most of the time her lady said little more than orders, this was an exception. A practical exception wherein Albedo grilled and teased every detail of the use of alcohol in seduction. They were alone in a tent enchanted for silence, but it only prevented sound from getting out and not coming in. Which meant that the wild lustful cries of the green-eyed prostitute the next tent over carried through easily, a kind of musical accompaniment to Ileana's explanation. Use too much, and you can ruin the experience, but a little bit, it makes men bold, especially if they are naturally shy. Ileana explained, and Albedo formed a little frown. Does it have a higher effect on the shy then? That makes no sense. Albedo said, and her displeasure did not vanish when Ileana shook her head, bouncing her golden hair around. No, Lady Albedo, it provides the shy with something they desperately need. She leaned forward, and Albedo reflexively did the same despite having hearing good enough to have heard a butterfly whisper to her. She took a sip of the dark bitter beer and whispered, it provides them an excuse. I've seen many human women present themselves as demure, despite being as full of lust as. Ileana jerked her thumb toward the side of the tent bordering the whores just as the green-eyed one let out a cry of orgasmic bliss, that one. She snorted, men, human men, try to present themselves as bold and powerful, pursuers, hunters, but many, or maybe most, are not. They need a little liquid courage. She took another deep draught, gulping down half the pint and then put a hand on Albedo's thigh. You're so beautiful. I want you so much it hurts, I know it's wrong, but I don't care. The elf leaned forward to kiss the guardian overseer, and then stopped. The disguised blue eyes of Albedo returned to their vertical slit yellow. The elf reseated herself, and before the guardian could even properly process her outrage at the bold maneuver, "Forgive me, Lady Albedo, this beer seems to have gotten the best of me, it's very strong." It clicked for her. Albedo understood. "I see, so they fear rejection, and this lets them pretend that their failed effort was not their fault, but that of the alcohol." Ileana's worldly eyes beheld the besotted woman whose disguise returned her irises to the false blue. "Yes, my lady. And it lets them act in such a way that they won't ruin what they have with someone they care about if it goes poorly. That, of course, can hurt too. I loathe humans, but some of those who perform in my line of work have pursued lives as mistresses to wealthy patrons. They play at love, hidden away with any of their paramour's children. Play, though, sometimes gets far too real. My lady, from what you say, the man you love cares for you in a very specific way. It will not be easy to change it. But you will help me," Albedo added. Ileana didn't care if it was a request or a command. She nodded. "I will put forth my utmost for my avenger." She glanced toward the tent entrance. "If more humans thought of my race like the one they're trying, maybe things would be better. It makes me wonder what would have happened if she'd come to Wenmark." She snorted with derision. "Probably nothing. What could one squire of the Paladin Order do?" Neither of them really noticed that the loud whore had stopped being loud and brashly opened their tent as if it were her own. "Hey, prude girl, elf girl." She held the tent flap high overhead. The moonlight at her back glinted off the sheen of her auburn hair. "I'm sorry to bother you two lovebirds. I know you're closed and all, but I could really use a drink. I'm drained." She smacked her lips. So is she, but still. She let out a ribald, even vulgar laugh. Ever quick on the opportunity, Albedo played her role to the hilt. "It will cost you 3 times the usual price for after hours. Also, it isn't prude girl, I'm just selective." She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. "My name is Albedo, and you will remember it." The icy voice stabbed deep and the green-eyed whore stiffened. "Right, just teasing a little, it's all in good fun you know." Ileana worked with quiet diligence, putting a mug under the tap and pressing the lever to fill a large wooden mug while Scanna fumbled with several silver coins to lay down without getting too close to the icy-eyed Albedo. "So, that was something today, huh? Do you think they'll kill her?" Scanna asked with the casual indifference of the uninvested. "Do you care?" Ileana asked when Albedo remained silent. For a few seconds only the slow trickle of beer made noise in the tent. "No, I don't know her, so I can't get that interested. I'm a peasant from a little village. I've never seen a demi-human, or even an elf. Honestly, this is as far as I ever go from home, so it's really hard to care what happens to one pissed-off minor noble in a backwater. I guess she's brave enough, but what good is that in the end? She's probably going to die." Scanna shrugged. "It's better to enjoy life as much as possible for as long as possible. Let the rest of the world go its own way." She accepted the mug from Ileana, but looked uncomfortable with the vicious stare. "What?" Scanna asked. "You get to do that. People in my position don't. Or didn't." Ileana answered. "Nobody ever asked me. If I stayed there, nobody ever would." Scanna looked briefly shamefaced. Her vibrant green eyes briefly looked away. "Sorry. Why are you so certain she'll die?" Albedo asked, redirecting the moment, her eyebrow raised in brief curiosity. "I've slept with half the men and women on the jury, and men aren't the only ones who don't know what their tongues are for." She scratched her back and arched with an almost brazen advertisement of her scantily clad flesh. "Anyway, their purses are a bit heavier than when they first got here, and they've still got all their stuff, minus a few ounces that they'll boast of as buckets, so unless they're secretly playing horse too, what did they sell?" Scanna let the words hang and gave a shrug as if it were obvious. Albedo thought that one over. "Several of those are having affairs with doppelganger agents. Their spending is deep, but I didn't arrange for this, so who did?" Albedo wondered, and immediately ruled out the judge. He seemed sympathetic. There weren't many other options, but one was immediately obvious. "Whore," Albedo said and pointed to the prostitute who held the pint up high with her head tilted back. She gulped it as loud as she did quickly, draining it to the last drop before holding it out. "Another. Also, Scanna," she said, correcting Albedo, and then drew out 5 more silver coins which she laid down on the crate in between each other, then handed back the mug. She wiped her mouth with the back of her arm and smacked her lips. "Damn, that's Nazarick Kingdom stuff. I might have to pay that place a visit one day." Ileana took the mug and began to fill it again. "I'll give you all the beer we've got left when it's time to go, and this cart, on the condition that you don't leave until we're ready," Albedo said, ignoring the correction while the prostitute tilted the mug back and began to chug it again with loud, steady gulps. Scanna wiped her mouth again, but rather than ask for another, she asked with narrow eyes, "Why?" "I'd just like you to tell your story after the victim is executed, that's all," Albedo replied. Scanna shook her head, then stamped her foot on a hole leaning nearby. The wooden handle shot toward her face only to be caught in her hand. She twirled it around in a blur of motion as if it were a weapon. The dark hair and blonde hair of Albedo and Ileana billowed lightly in the false breeze. No thanks, lady. I look pretty impressive with wooden swords and things like that, but it's all just dancing. I'm not really a fighter. If some pissed-off nobles get exposed, I'll be lucky if I just sit in a dungeon for the rest of my life. Then what fun can I have? She shook her head with vigor and then slapped the farm implement seamlessly back into the place she'd picked it up from, killing the breeze her whirlwind of motion created. Just think about it. We can't possibly sell all these things, and think how long this much beer would last you, and you could sell your other tools to your neighbors, who knows what you could do with all that money. They really aren't very likely to find you. Albedo pointed out, and she watched the temptation fill Scanna's eyes. You'll get my answer by whether I'm here or not. Scanna said, but licked her lips and eyed the barrel where Ileana stood, but one more sure would show me you're serious. She shook the mug a few times and handed it over to Ileana. The elf filled it up and handed it back to a hand that remained outstretched, fingers twitching with anticipation. Scanna downed the mug and slapped it down on the crate. Thanks for the beer, elf girl, prude girl, I owe you one. Chapter 180, Chapter. Nia lay on her bed of straw until she fell asleep. She was lying on her bed of straw after she awoke and the sun began to rise. She remained lying on her bed of straw as the minutes passed and became hours. Still nobody returned for her, nobody gave her food, nobody gave her water. Her parents didn't come for her, and that was somewhat unfortunate at least. I would have liked to see them again, but we said everything that should have been said. Slitting my throat to spare me pain will be the last act of kindness they can give. Nia lay back and covered her eyes with her forearm, blocking out all light from the already dim cell that got too little light. Outside, she could hear a great deal of noise and shouting, but she couldn't say what it was. Not really. The noise buried itself under more noise, and it was hours more at least before she saw a dusty Remedios Custodio return. It's time, traitor. The brown-haired woman said with a look of the utmost contempt, her head tilted back, her eyes cast down, her steady gaze offering no hint of human warmth or empathy. Nia rolled over on her side and stood up while Remedios fumbled with a set of iron keys. So, now I know what evil looks like. I won't forget it when I move on to the next world. She folded her hands behind her back and stood with her feet shoulder-width apart. Evil. No. I'm good. You let the enemies of humanity live. How can you be anything but evil yourself? Remedios asked with icy hate. Nia's steady, unbroken gaze didn't waver, and for the first time in all her life, the young archer put every fiber of her vindictive anger into that stare, and savored the moment the paladin commander shuddered. The door slid open with so much force that it ripped away from its moorings and cracked against the stone wall before falling to the floor with a clatter. At least you can't garnish my wages for this, bitch. Nia laughed at the red-faced and flustered Remedios and began walking toward the door. The ditzy idiot kept her sword at Nia's back, but it was unnecessary. The squire of the Paladin Order walked as if she were out for a stroll after services at the temples. The open areas were populated, and the heavily armored Paladin Order guards fell in around her the same as before. She watched the world around her with great indifference. Instead, each step seemed to be a trip back through time itself, from her first steps in the embrace of a mother and father that she now knew loved her beyond any doubt, up to the final moments. Each moment of her life seemed to be relived, the good and bad alike. The drums of the soldiers that picked up to mark her steps until the securing of her wrists at the stand as had been done before, only added to the moment. Vice Commander Gustave Montaigne pounded his gavel, and glanced down at the little squire. Before you hear the verdict, do you have any words for the court of this nation? I have words, if I may, though they're not for the court. Nia made the request as a polite statement, and Gustave inclined his head toward her. Proceed. He replied. Mom. Dad. Maybe you weren't perfect parents, but you raised me to do my best, and that's all I tried to do. I did what was right as I knew it. I protected the weak, no matter what they were. I put my life down for the first friend I ever made, and what a friend he was. That's what it means to love the ones you love. So I'm not sorry for what I did, I never will be, for what little time that means for me now. But I am sorry to leave you this way. Nia said, and watched the court writer copy down her final words. The vice commander looked at her as if she'd gone mad. Did someone tell you the verdict? Nia laughed in his face. She looked up at him, threw back her head, and laughed like a barking mad fool who made a fart joke. This is the Roble Holy Kingdom. Guilt was a foregone conclusion. Nia spat in the dust. It rankled and a few rumbles went up where she could be heard, and she was heard as far away as there were ears to hear her. Ah, the verdict. Gustave flushed red in competition with Remedios, but whatever retort he had in mind, he buried while the noble in charge of the jury stood up. On the charge of treason, we find the defendant, Nia Baraja, guilty. On the charges of collaboration, we find the defendant guilty. The noble sat down to silence. The vice commander looked at them as if they'd gone mad. His eyes swept every juror. No evidence that she took money or treasure from anyone, or offered any information or took anything for her aid, was ever presented. How did they find her guilty of collaboration? He stiffened while the smug-looking lot of nobles and soldiers played with the contents of their pockets or purses, little nervous gestures as if they expected him to question their verdict openly. A dreadful suspicion came over him. He felt the eyes of the squire questioningly looking up at him. It was as if she were saying, "See, what did I tell you?" It was a punch to the gut, and with the knowing smile of his commander staring back at him from behind the defendant, a leap of intuition that one day earlier would have been broader than a great wide canyon shrunk to the distance of a single step. You didn't. He thought with horror. The gavel in his hand took on the weight of a castle, his fingers around the wooden handle felt as if they were on fire, his soul commanded of him to drop it, let go. Call this into question, call for an investigation, but who will the queen set to investigate? The one behind it. It was raw frustration and bitterness that gave him the strength to just carry on, but the pity he saw for him in the evil eyes of the woman whose life hung in his hands, he knew without a doubt, that will haunt me to the day I die. He raised his gavel up and slammed it down. The defendant is sentenced to the penalty of the stake and the blades, to be carried out at sunset in 1 hour on the wall. Poor fool. Nia thought with a generosity of spirit that caught even herself by surprise. I was condemned the moment people took a look at me, I was twice as condemned when I explained myself, and 3 times as condemned when I had the misfortune to have Remedios Custodio as a superior. But my suffering will end soon, his though. His is just beginning. The crowd was sullen, no cheers, no cries of triumph, no vindictive calls, just sullenness and silent acceptance. The stake was erected while Nia watched from far down below, the view would let her see far out over into the lands of the demi-humans. I wonder what it's like out there. It must be a difficult place to get by, all of them constantly at odds with one another, the survivors I spoke with always talked of vicious wars. I wonder. Nia barely noticed when she was unlocked and made to walk under the eyes of the fortress toward the stairs, are any of the ones I spared, still alive? Did I make any difference to anyone at all? That answer's absence left her wanting, but she was oddly comforted by knowing it would not be a mystery for long. The bell tolled to call any absent to come and watch the traitor's death. The stake was twice Nia's height, and thicker around than her waist with space to spare. Remedios' sword at her back threatened evisceration, and while walking along the wall Nia saw a young boy far down below running with a series of rusty old blades bundled under his arm. Even from where she was, Nia could see the red stains on the old and uncared for metal. Behind Remedios came 6 heavily armored paladins, their halberds at her throat, their faces hidden by their heavy helmets, their metal-covered bodies gleaming in the slow declining light of the sun. They would have been more impressive if they didn't flinch whenever she looked at them. Her wrist manacles were undone, Remedios' sword tip pressed tighter to her body. From somewhere down below, wails reached her ears. Mom, Dad. I told you that you shouldn't come watch this. Nia felt a welling of sorrow in her breast as her arms were yanked sharply back and secured again at the wrists behind the wooden post. She glanced up at Remedios. Can I ask something from you? Nia said with gentle calm. The commander of the Paladin Order stood in front of her and looked down at Nia with suspicion in her idiotic eyes. What, traitor? When you run the rusty swords into me, make it quick, pin me by the heart. Nia asked, the wails were growing louder, closer. Are you afraid? Remedios sneered. Nia shook her head, no. My parents are down there, I don't want them to hear. Remedios was briefly taken aback by this. Even taking a step away from her and looking at her with fresh eyes before she shook her head again. You're afraid of pain. But it won't do you any good, you're going to scream. Oh, I'm sure I will scream. Everybody screams when you stab them in the guts. But I won't be afraid. I just don't want them to suffer because of my choices. Please. I'll be dead either way, just give me this for my years of service. Nia pled. Remedios seemed to think it over until a young page boy huffed and puffed his way over to her and held out the first rusty blade. The wails of her parents became shouts of anger. From down below, Nia could hear the sound of fighting. She held the sword aloft, a single saber, a sharp tip still in place, but the rest, ugly, almost ruined, and gave a wordless answer to Nia's plea. She drew it back and then thrust it forward into Nia's guts. Nia let loose a blood-curdling scream that echoed out over the demi-human lands. In the distance she could see a dot appear. The demi-human lands were beautiful, stark and with many hills that seemed to stretch far beyond the horizon. The sword in her guts pinned her to the stake. Her vision blurred, but she saw Remedios take another blade from the page, a young boy whose face became white as a sheet while he watched the commander work. This one was a short sword, thick, vicious, and rusty as could be. Remedios thrust it home close to the other, and Nia's howls of agony threatened to cross the world. Let her go, you bastards. Nia heard her father bellow, his violent eyes, the harbinger of her own, was enough to put fear into those who barred his way, and she heard the sound of her mother's sword coming out. Nia's screams could not be formed into words. Go back. Get away. You can't help me now. She wanted to scream, but her screams became burbles of blood that ran down her face and dripped over the pathetic excuse for clothing to drip down to her bare feet and pool around her toes on the gray stone of the wall. She tried to look back, she tried to focus, she tried to struggle, but only felt the edges of the blades tear into her organs further. She recalled having heard that before, of people using their impalement to open up new wounds to die faster and end their suffering. However, all she wanted to do was warn her parents to stop. All, that was, until the distant dot became obvious. Nia began to do the unexpected then. She straightened up as best she could, and began to laugh. "Alisar Dark, you son of a bitch." She garbled out through the blood of her wounds as he loomed larger and larger. Others began to see, she felt the change in the air, a dragon in flight was graceful, beautiful, and terrifying. His lashing blue tail, his leather wings, his massive maw and imposing body. A roar split the air and stilled all thoughts of violence. Whatever Remedios might have been, Nia never once thought the woman a coward, but the page boy ran immediately, the soldiers guarding her ran next, dropping their halberds and sprinting for the steps, several falling off the edge and dropping down screaming to their deaths. But Remedios did not run, she snarled, drew her holy sword, and as the dragon came close, she let out a battle cry. "For the Holy Queen and for our kingdom." She bellowed out, the swiping of the dragon's claws as he slammed home left her no further time to scream her defiance or even strike as she was sent flying far, far away. For a moment Nia had a brief memory come to mind of the night she saw Alisar Dark come crashing down to the ground. She saw his mouth coming down, the stones of the wall smashed like grains of sand struck by a towering ocean wave, and his terrible maw closed around her. Eaten instead. "I didn't see that coming, his breath, it's very cool." She thought as she unwittingly offered her blood to his tongue. She lost sight of all else then, and all she could do was wait for whatever would come next. Chapter 181, Chapter. "Even I didn't see that coming." Albedo muttered under her breath as the broken meat that was once Remedios' custodio went sailing away from the wall. The dragon seemingly ate the prisoner, and then left as if he was only there for a quick bite to eat. The stones of humanity's defenders crumbled with ease that would have made her laugh had she not been maintaining her cover. Ileana, she saw out of the corner of her eye, looked with wonder and awe as the titan-like strength of her human oppressors, once so impressive to her, crumbled like a little sandcastle kicked at by a child. Out of the corner of her other eye, she saw the whores get away from their tents. A great many were frozen in fear, but those who ran away showed very good instincts as blocks of stone came crashing down, turning some unfortunates into red stains in the dirt. Arrows flew from bows before the dragon had gone even 20 meters from the wall, but their aim was between hasty and bad, earning a mix of praise and contempt from the guardian overseer. Adept effort, but poor execution. She thought as people around her scattered. As a test, her own passive area of effect resistance seemed to translate to a curious kind of luck wherein stones that should have headed toward her instead seemed to land away from her instead. The new world is really a very interesting place. She kept a bemused smile on her face that didn't vanish when Ileana took cover behind her, crouching down at Albedo's back and covering her golden hair with her hands. The whole of the event took a mere minute or two, and then it was over, and Albedo's mind began to race with the possibilities, and how much faster this would mean her master would come to join her. Alisar Dark did his best not to do any harm to the squire in his mouth, and as he flapped his wings away, he tried to ignore just how good she tasted. She must have magic in the blood, he thought, and recalled her mentioning her ability to imbue mana into her arrows for some nasty effects on those she hit with it. Of course she does. He realized, and tried to speak, albeit somewhat muffled. "I'm a lottle late, but y'all be fawn. Just tronat to move," he said and looked behind him. The arrows fell far short of him, and though his sharp eyes saw that they were loading ballistay, they were in no way prepared to hit the small target he was rapidly making of himself. Whether they finished loading or not, he wasn't sure, but he caught sight of no giant arrows, and so he concluded they hadn't bothered to shoot. He landed out of sight beyond a distant hill as soon as he was able, and lowering his head to the ground, he opened his mouth. The first thing Nia saw when she opened her eyes, other than the top of the inside of a dragon's mouth, was that there were several orcs rushing over and picking her up by the stake to which she was still bound. Her body was starting to feel cold. "I'm dying." She knew the signs. Without a caster, she wasn't going to last long. Remedios should have pinned her with only one sword and allowed her to expire over time, but she had used 3. Worse, vital organs had been pierced and then more damage done during her rescue. She'd seen demi-humans die like this, pierced, bleeding out. Some spoke of how cold they were. Out of pity, more than once she had covered the dying with a cloak so that they would not expire shivering. A pointless gesture, but now it is my turn. She thought and looked up at the orcs that laid her down on the ground. The caster is coming. Alisar Dark growled down at her when he raised his head up again. Nia spat out blood from her mouth and gave him a weak smile. "It's enough that you came back for me. Nobody ever did that before," she said, but her body had begun to shiver. "It's cold in me. I'm glad you got away. But unless you've got a potion under those scales," Nia said, and then her eyes, which had been closing, popped wide open as Alisar Dark raised his foreleg and then put a claw to it, then sliced open his armored body. Blood as white as snow gushed out, and for a moment Nia feared she might drown in it. Already cold, for a moment Nia was utterly freezing, and then... I'm not cold anymore. Am I dead? Did I die? She asked. Her eyes could see nothing, but the sense of freezing and chills were utterly gone. Then she felt something else. Her strength returning. But it didn't feel like her normal strength. Everything around her was white, as if she were surrounded on all sides by glowing lights, but they were fading. Her numb limbs were getting their feeling back. She felt the swords being pulled from her body, and opened her mouth to scream into the light, but she couldn't hear the screams she was sure she was making. Nia felt utterly disembodied, a will, a mind, but no body to contain it. Only the ghost of pain and agony clawing away at her, but rapidly weakening. Then even that was gone, and the light that engulfed her began to fade. She could hear the chattering voices of others again. I don't think she will need the healer after all. She recognized Alisar Dark's voice, the sound of relief that would have been easy to overlook before. Isn't she human? An orc was speaking, an orc whose voice she knew. I spared that one. She realized, I am now where he once was, but Alisar Dark is here, so maybe not. So many questions. The rational part of Nia's brain was working again, and it was confused. She was. But I doubt her fellow humans would count her as that anymore. They're very finicky about these things, or so she has told me. Even distant elven ancestry is held in contempt. Alisar Dark remarked, her life is saved, but the life she had is now gone forever. I am afraid she will never be able to go home. As the light faded away to nothing, Nia opened her mouth to speak. Everything felt utterly sublime. What did you do? She asked and opened her arms. The bonds which held her fast snapped like toothpicks. I gave you some of my blood. Alisar Dark said in a grave, quiet voice which Nia could not pin down as far as what it felt like. I couldn't say if it would work or not, but as you have at least some magic in you, I thought it might. And it did. It didn't work quite how I expected, but it did work. Nia pursed her lips and looked down at her hands where the chains dangled uselessly. The light tan she had on the skin there was gone, her bare feet were the same. Like her body had not been kissed by sunlight before, but with a very light bluish-white hue. Her fingers felt strange too. A bizarre impulse came over her, something she could not explain, and when she focused on the tips, she saw the once normal human nails extend, curve, like vicious claws. Small, like an eagle's talons. Ah, this feels strange, very strange. Nia whispered, and felt the breath on her hands. It was cold as a winter's chill. Your hair has changed also, it's now very white. Alisar Dark added, and Nia's hands darted up to grab at loose strands and pull them a little away from her head so that she could see the strands out of the corner of her eyes. What happened, exactly what happened? Nia asked, confusion as a whirlwind in her head. She reached up to her mouth and touched her teeth. They were not all like tiny knives, but a few, very much so. I do not know the word for it, Nia Baraja, but if I had to name it, I would call you a dragonid. Alisar Dark said, leaving Nia struggling to work out just what that meant for her, before the reality of it all hit home. She sat down on the stake she was meant to die pinned to. The rusty swords lay at her feet on the ground as if they had been cast down in surrender. Mom, Dad. Had there been anyone else, she would have named them in her thoughts, but there wasn't. Only them, and when she looked back, the wall and the fortress were obscured, hidden by the hill, but even out of sight, she knew the truth. I can't go to that side anymore. I'll be killed on sight, not just as a traitor, but as a demi-human. An enemy of humanity. My home. My life. My family. I just barely got the ladder back, and now it's gone forever. She missed, through the tears that fell, that those orcs that gathered nearby, led by the big one she spared once before, all began to kneel. Chapter 182, Chapter. Nia never counted herself as one much for tears. What of those she had in her childhood were few and far between. These were fresh, new, and raw. But like the tears of her childhood, she ran out of them very quickly, wiped her face, and tilted her head backward to look up. Alisar Dark's body had all but curled around her in a horseshoe pattern, his head looming large up above where she sat. Thank you. For saving my life, I mean. Nia said, I'm sorry about the trouble. She added, and for my reaction just then. I was just thinking of what I left behind. Regretting your choices? Alisar Dark asked neutrally. Not for a second, but I can still regret the cost. There were only two back there I cared for, and now I can only hope they're all right, and I doubt I'll ever know. But still, I'm alive, and that counts for a lot more than I can say. Nia answered abruptly and stood. The orcs remained on bended knees. But why are they kneeling to you? They're not. Alisar Dark answered, they're kneeling to you. You spared 2 sons, a daughter, there are 3 living nieces and nephews, and more recently, Alisar Dark stuck out his foreleg and held the razor claw above the head of the orc that Nia recognized. Spared this one. I am Thalrin of Red Mace, chief of this tribe. Those others he names, kin from other orc tribes, huntress of the wildlands, our huts are in your debt. The rough voice held none of the fear that touched him once before, and things began to fall into place for Nia when Alisar Dark explained. The pregnant women, the wounded. She asked. Some were kin to chiefs, others, kin to others, huntress of the wildlands. In battle, you are revered enemy. Here, now, we may repay our debt with loyalty instead. Thalrin explained, I failed as chief, I offered your comrade rule, he says he also is a failed chief. Nia felt her ears start to ring. You are no more human, no more our enemy. If you will be our chief, great warrior, we orcs will follow you. Thalrin raised his head and blinked his eyes. Nia still heard the ringing in her ears at the overwhelming offer. But as it faded, suspicion replaced it. I assume your tribe is in trouble. Nia framed it as a statement rather than a question, and there was a rumbling among the numbers that continued to assemble and take position kneeling in their places. Yes. Always trouble. In last generations, we could raid the wildlands by going through secret paths in small numbers, take food, and return. We did not need to fight you long, we could even hide whole tribes of our women and children, to keep our warriors fighting fast and hard with nothing to protect. You prevented much of that, and so when the wars began, we did not fight as we once did. It is hard to fight and defend. Thalrin explained himself and Nia found herself nodding along with sympathetic understanding. So your tribes have faced some unexpected defeats, and hunger. Things clicked completely into place as Nia spoke to him, the wider implications of her actions and what it meant for this place well away from her duties gnawed at her conscience a little bit. I understand, so you want the one who defeated you, to lead you to victory instead. Demi-human pragmatism is something I've always agreed with. Nia half said to him, and half said to herself. With nothing at all behind her to go home to, and northwest other place in the world she knew of that she could live without being hunted or killed, there lay only one remaining question. Alisar Dark, will you stay with me, and help me here? Is there somewhere else you want to go? My home was taken, I have no treasures, my mates and children were surely slaughtered by the Demon Emperor, there is nowhere for me to go. Alisar Dark answered her, and Nia immediately put a hand down on the claw that she found close by. As she did so, she noticed something else. It was barely noticeable, but it almost appeared as if her skin were tiled or more like scales. She touched the back of her hand, looked closer at her arm. It wasn't quite the same, but it was almost marble-like smoothness. The roughness of her tough skin was almost gone. So, there is more coming, maybe. Nia wondered and part of her mind wanted to scream out in frustration that she was no longer herself, but she refrained. He saved my life, I thought death was going to be the consequence. I guess in a way, I was right. Every part of her body felt stronger than she'd ever known it to be, and that for the warrior within, brought elation despite the cost, but even that was nothing compared to the tidal wave of sympathy. The bereft look on the defeated dragon lord that brought her bow down, had her tend to his wounded and nearly dying frame months before, remained burned into her memory. All right. I'll do it. Nia said and stood up. Nia Baraja, paladin of the Holy Kingdom, is dead. I can no longer serve the Holy Queen. I have no people behind me, so I accept the people in front of me, but I can't displace a faithful chief. She approached the kneeling orc chieftain and put a hand out to him. His porcine features and recessed eyes were the opposite of beautiful in her mind, but the depths of desperation that lay in his face revealed that his situation was worse than he suggested. His body shivered under her cold winter breath. He took her hand and pressed his snout into it. Frost, you are like frost to the touch and to the eyes, he said quietly. She laughed a little, drawing curious eyes up to her. It was hard not to let the bitter noise leave her throat. I'm not laughing at you, Thalrin, only remembering. Because of my face, I was sometimes thought to be frigid, an ice queen in temperament, now my body fits the name. I simply find it funny is all. The Queen of Frost. He said, but not mocking, he said it with reverence, not mockery. Only queen or king is over chief. You are now Queen of Frost. Life debts of orcs will be repaid. I will call all orcs of the hills, all no wildlands huntress. If she leads as Queen of Frost, bearer of dragon's blood, rider of the dragon's maw, all orcs will follow if it means salvation from death. It has a good sound to it, the Queen of Frost. Alisar Dark answered. Better that than death. Nia answered and withdrew her hand and put it to the pathetic moldy sack she wore as clothing, but I need something better than this to wear. Nobody could argue with that. Chapter 183, Chapter. Scanna sat in front of Albedo and Ileana. 3 days had passed since the apparent consumption of the convicted criminal. Bits and pieces of Remedios Custodio were still found amidst the rubble, while the chaos of the sudden attack and the disappearance of the woman set to die at the stake led scores of people to wild speculation, including some of the young nobles who convicted Nia. The auburn-haired girl scratched her back and leaned against the chair, rocking it back and holding herself at the nearest crate with her foot. Look, I'm not used to working with or for anyone. I work for myself, always had, just enjoying life, you know, but can I be blunt with you, Albedo? The disguised demoness inclined her head and kept a small trace of a smile on her face at the brash way the human spoke to her. The blunt truth is I'm bored. Don't get me wrong, the sex is great, and there's still a farm boy unusually loyal to his wife that I haven't been able to play with, but I'm just bored. There's no point to any of it. Rut, harvest, sometimes the other way, and once a year come out this way, sell off a few things, have some fun, dance, make some extra money, then go back and do the same thing again. You know, it's just plain pointless. Even drinking with the same old people is not as fun as it used to be. One more joke about sheep and I may kill myself. She laughed and held out her hand for Ileana to pass her a big frothing mug. She inclined her head in politeness and thanks to the elf, who still looked at Scanna as if the peasant had a second head whenever she was polite. But anyway, she took a deep draught and wiped her mouth. That crazy stuff with the dragon was. She hesitated, grasping for a word. Terrifying. Scary. Horrifying. Albedo supplied the words to her that the humans around them used in the aftermath. Scanna's green eyes lit up like emeralds, the most exciting moment of my entire life. It was like 20 orgasms at once from the best skilled girl's tongues or the most enduring stallion I could ride. If I work for you, will I get more of that? You might have to practice with your sword a bit, but yes. However. Albedo leveled a hand at her, your loyalty will not go to your kingdom anymore. It belongs to me. Scanna didn't balk at that, puffed, she said and rolled her eyes, oh no. I won't be doing what the fat tax collectors say when they come and confiscate most of our goods. Oh no. I won't have to throw myself onto the dick of a fat noble to keep him from meandering into our village and picking out some of our more innocent girls. Woe is me, whatever shall I do? Are you ever not sarcastic? Ileana asked suddenly, offended on behalf of her smiling lady who seemed on the verge of barking out laughter or exploding in anger. Scanna thought it over, tapping her finger against her cheek and looking away, sometimes, like when I'm asleep. Look, elf girl, Ileana I mean, I'm a peasant, folk like me don't get a future any better than you get. We pop out kids, scratch the dirt until we get crops, then some big-headed so-and-so who can only get it up when a girl lies to him about how big it is, comes along and takes most of what we make. Yeah, our queen is supposed to be nice and all, but I've never seen her, and she's never done anything for me. I have no reason to say no when Miss Albedo here is offering me the time of my life, money, and maybe. I don't know, something a little bit bigger than dirt scratching and more lewd sheep jokes from pervy old men. Ileana pursed her lips, silenced by the brash peasant. Albedo, however, had more to say, but before she did, one thing remained crystal clear in her mind. This is a thrill-seeker, a woman of passions, but no purpose. Give her purpose, and I may have a very potent weapon in my hands as far as these lesser creatures go. All thoughts of sending her for baptism were erased in an instant. The chance of breaking that nature that made her useful was far too great. Instead, Albedo made a different decision, and began by asking her, what are your remaining clients saying now? About the devouring, or escape, of the prisoner. There are all kinds of rumors. A lot of them lewd ones, like suggesting that she screwed the dragon and made him fall in love with her. There's even an artist who made a bit of money sketching copies of what that might look like, and selling them off. Some people think she was eaten, that she was a meal he was being deprived of. Others think she was rescued by the one she rescued first. Me, I think the last part. Why? Albedo asked, and Scanna took another long drink before answering. She smacked her lips and said, simple, I've never screwed a dragon and can't figure how that would even work, and that's an awful lot of work to come pick up some unwashed meat, so I doubt he would come back all this way to get a snack. So, I think he came and rescued her, not many customers to talk to now though. After that, most of the nobles skedaddled off back to hug mommy's skirts, flip up the ones of the maids, and get daddy to tell them how brave they were for existing in the proximity of unexpected danger. All three snorted at the same moment in common contempt. So you agree? Scanna said, and both Albedo and Ileana nodded. Scanna finished her beer and watched the way Albedo relaxed. Albedo's smile broadened when they found that common ground. Tonight, I'm going to properly introduce myself to you, Scanna. And when we're done, I'm going to provide you with substantial funds, and you will work in Hoburns, you will run whores, spread rumors, and do everything I say. Do this for me, and all the delights in the world will be yours, and more than that, your fellow peasants will be better off at the end of it. There should be gambling too, and drinking. Scanna added, and Albedo did a brief double take. Scanna filled in the gap, vice makes vice, that's what the priests say, and given how many of them I've gotten to start gambling after getting them to give up celibacy. Oh yes, it is very true. You can make a lot of money when you combine drinking, gambling, and sex together. Then I can spread out whatever you want to whomever you want. The confidence in the whore was almost off-putting that she seemed so certain, but as Albedo thought it over, she recalled the way 8 fingers operated. Hilma was still alive, and asking her about how that business ran, or even sending her to the Holy Kingdom to assist the new local agent seemed like good ideas. Fine, I will send you help in order to pull this off. Make ready to leave tonight. Albedo answered. With the beer? Scanna asked, licking her lips at the remaining barrels behind her new employer. With the beer? Albedo answered, and Scanna spat in her palm and thrust out her hand in answer. A bright smile on her face matched with it. Ileana, you do this part. Albedo said, looking at the hand and entirely too certain about where it had last been. My lady. Ileana answered, spat in her own palm, and grasped that of Scanna. To the auburn-haired whore she said, I look forward to working with you. Scanna winked, same. For some reason I can't help but think we'll get along wonderfully. Chapter 184, Chapter. Night fell over the damaged fortress, cloaking the whole damn thing in an inky black. Shadows from the lost sun were made darker by the obscuring walls and towers. Many places therefore were rendered darker than dark, like walking through caves despite being outdoors. Scanna, however, wasn't the least bit disturbed by this. She kept the wooden sword at her side. Her dancing with the false blade to entice men of vigor to lie with her also helped her to beat off those who might think they could get the goods without paying. Beat one into a whimpering mess, a good kick to the face so they know they lost, and by then, the ones who might win preferred easier prey. That did not make the peasant woman less wary. Unwariness was how far too many women, whore or common peasant, ended up with a child on her hip one day with no idea who the father was, and only a bitter memory to recall him by. But seeing Gustave Montaigne sitting on a yet-to-be-cleared-away stone and staring at the judge's podium was strange enough that the peasant girl set aside her caution and approached the minor noble. Is something wrong, Commander? He glanced up over his shoulder to see a peasant woman standing at his back. Everything, nothing, what does it matter now? It probably doesn't, but you sitting here is really strange. Scanna remarked. It wasn't lost on Gustave that even being curious and approaching of her own accord, that the attractive peasant with the wooden sword still stayed at his back and out of arm's reach, whether in spite of, or because of his status as a paladin, he couldn't guess and didn't really want to know. I suppose, but I made a really bad decision, for all the wrong reasons. Now a good soldier, a hero by some accounts, is gone. My commander is dead, and so are a whole lot of others. It was the night that made him talkative, the night and his heavy burden, and the alcohol she could have smelled on his breath if she came around to face him. That's a shame, but you got a promotion out of it, isn't that what you wanted? Scanna asked, and though he'd turned his face away from her again, when she said that, he yanked his head over his shoulder and stared at her with fury. Scanna took a step back. His anger flared, then faded. You really think we're all that corrupt? Is that how all peasants see us? Scanna laughed at him, why shouldn't we? Do you know what taxes are on peasant farms? No. He answered. They take a specific part, 9 out of every 10 stalks go to the Lord, and that's no matter how good our harvest is. That's why I got started whoring. One bad harvest, a lot of pretty ones have stories like mine. We won't have enough to eat, so we take some of our own part to sell in town, then sell ourselves for a few nights to make the rest up to the Lord in coins. I'm lucky, I'm pretty and relaxed, I never put much into that nonsense about special firsts and never wanted a husband. Lot of peasants go home weeping when they find out how much that spot of blood sells for. She laughed at him again and shook her head. Paladins, common soldiers, lords, wealthy merchants, it's all the same to us, as far as we're concerned, you're corrupt until proven otherwise. We're a whole lot safer when we think that way. Scanna shot out at him. It hit like an arrow to his heart. That is sad. He said with a hangdog expression out of her view. Yeah, well, try living it. At least I'm free in spirit, and I can have a great spot of fun on the way. So, Commander, you actually feel bad about doing something bad, hey, at least you're evil with a conscience. Scanna drew her wooden sword and tapped it against the judge's podium, or what was left of it. The battered structure, which had many fragments broken away by fallen stone, toppled with a crash into the dust. What if I don't want to be evil at all? He asked her without rebuke, his eyes drifted to the fallen podium. Scanna just kicked the thing once in the side, a part of it broke off and slid away. What am I, a priestess or something? Join the side that isn't, I guess, or make one if it isn't there. But whatever you do, don't just sit there, any other woman with sense will think you're waiting for prey or something, they might wander off into darker places to avoid you, and then. Scanna shrugged, one more mouth to feed next year for her. Good night. She said, and backed away from the newly minted impromptu commander and went back toward her intended destination, sheathing her joke of a sword as she did so. She patted the wooden toy of a weapon when she reached the tent of her new employer. Her whore clothing was gone, she wore instead a simple black and green shirt and pants set with some comfortable work boots. Her auburn hair was long and bound into a single braid down the center of her back, and it danced with the vigor of her steps when she unceremoniously opened the flap to the merchant woman's tent. I'm here, Albedo. Scanna said with a playful smile on her face and a polite nod to the elf woman who was scratching a quill over paper by candlelight, using a crate for an improvised table. Ileana looked up. "Hi," she said with gentle courtesy toward the brash human peasant. "Yeah, hi, where's Albedo?" Scanna asked. "I'm ready to go. I split the profits with my partner, we're parting company, I even sold her the wagon and everything. Nobody to say goodbye to, you won't miss home?" Ileana asked with a skeptical look wreathed in shadows cast by the tall white candle. "My mother," Scanna said, "but she'll be fine, I've made a lot of money with my games and she never once approved of it. But she never minded spending what I gave her either. I left her with enough to get by without me, and I don't want another fight about how." She took on a sneering look and mimicked an angry old woman's voice. "Nobody ever loves a whore, what'll you do when you want to get married and have children?" Scanna rolled her eyes at that. "I don't need goodbyes, and I don't need the nagging." Scanna quipped. "Now, Lady Albedo is where?" "Here," Albedo said and stepped close behind Scanna's back. She covered Scanna's mouth with a hand harder than steel, put another arm around her waist and began to squeeze. Scanna flailed, reached for her weapon, and began to swing it backwards over her head, only to hear it crack, then shatter against Albedo's skull, and yet the grip didn't lessen. The peasant whore tried to call for help, and as she felt the flesh of the woman's hand go into her mouth, Scanna bit down as hard as she could. The flesh gave, but only a tiny bit, and there was no evidence of any pain inflicted by the attempt. Ileana, to Scanna's dismay, did nothing. She only continued working without pause as if nothing untoward were happening at all. "You actually have good instincts," Albedo remarked in a casual kind of praise, "using your sword, striking at the head, biting my hand. Not all your tumbling with the boys has been of the sexy sort." She laughed while the peasant woman's struggles continued. If anything, they increased. "Your stamina isn't half bad either, for a human." The praise did nothing to slow down the captive whore's resistance. "I wonder how long it would take before she wears herself out." It was almost amusing to think about, and yet Albedo felt the instinctive supervisorial loathing for wasted time. "Listen to me carefully, Scanna. I've taken you this way to avoid any trouble. I am going to release you. My servant there will hold up a mirror, and when you are calm, I will let you go." Albedo lifted the woman up and whispered into Scanna's ear, "Do you understand me?" Scanna nodded and ended her struggle, though she wasn't what Albedo would have called relaxed by any means. Ileana picked up a small oval mirror and held it aloft in both hands. Scanna's eyes widened. The merchant woman had wings springing from her back, horns from her head, and vertically slit bright golden eyes. "Demon," Scanna said. It was muffled, but Albedo recognized that she had been correctly identified. "You're calm, good. Now to be precise, I am a variety of demon called a succubus," Albedo said, and sensing that Scanna had no intent to scream, quite the opposite, the woman relaxed completely. Albedo removed her hand and set the peasant down. Scanna turned around and looked Albedo up and down. She shrugged. "A demon of lust is probably the best thing in the world for me to serve, so I'd say I struck gold with you. This doesn't bother you?" "Not at all," Albedo asked while her mood went from pleased to baffled by the reaction. Scanna shook her head and looked up at the demoness. "No, I know, the 6 gods and all that garbage, what have they done for me in all my life? Or for centuries? I've never met them, and for all I know men just made them up. Besides, demon, human, orc." She glanced at Ileana, "or elf. There's power in those without it, money in those without it, love in those without it. What's it matter what you are as long as you've got what you want or the way to get it?" "Are you sure you're a peasant?" Albedo asked, and Scanna with her vibrant green eyes met the yellow of her lady and said, "I'm a peasant as sure as you're a virgin. We're a pretty practical lot, long as we get by. What else is there but the fun we have along the way? Not much worth dying over out there." Albedo barely restrained her blush at the blunt assessment of her inexperience, but the quick and practical mind, not to mention her indifference to anything that might have set others running or calling for the guards, made her useful. "Good, then if you have nothing else to do, help Ileana pack up. You will sleep when the work is done and then be gone in the morning," Albedo instructed, and Scanna without another word, walked over to the elf, bent over a box, and got to work. Chapter 185, Chapter. Nia did not much care for Orcish armor as it turned out. She ran her hand up and down the front. It was bulky, not fitted to her form, but at least she did like the green. It was boiled leather with metal woven through straps bound by leather strands, simple to make and would only stop a common weapon at a glance. The pants belonged to one of the tribe's women, and predictably it was far too wide in the hips. The bow was good, but not great. The sword was a jagged-looking thing with a hook tip. This she was used to fighting against. The arrows were not spectacular, but orcs were far more widely known for their close-range fighting than anything else. But what was important wasn't what she wore at that moment. Rather what mattered was that word of the Huntress of the Wilds was being heard by the other orc tribal leaders. "I was not a general among the humans, I was not their chief, nor their queen. I was a paladin squire sent to die, and I lived. I lived because I understood how stone spitters, orcs, and others fought, moved, and lived on the move and used that against them. Demi-humans invaded my kingdom several times, and yet always you were pushed back. Why? The question hung in the air. Many demi-humans are stronger than humans, faster, or can fly, or produce great and exceptional warriors that anything less than our great heroes cannot beat. But still the Roble Holy Kingdom stands. Still the wall stands, and you fight among one another out here, why? Nia reframed the question again. The frosty breath was something she was still getting used to weeks later, but the strength that came with her still slowly changing body was a delight. Stones cracked in her hands and became powder, and in close combat tests against the orc warriors, she proved herself vastly superior to multitudes at a time. Still the orc tribes were silent. Nia chose to answer for them. Discipline. Discipline and preparedness. You rush into fight, kill, and then, think you've won. Nia asked them and shook her head. How far can you go without food or water? What about shelter from the weather? You don't work together, not as tribes, not even as a single tribe. You fight as individual warriors, all demi-human tribes do, thinking that a step forward is the same as having won, when you're just walking to graves very far from home. The rumble of the orcs who had lived without food for far too long even one time, let alone more, confirmed her words for the rest. If you want me to lead you, I will do it. I will teach you to fight as the paladins do, not only on the field, but before the field. We aren't looking for glorious battles, but ones we win with ease. There is, however, a condition. Nia said and raised her bluish-white hands to quiet the new rumbling among her vast audience that sat at the base of the hill from which she spoke. The tribes will not disband afterward. The old ways are done. I will be called queen of all your tribes, and you will settle in common, fight when I tell you and not before, build what I tell you, and give me all your loyalty. Give me everything, and I will give you victory, or my life. Nia vowed. Thaurin stood up from where he had been seated cross-legged and listening. Frost Queen has won many fights. Taken many lives. Spared many lives. This one is great warrior, and Thaurin follows. Thaurin obeys. Most seemed agreeable, but another orc stood up, a big, beefy-looking green-skinned figure with biceps the size of Nia's head and thighs like tree trunks. He snorted, his deep recessed eyes were sharp and brown and full of anger, his body was tense, his arms crossed in front of his naked chest. And if not? I am Golgala of Green Fist. We have never had queen of anything. Mighty huntress, yes, is mighty. But to stay together. This is not our way. We will fight with you, but no queen, no king, stays over all for all days after war. And how has that been working out for you this year, Golgala of Green Fist? Nia asked rhetorically. My hunts killed many orcs, my time in the wildlands almost ruined you all here when you could not bring your women and children to safety, or sneak south to hunt for extra food. Now orcs are weak. Your old ways worked before, but not everything is good just because they were always so. Golgala is loyal to the old ways. The stubborn orc proclaimed. Are orcs born with maces falling from their mother's wombs? Nia asked the bizarre question, and Golgala was not the only one to look as if the tranquilly asked rhetorical question was insane. No. Nia answered it herself. Someone invented it, and it became popular because it was a good weapon. Would Golgala of Green Fist run into a fight bare-fisted when the mace was new, or would he use the mace because it is better than one fist alone? The orc appeared stymied, dumbfounded, as near as she could read from his heavy breathing. Discipline and cities are new weapons. Discipline makes many small ones into a single great one. Cities let you make many things a tribe alone cannot. If Golgala and Green Fist refuse to join us, both may go. Nia pointed toward the way they'd come from. But they will serve the rest, as I use you as bait for your enemies, and when you are dead, we will avenge you, and the old ways will not care that you were loyal to them anymore. Nia warned him as best she could. But it did little good, he only fumed. The old ways made us strong. We keep our lands and cattle, we rule the hills, the days are hard, but if we trust the ancestors' ways we will win again. Nia shook her head and pointed to the way out of the Little Hill region. She watched him start to walk away, and many, if not all of his tribe went with him. Alisar Dark lowered his head beside where Nia stood and whispered so quietly that she alone could hear him. He does not believe you. That is his second mistake. Nia whispered as the tribe departed. She then asked, have you circled the area, will this place do? Yes. If you want to build a city here, there is no place better. 7 great hills offer excellent view of the area, the land between hills is fertile, and smaller hills make excellent points of choking. Alisar Dark answered. Choke points. Nia corrected him, then nodded. Thank you, my friend. Alisar Dark let out an approving growl. You figured this place would do, didn't you? I suspected, Nia admitted. It made it the best place to have this gathering. Now, when I've got them fresh and they can see progress being made instead of weeks or months getting everybody together. They waited in silence. When the last of the green fist left, Nia asked, "Will anyone else refuse me?" One and all, they rose from a cross-legged position, and then bent a knee to her. Thalrin was the one to begin. "Hail Queen of Frost. Queen of Orcs." Nia looked up at Alisir Dark, who said anything about being only the Queen of the Orcs. None. But maybe wait on explaining that until your first victory. Alisir Dark advised, and they relaxed as the cheers went up and washed over them both like a great storm. Chapter 186, Chapter. Queen Kalka Besserez wail carried beyond her chambers, it carried beyond the hall which led to her chambers, it carried down the stairs and into the throne room where nobles sat or stood according to their station. Worried faces and grim, clenched jaws were everywhere. Eyes darted about with uncertainty, and nobody could or would speak. The wealth and power, the pomp and status of their bright mottled clothing, the bright white of the priests who conveyed the will of the gods, all was silent as the grave. The wails of the mourning queen carried out the window and down to the very streets of Hoburns, drawing the eyes of the population with dread to the place where their monarch let her misery ring out. She was not alone at least. Collard Custodio sat on the royal bed with her, they shared the morning embrace as closely as if they were kin. Collard's tears were quiet, her sobs choked, her body shook in time with that of her queen as the weight of the death of her sister settled on her shoulders and bent her with their weight. How could this have happened? How? How? Kalka asked with dismay. My queen, my sister could be restored to life, we just have to wait until. Collard stopped. They've found enough parts of her to do it. Kalka said, but what if they don't? Her eyes fluttered as she tried to blink back tears that blurred Collard's face. Then we do our best without her. Remember, all we have are the initial reports of what happened. Nobody could have foreseen that a dragon would attack the wall. How could they have? Collard asked, the whole thing sounds like something out of a drunken bard's feverious dream. Kalka nodded. It was an analogy she agreed with. Collard, however, was not through. But my queen, there's no sense in worrying like this, not until we know more. The South is screaming for aid after the disaster at Wenmark, they're withholding taxes, the Paladin Order's vice commander has to be confirmed to the new role at least temporarily, and the rumors are getting worse. And what makes them worse is that they're true. Scanna sat in the office in Hoburn sipping the best beer she'd had in her entire life. The doppelgangers in front of her chose to take on the faces of some of her former lovers for today, and that made it weird. Scanna winked at the one to come up first, she smiled up at the beautiful face, and called him by the name of the long-dead young man. Sammy, did you spread the stories in the salons about what happened in Wenmark? Of course, my love. He said, a lying smile on his face that Scanna fluttered to recall when the doppelganger reached out and stroked her cheek. Anything for you. Exactly like that. Scanna said with a titter, and a delighted little smile grew much larger. Just keep it up, I've gotta admit. I feel kind of bad about using Ileana's stories of the Golden Roan to stir some outrage, kinda feels like I'm using her, and I kinda like her. But. She shrugged, the brutal truth might be for the best. Keep the women pissed off at home, and even if they're elves, some things are more likely to strike home for womankind in a way that makes them see the kingdom less positively. Of course, but after? He asked and arched an eyebrow just like the real Sammy used to do. Scanna felt a brief well of sadness and put her hand over the one of his which touched her cheek. If I still wondered if he was alive, I would enjoy that very much, but it's just too bitter to think about now. But thank you for letting me see his face again. The doppelganger returned to his faceless state and picked up the address that Scanna scrawled out for him. Albedo watched from out of Scanna's sight, standing in the doorway at the back. It was remarkable and amusing both at once. The humans seemed to have no real fear of the monsters that could mimic those they loved best in the world. If anything, Scanna treated everything as a novelty to be embraced with an almost reckless abandon, to the point where she neglected to ask for any form of payment some days. The lack of bigotry against non-humans was a winning point in Albedo's eyes, and even if the auburn-haired girl was no genius, she showed an aptitude for administration, and surprisingly enough, she was literate. Where did you learn to write? Albedo asked on the evening of the third such day, watching the vicious little rumor mistress scribble down talking points to play up. From what she knew of the peasant population, almost none could even write their own names, so writing these things made her all the more a curiosity. Scanna's smile never left her face, despite her cheeks being stuffed with lamb which Ileana prepared. Nor did she hesitate to speak with her mouth full. Ishi, I loped good stories. Bard came through the village and said he got 'em from books. She swallowed the oversized bite and took a deep drink of a wooden cup full of wine and then said, so on a trip to sell stuff I straddled a merchant and offered him the ride of his life if he'd just teach me how to read and write. Mom didn't think much of that, said it was a waste, but I enjoyed it. I'm pretty good at it too. Scanna's face beamed with pride as Ileana took her seat at the table. The elf woman was far more demure than Scanna was comfortable with, though it was difficult to blame her, and the sweet temperament made her very pleasant outside of ribald and vulgar humor of the sort Scanna tended to favor. So, she toned it down a little when the elf joined the pair at last. Anyway, As I was explaining to the doppelgangers earlier, Gustav drunkenly confessed that Remedios made sure that the trial went her way. The crazy bitch on the wall must have rubbed her the wrong way somehow. When it makes its way through the women's groups like the salons and the tea houses, it'll reach the more active women in merchant and adventurer guilds. Get the wives, the whole thing comes crashing down. Kinda like a village that way. Scanna chuckled a bit, and Ileana asked. How could you possibly know that? A city is just a big village, idle people talk, and the men of this country are kind of dense about that. They don't put women in charge of much, so they create a lot of idle women who become backroom power brokers and gossips. It happened all the time in the village, and I learned a lot from the people who would pass through my home. We may not look like much, even us pretty ones. But put us all together, and there's not a lot we don't hear from somewhere, and nobody ever listens to the little three. Scanna raised her fist, and one finger at a time with each of the things which followed, a woman, a peasant, and a whore. Are they that stupid? Albedo asked, almost not believing that she could be so lucky as to have such an easy mission. Yes, Miss Demonis, they can be. Scanna answered to confirm her dry, scathing criticism. She stabbed her knife into a hunk of meat and began cutting it down to a smaller piece. Maybe it's not as dumb as openly saying that non-humans are people, at a trial where you're charged with that as a kind of crime, but still. She shoved a hunk of meat in her mouth and while she chewed she said. Pwethy dumb. Chapter 187, Chapter. Do you know what the real problem is with magic? Nia asked of Alisar Dark while she walked beside him along the training grounds where the Orcish warriors were forming a shield wall. The shields were fairly crude, but by stroke of luck, the wide-rounded shields they favored would make for an adequate wall if they were formed up properly. A wooden base with a sheet of steel over the front and a grip in the center, it did require a little modification. Nia had a strap added to the far side through which the arm fit, and the hand grip moved to the opposite side allowing for far more versatility of movement, and the first of her changes were embraced by her new people. No, what? Alisar Dark asked as she spun and kicked at the shield wall, her foot connected, and the orc grunted with pain, but he didn't fall. He was held up by a column of orcs behind him, each one bracing the one in front. Their shields held overhead to provide a turtle shell-like protection from missile fire. The arrows clattered and fell, bouncing off of the shields, and Nia landed a punch at another orc who showed his face, shattering his teeth. Better the shield than you. She snapped, and though he grunted in pain, he wore a now less toothy smile and raised his shield up. Orcs have a high pain tolerance. She acknowledged about her warriors. She then looked up to Alisar Dark again and continued to walk the line. It's easy. It's so easy that everybody wants to use it, they love it so much that when they have it, it's all they use. Do you know why I was so good at hunting orcs, and stone spitters, and snake people, and whatever else slipped into the wilds? Alisar Dark looked down at the white-haired woman. I'm guessing you'll tell me. Nia chuckled. Yes, I will. It's because I had no magic to use for that sort of thing. My ability to put mana into my arrows for a deadlier shot is, or maybe was, the only thing I could do. So I had to hide myself in other ways, learn how to use mud, moss, leaves, dye, paint, and the environment. That's the magic of nature. Nobody ever looked for that, they always tried to find signs of magic use. And that is how we'll win the first fight. You know I could just simply use my breath and claws to give you an easy win. Alisar Dark pointed out, and Nia stopped walking. She craned her neck to look up at the dragon and put a hand on his scaled limb. I know, but I have to establish credibility as a queen. If people think my only strength is you, they will never listen to me. Besides, they need a win to get their confidence back. And if they win using the things I teach them, they'll embrace the new ways with the fervor of a religious convert. Alisar Dark gave a low growl of acknowledgement. You thought this through. He said and watched a group of orcs trying to push through a shield wall. Nia patted his scales. We're small, we're weak, we're short-lived compared to dragons, but that means we have to work harder, not that we can't improve. We have to think, use our minds, and plan for anything. Paladins are taught leadership, and encouraged to improve ourselves continuously. This is how humans, survived as long as we did. Alisar Dark thought that one through while they finished the inspections. Healers in the aftermath took care of the injured, and Nia went over the training results with the assembled tribal leaders. They sat cross-legged at her feet while she sat on the rounded upper half of Alisar Dark's vicious claws. You are no longer just tribal leaders. She explained patiently, you are my field commanders, one day perhaps even generals, and now that you're aware of the power of unity, I want to make something else clear. The various orc leaders looked back and forth at each other, their puzzled faces met, each one unaware of what their new queen intended. Would it help if you had a few hundred, or a few thousand long-range warriors to help guard your wings? She asked, and the orc's recessed eyes became sharper, more beady. Yes, but orcs, we don't have good bows. Not good arrows. We fight close. Thalrin punched one fist into his palm with an audible smack to emphasize his point. We're going to get that support from somewhere else. Nia answered. The orcs laughed. Humans will not help orcs. I mean the stone spitters. Nia said point blank, and they stopped laughing. They are your enemies, but they are your weakest enemies. They don't fight as well up close as you do. Combined, we will have 2 hands to 1. I intend to attack. Nia said, just like when I was the huntress of the wildlands, I was always on the attack. Defense may win a battle, but it will lose a war. Nia said to them, while they rumbled and grumbled a bit, I don't want to fight them again in 10 years, this is not going to be war as demi-humans have ever known it. Not one of plunder, not one of simply slaughter or a cattle raid. You will learn to fight as humans fought, it's why they have a wall and you don't. Thalrin bowed his head first. Huntress gave me life. Let us feed and flee. Gives us good shield knowing. Shield wall is strong, she is strong. We obey. It was the endorsement Nia needed. Several of the orcs affectionately caressed the crude but now improved shields that leaned against their bodies. The new grip style proved popular, with the shield bash being the cause of many an injury that kept the healers low on mana that day. Nia stood up, then rest for now, my people, we begin again tomorrow, and select scouts to watch the green fist and the path to the nearest stone spitter village. The meeting broke up after that, and the sun slowly disappeared over the horizon, leaving Nia alone with Alisar Dark. Will you go to a tent or a hut? Nia shook her head. No. I will stay with you. That will be fine. Alisar Dark said and watched the dragonid lie down with her back against his foreleg. I wonder if she will grow wings, or if her skin will continue to harden until it is like scales. Will she grow a tail? Open questions, all of them, and the only answer he could come to was, time will tell. Her strength was already far in excess of what it was before, which from what he gathered of the demi-humans thus far, was vital to her future. And strangely enough, he felt somehow it was vital to his own. Chapter 188, Chapter. Kalka paled when Kalart said that. What do you mean? It's true. Kalart sighed and took her queen's hands. My precious queen, my wonderful lady, she came as close as she dared, so close that she could feel the breath of life coming past the lips of the radiant and beautiful blonde royal. My sister and I have always been devoted to your ideals. Please believe me, but ideals are not a system of government, and there have been times when it appeared someone would escape justice. Someone who might be a threat to your rule, who might make your people cry. When that happened, I knew that my sister, always for the greater good, would take action. Action, like bribing a jury. Blackmail a jury. Murder. Kalka's eyes hardened. Even I can't say for sure, my sister was very tight-lipped even to me, but her belief in the absolute justice of your rule was such that she would do anything to ensure it was successful. I know how she is, a scout who let demi-humans live, who openly called them people, is a dangerous and disruptive element no matter what her reputation. Kalart bit her lower lip while she felt the bright eyes of her queen searching her face. Kalka's hands were shaking in the touch of Kalart. How many times? The queen finally asked. Kalart's jaw tensed. My queen, how many times were the guilty looking like they might escape justice? Yes, it was wrong. But it was for the greater good of all humanity, please understand that. And why wasn't I informed? Kalka demanded, her voice becoming more regal. The shaking fingers stopped, her eyes hardened. She was not the beautiful idealist in that moment, but the hardened queen who so excelled, that her own brother, who could have had the throne, deferred to her. Because it would wound you. Kalart rushed the words out. She tightened her hold on the warm hands of her queen. As long as you were uninjured, you would continue to work without stopping, always making us better. Always making us stronger. You intended well, but I have no doubt that this is the root cause of the corruption that has begun to rot us from within. Kalka shook her head with an almost violent energy. No more of that. When Remedios is resurrected, I will speak with her alone. My queen. Kalart tried to speak, but the queen's sudden glare shut her down. Go, have the resources gathered that we need to help the south, but make sure you collect whatever taxes you need to. Gustav will join you with reinforcements to ensure that taxes are collected without incident. The queen gave the order, and for a moment Kalart was still. Go. Now. The queen's voice hardened like her eyes, and the Kalart stepped backward with a deep bow. At once, my queen. She said, and withdrew from the royal presence with a heavy, aching heart. Gustav rode along at the head of the column. For this they chose the more circuitous route. It carried them through the wildlands and the peripheral villages that eked out a living on tiny farms, harvesting wood, herbs, and other things from the forest. Such small places should have been easy prey for demi-human raiders. But one thing was common, they almost all had low walls, nothing dramatic, but spike-tipped logs that surrounded the few dwellings in the area. When Gustav asked, the answer was the same. The huntress had some captive demi-humans help us, and let them go in exchange. Learning that, the huntress had been sentenced to die on the wall and been eaten by a dragon, left the occupants of those little villages to turn their backs or outright to the paladins until they rode on. What have I done? He asked himself, in 20 years' service, the new commander could not recall ever having been booed or had a peasant show their back to him. But the more he gathered stories about what went on in the wildlands south of the wall, the more he felt he made the single largest mistake of his life. He tightened his hold on the reins of his horse and kept his eyes facing front. You were just following orders. Just doing what you were told. The squire was found guilty. You were just doing your job. That's all. There's nothing to feel guilty about. Gustav raged at himself and his conscience, but the agonized screams of the woman on the wall haunted him night after night. The wails of her parents as they tried desperately to get to her. And knowing beyond question that the trial had been a sham. It made every denial in his heart burn as if he were the one pierced by the swords on the wall. In his heart he accused himself. In his heart, Gustav pronounced himself guilty. In his heart, he sentenced himself to life. Never again. I will never do that again. Damn the orders. I have to live by following them, and I don't know how to live with this. He argued with himself as he recalled the peasant girl's quiet nighttime admonition, her indifference, her scolding, her outright mockery of everything he believed and held to be true, and she could have been said to epitomize it all in that she simply wouldn't stand close enough for him to reach her. Once he understood that, a lot of things fell into place that he never considered. Now that he was aware, he noticed that almost none of the younger peasant women that had to live in those villages would emerge from their homes while he or his soldiers were present. Old women, men, and young children were all they ever saw. The only exceptions were when a young woman expressly sought a lover or two. So this is how we're really seen. Cheers when we're defending them, but suspicion behind every set of eyes, and, worse, justified. The recognition of the reality he was long oblivious to set him on edge, making him hypersensitive. My lord, why are we taking the long road back to Hoburns? One of his subordinates asked. Because I said so. Gustav snapped and the young soldier fell silent at his side. He could feel the young man's flinch and hear it in the way the shining burnished armor clinked as he stiffened his back. Gustav relaxed and sighed, because I wanted to see something of the work of the one we ordered killed. That's why. And because I had a lot of thinking to do, Remedio's remains won't rot in the preserving cloth, and I needed to know what I'd really done back there. I see. The soldier said half-heartedly. But Gustav could tell from the young man's voice that he clearly did not see, and the provisional commander of the Paladin Order was fine with that. I hope he never does. The commander thought at once, and relaxed into the rocking motion of his steadily walking horse, and tried not to think of anything else for just a little while. Chapter 189, Chapter. Sweat on the training field saves blood on the battlefield. Nia said as she watched her orcs take up their positions. A few days was all they had, and it wasn't much, but she noticed something important about tribal warriors as they crawled on their bellies on top of two hills while a third group made camp openly on another. Fires lit up the night on that one, their presence was obvious, just as it should be. Tribal warriors grew up training, but it was a matter of routine over discipline, and individual excellence was carried forward to an absurd degree. Exposed to unit discipline for the first time, they only ever responded in two ways. With an almost religious conversion-like fervor that had them begging for more time in the line. Or they rejected it completely, preferring to stand only for themselves and their own strength. She lay on her belly atop the quiet hill and watched while the unit disobeyed orders and lit up fires for cooking. Thalrin crawled over to her, and watched the little group do as they always did. You knew. He half accused. Do you think I can make the whole world dance to my tune at will? Nia asked and hummed a few bars to emphasize her sarcasm. No, I just gave them an order and let them make their own decisions. They dismissed my worries and warnings, and that is on them. At least there aren't many, and this will be a good object lesson for the survivors. Thalrin waited, the rest of the more compliant tribal members waited, and true to form it did not take long for a group of stone spitters to find the outlying orc position. The air was warm over Nia's skin. Privately she wondered, is this because of my body's change, or was it always like this? The tribe of stone spitters surrounded the hill, unaware of the orcs who lay on their bellies on the more distant position. The orcs on top of the surrounded hill reacted with the indiscipline which Nia knew typified tribal thinking. A chance for personal glory, status, and the proof of one's strength trumped any amount of reason. They began to taunt the stone spitters to come up, and the stone spitters, with their big, broad bodies, dared the orcs to come down. It was almost like a mockery of real battle, taunts and bravado, everyone working themselves up and denying their private fears. Nia looked over to Thalrin. Carry word to the rear, remember, I want as many stone spitters captured alive as possible, so do not engage there, what passes for an army. Ride to their settlement, capture it while they're here. I will see you after. The orc chief grunted and crawled away, not daring to stand up until he was descending the far side of the hill, and leaving his queen to her plan. Stone spitters continued to trickle in over the course of the evening, and all she did was wait. Thalrin's host of orcs rode like mad over the hilly landscape. Their small cavalry force was augmented by orcs who specialized in martial arts that enhanced strength and stamina, allowing them, for a time at least, to keep pace with horses, and in this much at least, it was possible to get to their destination. The Stone Spitter settlement they targeted was the most important in the area, having the oldest legacy, the strongest warriors, and the prickliest of reputations. They negotiated and fought viciously, and were the greatest of the relatively weak Stone Spitter numbers. They were also completely unprepared for the attack of Thauron or his orc forces arriving with the coming of the sun. The tribe was not even properly awakened when their watch caught sight of the coming attack, and by the time he did. Orc blow, lesser strength. The martial art enhanced his range and power, so when Thauron threw the little club, it split the skull of the watch before he could raise the alarm. The wall of the settlement was low, and the cavalry force put their horses up to it, then simply jumped up to the lightly guarded position, breaking in with battle cries that brought the whole settlement into chaos. The fight was as short as it was brutal. The ranged Stone Spitters were scattered among their little earthen huts, and with no rocks ready, they were quick to surrender, with the bulk of them herded into the center. In total there were, to his surprise, over 4,000 families. The chief of the Stone Spitters was dragged before Thauron. He shuffled along, his great bulky wide body and thick muscles a testament to his experience, and that it took 3 orcs to handle him and draw him close proved his strength. Still, he was cast down to his knees. Stone Spitters had unusual faces, 2 eyes, but no real nose, just a small dot-like hole with a flap over it that opened and closed. Their mouths were round and funnel-like, with lips largely absent, in his view. They were hideous, their bodies ran the gamut from gray to brown stone colors, and they had thick, long fingers well suited for collecting stones and breaking them down into ammunition for later use. "You are chief here?" Thauron asked. The Stone Spitter grunted, "No. I am chief's son. My father is chief, he is away dealing with your people who come to our land. When he returns, you will die." "Not the chief, no, that makes sense. He would go with his warriors. Still, impressive figure, he probably would be a good chief one day." Thauron thought and nodded, then crossed his arms in front of his chest. "My queen is dealing with your father. If you are lucky, he will impress her." Thauron retorted, and the eyes of the Stone Spitter widened as a human's might have. "Your queen?" he asked. "Huntress of the Wildlands is now queen of orcs. Her people cast her out, no longer wanted her. She is ours now," he said with pride. "Father was nearly killed by the Huntress. We lost 20 spitters to her, not many kill spitters from afar." "Are they mad?" he asked, aghast at the idea of dispensing with an effective warrior. "Or are you lying?" His eyes narrowed in suspicion. "She was sentenced to die for her mercy. She is here now, bearing dragon's blood in her veins, you will see, as will your father. She will be here soon. Then when he surrenders, she will be queen of Stone Spitters." Thauron replied with gusto, and the various orcs cheered while the Stone Spitters could only sit, confused, concerned, and full of doubt. When the sun was nearly up, Nia rose and went to give orders to the rest of the orc tribes. A core of them held the hill as rallying points in the event of a problem. The rest, however, made the long circuitous route to positions just barely out of Stone Spitter range. The Stone Spitters were still caught up in the drama with their captive orcs atop the hill. Twice each side had tried to take the other, and twice both sides had retreated. "It's no wonder humanity survived, too many of our enemies keep brains in their biceps." She rolled her eyes and waited for the light to come up. "If Thauron did his part, this will go smoothly." The rising sun brought horror to the Stone Spitters' camp, which suddenly found that there were thousands of orcs on either side of the hill, and orc banners raised on the hills beyond. The orc drums began to sound, and Nia mounted up a horse to ride over the open ground toward the Stone Spitters' camp. Her orcs at her back were watching her with worried faces, her hands held high overhead. She bellowed out. "Queen of Frost, Nia Baraja, comes to treat with the Stone Spitter chief. If he does not come out, then I will come to him in my menes." The Stone Spitter dismay was evident, a non-orc was unexpected, the titles even less so, and it was not long before the call was answered with the arrival of a Stone Spitter of considerable enough size that he was eye level with her even while on horseback. He had a long, heavy gait that threatened the earth beneath his feet and carried him quickly to her place between the two forces. "I know you," he said when he came close. "You look not the same, but I know you," he said with surprise. His step became careful, or perhaps simply polite, without the swaggering bluster of a tribal chief. "I'd have a hard time forgetting someone your size," Nia said with a cocky little smile on her face. "Things have changed, and I'll spare you the details. Those are my orcs up there, and I'm not going to let you kill them. Orcs and Stone Spitters fight, it is how we always were. They are here, you are here." The chief clapped his meaty hands together. "We fight. If you believe that, you wouldn't have come out to talk," Nia said and pointed toward his home. "Go home, and I will not attack. Fighting here, far from where your women and children can see you, this is not a glorious end. Go back to your village. If you can fend us off from your walls, your women will be proud, your children will admire you, and you will gain great fame. She appealed to his vanity at every turn, and she could see him getting puffed up as he imagined the victory celebration. But he was not a complete fool. You will strike our backs before then, he said. I give you my word that no member of Rock Fist will be harmed while leaving this hill. We will follow you to your home, but until you face my army, we will not hurt you. Is the word of the huntress not good? Nia asked and opened her arms at her sides. He groused a little, but gave a small nod. Yes. Huntress spared my son. I must trust the word of the life-giver. Then go. Take your people home, we will fight, if you wish, when you face my army at home. Nia said, and they parted ways. The passage of time was tense and lengthy as the orcs formed up in a long, broad line to give the impression of greater numbers than they had. The stone spitters continued their withdrawal from the hilltop, grateful at least not to be surrounded or ambushed, and she could feel them relax with confidence as they drew closer to home. But Nia's smile lit up like the sun in the sky when their shouts of consternation went up, once they saw the orc banners raised over the walls of their home. Nia rode forward again. The orc drums began to resound. Chief of Rock Fist, your home fell in the night to Thalrin. Inside, your families, your children, your future lies bound beneath my warriors' weapons. True to my word, there would be no battle until you faced my army. You are facing them now. The orcs who occupied the village stood up along the low walls, leaving the stone spitter forces trapped between their own walls, and a much larger army of orcs, most of whom were fresh and ready to fight. The stone spitters formed themselves up into a circle, warriors darted their eyes left and right, unsure of what to do, where to go, their courage hanging by a thread. What are your terms? The stone spitter chief shouted back. Call me your queen, and your family's live, you live, give me your loyalty, lives, armies, and become one. Bury your enmity, and help me seize all of the Abelian hills. Kneel, give me your oath, and I give you back everything I now have taken, or have the power to take. Rule on, but in my name. She yelled back over the distance. The moment hung, tense, uncertain, one stray rock, and a massacre would begin. Don't be a fool. She prayed to the gods she no longer loved. And then he emerged from among their numbers, jostling his way through. The chief crossed the divide and went down on one knee. Nia rode over to him, remaining on her horse. She held out the back of her hand. Chief of Stone Fist is yours, Stone Fist is yours. Queen of Orcs is Queen of Stone Spitters. But do you truly want it all? The sheer scale of her ambition was not lost on him, or any of those who heard her speak openly of it. The breadth of it all brought home the infinite possibilities. But there was also the immediate concern of not being wiped out. Yes. Nia said, things are changing in this world, my former home, it isn't home anymore. If I have a new people, I want the best for them, and for that I have to stop the things that hurt them. I spared your lives in the past, so you may trust me now. I will never betray those who have not betrayed me. Come, let us go into your village, feast your lives, let me toast your courage and honor, and lay out the future I have in mind. He kissed the back of her hand, then when she clasped his and hauled him to his feet, she gestured toward his village. Stone Fist word is good. She shouted, open the gate. Prickled by the praise, and relieved to be alive, they headed toward the village where Nia planned next on how to more fully win their hearts before changing their world again, and behind all that, she planned her next campaign. Chapter 190, Chapter. Demiurge stood beside Lord Ainz while going over the current reports from Albedo, his hands folded behind his back. He didn't look at the documents, having already vetted them before bringing them to His Majesty's attention. All that he said of their contents was recited perfectly from memory. This wasn't necessary to his duties, but Demiurge wanted his eyes in only one place. On my late father's dearest friend, the one who stayed, who gave up everything to be with us, father left us with the greatest care we could have asked for. It still brought a crystalline tear to his eye, thinking of the final moment of Lord Ulbert's existence. Faced with that, His Majesty's humanity only mattered in that Lord Ainz' mortality was a potential problem. A problem for which a solution had yet to be found. At least, a solution that was presently viable. And every day mattered in the eyes of the Archdevil. Each morning he awoke, he feared that some frailty of his master's present form, his surrogate father's form, might have caused his death. Even for the genius that he was, there were unknowns. Nothing was more dangerous than the unknown. So his crystalline eyes lingered on his lord as he spoke. Has she left lipstick prints on every report? Ainz asked as he paused his reviews and looked through the papers, their rustling noise punctuated by Demiurge's bemused chuckle. Yes, my lord. Demiurge responded with an affirming nod and a casual glance toward the bright red shade in a top left corner. It seems she is concerned that if she doesn't put it on all of them that you might think there is a limit to her love for you. Ainz relaxed against his chair and sighed. He was unmasked in the privacy of his office, and glanced up at the seated Demiurge, unafraid to bare his face to the boy he loved as a son. He is my child now. No matter what kind of monster he is mine, and I can never let him down. Tell me something, Demiurge. How do you think she will respond to knowing what I am? Ainz asked, and at that, Demiurge stiffened a little. My lord, even I can't know that, forgive my ignorance, but Albedo is unpredictably passionate. She is a demon. So she may hate you. She loves you, therefore she may love you despite your humanity. We are all unquestionably loyal to the supreme beings, so perhaps you will be rendered neutral in her eyes, with indifferent loyalty. I simply cannot guide you properly without knowing her inner workings more clearly. Demiurge's hand tightened into a fist behind his back. Anxiety at being unable properly to answer his master ate at his guts. Ainz waved it away. I understand, but do you have a guess, however imperfect? Demiurge bloodied his lip with a bite. My lord, I believe she will love you absolutely, as I do. As we all do who have come to know what you now are. Her desire for you is absolute, she aches for you, and when we returned from the dwarf kingdom, I made a point of speaking with those who had to attend to her. She visited your bed many nights when she could, and I have heard from others that she was heard quietly weeping when she was alone. I did that to her. Every bit of misery and pain she suffers through now because of my cowardice, my insecurity, my fear, is tearing her apart inside. Ainz felt a supreme wave of human guilt washing over his body and he leaned forward to put his head in his hand. He restrained any further visible show of emotion and took a look at the paper on his desk as a distraction. That caught his eye, however. A new kingdom. Demiurge nodded. Albedo's manipulated hero figure, Nia. It looks like Alisar Dark survived and had quite the adventure over the month since I threw him out of the mountain. Somehow he connected with her and they've been wreaking havoc ever since. According to the last few reports, she's so far taken over the orc tribes, forced the stone spitters to knuckle under, and beaten a Spitan champion to death. The expansion is getting serious, 6 different types of demi-humans have been conquered outright and 2 more have joined her voluntarily. This Queen of Frost is getting close to the tribes with 3 of the strongest demi-human champions. Do you think she will win? Ainz asked. Demiurge rubbed his chin in thought, it is hard to say, we have only Albedo's doppelgangers to go on and the queen rarely engages in direct battles. She conquered the Zern by taking their king hostage and then forced the tribe to relocate to her capital. She's human? Ainz asked. No, my lord. She was. Demiurge said and related the story as he heard it. A ruler, former human or not, who doesn't hate non-humans, would be useful, especially given the state of the Holy Kingdom. Remove the 3 champions that may bar her way if they display hostility to her rise. Ainz ordered, and Demiurge gave an enthusiastic nod. Of course, my lord, you want to balance us against the non-human hating factions of this world. Demiurge said and he suddenly understood. A grand coalition of the non-human factions. The Dark Elves, the Lizardmen, the Dwarves, the Frogmen, the Korgoa, and now in the far west, the growing demi-human kingdom of the Abelian Hills. Together we will have half the region's population under our sway. Combine that with friendly relations and a complete takeover of both the kingdom of Karn and the Riestai's kingdom, plus a crippled Baharuth empire and a dependent Draconic kingdom. We will have it all in one sweeping blow. Assuming Albedo is successful in the Holy Kingdom, my lord will have it all. Should we reach out to them as a trading partner? They're building a city now, some support might accelerate the new queen's success. Demiurge asked, and Ainz thought it over. Not yet. But monitor the situation. He said, and flipped to another page. It filled his heart with relief not to have to think about Albedo for a moment, to just be able to relax and put it off, though he knew it wasn't going to last for much longer as the Roble Holy Kingdom continued to spiral out of control. What is your impression of the Holy Queen? Ainz asked, and to that Demiurge answered bluntly. Vain. Intelligent, but not enough to be a threat, well-meaning enough to be actively harmful. Dreadfully naive, but resourceful, and an able organizer. She rules because she's the best on a short list of choices, my lord. She can stay or go, and our long-term plans remain unchanged after the Civil War begins. For now it seems Albedo will keep her alive only because her naivete makes her predictable. Between Albedo's useful pawns and the growing anger of the south and the mistrust in the north, it won't be long. After that it falls to you, my lord, to determine what will be done with them all. I see. And what of my situation? Ainz asked. I still believe that wild magic may provide the solution, but there are only so many sources of that. Demiurge replied, the Draconic Queen may be of help here, as our teams have now brought the Beastman Kingdom's invasion into check. Pandora's actor, however, has requested that in his capacity as Mammon that you send himself, Lupus Regina, and Blue Rose into the Draconic Kingdom as well. It seems he wants to spend time in the company of Der Klein Vampir. He has grown infatuated with her. Ainz thought that over with a mix of fascination and dread. He groaned internally at his Janibu past, but there was also a sense of paternal relief at seeing a bit of growth in his creation. I didn't think he had that capability. I can't very well stand in the way, and it could even be beneficial. He nodded. Approved. If they have nothing else going on in the kingdom, spreading Mamon's name farther can't hurt. I will pass word to him at once, master. Demiurge said and bowed his head, then relaxed to simply enjoy the company of the one who stayed. I'm the luckiest one in all the world. Demiurge thought, and listened with glee as his master asked for his input again. Chapter 191, Chapter. Remedios opened her eyes to find Kalka at her side, but the paladin found herself unable to move. Kalka's eyes, however, were wet with tears and her fingers trembled when she stretched out her hands to surround the fingers and palms of Remedios. The queen's soft royal fingers, untarnished by manual labor, caressed every callus with loving affection. Her hands are so hard, so strong. Kalka marveled at the strength that lay there, and the hours upon endless hours that strength represented. All done in my service. The Holy Queen reminded herself, which made Kalart's revelation all the harder to bear. You're alive. Queen Kalka finally pushed the words out of her mouth and Remedios thought that over for several long seconds. I died. She asked. You did. A dragon killed you and ate the one you were executing. Kalka explained and Remedios turned her head to look straight up at the stone-gray ceiling. Yes, I remember. I had just put a third sword in that bitch to make sure she couldn't walk off and then, there was chaos, noise, her parents were trying to get to her, what happened to them? Remedios asked. They were arrested and put into a dungeon. Queen Kalka replied and looked away, I was thinking of pardoning them, they may have been wrong, but they only wanted to save their child. Who wouldn't have done what they did? I wouldn't. Remedios answered instantly. Demi-human lovers, allies of non-humans, traitors, they're in the way of your vision. They're a problem that only death can solve. If even my own sister did what the traitor did, I would put the rusty sword into her belly myself. Kalka closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When Kalart had informed her of what happened before, the truth was in her heart of hearts, Kalka didn't believe it. Remedios, bribing a jury. Threatening people to force their hands, corrupting justice in pursuit of it seemed so absurd. But now, hearing her say she could have executed her own sister so callously. Queen Kalka's faith was shaken. Is it true, then? What your sister says? About what, Majesty? Remedios asked, looking at her beloved queen again. Did you bribe the jury? Threaten them, to make sure you got a guilty verdict? Queen Kalka asked, and for a moment, she had a flash of doubt. The innocent, confused, even baffled look on Remedios' face, with her wide and guileless brown eyes, it seemed so utterly impossible. Some. Remedios admitted. I bribed the nobles and threatened the soldiers. Kalka's heart almost broke. Why? I thought you were dedicated to me, to my ideals. Queen Kalka's hand tightened on that of Remedios, but the overwhelming strength difference between the two made it impossible for anything but a gentle pressure to be felt by the one she held. Remedios's dull eyes held those of her bright-eyed queen. Of course, your majesty, that is the point. Now I know the noble families to be purged, as well as the soldiers never to promote, and we get rid of a traitor who made herself a threat to the Holy Kingdom, all in one go. You can't ever do that again. I'm lost here, utterly lost. The Holy Queen brought Remedios' hand up and cradled it between her breasts. I put so much trust in you, and in your sister, and now I learn that both of you, the pillars of my rule, my sword and shield, were corrupt too. What am I to do now? How am I to fix this? Kalka asked with desperate urgency, and Remedios, lost, asked the only thing she could. How long have I been dead? About 3 months, it took a long time to find enough pieces of you to be confident of resurrecting you. Kalka said, relieved at least for the moment to have some small distraction. Remedios tried to sit up. Kalka released her hold on Remedios' hand, and put her palm on her beloved paladin's chest just above the slope of her bosom and pressed her down. No, you need rest. The caster said you'd need weeks of bed rest and you would have lost a lot of strength. You'll need to restore yourself. I understand, you want to work, but you can't now. That is an order from your queen. Kalka gave the command in her royal voice, and Remedios relaxed with a small half-grunted noise. Kalka's hand came away from Remedios and rested on her lap. She gripped the fabric of her white and blue royal garb and said, a lot has happened since the incident at the wall. Gustave Montaigne is now the acting paladin commander, both he and your sister are in the southern Holy Kingdom. A rebellion has begun under the elven slaves that used to reside in Wenmark. They've captured several small cities along the western half, and have taken many hostages. The southern nobles have refused to pay their taxes, but have accepted the aid for the Wenmark survivors. Here in the north, the tax shortfall has forced us to cut many services, and... The queen shot to her feet, turned around, and spread her thumb and forefinger across her forehead. She let out a sigh while putting her other hand on her hip. We have riots. My official investigators find a few, prosecuted them, and sometimes juries are bribed, or threatened, and only about half of the guilty are convicted. Remedios slowly, with great difficulty, turned her head to the side to look at the back of her queen and answered her, "Evil has to be destroyed, of course. The greater the evil, the faster it must be destroyed. The greatest evils, non-humans, have to be killed outright. Before they can kill us. The second greatest evils, their allies and human collaborators, come next. Then after that, human evils, the corrupt, the criminal, the murders and worse. They all have to die. If we just kill all the right ones, your kingdom without tears will become reality." Remedio's lips formed a smile, a tiny, small little smile. It was sluggish, it was like fighting her way upstream in a raging river, but she managed it. "When I'm on my feet again, when I'm strong again," Remedios began. "Who else?" Calca demanded without turning around. "I'm sorry, Majesty." Remedios asked with a sudden loss of her smile. "I asked, who else? You couldn't have done this on your own, not you. Who else was involved in your crusade?" The queen demanded. "Oh, a great many paladins, ones I know I can trust. Oh, and your brother." Remedios replied as if she were talking about the weather. "I guess we didn't go far enough though, but don't worry, we'll fix everything for you, your highness, and then the Holy Roble Kingdom will be made great again." Remedios turned her head toward the ceiling again and sighed with contentment. Queen Calca didn't turn around still, instead she simply said, "Rest, for now, Remedios. I'll send someone to look after you, everything will be all right." And with that, the queen left the room. Chapter 192, Chapter. Scanna practically danced through the street, almost prancing as she went through the shops. In her coin purse were a mix of silver and gold coins that totaled more than all her lifetime of earnings combined before she met her lady. "Albedo is the best, oh Albedo is the best, Albedo is the best in the whole damn world." She sang the tune to herself and shook her ass back and forth when she bent over a fruit stall to buy fruit that actually had no blemishes or evidence of rot on it. It was expensive, but for once that didn't matter. She bought a fresh pair, then two more besides, one for Albedo and one for Ileana, and walked with a cocky, happy, bouncy strut back down the street. Seducing the priest was easy, seducing him where his wife could catch him in the act was easier once she made that enticing. And then Ileana's use of the doppelganger to get the wife to try to murder him, and get caught, was even easier. It confirmed one thing in Scanna's mind. Most people are really terrible when you get down to it. Gustav had someone murdered in a fixed trial, Remedios bribed and threatened jurors. Is there really not one honest person in this cursed kingdom? The priests screw their flock, the flock turn on each other over lust, greed, or jealousy. I guess I'm no better, the gods know I'm getting paid well for all this, but still. The promise Albedo made to her lingered in her mind. It assuaged Scanna's moments of conscience when she watched people destroy themselves. If they were only decent in the first place, they wouldn't fall into these traps. She told herself, and regretted nothing very much. So despite the occasional pang, she waltzed back into their makeshift headquarters munching on the delicious, soft, juicy fruit. The sweet flavor of the soft flesh as it molded itself to her lips and gave itself up to her hunger was a delight she longed for far too long. And now it was hers, in her very hand. She sucked the juices from every nip and nibble that exposed more beneath the skin, and arched her back, tilting her head back. Scanna let out a moan of bliss at the succulent taste of that which had long been beyond her reach, and now was hers to indulge in whenever she wished. "Moa, so good. I want more," she said and looked with a pang down at the pouch which held the other two plump, ripe fruits. But she steeled her resolve to deliver them to her companions, and lingered to finish her own. When it was reduced down to the core and the little stem, she tossed it into a refuse bin and entered the building. She wiped her mouth with the back of her arm and sashayed into the door where her much-praised employer waited, and tossed a pear to Albedo, then took out another which she tossed to Ileana. The pair caught her offerings. "Okay, it's done. I wish we had more doppelgangers, but it's all fine." The wife was as enthusiastic a seducee just like her pervert husband, and the doppelganger I have did everything just well too. Ileana was devouring the fruit as if she'd never eaten food before, tears were running down her face as she did, and Scanna watched with the deepest sense of pity that she was capable of. Every gift Scanna gave to her, the elf girl cried over as if it were a fortune. Every bite, every nibble, every flavored drink. What did they do to her? What did we do to her? It was so impossible to imagine the beautiful Sylvan woman being harmed, that knowing she had been, only made Scanna resent her country more. And more. And more. And with it, the months of work made her dislike humanity itself. Albedo did not say thank you when the pear was offered, but she did eat it in front of Scanna while she worked, which was a kind of thanks in and of itself. Eager to distract herself from the pathetic happiness of the elf woman, Scanna looked over to her working lady. The demoness and herself seemed like night and day at first glance. But their common ground, their passionate natures, their diligence, it made the demoness easy to work with, predictable, and trustworthy. Though it was clear Scanna was looked at as a useful inferior, that was a familiar state for the peasant woman. When am I not, after all? She reasoned, and within those limits, they got on quite well. Which was why Scanna felt comfortable speaking up when Albedo's quill went down. "My lady, the lord you serve. Can I ask some more about him?" That was always a winning opener. Albedo would go on for hours about him if given the opportunity. The demoness face brightened, her vibrant yellow eyes glowed and went wide, her wings trembled with happiness that bordered on orgasmic bliss. "Yes, of course, ask human." She rubbed her hands together and spun to face her tool. Scanna sat cross-legged on the floor and asked, "Is there anything he can't do?" Albedo thought it over. On the one hand, it seemed blasphemous to suggest that this was the case. To say there was something beyond him struck her as wrong. On the other hand, it was also obviously true. Even among the supreme beings, he was not their most powerful member. "I suppose," she said diplomatically, "there are things he couldn't do, though perhaps if he wished or had reason, no, yes, he could learn to do them or gain the power to do them." "Like change the race of someone?" Scanna gently pressed. Albedo shrugged. "He can already do that. It's child's play to do that on, say, weak creatures like you." Scanna spoke very gently next, treading as lightly as she could, then. "I know you're offering me great rewards already, NVE given M, really, it's great, and I'm thankful, but is it possible for me to ask for that?" Albedo stopped and pursed her lips. "Why? I don't really like humans much anymore. I didn't really mind when it was all in good fun, but this, and that." She inclined her head toward Ileana, who was devouring the pear's core right up to the stem. "Can I don't know, could you turn me into a succubus or something? To be honest, I'm just not comfortable in my own skin. After we're all done, I'll stay your servant if you'll have me. I don't like being in a body that reminds me of all the terrible stuff that is just, far too easy to get people to do. Lot of awful, and I don't want to be part of it. I'm assuming you haven't planned on killing me after we're done, course. And if I'm right, well, I'd like to leave not just this kingdom, but this body as it is. Can I ask for that?" Albedo let out a silvery, beautiful laugh, and when Ileana heard the request, she stared at Scanna in disbelief. "You'd give up your humanity?" The elf woman blinked her blue eyes slowly, opening them and leaving them wide as the human she worked with gave a sharp nod of affirmation. "Yeah, I mean, I didn't do anything to you," Scanna said and rubbed the back of her head while looking down at the floor, "but a lot of my kind did. I like this job, I like working with Lady Albedo, I don't want to leave it, and if I'm going to work with you, I want you to be able to look at me without disgust or fear. And I don't think you ever will, not as long as I look like this. So it's a fair trade, call it a present. One less human in the world, that's not so bad, right?" She gave a fragile smile to the slender elf, and Ileana only stared at her as if the human's race changed right in front of her. The moment was so very intense that it was several minutes before they noticed the noise of rioting outside. As they listened to the riots for several seconds, one more thought came to Scanna's mind that filled her with bliss as she imagined wings on her back, steel for fingers, and strength of the sort she loved in lovers and loathed in brutes. It would be nice to have some real power all my own too. She looked again at the pitiable Ileana, whose body already began to tremble in fear of human hatred and anger. Never will that be me," she vowed, as the riots went on. Chapter 193, Chapter. Albedo's sneering contempt was on full display when she heard the riots in the streets. The overseer of the Guardians held discipline in the highest regard, and the rioting human animals in the streets were rendered lower than low in her eyes. The corruption and self-interest that brought things to this point, she understood. But when she approached the shutters, flung them open to clap hard against the walls and poked her head out to see the chaos for herself, that she could not comprehend beyond contempt. Peasants, filthy beasts that they were, ran wild. They threw torches against the walls of the public buildings, while the public officials ran screaming from the crackling fires and the billowing smoke, coughing and staggering, if they waited too long, found themselves subjected to the non-existent mercy of the mob. Shouts of rage on grimy, torchlit faces twisted human visages into masks of monstrous fury, no longer seemed to be people in the traditional sense. Ileana whimpered and rushed into a corner of the room, crouching and hugging herself with her knees pulled into her chest. She rocked a little back and forth and shut her eyes against the noise of human hatred. Scanna, however, rushed to join her lady at the window and looked out. Her lady looked down at her and said, barely audible above the crowd, "It seems you did better than you planned. This shouldn't have happened for a few more weeks." The peasant woman didn't answer. She looked down the street where an official in a dark judge's robe was dragged screaming onto his back. He had a loud shriek, almost like a woman's in its shrill high pitch, and then he was out of sight. She couldn't hear the sound of his death or pain after that, but she could see the bloody fingers and hands of peasants armed with knives, clubs, or just their bare, angry hands. The great horn of the castle blew and city garrisons meant to protect the population emerged from their positions. The clink of metal and the clip-clop of horsehoofs from cavalry was distant, but growing. The mob, however, was in no mood to argue the matter. From the window Scanna saw a rock hit a soldier's unguarded face, and he fell in a spray of blood and teeth before being dragged flailing backward by his squad mates, who lowered their halberds with a single snapping motion and began to advance. Scanna saw enough, she leaned back in, while Albedo began to laugh. It sent chills down the peasant's spine, like listening to a child laugh as it poked at a wounded animal. "My lady, why are you laughing?" Scanna asked when she glanced back to see the terrified elf in the corner who now had her ears covered to keep back the noise. "Because this is going far, far better than I expected. You can't hear what I can, human. To you." Albedo leaned back in and closed the shutters. She turned to face her servants while Scanna sat by the elf and drew her into a close embrace. "It's just noise, shouting, incomprehensible calls for blood." She tapped her ear and said with a broad, monstrous smile, "But my demonic ears can discern things you can't. The guards are too few, the Holy Kingdom keeps the bulk of its fighting forces and mages in the north. They're not prepared to fight here, not like this. Hoburns is going to fall into the hands of the mob and whoever leads them." "And the doppelgangers?" Scanna asked, suddenly thinking of those playful creatures and what fates they might suffer out there. Albedo shrugged. "They will blend in with the mob, stoke their resentments, and since they're at least a bit better than average strength and come with a few combat skills, they should speed things along considerably." Scanna sighed with relief. "Good, thank you for reassuring me, my lady." Ileana ceased to rock, instead she was only breathing hard, and allowed herself to relax in the comforting embrace of her companion. "You're worried about them?" Albedo asked. "They're only summons." She cocked her head and looked down at the seated human. "They're still mine, yours, ours, whatever." Scanna said abruptly, "I don't much like my own kind anymore, but my mother is still my mother, my village is still my village. The doppelgangers are nice to me, they work real hard, summons or not, they're loyal, and even when they got no choice, that's still worth something. I don't want bad things for them, you know." Albedo gave a slow nod of understanding. On the ledger of her heart, Albedo took a piece of chalk and marked Scanna's name in the "Do Not Kill" side, with one final tally. Unaware that she'd saved her own life with loyalty to minor beings of Nazarick and not merely to the collection of coins for her idle pleasures, Scanna pressed her forehead close to Ileana's ear. "It'll be all right, nobody will hurt you, okay, everything will be fine, Lady Albedo won't let anyone get you, nobody will touch you, never again, okay? You understand, I won't let them, she won't let them. You're safe in here, you're not the one they want, I promise. I always keep my promises, okay, do you understand?" Her repetitions and whispered, calm, quiet voice into the twitching elven ears, and the tightness of her grip, slowly let the elf woman start to relax. "My queen, we have to move." The captain of the guard, a behemoth of a man, shouted as he burst into the room with his wide hazel eyes filled with a mix of fear and anger alike. He didn't bother to kneel or even salute, instead he rushed forward and took the Holy Queen by her wrist, only for her to pull back. She yanked her hand free. "Gotza, what is it?" she demanded as she heard the horn blow outside. "A riot, the rioters have overrun multiple guard posts, we can hold the castle for now, but it won't be long before they bring up a way to scale the walls. We can't hold them back forever." Outside there was yet more shouting as nobles and knights rushed to and fro, panic setting in among them. "Where do you propose that we go?" she demanded. "Kalincha has one of the largest garrisons in the kingdom, and there are forts along the way, you'll be safe there, we can return and retake the city later." The commander of the palace guard reached for his queen again, but she stepped back. "You're suggesting I flee? That I run away and leave my people to dash?" She snapped her mouth shut when he shouted at her. "Kill you?" he snapped. "They will kill you, and that's if they don't do worse first. We can't hold them back, and you don't have the means to fight that many with your magic, my queen. We must get you out. As long as you're alive you can reclaim the city. If you stay, I stay, if I stay, my guards stay, if we stay, we all die. Our lives are in your hands." His face was sweating, it was broad, had the faint beginnings of a brown beard, and his broad body, she knew, rippled with muscle beneath his armor. Gotza was an adventurer in his prior career, and one of considerable skill, but he could be swarmed, they could get past even him as a wall of meat, and he had to sleep, eat, he could not be everywhere. If he was worried. "I won't leave anyone behind." Queen Kalka snapped. "We go together. Someone get Remedios, she's helpless, and whatever happens I won't leave her to die." The courage of the queen as she stood ramrod straight had a calming effect on the guard and all those nearby who heard her. The resolve of the white-clad radiant queen was beyond words. "My queen." He breathed the words like a prayer to the gods and began barking orders. "Gather everyone in the courtyard." He shouted out the door to the nearest trembling and fearful guards. "The whole palace leaves, down to the last child and scullery maid. Nobody gets left behind, by order of Her Majesty." If there ever were disloyal thoughts in those who heard his command, such thoughts were murdered by those who held them in that moment as word spread. While fear was widespread, the chaos settled into swift decisive action by the certitude of the unbowed leadership of the Holy Queen. She walked the halls with steady, unhurried steps. "Make sure you take enough food, forget the flour, only take meat, vegetables, and fruits, we need all the space we can make," she said to a matronly older woman whose shaking limbs unthinkingly held a flour sack in the underfloors. Minutes later, Kalka touched the shoulder of a trembling guard outside who held nervous, neighing, nickering horse reins and listening to the roar of fighting outside as the riots went on. Screams from those caught outside could be heard every now and then. The once proud status of public official became a death sentence in the hands of the mob. Fires were so high that even beyond the high walls, she could see the flickering orange lights and sparks that licked at the sky like hungry dogs. The smoke rose from multiple points around the city as fine homes were set to the torch. "Don't be afraid, young man," Kalka said with a serene smile. "The gods will look after us, and if it comes down to it, I won't let them have those who have given me their lives. You'll see tomorrow, I promise you." His lower lip trembled at her kind and gentle words, and he shook his head, the clink of armor as he forced a fragile smile down at her. To have so slight and fragile-looking a woman promise to protect him both shamed and hardened him at once. "My queen, we will get you out. Don't worry," he said to her, vowing in his heart of hearts that none would lay a hand on her except if she should offer them her touch as she now did for him. The wagons and carriages were plentiful, and where they were lacking, the horses were many more. The vast palace of the mighty Holy Kingdom was well provided for, even with its large staff of nobles, peasants, and soldiers alike, and so there was space for all in the impromptu column. But the loudest voice of all was so loud that it could even be heard among the cacophony of the riot beyond the walls. Archers up above had their bows out and began to fire, but still shouting, oblivious to the danger, was Remedio's Custodio. "Damn it, put me down. I can settle this myself." She howled as Gotza hurried outside and ignored her protests. She was slung over his shoulder like an undignified sack of potatoes that were vigorously protesting the way they were carried. "Queen's orders, so shut up," he barked, and still Remedios howled with outrage. She missed seeing Kalka as she shouted at the captain of the guard. Her arms and legs wiggled uselessly as she was thrown bodily into a wagon where she landed in a crumpled heap between several servants. "Is my brother secured?" the queen demanded, and Captain Gotza answered immediately, this time approaching and kneeling in her presence. "Yes, my queen, anybody left in the palace now is hiding from us," he said and bowed his head. Queen Kalka put a hand on his head. "Well done, my captain, now we can go. Call the guards from the wall, and sound the retreat, let the rest of the city guard follow after us." Kalka then went to her ornate blue and white carriage and waited while the footman opened the door and allowed her in. She was seated before the horn trumpeted again, the orders understood by others. The guards on the wall began to run down the tower steps and hop into wagons near the rear as the column rolled out. The gate opened, she couldn't see, but heard it. The steady groan of metal as the portcullis went up filled her with dread that had her heart racing in her breast. How could this have happened? She asked herself as she heard Gotza blow his command horn and the knights in front of her snap down their lances. The column began to roll out at speed, and Kalka peeked past the blue curtains of her carriage to see the chaos outside. Here and there, to her horror, some of her soldiers, men from the front of her column, peeled away and were engaged with the mob. Swords sprayed blood and limbs, hammers split skulls like melons. Now and then she saw a horse fall with a whinnying scream as it and the rider were brought down by a lucky spear thrust. The soldiers who fell did not get back up. Still, they rode on as precious space was bought in blood and lives as they raced for the exit. Hate-filled and twisted, dirty faces flashed past her, there and gone in an instant, but they were so many, so very many that it was like they were all one person. Here and there she caught a glimpse of a public official being hanged, screaming for help that wasn't coming. A man fell burning in the street, and the rioters merely went around him. Her carriage bounced as it hit a bump. Part of her knew exactly what that bump was, and Kalka immediately bent forward and vomited on the dark floor of her carriage, adding a foul smell to her sense of fear and despair. How can this be?" she asked again as they made it out of the city and the countryside opened up before her on the long road to Kalincha. But no matter how long she stared outside, no matter how long she looked out of the window and back at the burning capital city, no answer came to her, and that only made everything worse. Chapter 194, Chapter. Albedo rarely chose to act herself, at least not directly. Not unless she had a particular target which she could trust to no other. But with the riots still in full swing 2 days later, she knew that if she sent her servants, they had a high probability of not coming back. With the doppelgangers stretched thin guiding rioters, and herself unwilling to permit her 2 mortal servants into Nazarick until their work was done, she chose to gather a few supplies herself. This proved quite simple as the doppelgangers rose to positions of leadership in various factions of the coalescing mob. She held out a painted rock with the inverted symbol of the Holy Kingdom. "Rations for 3. She said when she reached the window of the thoroughly sealed building. There were peasants in lax stances wearing bloody and battered armor clearly not meant for them. They leaned against the wall holding halberds, pikes, spears, with no particular rhyme or reason to who was stationed where. Albedo glanced out of the corner of her eye. Some of the peasants who walked with exceptional swaggers in their steps showed why. The looted houses of nobles resulted in slapdash torn-up fashions to intact dresses, but with almost equal brutality. Hatred and revenge were worn as skirts. Women who participated in the slaughter, seemingly eager to display their bloody hatred of the corruption they saw in the heights of power, went an extra mile beyond their menfolk. seen worn in the form of the scalped heads with long hair still attached and sewn into a form of twisted dresses. Long silken strands of golden hair, auburn hair, once part of beautiful or well-adorned women of high status to display their wealth, were now reduced to a fashion statement. Bodies of slaughtered officials were still not cleaned up as the mob began to make the final pushes on the last soldiers holding out in isolated corners of the city. The scent of blood and pride was such that Albedo couldn't help herself. She took in deep, happy breaths, inhaling it through her nostrils and not even bothering to suppress the excitement of their decadent corruption and what it did to her nethers. The peasant responding to her request was hard-pressed to do anything but stare at her while she was distracted. A few howls of pain in the distance brought fresh tingles to the demon, and somewhere far away, cheers meant another victory for the mad mob. Fools. Mere animals, they have no sense of control, they need the supreme being or they will never be worth anything at all. She snorted and recalled the animals that dared strike her master in the past. Fools leading fools, killing fools, doing foolish things. As she thought of her longed-for master, her heart ached. For month after month, she worked alone in the Holy Kingdom. Her steady progress went back to Nazarick in the form of reports, each of which she kissed and caressed to leave or sent behind. So many nights she lay in bed and sought his mind in the night to give him the only thing she could. A blissful dream. Yet not once had he summoned her to his bed. Even though she knew he now had a male member and could have her as a man could have the woman he loved. Yet still he hadn't expressed a desire to lie with her. The train of thought brought her to the depths of despair, her eyes filled with tears, all the world ceased to be as she struggled in her heart to find peace and patience. My beloved, my precious lord, you wanted me to love you above all others, why won't you let me show you? She asked with hopeless, silent longing. After months of work, despite him being a mere gate spell away, she had not been brought home. The thought that troubled her most was, does he think he made a mistake? A mistake? Could he actually not feel for me what I feel for him? Am I not desirable in his eyes at all? Was changing me a form of torture designed to make me suffer for some slight he has yet to reveal? Did I fail? Am I unworthy? Am I supposed to love, and not be loved in return? Thinking any one of those thoughts guaranteed the rise of the others, and it in turn made her oblivious to the world around her. She mechanically took the canvas bag of supplies and left the area to go back to her headquarters. She didn't notice that the peasant working there began sobbing uncontrollably, or that those who passed near when her thoughts overwhelmed her, sat beside the street and fell to the same sobbing that was trapped inside her own mind. When she returned to the shared space, she tossed the canvas bag to Scanna, whose bright smile vanished immediately. My lady? She asked, her eyes filling with empathetic tears as Albedo's sorrow became her own. Are you thinking about him again? The peasant asked. She set the bag down, ignoring the growling of her belly and allowing Ileana to quietly approach and take the supplies to start working with them. In any other circumstances, Albedo would have snapped, mind your place, insect, or what business is it of yours, or even lashed out with violence. But with none from Nazarick to speak to, not even the vampire whore, and any request to return home feeling wrong while her work was unfinished, there were no others. However, as she looked the auburn-haired peasant over, her bright, shimmering green eyes, so full of guile with her own kind, were guileless with her, empty of anything other than loyalty and devotion. And it didn't hurt that what Albedo wanted was to converse with a woman who might understand. Why hasn't he summoned me to his bed? You know our magic can take me home in an instant, he could have me for a night and return me here without missing even a meal. But here I am. Albedo said and flopped down in a chair before resting her arm on the table and drumming her fingers. The sounds of agonizing deaths in the distance and the previously observed proof of atrocity rendered meaningless in the face of her unfulfilled love. Scanna sat on the floor at the feet of her lady. Without thinking, Albedo sat her feet in the human's lap, and Scanna moved not an inch. I've dealt with a lot of shy men, either they think they're doing something wrong, or they like their own sex, or they're insecure, or they're not attracted to the woman, or their male parts don't work right. I guess, the last doesn't apply, huh? Albedo was torn between bemusement and outrage before settling upon bemusement thanks to the rueful smirk formed by the thin-lipped human female. And he likes girls, you know that much, right? Scanna asked and removed Albedo's white sandals. As she began to massage the feet of her lady, Albedo wiggled her toes and nodded. Yes, I can say that with confidence. The succubus had no doubts on that front. He touched her in the ways of one who felt desire, want, and hunger. She had no doubt of his preference. Even when he had only a skeletal body, he was very clearly fond of the opposite sex. So, either he's insecure, not attracted to you, or he thinks he's doing something wrong. Scanna snorted at her words. My lady is a succubus, beautiful, desirable, anyone capable of lust, they would trade their souls to have you in their arms. She began to breathe a little harder and worked her fingers with greater vigor into the soles of her lady's feet, bending and twisting them using all her skills to make the attempt at relaxing the demoness a pleasing one. Albedo did not miss what Scanna said, or the throaty noise of want in another woman, but chose not to indulge it directly. You're very observant, human. Thank you, my lady. Scanna said and cleared her throat as she brought herself under control. When Scanna was successful, she went on, so that means he is either insecure, or he thinks he is doing something wrong. If he's insecure, you'd need to make him confident. Praise works well for that, and maybe he is. Even great men, especially great men, can be uncertain. The very fact that they are great means they're observant enough to think about how they could be better. When that's what they're like, they can worry about not being better, you know. But I kinda doubt that's the thing. Maybe it could be too, but if I can guess, it's 'cause he thinks he's wrong. How do you conclude that, peasant? Albedo narrowed her eyes down at the former prostitute, dancer, and sometime merchant. On account of you're here, a long way away. Like, Scanna grimaced as she tried to think things through, and moved her attention to the right foot of her lady, like sure magic can get you back quick, but you are still far away, okay. So people put bad temptations as far from themselves as possible so they don't give in. There was a girl I was chasing once, she was married, but she wanted me and I wanted her. But on account of her being married, she avoided me. She went with her husband to town even though most wives stayed home. She worked on the far side of the fields, at village festivals she wouldn't drink inside of me. Didn't work though. Scanna said with a smug grin on her face and a lascivious licking of her lips. How did you get her? Albedo asked with morbid and lewd curiosity both at once. There was a rumor I seduced her husband. It wasn't true, but she got real angry about that and came to my house. Now I didn't like her husband, he used to hit her when he drank. I got standards, you know. But she still didn't like that, and she had a big black eye where he hit her when she confronted him. I took care of her black eye, said I'd never do anything with a man what does that kind of thing to a person they're supposed to love. I got her cozy, comforted her, told her it was okay to want to feel good. Once she didn't feel it was wrong, we kissed and we liked the taste. That's how it begins, always with a kiss. Scanna licked her lips and let out a little pretty laugh. From behind her, she heard the soft voice of Ileana. What happened when the husband found out? Scanna looked over her shoulder at the Sylvan woman who steadily stirred a stewpot over a crackling flame. The human's face became grave and serious. He beat her up pretty bad. But then, something funny happened. Scanna scratched her head. He went out hunting one day and then just didn't come back. It's right dangerous in them woods, you know. There's wolves, bears, who knows what kind of monsters. Never did find his body neither, like he vanished into thin air. Scanna snapped her finger and her face became all smiles. Maybe the gods didn't much like him beating on his wife and took him for judgment, for all anyone else knows. I took care of the wife though, got her back on her feet when we couldn't pay for a healer to come out to the village, and she was my woman for about a year before she got another farm boy and a kid from him after that. So I guess things worked out. Scanna's enjoyment of recounting the story seemed all but boundless, but Ileana had a little frown. Weren't you sad when she got another person and left you? The elf asked, and Scanna shook her head a little, and looked back down at Albedo's feet while she finished working on them. Nah, not really, I started whoring around that time, and we don't get those pretty endings. Besides, I can't even imagine what kind of person I'd want to settle down with. She chuckled with derision. They'd have to be one in a bigger number of people than I can name, like, one in a kingdom, for me to even think about it. I see. Ileana said and ladled stew into bowls which she brought over to the table. She bowed her head to her demonic savior while laying it down within the demon's reach. Though my fare is simple, I have given it all my devotion, my lady. I pray that makes up for my lack of refinement. She then handed a bowl down to Scanna. Here you go, enjoy, she said with a gentle little grin before going and retrieving a third bowl for herself. Anyway, Lady Albedo, if the only real problem is he thinks he's wrong for wanting you, just get him to see that he's not. A little liquor, sweet words, and show him that the real wrong is not being happy. That's like, the worst wrong ever. Let it, and this world will take every bit of happiness away and leave you sad all the time, so show him how happy you both could be, and that it's alright, and he'll be yours. Albedo quietly reflected on that and the trio ate in silence thereafter, with none really looking at the other. Chapter 195, Chapter. The Queen of Frost walked over the field of battle, or what she was fairly sure the histories would describe as a battlefield. But the truth was, this was a massacre. The bodies of the Batfolk were more numerous than she expected. Their powerful leaps made them vulnerable to arrows and spat stones, while their preference for spears without shields made them easy prey for the tight formations of the orc tribes. The green fist survivors that she used as bait would be incorporated into her kingdom, with their chief and his core of supporters dead. For good measure Nia intended to break up the tribe into subgroups of others, ensuring that they would blend in like blood on fox fur and disappear as they assimilated. Ahead of her, across the field, the last holdouts of the Batfolk were rallied around the Grand King Boozer. Thalrin. Nia said as her formation spread out in the crane wing formation to surround the last position of the goatman. Yes, my queen. He asked, rushing over to kneel before her. How are they holding out this long? Are my soldiers unwilling to get close to him? Nia asked. The bodies of most of the Bafolk were in clumps and clusters. Their tribal warfare led their people into danger for glory, which made them easily trapped and killed off, and ironically drawing other glory-hungry fools eager to prove themselves, to the same end. He looked up at the white-haired woman with her ice-blue eyes. Her talons were extended out and the light of the day made her off-white, almost blue skin gleam like an angel. My queen, he has the Sunder skill. He destroys weapons when he hits them. It makes him very difficult to approach. Also his bodyguards are powerful warriors, and they have a small hasty fortification of carts to help keep us from getting too close. I see. Nia said and looked over her shoulder. Her own bodyguards were now comprised of notable warriors from multiple races. Vijay Rajendala Zoastion cavalry proved an effective flanking force when properly anchored by infantry, and Nia's promise of securing his lands in a position of authority over other beastmen, along with a reminder that he was stuck on the ground while Alisar Dark, her Magellos, and her Terapus were not, sealed the deal. Greatness or destruction was an easy choice, and with each race having some vulnerability she could exploit. Day by day, her coalition grew. But the Bafolk resisted. Surrounded, shot by stones, having poisoned darts dropped from above, arrows launched at them, and the orc hordes with iron discipline surrounding them, and still Boozer would not give in. And now the field was filled with dead Bafolk, perhaps half the united tribe, not counting their pregnant females, their old, their young, and the few warriors who made it back to the Grand King's position. With this victory, what remained of the Abelian hills would almost surely fall into her hands. The smell of blood was thick in the air, and Alisar Dark's shadow swept over Nia's body before she saw it begin a slow, circling descent. The last holdouts of the Bafolk were some 2 kilometers away at their encampment, too far even for her to hear the fighting. Nia rubbed her head where she felt the ridge still forming. His blood isn't done with me, more and more, I'm losing what made me human. How far will this go? She asked, at once ashamed of the twinge of unhappiness at losing what she was, and grateful, even proud, for what the Frost Dragon did for her. When he landed at last, she held out a hand, and touched his scales. When she was a human, it felt cool to the touch, but now, it felt more alive, warm in its own way, while others like the orcs, their flesh seemed almost burning by comparison. I checked the area beyond. For some reason, the last 3 tribes have fallen into chaos. They won't be sending aid to the Bafolk. No other warriors are in sight. He stands alone. Alisar Dark said, and Nia caressed his face. My friend, thank you. She said, and meant it in every way she could. If you don't mind, could you carry me to the last stronghold of the Bafolk? I'll see Boozer myself. With this, assuming the last don't pose a problem, we should be able to open up trade with the Dark Dwarves and even the Dark Elves. That trade will bring unimaginable wealth and goods to my new kingdom. There's only one real obstacle left, and I'd like to remove it myself if I can. Alisar Dark lowered his head to the ground and allowed the Queen of Frost to climb up and sit behind his head. The pulsing power of her dread-giving eyes had only grown since her transformation, and as such, carrying her felt proper. Though he could not explain her uncommon luck. As he took off into the air and her army continued to march toward the last holdouts to ensure there was no escape or shift of fortunes, he thought that over. While not all her luck has been good, it's all come out in her favor again, and again, and again. The sudden disappearance of several demi-human chiefs and champions creating conflicts that weakened her neighbors before her coming is almost like a divinely given blessing. I wonder if she is holding out information from me. He considered it a near certainty that the Queen of Frost had somehow arranged for the deaths or disappearances of several champions, but from his own time as a ruler he knew better than to outright ask about it. Even if she did, she would deny it, even to me. Her mention of the Dark Dwarves and trade had him curious as well. The dwarves I know are master builders, craftsmen of notable skill. In retrospect, forcing them to unite with the Quagoans would have been much, much wiser. It was another failure of foresight in his mind that brought great bitterness to his heart. Perhaps it would have changed nothing when he was confronted by Jaldabaoth, but there was no way to know now that the past was past. He turned his mind to the task at hand, keeping his eyes sharp and on the lookout. From up above, the creatures fighting so urgently below were mere ants. Behind him he could already hear the crows coming to feast on the dead from both sides. Birds are the winners of every battle. He thought with a sense of irony as their calls to their brethren grew louder as ever more joined in the feast which Queen Baraja and King Boozer provided to them. Up ahead over a low rising hill, he caught sight of the improvised fortification. A ring of thick carts protecting multiple tents, the Bafolk warriors fought from what passed for improvised high ground, protected by cart walls. At a single entrance the largest of the goatmen fought with vigor. Weapons shattered and Queen Baraja's warriors would fall back to be replaced with others. Taught to preserve their lives rather than throw them away, they withdrew, albeit reluctantly, to the mocking calls of the Bafolk king. Instead he found himself dealing with a newly thrust spear, and his wearying bodyguards struggled to hold the line. Alisar Dark was quick to make a suggestion. Should I use my breath on them? No, Nia shouted over the wind that battered and roared against her body. I think I can handle this one myself. It looks like the stories are true, he really can sunder weapons, but that seems to be his whole routine. Go ahead and descend into the camp. I'd rather take their last warriors alive if I can. As the dragon's shadow alerted them to his coming by its darkness sweeping over them during the light of the fading day, both sides paused to look up. Nia couldn't help but notice the bright green armor. I really like that armor. She thought at last when Alisur Dark touched ground with an earth-shaking roar and the Queen of Frost leapt down from his back. Grand King Boozer. Nia called out, the battle is over, your army is defeated. Submit, and you and the rest of your people will live. She held out a hand to allow him to come and offer supplication. He turned to face her. In the moment that her army seemed to cease its attempts, a brief respite was his, and his warriors took it gratefully, allowing their spear tips to lower to the ground. The goatman let out a steamy snort from his nostrils. I have a better idea. You submit to me. You're not in a position to make that suggestion, Nia said as the two crossed the open ground between each other. He looked like hell. He'd clearly been using his Sunder skill a great deal. He was breathing hard, and despite his bravado, he was in far from the best shape. By contrast, Nia was breathing easy, relaxed, rested, and it showed. Huntress of the wildlands, queen of demi-humans, you did defeat my tribe, but as long as I am on these two hooves, he stomped them on the ground and huffed again, leveling his sword at her, I will never submit to you, a crossbreed of human and non-human, a creature of muddied blood, rejecting you was the smartest thing the humans ever did. Nia narrowed her eyes, the fullness of her fiery gaze, the icy hatred, the raw loathing and murderous intent poured out of her pupils and into the face of the demi-human that stood twice her height and dared insult her being. Then that is all there is to say, Grand King. When I kill you, I will spare your people and make them mine, then they will become greatness, and you will be forgotten. Nia spat cold spit into the churned-up dirt, and without another word, the Bafok king charged. Nia's bow was out and she put mana into her shot, the arrows loosed faster than she had ever used them as a human, but the Grand King's sword flashed out, batting most of them aside, he ignored the explosive burst of mana and the pathetic damage it caused. Archers are easy, get in close and... The pain hit his throat, though he didn't see what caused it until the blinding flash ceased to affect his eyes. The Dragonid Queen had gone on the offensive. When his sword batted away her arrow, her talons came out and she jumped into his arms like a child eager to embrace her father. Only instead, her talons dug into the fur and fleshy hide where the armor met his neck, and her mouth, he caught a glimpse of it before it clamped down on the flesh at his cheek, tearing and rending so that his blood knew the touch of air. He howled in pain, dropped his sword, and grabbed her small body with both hands to tear her away. The sharp fangs of her teeth carried his flesh and blood with it, as did her talon like fingernails, but little by little, he pulled her loose and threw her back. She spat chunks of him into the ruined ground between their feet, and she drew her bow again. Mana-infused arrows pricked like pins as she began to run. Blood pumped out, and he snatched up his weapon to attack one-handed again. But without a ranged weapon of his own, he was forced to run or leap, and he was weary. She led him on a chase, her laughter mocking him and driving him to charge with ever greater recklessness. The pin pricks that hit his limbs began to slow him down, and he started to take them seriously, avoiding or deflecting them until she ran out of arrows and threw her bow aside. It slid along the bloody ground and the two charged at one another. Her talons raked along his body as she came in close, inside the reach of his sword. His great size made a massive target, and it was difficult to use his sword. But he still had his other hand, and while droplets of his blood scattered and splattered about, he bore the wounds until he finally got what he sought. He grabbed her wrist, squeezed it tight enough to draw a snarl of pain from the Queen of Frost, and hauled her bodily off her feet so that she dangled, hung by her arm above the ground. You are mine, he shouted as he held the slender little dragonid aloft, but her pulsing horrifying stare never wavered. He raised his sword overhead to bring it down and cleave her in two at the shoulder. Lesser strength, fortress, dragon skin. Nia activated her martial arts, her other hand went up and snatched his sword arm at the wrist and held firm. Then her talons closed in on the tendons, pierced the nerves, and tore them out. Sudden agony shot through the Grand King, and he released his hold on her in shock. No sooner than her feet touched the ground than she jumped into his chest again, gripping his throat with her fingers facing opposite directions. She pierced the flesh, and tore it open. The Grand King of the Bafok toppled backwards, not with a roar, not with a bellow, but with a disbelieving gurgle. Confusion filled his once fierce eyes as his life's blood poured out into the dirt, and with its departure, he died at last. Nia rose. The Grand King Boozer has been slain by Nia Baraja, Queen of Frost. Surrender, and your lives will be spared, she announced as the drums of her larger force became far more audible, and the little ring of wooden carts was further surrounded from the outside. The stillness of their disbelief continued for several seconds as the fallen giant of a Bafok was simply stared at by those waiting for him to rise up to his hooves again. But as he failed to rise and the moment stretched out, one by one the Bafok cast down their spears with anger and disbelief, or let them simply slip from their fingers in despair. They made a low bleating-like noise of mourning as the world they knew ended, and a new, unfamiliar one began. Thalrin made his way into the remnants, while the orcs bound Bafok prisoners in thick ropes for the Queen's final judgment, and knelt before the Queen of Frost. Majesty, there's nothing left but Bladers, the Va'an, and the Spriggans. If we send word for peace, give good promises, they will submit. Champions or chiefs are dead there, they will destroy themselves, they know this. They will not fight you. What about the Bafok settlements? Nia asked while the last Bafok warriors were led out of sight after being bound. Thalrin thought that over, and while he did, Nia crouched down, picked up the armor at the shoulders, and began to haul it off the fallen Bafok champion and chief. She set it down, shimmied out of her more crude chainmail armor, and then slid Boozer's green-colored armor on instead. She felt it conformed to her body as only magic armor could do. Yes, that feels right somehow, like I belong in this. Nia thought and sighed with contentment. They have almost no one left to defend, we show captives, they submit, we show Boozer's head, they swear loyalty. They cannot stop you now. You are Queen of Abelian Hills. Thalrin said with a reverential, hushed tone that fairly compelled him to his knees. No, we will give it a better name. The Abelian Hills is a name humans gave it, they don't and won't respect it as its own kingdom if we keep the name they gave us. Nia shook her head, that is the way of humans, to name it, is to own it, sort of. This will be. Nia thought about it and picked up the sword once held in Boozer's hands, she rested it on her open palm and looked down at the long weapon, it had taken many lives, that much she was sure of. Many lives from many demi-human races over the years of war. We will call this land, where all demi-humans may belong, the kingdom of Demalbian, and it will be a haven for non-humans. We will make it strong, we will make it great. And nobody will take it from us. Nia said, and hearing her words, the army began to cheer while the birds continued their echoing calls of approval, feasting with glee on the gift of death from the Queen of Frost. She handed the sword off to Thalrin, keep it, a gift to commemorate your hard work for me, first of my demi-human followers. This victory wasn't mine, this was ours, all orcs, stone spitters, and the rest, deserve praise for this day. My queen. He accepted the gift of the blade with reverence, bowing his head, and then raising it up overhead, his large maw opened and his deep-set eyes filled with devotion, he bellowed out his praise. Kingdom of Demalbian ours. Frost Queen ours. Victory, ours. Hail Frost Queen. Hail Kingdom. The call went up, and as it did, Alisar Dark nudged at Nia with his snout. You're off to a good start. He said under his breath. Aye, she said, glancing back to meet his eyes, but any good sword arm can build a kingdom, the hard part is ruling it. Alisar Dark, recalling the loss of his own and the very limited progress he made despite years of effort, did not disagree. Though it didn't make either of them enjoy the moment of triumph and cheers any less before they went to finish the last remnants off, one way or another.